megaliths around the world. And you're bringing a new perspective and a new insight onto that, and I felt it was a really good idea to reach out to you. I don't reach out to a lot of people. It's rare. I get crowded with a lot of requests and a lot of interest, and in many cases, I wish I did have the time to follow up. But in this case, I really felt it was worthwhile getting in touch with you, and I'm glad I did.
Me too. That kind of led to our relationship staying in communication. We talked about Sage Wall and stuff like that in Montana, and I kind of got a little bit of insight the last year and a half or so, which has been incredibly busy for you.
It has, yeah.
So you've got a lot of the culmination of some of that hard work.
Yeah. Well, see, my life fundamentally, I see myself as a writer. That's what I am. I'm an author. I write books. Mm-hmm. It didn't start that way. I've always been a writer, in the sense that that's how I defined myself from roughly the age of 12. It was the one skill I had, which I was reasonably good at, and I was pretty much useless at everything else. So, but I found writing rewarding, and initially it was poetry, and later on it was songs. And by the time I got into my 20s, it turned into journalism, and I worked as a foreign correspondent, reporting wars and famines mainly in East Africa, really cutting my teeth on the journalism side of things, which is a boots on the ground approach. You don't write about something if you've not seen it, if you can't be there and feel it and handle it. But I found journalism frustrating in the sense that what you're usually required to produce is just a few hundred words on a subject, and it makes it difficult to dive into it deeply. And I just gradually worked my way towards writing books. I found that was where I felt most comfortable at book length rather than at article length. And it happened that in the early 1980s, I was living in Nairobi in Kenya. And there was a very famous photojournalist there called Muhammad Amin, who became a great friend of mine and a great mentor to me. And Mo had put together a project to do a travel book about Pakistan. Although he was born in East Africa, his origins are from Pakistan. And he asked me would I write the text. So I said yes, and had an amazing time. It was called Journey Through Pakistan, traveling through Pakistan for 6 months. It was much easier to travel there in the early 80s than it is today. And getting the sense of working on an in-depth project over a long period of time, I found that is my niche. That is what I do. I can write about a subject at book length, and I get a lot of satisfaction from doing that, and perhaps it's useful to others as well. So I began to hope that I would have the opportunity to write more books, and sure enough, I did. It was a fairly slow start during the 1980s. I was still supporting myself, doing a lot of journalism and other activities, but books became more and more important a part of my life. And initially I was writing about current affairs because that was my background in journalism. I wrote about the famine in Ethiopia in 1984. I wrote quite a controversial book criticizing foreign aid. I had seen so many aid projects around the world, and particularly in Africa, which had just gone horribly wrong and which were not helping anybody except the people working for the aid agencies themselves. And so I wrote a book called Lords of Poverty. But that was about the time that I really started to become immersed in historical mysteries. And it was because of my connection with Ethiopia, and because not many people realize how deep and ancient the history of Ethiopia is. But to cut a long story short, what happened was that the first book I wrote about a historical mystery, which was The Sign and the Seal, A Quest for the Lost Ark of the Covenant, was a minor bestseller. It was the first time I'd had a book that actually made it into the top 10 bestseller list. And it opened the door for me to do the next big investigation, which was, I probably my best known book, Fingerprints of the Gods, which was published in 1995. Now, about that time, people started to approach me to do television shows and to express my ideas through the medium of television. And there were various things that happened, and I always saw that as a parallel enterprise. Storytelling in a book is a different project from storytelling in a film or a TV series. So it's a different way to exercise the creative muscles, and both can run in parallel together. And it just, the way the world is going at the moment, more people are accessing information through mediums like film and television than they are through books. That you can get your message across much more effectively through television anyway. And of course you can bring all that apparatus, the photography, the imagery of everything around you, all of it in motion, can make a very exciting presentation. So gradually, over the years, presenting television projects based around that work has become more and more important for me. I did a couple of TV series in the 1990s, but the most recent is the Ancient Apocalypse series on Netflix. And season 1 of Ancient Apocalypse came out in November 2022, and that followed 2 years of extremely intense, complicated and difficult work during the height of the COVID epidemic, filming in multiple locations overseas. And I had to set everything else aside. There was no question of writing a book during that period. I wanted to focus totally on telling the story in the television medium. And then, fortunately, because season 1 of Ancient Apocalypse was successful, we got commissioned to do a season 2, and that's what I've really spent the last year and a half doing. We've not had the restrictions of COVID. We've been able to travel much more widely, but again, it's been full immersion, non-stop involvement in storytelling in that medium. And again, it's meant that I've not been writing another book.
Right.
But I do intend to do another book in the coming years.
You do?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Good. I think that a lot of people will be happy to hear that.
Yeah. No, I'm definitely not giving it up forever. It's just a matter of doing the two things in parallel in certain ways. Book writing can be very full. When I write a book, I am typically looking at 2 to 3 years of research in the field, followed by at least a year or a year and a half of just sitting at my desk and writing it.
Very different.
Whereas film, it's a very different process, and it's also a process that involves other people. Writing, it's just me. I may get help from researchers, and I often do get excellent help from researchers, but fundamentally it's just me in front of my computer at my desk, writing up what I know.
Right.
Whereas in television, the end result is not just the result of my creativity, it's the result of the creativity of many other individuals as well.
Right.
The people behind the camera, the people who are running sound, the director, of course, the producer, they're all playing an important creative role in the story. So it becomes a collective venture. And that is something that I think I've not by nature been inclined to do. I'm very much a lone wolf. But I've learned to do it, and I found there's great value in cooperating with a team of other people who are like-minded, and we're all focused on achieving the same goal. And I've learned to trust the professionalism of others. I think that's been part of my problem in the past, is not trusting others to do their job properly. And the Ancient Apocalypse experience has taught me to absolutely trust the professionalism of others, so I can let them get on with their job, and they let me get on with mine, and then we combine.
If you're a bit of a lone wolf, like you said, that can be a process.
Yeah.
I find I relate to you in that way, that it is easier to do something on your own and pursue your own vision for something, but there is something to be gained out of working with other people and trusting them to live up to their abilities as well.
Absolutely.
And create something together. Yeah. I've had been fortunate enough to have a bit of a glimpse behind the camera over the last year and a half.
Well, that's what you've been doing a lot of.
The show, And you mentioned something a minute ago that really stuck out to me that I wanted to ask you about. while we were together here today, is there's a bit of a debate sometimes within the community of ancient history about the importance of seeing sites for yourself.
Yeah.
Whether that's absolutely important or not at all. Now, I have my own opinion on that. I'm sure you can imagine what that is. I think it's shared, but
Yeah.
how important is it for you to see each of these sites in person, to experience that before you share your opinion and things, or take a level of understanding?
I think this comes from my journalistic background. It's fundamentally, absolutely important for me to be there on the ground. And I do not want to write about something that I have not had direct personal experience of. It doesn't mean that I won't, in a long book, touch on a few things that I haven't seen, but the central core of the story has to be me and what I've seen and what I've experienced. And if I've not seen it and not experienced it, then I shouldn't really be writing about it. That's why, for example, I published in 2005 a book called Supernatural, Meetings with the Ancient Teachers of Mankind. It's a bit of a digression from my normal work on the possibility of a lost civilization, but it explored the notion that psychedelic plants have been responsible for the creation of the modern human mind. And this is not my idea in the first place. Let's pay tribute to the great Terence McKenna and the Food of the Gods for realizing that humanity's interaction with psychedelics has actually, over the thousands of years, been incredibly positive and has led to hugely important developments. So I was interested in that proposal, but in order to investigate that authentically, I had to have experience with shamanic plant medicines, and that meant going to the Amazon rainforest and drinking ayahuasca in quite difficult circumstances with indigenous shamans in the Amazon rainforest. And really only when I'd had 11 sessions in the Amazon did I feel that I was even beginning.
11 sessions?
Yes. I always traveled with my wife Santha, and Santha and I had those sessions together with indigenous shamans in the Amazon.
Yeah.
I do not feel I could have authentically written that book if I had not had that experience. What I didn't know was that ayahuasca was going to prove so interesting, although so difficult, that I would wish to continue with ayahuasca, and I have continued. Not so much as initially it was purely a research project. I'm going to research this subject. I've got to get my boots on the ground. I've got to know what I'm talking about. But then it became a matter of abiding interest, the question of what actually we are experiencing in a deep psychedelic state, particularly with an extraordinary medicine like ayahuasca. And I don't feel I've got to the bottom of that mystery yet, so I'm
It's a journey you're still on.
Yeah, but it's not something that I ever rush to do.
It's a powerful experience.
It's a very powerful experience. For example, I had an ayahuasca session in Peru last year, which was powerful and absolutely fascinating. But before that, I hadn't had a session for maybe 3 years. So I'm not rushing all over the world to have ayahuasca sessions, and I'm aware every time I do it that I have to brace myself, that it may be difficult, it may be psychologically difficult, it almost certainly will be physically difficult. But nonetheless, the information that comes through in that experience makes it worthwhile.
Do you find that it is more for you an experience now? When you first started talking about it just now, you referred to it as research.
Yeah.
Has it become something more than that?
It's definitely become something more than that. I don't regard it as research anymore, although I don't rule out the possibility that I might in the future write another book looking into this issue of shamanism and civilization. But fundamentally, it's because ayahuasca shows us parts of ourselves that in everyday life we hide from ourselves. And in a curious way, this will seem very odd to anybody who's not had the experience of ayahuasca. In a curious way, this mixture of two plants is a teacher. This is how ayahuasca is seen in the Amazon. And since we're on the subject, let me explain that the ayahuasca brew is a complicated thing. There are two kinds of ayahuasca. One is known as ayahuasca, and the other is known as yahe. Now, in the case of ayahuasca and yahe, they both share the ayahuasca vine. Ayahuasca is actually not even an Amazonian word. It comes from the Quechua language of the Incas, so they knew it as well. The Inca culture spread into the Amazon, and they picked up from the Amazonian peoples this medicine, and they gave it the name ayahuasca, which is the name that is still known by today. And that means the vine of the soul, or the vine of the dead. It's the common factor between the ayahuasca brew and the yahe brew, the ayahuasca vine. But in the ayahuasca brew, that is then mixed with the leaves of a bush that is known botanically as Psychotria viridis, and in the Amazon they call it chacruna. It's the leaves of the bush that contain the dimethyltryptamine, the DMT, that gives ayahuasca its power. But the other kind, yahe, it also involves the ayahuasca vine, but then it involves another vine, and the leaves of that vine contain the DMT. The ayahuasca itself does not contain any, the vine itself does not contain any DMT.
Okay.
So what you're looking at is a mixture of a vine and a leaf in both cases. But the case of yahe, you have not only N,N-dimethyltryptamine, which is the best known DMT, but you also have 5-MeO DMT in the mix. And I can say, having experienced both quite a number of times, that the yahe experience, it can be much more powerful than the ayahuasca experience, but they are both powerful. And what matters about them to me, I've been working on myself as a person for a very long time. Like all of us, I have a lot of flaws, a lot of faults. I've made a lot of errors during my life. There are many things that I regret, and one of my issues is anger, and sudden outbursts of anger. And in anger, I have a certain power with words. I can use those words in very nasty ways and be very unpleasant to other people. And in the past, it never struck me that there was anything particularly wrong with that. I just felt I was fighting back. But ayahuasca has shown me a different story. It showed me that that's a side of myself I need to fix. I need to work on my anger. I need not to express it. I need to let it flow out and not hurt other people with it, but rather just dissipate and go away and not be angry. And I think that ayahuasca has helped me to deal with the problem of anger a lot, and helped me to be more considerate of others than I used to be. You know, I'm an only child. I don't have any siblings, and typically only children are a bit selfish. And I think that I was, but ayahuasca has again shown me aspects of my behavior that I now very much regret, and it's not a magic pill that's going to make me a better person overnight, but it shows me what I need to do.
It reveals things. Yeah. Then it's up to you to make the change.
It's up to me to make the change.
I find it's interesting that maybe you'll agree with me on this. That life, when we notice things like that, we start to make changes in ourselves.
Yeah.
It's when life starts throwing those challenges to see if you're.
Oh yeah. It does. Right. It does very much. And I'm not saying that I've freed myself of anger or bad temper by any means, but I think I can say that I'm aware of that as an issue, and when I find myself suddenly getting angry, or really annoyed with somebody and wanting to say something sharp and harsh to that person, I bite my tongue and I don't say it, because it's going to hurt that person and it's going to hurt me as well. The anger is not just something that you project outwards to another person. At the same time, it projects inwards to yourself, and it brings damage. So it's a good thing to get rid of. I'm very grateful to ayahuasca for showing me that this is an issue in my life that I need to deal with and do something about.
I think also, anybody in a position like yours with the tension and followers who has a public persona, the opportunities are consistently there to slide into negative behavior or thought patterns, because sometimes people are negative. Mm-hmm. You're out there publicly, so there's a space for people to engage with you and with your life. Mm-hmm. That if you're not in the public eye, you don't have to deal with those types of things. So people.
Well, being in the public eye magnifies it.
Right.
It magnifies, well, if you're not in the public eye, those issues are still there,
Right.
but they're not magnified to the extent that they are, especially in the world today with the internet and everything surrounding it. So issues get exaggerated and magnified once you're in the public eye, and that can create additional tensions. Of course, at any point, I could choose not to be in the public eye any longer, and I've thought of that sometimes.
What would that even look like?
Well, I think what it would look like is me ending my days writing novels.
Yeah.
I enjoy writing novels,
Right.
and they don't get me into furious rows with archaeologists. You know, and I don't have to bulletproof every argument and provide 1,000 footnotes to
Right.
prove that this is based on fact. I can just have fun writing
So
a novel.
writing for you, sitting at home, and going over those things. This is fun.
Yeah, I really enjoy everything that I do. What is not fun about the non-fiction is that it attracts a great deal of hostility from people who disagree with the ideas that I'm putting across, and that doesn't happen with fiction. But that is part of the territory when you explore controversial ideas that inevitably some people are not going to like. You are inevitably going to get blowback from them, and if you're the more of a public figure you are, the more blowback you're going to get, and you have to kind of armor yourself against that to some extent.
Writing being fun for you and something that you've pursued for some before you released your first book, or even started writing maybe your first news article, or anything like that, you had to know you were opening yourself up to a certain level of opinions being thrown back at you.
Sure, writing is a performance art, and as a performer, you know, people are going to react to your performance in one way. That goes right back to writing songs when I was at school. I played a guitar. I had a friend who was a good singer, and we wrote songs together and used to play them to very small audiences at school. But those audiences could sometimes be very critical.
I think anything in the realm of art involves a certain level of making yourself vulnerable.
Definitely.
And
it definitely does. You're putting yourself out there.
right.
You're making statements, and those statements may be appreciated by some and may be really hated by others.
Right.
And that's the nature of the game. And I have no problem with, and it's mainly archaeologists. I have no problem with archaeologists critiquing my work. I have no problem with that. What I have a problem with is a tendency for archaeologists to misrepresent my work. For example, when I look at the overall reaction from archaeologists to ancient apocalypse, they seem to be under the opinion that I am claiming to have proved that there was a lost civilization during the Ice Age. But that is not the case. I am not claiming to have proved that. What I'm saying is that there are so many anomalies and so many puzzles in the human story. The further back we go into prehistory, the deeper those anomalies and puzzles become. That the present model of history does not fully explain them for me, and that I'm looking for another solution to explain them. And I gradually came to the conclusion that the theory that answers most of the problems is that we're missing a chapter in the human story. And it's very clear to me that chapter is during the Ice Age. But I don't claim that's a fact. That's what I've come to after years in the field, after years of investigation, that there's something very important missing in our story as a human species, that something happened to us as a collective a very long time ago, which kind of wiped our memories. And I'm exploring that as a personal project. That's something that I've felt a calling to do for a very long time, more than 30 years now. That feeling, that nagging feeling, that when I'm reading archaeological books and I'm reading documents about history, that there's something missing there. And I wanted to get into that and explore that. And I may be right or I may be wrong. What I'm inviting my readers to do is to join me on that exploration and exercise their own curiosity and their own interest, and perhaps take that investigation further. But I'm not claiming, look, here's 1,000 pages of facts. Here's 1,000 pages of inquiry and investigation into mysteries about the past that have puzzled me. You can take it or you can leave it. This is one of the things that is not understood again when authors are criticized. Nobody has to buy a book. It's a choice to buy a book. Nobody has to watch a TV series. It's a choice. I can't force people to do it. If people watch Ancient Apocalypse in large numbers, it's not because I've forced them to do it. It's because they've chosen, as sovereign adults, to have a look at that and see what's in it. And I just can't see why that should be seen as such a threat by archaeology.
So everything that you just shared there, you've been clear about dozens.
Come on, man! I had to do it.
Absolutely.
I had to do it.
What do you think the real issue is with the archaeological community?
I think a lot of it is jealousy. Jealousy, oblique envy. I think there is a feeling of entitlement amongst archaeologists. I've come to notice this particularly in the last couple of years, that they are the entitled possessors of the human past. The human past, particularly the past before history began. And let's define that clearly. When does history begin? It really begins when we have written documents, or when written documents have survived. Anything which takes us back to the beginning of the Sumerian civilization, about 5.5, maybe 6,000 years ago. Supposedly the first writing. The supposedly is important, but that is supposedly the first writing. You can say that's the beginning of the historical period where we actually have documents to refer to. But then you have prehistory where there are no documents to refer to whatsoever. And that's the realm that archaeologists seem to regard themselves as the owners of. It is their possession. They are the experts who our society has entrusted to interpret the past. And we should simply accept their interpretation. We should not question it. We should not argue about it. Because if we do so, we are going to be viciously attacked by archaeologists. And I'm speaking from direct personal experience. It's not new with ancient apocalypse. Archaeologists have been attacking my work since Fingerprints of the Gods was published in 1995. And these attacks have sometimes been extremely unpleasant and quite vicious in many ways. But they've just got bigger and bigger as the years have gone, as my platform has got bigger. As it hasn't just been books, it's become television, it's become multi-million people all around the world. There seems to be this frantic drive on the part of archaeology to assert their control over the past and to deal with outsiders by any means and to get rid of them. So it's almost become a commonplace now in archaeology that anybody who disputes in any way what is regarded as the established archaeological timeline of our past is going to be nominated as a pseudo-archaeologist by archaeology, and they're going to be accused of being hoaxers, of being liars, of misrepresenting the truth about the past of the public, as though those of us who take an alternative view of history are somehow pulling off some kind of massive con trick on the public. And can't you see what's at the heart of that is arrogance on the part of archaeologists, that they don't think that the man in the street, that the woman in the street is capable of thinking for themselves. They're going to be told what to think by archaeologists. And it's extremely annoying to archaeologists when somebody comes along saying something different and that person has a good platform. That, I think, is fundamentally, it's a territorial issue. I have stepped into territory that they regard as theirs, and they've responded in the same way that a nest of ants will respond to somebody treading on it. They will swarm all over that invader, that outsider who has no right to be there, and they will make their life a misery if they can.
So many people, you have the platform you have now because of your work.
Yeah.
But because so many people are interested in asking these questions.
Come on, man.
Exactly.
What was the moment where things shifted for you for history and seeing a path for this whole world, your passion for writing and then clearly you have a passion for travel
Yeah.
and the ancient history.
Yeah.
How did that come to be?
Well, I'd always had a passion for travel. I regard myself as very fortunate to have spent 4 years of my childhood in South India. And I think roughly from the age of 4 to the age of 8. And I think that these are formative years in any human being's life. And I think that connected me to a wider world in a way that might not have been the case if I'd simply lived out my childhood in England. From quite an early age, I had this lust for travel, although I wasn't able to fulfill it because I didn't have the bucks in order to do that. But I did, as time went by, find ways to travel very widely. I would, if I could simply cover the expenses of a trip when I was in my 20s or even in my 30s, if I could just cover the expenses, I didn't have to make any money out of it. I could just cover the expenses, that would do. And because I was so fascinated by other cultures and other parts of the world. And indeed, in the early part of my career, I was just constantly broke, constantly borrowing money, constantly having to explain myself to people I borrowed the money from. It was a very difficult time, but I was pursuing my passion, and I was fortunate that at a certain point I wrote a book that connected with the public, thank you to the public for getting me out of debt. I'm very grateful for that, and thank you to my readers for making it possible for me to continue down this road, to continue this inquiry, to be a voice which is speaking out for the possibility of a major forgotten episode in the human story. If it weren't for my readers and their interest in my work, I wouldn't be able to do that. I wouldn't be able to fund it. I've never taken a penny of sponsorship from anybody. I don't want to owe anybody anything. But it's my readers who make it possible for me to do what I do. And I believe that my readers are intelligent, sovereign adults who are choosing to read my work, and I'm grateful to them for that. And so I see it in a way as a partnership between me and my readers. Yeah. You were asking when this path with the history element became clear to me. And this was very much to do with Ethiopia. Ethiopia was a very important part of my life in the late 70s.
What? I can't believe I missed that camera.
Well, I lived in Kenya, but I was the East Africa correspondent for the
What, bros?
so
Like,
I
what? I cannot believe I missed that camera.
With wars and famines and everything going on. But while I was doing those journalistic visits to Ethiopia, I came across Ethiopia's claim to possess the lost Ark of the Covenant. And that was interesting. It kind of built up on me over a period of years. First of all, I just thought it's a curiosity. But then as I began to look into it in greater and greater depth, and I began to find that actually there might be something to this Ethiopian claim. It is actually the only country in the world that claims to be the last resting place of the Ark of the Covenant. There's many theories about where that object that was the subject of the Indiana Jones movie might be the lost Ark. But there's only one country that actually says, we've got it, and we've had it for a very long time, and it's still here. And that country is Ethiopia. And as I immersed myself in this mystery, as a sideline from other things I was doing over a long period of time, I began to realize there was a real story to tell here and a real book to write. And that book was The Sign and the Seal, A Quest for the Lost Ark of the Covenant. It was published in 1992. And it was really while researching that book that I began to connect to the idea of a lost civilization in prehistory. This was partly because if you read the biblical descriptions of the Ark of the Covenant, and you'll find them in the book of Exodus, they're very precise. It's almost like a blueprint. The dimensions, the height, the width, the length are described. The fact that it's got gold and then wood and then gold, so there's 3 layers of it, that it's carried on carrying poles. It almost sounds like some kind of, I have to say, it sounds like some kind of machine, some kind of device, especially so when you read the biblical accounts as they go on, and you find that this object is constantly inflicting damage on people. It kills 50,000 Philistines in the city of Ashdod when they briefly capture it, and they return it to the Israelites. It'll sometimes kill its own bearers. An innocent person who reaches out to steady it will be struck down with a bolt of fire. And I couldn't help feeling, yeah, maybe this is all just fantasy that they made up when they were writing these texts, or maybe they're describing some kind of real object. And if so, what sort of object in historical times could have had those powers?
Right.
And that's what began to interest me in, are we missing something from our story? And obviously to write about the Ark of the Covenant, it was essential for me to go to Egypt, not just to Ethiopia. I had to go to two other countries too. One was Israel, and the other was Egypt. These are the countries that are very much connected with this story. Why Egypt? Because Moses is the person who leads the exodus of the Israelites out of Egypt, and Moses is groomed to be a future pharaoh of Egypt. At one point, he would have had access to very secret knowledge in ancient Egypt. So, in order to understand the story of Moses better, I didn't need to just go to Ethiopia and Israel, I needed to go to Egypt. And that was the first time I went to Egypt, was in 1989, to follow up that story. And that was the first time I saw the Great Pyramid of Egypt. And seeing this incredible thing, you've seen it yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, it strikes the eye. It's hard to explain the impact that it has. This thing is 6 million tons. It's 481 feet high. Its sides are each more than 750 feet long. It's a huge thing, enormous. It's very, very precise. It's like a precision instrument in many ways. And the construction of it is utterly mystifying. And so I looked at what archaeologists were saying about it. I was already aware that archaeologists tended to sneer at what they regarded as folk traditions. They sneered at the notion that Ethiopia could possess the Ark of the Covenant. They said the Ethiopians had just made that up. But I had found that actually there's a lot to suggest the Ethiopians didn't make it up. That there's a strong basis to that story. So when I found that archaeologists were saying that this 6 million ton giant, perfect,
two back
precise
loops?
thing
Like, come on,
filled
bro.
with incredible
Two back
corridors
loops.
and passageways and shafts and chambers had been built as the tomb of a pharaoh, and that was its only function. There was no other reason for it to be built. I found myself skeptical of their position. It seemed to me a long way to go to create a tomb, particularly since no pharaonic burial has ever been found in any of the 100 pyramids of Egypt, let alone in the Great Pyramid and the other two big pyramids on the Giza Plateau. So I was skeptical about the view of archaeologists that this was a tomb.
What? Come on, man.
A tomb. And I found myself drawn to it. There's a way in which the Great Pyramid, I've discussed this a lot with my dear friend Robert Boval. Robert Boval, by the way, is a genius. Robert Boval is the originator of the Orion correlation theory. He's the first person who noticed that the three great pyramids of Giza are laid out on the ground in the pattern of the three stars of the belt of Orion. Now that could be a coincidence, but then you find that the constellation of Orion was seen by the ancient Egyptians as the celestial image of the god Osiris, particularly the belt of Orion, which is what is represented on the ground. And it actually is an incredibly strong theory that is what is fundamental there. That the pyramids are a terrestrial representation of the belt of Orion. Remind me how I got onto Robert.
You were.
Sometimes I go out on a limb and wander off in long directions.
Well, now you're putting me on the spot.
Yeah, I'm putting us both on the spot.
You were discussing the pyramid. He was instrumental in the Orion.
Yes, and the Orion correlation, and also establishing the stellar alignments of the four shafts that run out of the Great Pyramid. All of these things are telling us that the Great Pyramid is much more than a tomb only. It's something else. And yet, what he and I discussed, and what I wanted to say to you is that Robert and I both think that the Great Pyramid is an initiatory device. It calls to itself
Like, what? I can't believe
those
that.
who would be interested in exploring. Believe it or not, there are many people who look at the Great Pyramid and think it's just an ugly heap of stones. They're not impressed by it. There's a whole faction of humanity who just don't find the Great Pyramid that impressive. You know,
That's
it's not.
seen it.
Yeah,
personally.
it's just not a big deal. But there are others. There are others who are drawn to it, who feel that it is raising a huge question mark, and who is almost calling out to them, find out more about me, research me, figure me out. Why am I so precise? Why do I connect to those stars? Why am I laid out on the ground in the form of the belt of Orion? And why am I laid out on the ground in the form of the belt of Orion, not as it looked 4,500 years ago when the Great Pyramid is supposed to have been built, but as it looked 12,500 years ago? The same goes for the Sphinx and its focus on the spring equinox sunrise, and 12,500 years ago the constellation of Leo, the celestial image of the Sphinx, housed the sun on the spring equinox. So there's just all these mysteries around the Giza Plateau, and I just wish that archaeologists would be more open to those mysteries, rather than just slapping them and trying to drive people away from it. Sometimes I wonder if the mission of archaeology is actually to make the past as boring as possible, to make it as dry, to drain it of all its blood, to remove all mystery from it, to weigh it, measure it, and count it, and say it's all settled.
Right.
And we're never going to be all settled on the past.
No, because there's always new things coming out, new discoveries and new understandings. So it does certainly seem that way because, as you've stated before, you're not stating anything as fact, but the process of figuring things out involves asking questions.
Yes.
And to try to put limits on that. And I think you said it very well as well, is that the common man is viewed as not having the intellectual capacity even to, work outside in their own mind certain ideas and thoughts that don't align with the established narrative.
No, it's a real problem with archaeology, which is this they would never admit it, but you can see from the way that they react that they don't trust the public to make decisions for themselves using their own intelligence, their own intuition, and their own inquiry, to weigh up different points of view and decide which they wish to accept. Archaeologists feel that the public need to be told what to think. They
It's
need to
very
be,
institutionalized.
it's extremely institutionalized, and unfortunately it's part of a wider trend in our society.
And archaeology isn't the only
No.
institution that operates this way.
No, it's
you
not.
see this represented in many other fields.
You do.
And it's unfortunate. Egypt is incredible, and the pyramids. I don't understand how anybody could walk up to those and feel the way some people describe like you did.
Yeah.
What was the first place, ancient site that you visited? Was there?
Well, the first ancient site that I visited was while I was writing my first book, which was Journey Through Pakistan. And that was the twin cities of Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro in Pakistan, which are part of the very mysterious and very intriguing Indus Valley civilization.
Yeah.
And they're actually a good example of why we shouldn't write off the possibility of a lost civilization. Because not an archaeologist on Earth knew that the Indus Valley civilization had even existed until the 1920s, when a railway was built in what is now Pakistan. And they came across some ruins. And they started to look further, and gradually they found, my God, there had been this huge civilization in this area, and it was very, 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 very old. But until the 1920s, that was a lost civilization. Nobody knew about it. We still can't, they have a written language, we still can't decipher it. We don't know what's said in the Indus Valley script. So Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro were my first true ancient sites that I went to. And it was an amazing
It was
experience.
over after that.
No, I mean
What I mean is, it was over as far as you were like, this is.
Yes, that was. I mean, you've raised an interesting point actually, because I would say that was the moment when I began to become really interested in history and prehistory. Was when I did that big 6-month journey through Pakistan and saw all of this ancient and unexplained material there. and of course that went into the book that I wrote in 1981, Journey Through Pakistan, 1982, Journey Through Pakistan. But it did open me up to the mysteries of the past. And at the same time, a few years later, Ethiopia was doing that as well. A series of, it's been a process for me. It's not been a single moment where somebody's like, this is what I do. I've just moved into my curiosity has taken me along.
Captivated.
I was captivated.
Yeah,
And I remain so, because there's so much that we don't know
and it
about
sounds
ourselves.
like you like a good mystery. Or,
I do like a good mystery.
Or maybe a problem to unravel.
Yeah,
work
I do, and I think this is where archaeology is doing itself a disservice in not understanding that everybody has something to contribute to understanding the past. This is not something that could be the exclusive possession of a particular group of so-called experts. Everybody can contribute something to understanding the past. We can all bring something to the table, and archaeologists should have respect for the general public, rather than regard them as a mass, a mindless mass that must be told what to think.
The interest around ancient history, your work, and this community has grown exponentially over the years.
It has.
And what you just mentioned there, that everybody has something to contribute. There are people constantly looking for ways to get involved and contribute. Some of the ways that I've suggested to people is, especially in America, is just when you're going out hiking, take pictures, look into things, look into your local history, share those things online.
Yeah.
How can people, maybe your suggestion for people getting more involved or contributing, being a part of that bigger picture, maybe even if it's just supporting work that you enjoy.
It can certainly be supporting work that a person enjoys. That is part of it. It has to be understood that there definitely is a fight over the past going on right now, and that is the fight between the mainstream, which regards itself as the sole owners of the past, namely archaeologists, and others who are intrigued by the past but who aren't archaeologists and who are coming at it from different perspectives. And I would say that anybody who's interested in those different perspectives, give them strength, give them encouragement, and if possible, try to contribute to them. It's not possible for everybody to travel all over the world. But do what you can. In America, there are so many incredible mysteries right here in the United States, and so much that needs to be investigated and needs to be looked into, which is being neglected by archaeologists right now.
I think America is one of the perfect examples of a part of the world that is consistently overlooked, specifically in its history and its teaching too.
Yeah.
Within things like its school system and stuff like that. There are all sorts of, I mean, for example, Cahokia Mounds is something I never even heard about until I think I was in my mid to late 30s.
Yep.
This massive earth.
Spectacular place.
Yeah, and there's things like that.
And they had wood circles there too.
Right.
It really a fantastic place, Cahokia. Right. There is so much all over the country in America, which is really worth looking into. In fact, the season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse is focused entirely on the Americas, both on North America, particularly intriguing site of Chaco Canyon, and White Sands, New Mexico. What a place! What an amazing place. That's where footprints have been found that are 23,000 plus years old, blowing out of the water the old idea that the Americas were 7, 12, or 13,000 years ago. We now know for sure that is not the case. And in fact, those 23,000-year-old footprints are only the beginning of the story. There's evidence from other parts of North America, like the Cerruti Mastodon site in San Diego, which suggests that humans may have been present as much as 130,000 years ago in America. There's evidence from South America of advanced human communities going back 30, 40,000 years ago. And this is all just beginning to come out. There's been an attempt by archaeology, definite attempt, to suppress evidence of a human presence earlier than 30,000 years ago. This was the so-called Clovis first.
Oh my God.
Notion that
It's
culture
so
archaeologists call
accurate.
Clovis culture were the first humans in the Americas. And that
So
they came in
fucking
about
accurate.
13,400
Snake is the
years ago.
best banger
And
too.
that
Like it's so
view,
wild.
which was completely wrong, completely false. If anything deserves to be called pseudoscience, Clovis first deserves to be called pseudoscience. That was held so strongly by such a powerful group of archaeologists that
That's
anybody
exactly
who went
why
against
it's
it
the
would have
best.
their careers literally destroyed.
The slide,
yet,
man.
The truth eventually prevails, and we find that that whole model is a complete waste of time, and that the story of the Americas has been almost deliberately truncated by archaeologists with this stubborn insistence
But the Mega Buster
model
upgrade
of
was
the Americas is true.
Mega Man
And the
4.
refusal to open up to evidence that suggested that the peopling of the Americas is much older. So that's the first thing for me, is that the Americas have had a human presence for a very long period of time. And once we go back into the Cerrito Mastodon type of level, 130,000 years ago, you were looking at human beings in the Americas before there were human beings in Europe. So it makes the whole of the Americas a fascinating area to study. And so we focused on the Americas in season 2, North America, on Mexico, particularly on the incredible site of Palenque, and on the mystery of the Mayan calendar and Mayan mathematics, which are absolutely fascinating and again extraordinarily advanced. And then evidence from the Amazon rainforest of literally lost civilization in the Amazon.
Keeps revealing more.
Keeps revealing more and more. The Amazon is the gift that keeps on giving.
Yes.
There is just, you know, you're looking at 5 million square kilometers covered with, that's roughly what's left, that's covered by dense canopy rainforest. And every new investigation reveals more and more. And we're finding that the Amazon had populations of millions, that there were huge cities there, that they were capable of creating gigantic, perfectly geometrical earthworks at a time when archaeologists didn't believe that there were even people there to do it. It's really the story of humanity, of the past of humanity. The Americas, I would say the Americas, because it's not just North America, it's Mexico, Central America, and South America as well. The whole of the Americas are going to blow open our idea of the past, and that's why we focused season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse on the Americas. The only exception, physically, Easter Island is not part of the Americas, but it is actually part of Chile.
Right.
And there's always been this question of, was there a connection between Easter Island and South America? And I think definitely there was. And we included Easter Island very much in our story as well. It's an amazing, wonderful, deeply enigmatic place. And I love working in Easter Island. And I love the Easter Island people. Fantastic.
It is, and I think a lot of people think it's hard to get to, and it's a lot easier than I think people realize.
Yeah.
It's not easy. You're going to be traveling quite a bit, but worth it.
Yeah, it's about a 5-hour flight from Chile.
You just make it to Chile and be good.
That's right. No, and you know that raises another point, which is there you have this tiny island, Easter Island, Rapa Nui, and it's 2,000 miles from the coast of Peru.
Right.
And it's 2,000 miles from Tahiti. And it's sitting there, almost the only piece of inhabitable land between Tahiti and Peru is Easter Island. And yet human beings found it and settled it and created this extraordinary culture.
And did amazing
which
things there.
left us these amazing monuments, which are stunning to the eye. And you feel yourself in the midst of a sort of prehistoric art gallery.
It's wild, isn't it?
Incredible.
Walking around Easter Island, going to some of those sites was very, very unique experience.
Yeah.
It was wonderful. You know, North America, it's something that I've been saying for years, is that for several years now, I think and we've talked about this before, is that I think North America may end up becoming this kind of final frontier of discoveries here in the future, because it's...
I think it will. I think that's what's going to happen. The plain fact is that the notion that the Americas were only settled relatively recently by human beings. I mean, Clovis first 13,000 years ago was preceded by an idea that humans had only been in the Americas for 4,000 years. There's been this prejudice, this idea that it was totally uninhabited by human beings until relatively recently. That has led to a process of inquiry that has not looked into the possibility of what those human beings were doing if they were here before Clovis, which we now know they were. What was happening in the Americas. And I think there's a huge untold story.
I absolutely agree with that. Why do you think, though, that out of all the places in the world, North America is noticeably absent of megalithic structures, comparable to almost the entire rest of the world?
Well, that touches on partly on your work and sites that you brought to the attention of the attention of people. The matter is not settled yet. Much more work needs to be done, but there may be megalithic sites in North America. I'm open to that possibility, and they may not have been recognized as such. And also, we have to remember the enormous amount of destruction that took place following the conquest of the Americas. Took place right across the whole Americas, but the damage was less in South America than it was in North America. The antiquities, the ancient ruins were wiped away, plowed under. It's thought that there may have been as many as 1 million mound sites in North America. Maybe there's 100,000 left, and most of those have been so badly damaged that you can hardly recognize what they are.
Mm-hmm. Are you familiar with Gregory Little?
Yeah.
His
excellent work.
His mound work.
Excellent.
So much that I never knew about.
Yeah.
That he's consistently posting about. I had no idea that there was that level.
Come on, man. Dude, bro.
And stuff like that. Thousands and thousands of sites.
Yeah,
all across the Americas.
Yeah.
Which makes for good exploring, and like we were talking about earlier.
It's partly the process of destruction that took place in the 17th, 18th, 19th centuries that has wiped the Americas largely clean of so much that was there before. Right. But it's also partly a state of mind and an attitude of the colonization of Americas. The colonizers, I'm just going to use that word, that was initially what it was when white Europeans came and settled in North America and in South America, because they were initially colonists. Right. They did not have a vested interest in suggesting that the indigenous inhabitants were highly advanced. They preferred to suggest that they were primitive savages.
Right. Made it easier for...
It made everything easier, but it also led to a lack of curiosity in what those people actually might have been achieving and what they might have been doing, since the prejudice was that they'd achieved nothing and done nothing. These are the challenges that are faced. America is, in many senses, a very unique case. The so-called old world is old. There's been so much destruction in the Americas during a time when no interest at all really was being paid into the antiquities of the Americas. That God knows what we've lost.
The archaeological community, specifically in America, because most of the archaeologists that I see online negatively going after people are Americans.
Yeah.
A large amount.
Society for American Archaeology.
Right.
Its members are many of them are on this line. When I look at the archaeologists who regard themselves as debunkers of pseudo-archaeology, and I look at what those archaeologists have actually done in their own careers, what I'm looking at is a lot of people who haven't done much. They've not produced anything that's added anything significant to human knowledge. They've not done any wonderful works. They've not created any beautiful book that really reveals the truth about the past. They've contributed very little. They've got their nice tenured positions. And instead of doing more archaeology, what they're doing is attacking other people and seeing themselves as the quote-unquote defenders of archaeology against these barbaric hordes of pseudo-archaeologists who are supposedly leading the public astray. I mean, to me, a person who makes 90% of their career about destroying the work of somebody else, there's something seriously wrong with that person. And by the way, archaeologists do not just do that to people they regard as pseudo-archaeologists. They also do it to other archaeologists.
They do it to their own community.
It's a vicious profession in that that sense, is a constant attacks on the work of others that is taking place. And again, what it's driven by is largely envy, jealousy, and a sense of entitlement, the feeling that this should be ours, they should not have that. Why have they got it? Let's destroy it. That's unfortunately what's happening in archaeology. It is particularly bad in American archaeology, but it's not limited to American archaeology.
I've noticed that there's a very much unwillingness to risk being wrong.
Oh God, yes. Yeah, terrible.
Right.
There's a real herd mentality. You want to, in archaeology, you want to go along with the herd. The moment you start stepping away from the herd and saying something unique or original or different, you are certainly going to be attacked. And the example that I often give, and there's many, Tom Dillahay at Monteverde in South America, Jacques Cinq-Mars up at Bluefish Caves in the Yukon. These were people who suffered vicious, unprincipled, completely dishonest attacks from fellow archaeologists whose sole purpose was to stop their work, to get their funding withdrawn, to stop them doing what they were doing. This is not the way that science should be done. Archaeology has got serious problems in this area, which it needs to look back on itself and see how it's behaving. Is it really serving our understanding of the past, or is it actually limiting our understanding of the past?
Do you feel the community of this movement of interest within the ancient history community and these alternative ideas, and they're exploring thoughts, these new thoughts and ideas, is a natural counterbalance that's presented itself in society because of that closed-minded level of thinking?
Yeah, I do. I think it's a natural counterbalance. I think people are, in growing numbers, who are interested in the past, are increasingly dissatisfied with the story about the past that archaeologists are telling. There's too many holes in it. It doesn't make sense anymore. It doesn't connect with the heart in a way that something true does. There's a cold, analytical side to archaeology which is just unresponsive to emotions. And I think one of the things that we have to have when we look at the past is a sense of emotion. We have to feel love and care for it. We have to be excited by it. We have to feel that it matters in some way. And it's this draining of the lifeblood out of the past that I find so depressing with archaeology. And I just wish they would, instead of attacking others who present opposite point of view, instead of trying to destroy the ideas of others, wouldn't it be much better to look for what might be good in the ideas of others?
Come on.
Even if most of the idea is wrong, there might be something in it that's really good and really worthwhile. And it would be possible to have a much more constructive
Bros, no. Did you see that attempt?
And interested amateurs. And yet, it's strange because interested amateurs have often brought discoveries to archaeology that archaeologists have not made.
How important in
Oh my God, man.
has things like intuition and emotion at sight's been for you? In
Very
terms of your decisions and
Yeah, very, very important. And again, this is where archaeologists would sneer at me. There's no room for emotions. There's no room for intuition. We're a hard, rigorous scientific discipline. We don't want to hear about your intuition. Take it away. Well, to me, intuition is really important. And I think all great scientific achievements have involved an element of intuition, not just of counting numbers and facts and putting them together.
this doesn't feel right.
Yeah,
I'm going to explore that.
Exactly. It's that feeling of dissatisfaction. There's something wrong. I need to get to the bottom of this. I need to find out what's going on.
One of the first ancient site that you shared your experience in Pakistan earlier. The first ancient site that I ever visited and saw in person was Saxe Woman.
Okay.
So talk about going to the...
Saxe Waman also features in season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse.
Yeah.
To me, it's one of the most incredible sites in the world. There's this, archaeology has got its own myths.
Right.
There's this myth that archaeologists keep repeating that the incredible megalithic zigzag walls of Saxe Waman were built as a fortress.
Right.
No, they were not built as a fortress. And we have indigenous experts telling us that very clearly in Ancient Apocalypse Season 2. This was not built as a fortress. It was used as a last redoubt when the Spanish conquest was taking over the city of Cusco, Sacsayhuaman was used as a last resort, but it was never built as a fortress. It's a useless fortress, as a matter of fact, because you can flank it, you can climb up the hill behind it. Those walls have no fortress functional purpose whatsoever. Whatever they are, they're not about a defensive rampart.
Right, they're platforms. They're not.
Yeah, they're platforms. Then you have to ask yourself, so why was this enormous effort undertaken to? It defeats me to this day how it was possible for them to create these enormous megalithic structures. Right. The way that the blocks, many of which are multi-ton blocks, some of them weigh more than 100 tons. They're polygonal, they have multiple sides. They're all fitted into each other like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. Right. No one piece is identical to another. Everything is different. And it goes into the depth, it goes into 3 dimensions. It's not just the face of the thing that you're looking at. How did they do it? Why did they do it? What was the motive behind this extraordinary effort and achievement? And is it possible? And again, this is where archaeologists will get annoyed with me. But in season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, we have an indigenous expert who is himself a descendant of the Incas, Jesus Guevara. And he is absolutely clear that the Incas inherited Sacsayhuaman from an earlier culture, from an earlier civilization. But there was something they did not make that. They did build other structures on top of and around Sacsayhuaman, which are definitely Inca, but in view of Jesus Guevara, which is a very considered, very deeply researched view, and which comes from a person who is himself a descendant of the Incas and therefore has an investment in attributing everything to the Incas. Hand on heart, he says, honestly, this was not done by my ancestors. This was done by earlier. The Incas found it, and then they built upon it. They honored it, they respected it, they overbuilt it, they built around it. They regarded it as sacred, but they didn't make it. Now, that's going to annoy a lot of archaeologists. But it's an indigenous expert who's saying that.
And when you talk about intuition, when I walk that side, I've been there several times. That is my intuition.
Yeah.
And I got to say, walking up to Sacsayhuaman the first time, for me, it was life-changing. I'd never seen anything like it. And
it is unique in the world.
It is. Yeah. And I knew immediately in that moment, this is what I want to do. Yeah. I quit my job.
Right.
I was just traveling.
What called you to go to Sacsayhuaman? Why there?
I was dating a girl at the time, and she convinced me to travel with her to Peru.
Right. So it wasn't any specific interest in that site, but you found yourself there?
I was interested in ancient sites and stuff. I was already going down that rabbit hole for years. Yeah. So it was an easy yes. Yes. And when I walked up to the site, I was floored. Yeah. And it changed everything for me. In that moment, I was like, this is what I want to do. Yeah. I want to keep going to these places. Because that was something that I don't know that I had experienced before, a level of feeling or passion for something. Yeah. That I had been searching for to do. Yeah.
Very much the same.
Yo, what's up, casual NPC?
I feel that passion for the past, and I feel
the mouse injector. Mouse and keyboard. Yo, what's up, casual NPC?
That I am responsible for speaking about the past. It's up to other people whether they decide.
I think there's an emulator. I think it's speedrun.com. I think it's speedrun.com emulator.
And to offer that to others.
What's up, welcome casual NPC. I'm on OG hardware, right, as you know.
I'm not asking people to believe everything.
What's up? Cool.
To a discussion about the human
past. Welcome. There's a big emulator community.
Looking at the human
you should check it out.
Figure out the truth about our past. And I'm trying
mouse and keyboard though. I think that's emulator.
Go into this with a desire to find myself in a 30-plus year conflict with archaeology. That was
the elite.net obviously is N64.
When I published Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995, I had no idea at all. It was not.
There's also Xbox and Switch on speedrun.com.
That Fingerprints of the Gods was published, the attacks started to come my way, and I'm human. We have a right to self-defense. It made me fight back, and I will go on fighting back until the universe tells me that my time on this planet is over. I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to be stopped by a bunch of envious, mean-spirited individuals who...
Cool, you play this game on emulator? That's cool.
I'm going to carry on doing what I do.
That's cool, man.
Sharing that with me now is, one of the things that I've appreciated about you the most in our relationship.
Emulator rankings? No. That's okay. Nice.
Day,
Sick, dude.
that I admire most.
Yeah, man. Yeah, check speedrun.com. I think emulator they have.
My time in this space of how important perseverance is.
It is.
And
Nice, buddy.
It's very easy to be
Yeah, it's
discouraged.
fun. It's a good game.
yeah,
I put a lot of effort and time into this game.
It's incredibly important that you're capable of succeeding if you know what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Caverns 00, yeah, that one's a bitch.
Just don't quit.
Yeah. That's
Just
right.
Don't give up.
Yeah, you don't.
So you can't be great at everything all the time.
No.
Oh, that was so crazy.
Yeah.
And you've clearly done that.
The unlimited guards at the end.
But that level of perseverance, would be probably impossible to have for anything other than something that
Cool,
you're
bro.
completely passionate about.
Indeed so.
Well, I speedrun this game a lot.
Otherwise, there's no point in persevering.
Right.
But it's also a habit.
Spent a lot of
that I've
hours
gotten
in
through,
this.
through writing books. When you sit down to write a book, you're going to write a book, okay? And maybe it's going to be 200,000 words long. The moment when you sit down to write it, you have an idea of what you're going to do. But I'm speaking for myself here, but exactly where it's going to lead is not clear.
Cool, man.
I never confine myself to the synopsis that I've written before I write a book.
Casual NPC, nice name.
As soon as I start really working on the book. And allow the evidence to speak to me. Well, what I've found in writing a book is it's very easy to give up. A lot of people start writing books and don't carry on. You have to get past that. You have to have personal discipline in order to write a lengthy book. It cannot be done without that. You may not feel that morning and churning out another 1,000 words. But
So it has better auto aim,
you have to persist, and that persistence is going to
especially 00 Agent and Secret Agent.
2 years. 'Cause if you don't
But I'm
persist
playing with auto
in
aim
the
off
book, it will
for this
always
level.
be something that you plan.
And some levels it has
So
extra
I've
body
learned
armor.
persistence
Actually,
through the
ironically
process
enough,
of an author.
Caverns
And
00
that
it has
was
extra
very
body
different from
armor.
an article for a newspaper
It makes Caverns 00 a lot easier.
of a very long period of time.
But
years.
everyone speedruns on Japanese. They've been speedrunning on it in Japanese since
I
like
apply
2010 or
that
something.
to my conflict with archaeology.
I'm
Yes,
using
they've
Japanese
said some
here
very horrible
because it
things,
feels
and I've received
faster and
abuse.
smoother than
But I've
English.
also received a great deal of love
I'm pacing
and support
22 more
from
often
people who do value
on Japanese.
appreciate my work, and it's that love and support
I think this level in general is just better for in
in the
Japanese.
face of all
Quick
the shit that
pauses
archaeologists have thrown
and the ending, the 2.x ending.
That's it's.
I think it's better in Japanese. I don't know.
You retain a certain.
English, it feels like you're playing through like molasses,
But what it also does is it builds, like you said, the people that support you.
which could be easier to some players because it's like you're playing in slow motion. But for me, I'm not pacing
To remember to look. Because
22 as frequently on English, so that's why I'm using Japanese.
Oh yeah.
right, they're easy. They stick with
Yeah.
you. One of the things that I've
Yep.
enjoyed doing lately is when I see a negative comment and I haven't been
I
responding.
started off my career criticizing Japanese very heavily.
Usually I just skip over. But if there's one that sticks with me,
Yeah.
what I'll do is
'Cause I mean, like,
instead of responding to that,
the better auto aim and extra body armor, like that's crazy.
respond to those.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. We shouldn't be knocked off course by negative reactions. It's one of the curiosities of the internet is that it seems to have become this vehicle for allowing people to express their negative side. There's so much hostility and unpleasantness in almost every area of hostility. Even Reddit is just full of horrible stuff. People saying really shitty things about each other all the time.
It's a choice, and I wonder why make that choice.
It's something the human race has to get through. We've got to get over this. We need to
That
continue.
helped me a lot. There are
We may have
encounters near the end
evolved
every time,
but
yeah.
we have not evolved spiritually
yeah.
or emotionally. We're still
It would help
stuck
you
in
out,
the
like,
tribal
a ton.
phase of mentality. And what you're fundamentally seeing in this dispute about the past is tribalism. Archaeology is one tribe.
But I mean-
and those who have a different view of the past are kind of another
do what you want, you know. Caverns Double O in English is amazing. It's such a good level. I love English GoldenEye. That's the original, right? OG. Like Aztec Double O on English is amazing. I love it.
Isn't it amazing?
I just love the challenge.
I think for me,
Easier auto aim. I don't know.
has every type of example.
Better auto aim. It's just not as good. It's not.
Stoneworking, everything from regulated blocks, fitted together stones.
But I mean, everyone competes on Japanese, so
900-ton megaliths, and one of them.
I use Japanese for Aztec.
1,400 tons.
Yeah.
You know, there's just.
Pitch holes, nubs, these all these things.
It's like we're seeing the fingerprints of the same idea all around the world.
But Aztec Japanese is like playing Aztec on speed.
It's like
Everything's just so much faster.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Oh yeah, normal PC. Yeah, that's true.
Master key.
Mouse and keyboard.
I think it's a very special place, and I think it's very, very ancient. Of course, the Roman Temple is not the Roman Temple of Jupiter.
Yeah, you could just literally download the Japanese
But they were building on top of ancient foundations.
version. See what.
That site wasn't chosen.
Check what
they also seem
what
to
emulator
design
rankings
to
allow, Japanese or English. They probably allow Japanese.
It sucks so you want, like you were talking
You
about.
download the Japanese ROM.
Same in ballbank. You have clear examples of where the lower, older levels
Yeah.
are more advanced.
Yes.
Only if you want to, though. I mean, do what you want,
The
right?
higher up you go,
Yeah.
it's less.
Caverns Double in English is such a beautiful level.
That's right.
And so the intuition
I
thing
hear
we were
ya.
talking about earlier, you can stand at the back where you're looking up on the trilithon on the back wall there,
Play for
Yeah.
you. I hear you.
and you see that difference.
Yeah.
And I'm like, these is not the
You
same.
might not
It's
have played
the same.
Aztec
It's
yet.
not the same.
Aztec is the bonus level.
It's
After
very
beating everything
clear
on
that's
Double
what-
O.
That's what ancient sites can do
Right.
if you open yourself up to them. If you're willing to set
Mhm.
aside prejudices and just
Sorry,
let the
sorry to
sites speak.
spoil that for you.
It can communicate with you in very eloquent ways.
When I was
Just
younger, I hear you, brother.
be present. Let the site speak. Don't be told what
Oh, you gotta unlock
have your
Aztec,
own
man.
thoughts. React directly to
You
the
gotta.
Archaeology, and you've pointed this out here today, has made a concerted effort
Nice.
to demonize your work in a way that, as if it has
It's like a drug.
devalued certain cultures or ideas or different things. But like we're talking about with Baalbek, one of the things that I've taken from traveling around the world to these sites
Yeah.
and seeing this interconnectedness between all these places around the world, as I've done that within me, it's created this greater sense of belonging
Yeah.
to the world,
Yeah.
to people, to seeing people differently, and that we're all ultimately, especially when we're traveling, you realize is that the average person, we're all the same.
It's very true. It's one of the great benefits of travel. Again, if you open yourself up to the cultures that you're in. I've been fortunate to spend quite a number of my years of my life living in other cultures.
Oh, what? Like what?
Of course,
Bro.
many years, just constantly traveling, researching the books, and it's this. What strikes me most clearly is the unity of humanity. The things that divide us are so tiny and so insignificant beside the things that unite us. And what unites us? The love of a mother for her child. The love of a husband for
Yeah, check out like runs by
his
Raza.
love, care, and kindness.
I think
That's
Raza
what
plays
unites. You
emulator. I
find
think he's
that
got a bunch of world records in
Yeah.
1964. It's
It's
called
not just that we're all-
1964.
Apart from these minor physical differences,
1964.
we're all physically the same. But human beings are also all
Emulator.
emotionally the same. We
I
can't
don't
say that one.
I think
that one
Raza
human
has
being is in
world
any way
records in
better
emulator.
than
That's the
another.
one.
We're
Nice,
all-
bro.
We're all the same all over the world, and that that is the next evolution of the human spirit, is to step away from this old and now useless model of
Yeah, I'm
tribalism,
blessed. I'm lucky
which is
Raza
in its
follows.
present form called nationalism. To step away from that. and
He's chatted from time to time in here.
To realize that our loyalty should be to the
Blessedly, amazingly.
And when I say that, I've said this before, and when I say it, a lot of people get the mistaken idea that I'm talking about some kind of world government. No, absolutely not. I am completely opposed to government of any kind. I'm not sure we need governments at all, apart from handling minor administrative tasks. We do not need to be led. We should have reached a level where we can be our own leaders. There is an organizational and administrative role for government, but the role of leadership in government is very unhelpful and very unfortunate, and it is combined with the role of leadership in various religions as well, is leading to this tribal war that is taking place all over the world today. Conflicts between nations, each nation feeling that it has somehow a right to do this to other.
I think there's probably a Discord you could find for emulation too.
Kill any human being, and you're killing your
It's
own
probably
system and your own
pasted
pride.
on the speedrun.com
Think about that
website.
carefully. Every time we
Probably
go
where we
into
find the
warfare,
most
do we want
like
to
active
do that?
discussion.
Every human life has the same value. Every human being is capable of the same emotions and the same love and the same care. Every human being wants to live a full life and a meaningful life.
Yes.
That's true whether you're in the
But
middle
like
of
there's
the
some
Amazon
overlap
rainforest
too, right? Like
or
Dusky,
whether you're
even
in the
Raza
Gyges
now is
coast.
overlap with
That's been my
N64
experience, and you said what you just
and
said
Dusky.
made me remember that one of the other things
And
I've
Eric, the
taken from
director.
traveling around the world and meeting people is that it's not the people, the average person that I meet when I'm traveling, families, people on the street, whatever.
Yeah.
They don't care about these things.
No.
They want what you just mentioned. They want a good job, safety for their family, to put food on the table, to have a home.
Yes.
And the people that are worried about these conflicts are the people that are in power.
Yeah.
So
That's
it
right.
doesn't matter whether I'm in China, communist China,
No.
in Cuba,
Yeah.
or any of the other countries that I've been to around the world.
Yeah.
The people that's
No,
everywhere
like come on,
are
man.
the most amazing people.
Absolutely. My experience too.
And the people who have issues with each other are the people that are in power.
Yeah. Who are fundamentally misleading us in all kinds of directions, often for very narrow, selfish personal motives. It's a mess that human culture has got itself into in the 21st century. Make no mistake, this is a turning point in the human story.
Do you feel like we're moving closer to understanding some of these things, or further away?
I think this is definitely an inflection point, and it's an inflection point where,
Feels
like all inflection points, where things could get much better or much worse. And that depends on the choices we make and the choices that we allow our governments to make in our name. That's the crucial issue. Are human beings, is human society going to wake up enough where we as individuals take more personal control over our destiny and stop
Like, bro.
handing that over to experts and rulers and leaders?
What have you seen in your time on this planet in terms of aggression in that regard? Do you feel like...
You know, the internet is a kind of mixed blessing. There's some great things about the internet. It's led to the emergence of communities.
His
of
runs.
people,
N64, I just had to find it. Yeah,
communities
nice
defined
dude.
by nation or ethnicity
I
or
can't.
culture. People with shared
Good
ideas.
stuff,
It's led
man.
to the exchange of ideas on a much broader scale than it could have been before. It's led to access to information, which can be incredibly helpful. When I go back to the 1970s, you know, when I was...
I also speedrun on Switch and Xbox One.
And then, you know, computers...
GoldenEye.
Then when you come much faster, as a writer, the transition from a typewriter to a computer was a revelation to me. Because with the typewriter, it's got a piece of paper and there's a carbon paper behind that. There's another piece of paper you're typing down on to make sure you've got a copy. You make mistakes. It's very difficult to correct them. There was this stuff called Tipex that you used to paint out one thing and then you type over the correct. Very cumbersome. Whereas on a computer, everything's fluid. You can change everything all the time. It's so easy. Secondly, back in that era, say 70s, 80s, how did you get access to research documents? Well, you had to go to libraries. That was the only way physically. You had to be present there. Whereas now, with the internet, you can have instant access to a vast range of information from all over the world. Sometimes it's behind paywalls, sometimes it's not.
But it's there.
But it's there, and you can get access to it. You can check any fact in a matter of seconds. sometimes you'll get different interpretations of that fact, but again, it's up to you to make the final decision. So in this sense, the internet has brought us incredible gifts. We can share information with each other. We can dive into subject matter that previously was extremely inaccessible to us. It's opened up the possibility for the amateur to really contribute something important to the understanding of our past. It was always the case that amateurs could contribute to the understanding of our past, that professionals were never, much as they like to think otherwise, were never the only people bringing this to the party. But with the internet being available, with access to information being so fluid, the possibility for every individual to draw on that information and make some unique contribution is there if they want to do it. So that's all good. That sharing of information, that sense of communities of ideas, access to research that previously was not being accessible, all great. What's negative is that it seems to be multiplying these tribalistic instincts in humanity, and we form ourselves into groups of hatred, hating others. There's so much hatred going on in the internet today, and that must be reflecting something deeper in human culture, and at the same time multiplying that as well. And these are, I think it is a multiplier, and these are the rapids that we're going to have to negotiate as a species if we're going to get through the next 50 years without some horrific nuclear war, which is perfectly possible. As far as we know, I talk a lot about lost civilization, but I don't think they had nuclear bombs. As far as we know, we are the first civilization on this planet that had the power to actually wipe ourselves out. Never mind about a comet impact or a solar outburst or earthquakes or volcanoes. We can do it ourselves.
What up, brother?
Humanity has reached that level.
Oh, insane.
We have the power almost.
Thanks for sharing it, dude.
But we have the minds of
You have a strong left hand, man.
uneducated.
I don't know if that's a mirrored video.
That's the
Collectively, yeah, right?
collectively. There's this sort of teenage fury that goes around. There's this sort of rampaging that happens. Our mental state has not caught up with our intellectual abilities yet, our spiritual state. So we have these incredible powers, but we haven't learned how to manage them in a decent and useful way.
Right.
And that's a very dangerous time.
Nice, man.
It's a very dangerous time indeed. Remember, behind that button,
That's a lot of good core strength,
behind
too.
every one of those buttons in every country that has nuclear weapons is a human being, a fragile human being, full of his or her own failures,
Full
and
body,
difficulties and complexes
shoulder,
and
arm,
psychological
legs, core.
How easy would it be?
So all the roids injecting to my left.
I hope it never happens. I hope that there is a growing of consciousness, there is an awakening of consciousness in the world today, and that's what I place my hope on. But there are so many dark forces at work as well that it's impossible to say where it's going to go. And so much mind control is being exercised in our societies today. Archaeology is just one example of that, seeking mind control of the general public over their understanding of the past. But it's true right across
What's up, Toad?
all
Welcome in.
sectors of society.
Or,
Whether
yeah,
it's to do
Toad.
with health, whether it's to do with local administration, whether it's to do with the kind of society we want to be. Vested interests are investing huge amounts of intelligence and money and effort
Fuck
into
you, man.
controlling
Not you, Toad. I mean the game.
controlling the narrative, and making people think that a particular point of view is the only right point of view.
How important do you think? It seems like another consequence of something like the internet, everything that you just mentioned, is this devolving of relationships and their importance in our lives. And I'm talking about close interpersonal relationships.
Get the heavy bag of both hands down. Nice, buddy. That's awesome, dude.
It seems to be
It's really inspiring.
less. I know in America may be a bit different than some cultures.
Dude, I haven't punched a bag in so long.
Yes.
I can feel I can just even imagining it. I can feel my core. Dude, I need to get into that.
Community, family. Yeah, very
I don't
much
know,
so.
man. I've never.
It's certainly not only America.
I'm
It's
not
all
really a
over the
big
internet.
gym guy.
It's been happening for a long time.
I
One of
really
the
like
interesting
just.
things is that
I like having my home gym.
the number of children that we have. Countries now.
Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll just
are going
finally bite the
into
not bite the
negative
bullet, but just
fertility.
buy a heavy bag. Maybe I'll
Japan
just do it.
the population's not growing. It's
100
declining.
pounder.
Britain too. It's the same.
I
Same
I can probably just hang it
Now,
off my
in economically challenged countries,
my pull-up station. No,
children are an asset. It actually makes sense to have a lot of kids
off my bar, my
because
pull-up
they're going to
bar.
help you in your old age. Your family, the larger your family is, the more mutual support it's going to be able to give.
Right.
But there's a certain tipping
It's not a lot of lateral
societies
space
become
though.
industrialized and economically wealthy when having children shifts from being an asset to being a liability.
Got to punch pretty
because they're very
straight
expensive.
on if you're gonna hang it
The
on
school
there, I
bills,
guess.
The medical bills, the whole process of rearing a child is very, very costly.
You can't really
People make a
hook.
decision.
You could,
Decide not to
but
have more children because they're going to have to spend so much money on educating and sending those kids through school. And so instead of having 5 or 6 kids, they might have 1 or 2. And so we have devolved from a broad community into the nuclear family, which is very much focused in upon itself. That's just the way things are. I'm not sure what the answer to that is, but I do think that the answer to almost everything, and this is a huge
I would need an
cliche,
apparatus.
it's nevertheless true. The answer to almost everything is love. We have to learn. We have to learn to love and respect other humans,
Right.
and that has to be first.
I bet.
And not just particular selected humans. We have to realize we're all in this together. The whole human race, all 8 billion of us, or whatever. We're all in it together.
Yeah,
Let's
I'm
stop killing each other.
not a big stand-up
It's
one.
easy to love the near.
Ones that are easy to love, right?
If I were to buy one, I'd get like maybe an apparatus or something to hang. I might just hang it on my pull-up bar. Why not?
These are all issues that
You don't think it would work? Putting in on the
Of course.
power tower?
This is something again which I think
Not enough room? Not
needs
enough
a
lateral
revision
space?
of the ways we look at the past. We today have been persuaded to see ourselves as as what it's all about. That we're the pinnacle of the human story. All those thousands of years of civilizations that have come before us,
No.
all about us. And therefore they're all in some way
And the garage is
inferior.
too dusty.
I think we need to move to a place where we realize that they're not, the past civilizations were not inferior to us. In many ways, they were vastly
Like chemically dusty, salty, dusty, like road salt,
but their understanding of the spirit
vaporized.
of the human condition, of the mysteries of life and death, were very, very deep. And ancient Egypt is perhaps the best example.
Especially with me
We need to
doing
come to a place
footwork
where we can sit at the feet
in the
of
garage,
ancients
and I don't have any
and learn
space.
from them, rather than just regard them as a subject of study. What do they have to teach us? And there's no
You
doubt.
really don't like the power tower idea, eh?
I don't think there's a civilization in the world that has paid more attention to the mystery of life.
They'll definitely hold, because I'm like 200 pounds, and it fucking, why wouldn't it hold 100?
Obsessed with death. No, they weren't. They were obsessed with life and how to live life right, to have a good death that would lead on to an afterlife. Now, nobody knows whether there's such a thing as an afterlife or not. This is most scientists will say complete rubbish. There's no such thing as an afterlife. We're just these physical creatures. When we die, we're gone. But cultures that did put their best minds to work for thousands of years on that problem, like
Swing your
ancient
arm, I hear you,
Egypt,
brother, yeah.
did come to the conclusion that death is not the end, that there's something beyond that. Now,
Yeah,
I
I
can
hear
hear
you.
the scientists already scoffing and sneering at that idea, but what do they really know? Are they going to be in for some immense surprise when their moment of passing comes? Or are they just going to blink out like a switched off light as they imagine? I don't think so. I think we can learn a lot about these fundamental mysteries of the human condition from studying what past civilizations learned and knew and explored and understood.
They certainly put quite a bit of effort and energy into understanding all of that.
Absolutely.
I hear you.
Thousands of years.
No,
in some cultures.
You can't like kick it or whatever, or elbow it or anything, knee it.
Dismiss outright.
You can knee it.
You know, huge parts.
The way,
I know
the way
what
it
you're
is
saying
in the
now.
world, life is for the day. It's now. It's now. And nothing else is.
In
nothing
my
else is looking at it
garage.
in the broader context. Even the
Honestly,
notion of a
maybe.
meaningful life
I might be able to. Might hang it from something in my garage, but
how much we possess.
it takes a lot of effort.
One of the unfortunate things.
It definitely would be a mission to do,
because
because I'd have to take the car out.
Define themselves in terms of their possessions, in terms of their material wealth, and often those who are
Hit the bars on the side. Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Are spiritually
thanks, man.
And unfortunately, the power that they have because of their wealth, combined with that spiritual impoverishment, can lead to huge problems and deaths.
Yeah. Which connects directly to what you were talking about before, that what we need is love.
Yeah.
Makes it very hard to love if you're spiritually empty
very
or
difficult.
bankrupt.
Yeah, that's right.
I've found over the years one of the things, two things have changed my life dramatically.
Mm-hmm.
One was responsibility.
Yep.
Taking responsibility for literally everything.
Yep.
So even the bad things that come my way, taking responsibility because I can enact change to make sure that doesn't happen. Recognize the power.
Who snaps the punches?
Second, responsibility.
What do you mean, dude?
What
do you mean by that?
My life
at the end, you go faster.
What enabled me to start flourishing?
Feet, and the last thing that moves.
Was gratitude.
Mm-hmm.
Start from from your feet, and the last thing that moves is your fist. Interesting.
And
nice, dude.
Really
you get more power that way. Like using your hips and your legs.
Might be grateful for in your life, because I know
and your torso.
I feel like I'm earlier on in my journey.
Send your hand faster, you get more power.
How old are you?
Nice, dude.
Okay. See,
cool,
I've got
dude.
nearly 30 years on you.
Yes.
Yeah, I noticed they were strong punches.
You mentioned that really resonated.
Yeah.
Specifically, one of the things
that makes sense. It's a good idea.
That you would be willing, if you could just pay for the travel, be willing to go.
Oh yeah.
That's a state of gratitude.
Yeah, it is. I feel grateful for every second that the universe has given me in this life. I feel very, very, very grateful. I feel that gratitude all the time. Yeah, I do go through lows where I'm being constantly attacked and misrepresented, and insults are being thrown my way.
Nice, brother.
And I can sometimes get very chewed up about that. But the bottom line is, I am grateful. I am grateful to my readers for enabling me to carry on with this.
Not really moving much.
I'm
nice.
grateful to the universe and to my parents for giving me life and allowing me to
really good
have
point,
this
man.
adventure in a human body of living on planet Earth with all its challenges and all its difficulties and all its turmoils. Life without challenge is also kind of pointless. We have to. We have to face challenges. A challenge-free life is not a full life. We have to deal with challenges.
Good point, man.
But fundamentally, my goal and this is where ayahuasca has definitely played an important role. It's a gradual work in progress. I would like to be a more nurturing, kinder, more helpful person. And when I come to the end of my days, I would like to look back on my interactions with other people and feel, I made some mistakes, but by and large, on balance, I did good. I'd like to be able to end my life feeling that. And again, it's a choice. It's a choice. There's a choice for everyone as to how we live our lives. Do we come to the end feeling I did good? Or do we come to the end filled with regrets for the mistakes and terrible things we've done? I would like to end my life feeling I've done good. And not just in terms of my work, but in terms of my relationships with fellow humans. That I was helpful and positive rather than negative.
Alright, be right back. I'm going to be right back.
That's my goal. I'm not there yet.
Sick, man. Sick form, sick videos, sick everything.
And Sampa.
Yeah.
And two of the kindest, most wonderful people I've ever met.
Thank you.
I don't want to dwell on your time coming to an end, but if you only had one place left to visit, not for work or anything else, what one ancient site would you put at the top that you need to see again or see that you haven't seen?
You know, early in our marriage, Santa and I spent a couple of weeks on the island of Skye, off the west coast of Scotland. And then we went from there over to the Outer Hebrides, to Harris and Lewis, and to the incredible megalithic site of Callanish. You know, we've not been back there ever since, but I would love to go back there. I'd love to go back there with Sam and relive that amazing time. And talking about age and being 74 years old, I can say, hand on heart, I have no fear of death. None. I do fear pain. I do fear the humiliation that old age can bring, the loss of one's faculties. But I don't fear death. In a weird kind of way, I find it really interesting. I think, maybe I'll be proved wrong. I'll find out when the time comes. But it could be the beginning of the next great adventure. Not something to feel horror about, but something to regard as an invitation to explore further.
Right. I wasn't expecting Scotland.
No, but there it is. You know, I was born in Scotland. I was born in Edinburgh. It's an important part of my heritage, and there are many incredible ancient megalithic sites in Scotland, which I've never written about really, or never focused on at all. One of the reasons that I've not focused on anywhere in Europe in my search for a lost civilization is because I'm talking about a lost civilization of the Ice Age. It's just a plain fact that Europe was basically an uninhabitable wilderness during the Ice Age, and no lost civilization worth its salt would have set itself up in Europe at that time. You've got to be looking in the tropics, you've got to be looking near the equator for the signs of a lost civilization. So that's where I focused, but I have such fond memories of that trip and that journey that I'd love to relive it.
I've been to the Isle of Skye, but I'll have to check that one out. That's where is it again?
It's called Callanish, and it's on the island of Lewis. Harris and Lewis are actually conjoined island. Okay. And Callanish is this amazing stone circle. It's very old. It's certainly 5,500 years old. That stands right out there in the middle of the wilderness.
Okay. I'll put it on my radar. It's on my list. Yeah.
It's a very beautiful place.
You know, I wanted to ask you, Göbekli Tepe.
Yeah.
I first heard of Göbekli Tepe. And I wanted to kind of bring us back up into the kind of current times. You've seen, so Jimmy Corsetti, Bright Insight, has been covering everything that's been going in.
I like Jimmy. He's doing great work.
Yeah,
he's doing important work.
Good friend. With what they're doing right now, talking about covering the site up, not doing any more work, no more excavation, and things like that. What's your take on that? Go back to techniques and the stuff that's kind of the controversy that's going on right now.
When a site is excavated, excavation does involve destruction. If you're going to excavate a site, the part that you've excavated, you will itemize it, you will collect all the objects, and very probably put them in a museum, but the site itself is fundamentally destroyed. So you can understand the view of archaeologists that they shouldn't excavate all of the site, and actually they don't. Typically, on any major archaeological site, it's very unusual to find more than 5% of it excavated. But at the same time, when you have a site like Göbekli Tepe, which is literally rewritten prehistory, it's changed massively our perspectives on the past. It seems to me to be slightly odd to stop the excavation. I think it's one of those places that we need to know much more about, and very careful excavation techniques, properly funded, could preserve the site, I think, without that level of destruction. So the feeling that somehow I've known since I met Klaus Schmidt, who was the original excavator of Göbekli Tepe. He passed away in 2014, but I met him at the site in 2013. I've known since then, because he told me himself, that the vast majority of the site has not been excavated. They've used ground-penetrating radar, and they've demonstrated dozens more of these circular enclosures, and as many as 200 of the huge megalithic pillars are still underground. So we do not have the whole story of Göbekli Tepe. The bit of the story that we've got is intriguing in itself. An 11,600-year-old megalithic site, you know, more than 5,000 years older than any other megalithic site previously recognized by archaeology. It's a bit careless. not to take that investigation further. And if the view at Göbekli Tepe of the archaeologists there is that they've basically done their job and that they have no more to do and they're going to plant trees over the whole place and keep it as a kind of open-air museum, the bit that they have excavated, I don't think that's good enough. I think we have to go much further than that. If we want to know about our past, Göbekli Tepe is one of the places that we're going to find the answers. On the positive side of that point, it's worth pointing out that Göbekli Tepe is by no means alone, and that since the discovery of Göbekli Tepe, there has been a considerable archaeological effort to explore other sites in the area. Karahan Tepe is one of the best known. I first went there in 2014 before it was even excavated. But Turkish archaeologists are calling this a civilization. They're calling it the Tas Tepeler civilization, the Stone Hills civilization. And it's clear that the iconography of that civilization, these T-shaped pillars, there's certain imagery that they use, and certain styles of construction are not just limited to Göbekli Tepe and its immediate neighborhood. They run all the way down into Syria, they run all the way down the Jordan Valley as far as Jericho. And they run into Cyprus as well. This was a huge civilization that sprung up right during the Younger Dryas. It began about 12,500 years ago, and it just sprung up from then. So there's much more work being done in that whole general area. And maybe archaeologists will say, well, we're excavating other sites now, so we'll leave Göbekli Tepe alone for a while. But the problem will never be put to rest until Göbekli Tepe is properly excavated, until we know what else is under the ground there. And I'm confident that ways can be found to do that without destroying everything. We have so much more technology now that enables us to understand what is under the ground and to target research and excavations on those. I would definitely like to see more excavation done at Göbekli Tepe, and I'd like to see a much less controlling attitude by the team of the German Archaeological Institute who are now controlling Göbekli Tepe. I think they need to be a bit more open-minded, as they were in the days of Klaus Schmidt. Klaus Schmidt was very generous to me. He spent 3 days with me showing me around Göbekli Tepe, and that was within a year of his death. I met him in 2013, he died in 2014. He knew exactly who I was. He knew that people called me a pseudo-archaeologist, but he was a generous spirit, and he took time out of his busy schedule to spend time with me and to teach me about Göbekli Tepe. I wish his successors in the German Archaeological Institute were as open and as kind-hearted and as willing to speak to outsiders as Carl Schmitt was.
Yeah, that level of, if there was just the willingness to communicate about the ideas, yeah, who knows what else that whole area of Göbekli Tepe has to reveal.
I think there are going to be huge revelations coming out of the area. I like the fact that Turkish archaeologists are recognizing it as a civilization in its own right, which mysteriously appears right after the end of the Ice Age. Whoop, there it is, and you can see about 1,000, 1,500 years of evolution into that. Something, if you go back to the beginning of the Younger Dryas, about 12,800 years ago, this cataclysm that took place in the world. It's why we call the Netflix series Ancient Apocalypse. One of the sites, the argument of the Comet Research Group, I'll express this briefly, it's called the Younger Dryas Impact Hypothesis. This is not pseudoscience. This is not amateurs. This is a group of highly qualified mainstream academics who are of the view that the Earth passed through the debris stream of a disintegrating comet 12,800 years ago, and that there were multiple, perhaps thousands, of airbursts all around the world. Not many objects large enough to create craters, except some that appear to have hit the North American ice cap, causing sudden melting. But more of the kind of object that blows up in the sky. The Tunguska event, for example. This was an object that it hit on the 30th of June 1908. It probably fell out of the Tauride meteor stream, because that's the peak of the Beta Taurids. And the Tauride meteor stream is indicated as the remnant of this disintegrating comet. The Earth still passes through it twice a year. Now, what is intriguing is that a site within 150 miles of Göbekli Tepe, Abu Huraira in Syria, was the victim of one of those airbursts. It's evident from the published research that an object probably 100 or 150 meters in diameter, not big enough to burst all the way through Earth's atmosphere, blew up in the sky over Abu Huraira and absolutely incinerated it. And the place was abandoned for a number of years, and then it was reoccupied. You have in this area a memory of that cataclysm taking place, and I think Göbekli Tepe is drawing our attention to that. That's why I feel that the carvings on Pillar 43 in Enclosure D at Göbekli Tepe, which again archaeologists just laugh at this, but Paul Burley, Martin Sweatman, myself, and others have drawn attention to the fact that it looks like an astronomical diagram. It looks like the sun sitting at the center of the dark rift of the Milky Way. And that gives it a date because of the precession of the equinoxes, and that date is around 12,800 years ago in our calendar. It looks like they're using a universal language of astronomy to spell out a date, to draw our attention to that date. And remember, that date is 1,200 years earlier than the date of Göbekli Tepe itself. So Göbekli Tepe is memorializing something that happened before, and everything, all these intriguing developments happened in that 1,200 years, between 12,800 years ago and 11,600 years ago. And then we enter the Neolithic, and things start to become better known, but that is a very mysterious period.
It's interesting that the archaeological community can be so dismissive of some of these ideas, especially when you're seeing a level of advanced thought in physical form directly in front of you.
Absolutely.
Through megalithic structures.
And they're not just big megaliths. They're also oriented.
Right.
I and colleagues who work in this field think that the orientation was to the star Sirius, and to its gradual precessional shift along the horizon.
One thing that I've picked up all my life, and I haven't been to Göbekli Tepe.
You got to go.
I know it's one of the big ones that's on my list. In the few that I haven't made it to yet. But
they've tamed it though. This is what.
So that's what I wanted to say.
Sandra and I were lucky enough to get there before they tamed it, but it's tamed now.
Yeah.
And I have mixed feelings about that taming, because on the one hand it's definitely protecting the site, putting a roof over it. It's not a fully enclosed roof. It's a bit open at the sides. It's reasonably tastefully done.
Yeah.
But you do feel that we're beginning to look at a kind of Disneyland.
So that's what I was going to bring up. Is as I've spent these years going to all these sites around the world, the ones, as they get more popular, they all get this roof.
Yeah, they do.
The same roof.
They do. Yeah. And they become tourist sites.
They become tourist sites with ticket booths.
Yeah, that's exactly.
And monetized.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens. And it's happened to Göbekli Tepe, and it'll happen to others. Let's somehow preserve the mystery and the majesty of these places. Let's not tame them completely. We like the past to be a little bit wild.
And I'll say, without forcing you to get onto the topic, but it feels like that is perhaps a lot of these sites, and maybe even specifically Göbekli Tepe, is the reason for sometimes archaeological work shutting down. Is because they are becoming cash cows for tourism.
Oh, definitely.
So you go from Turkey Göbekli Tepe getting 8,000 visitors a year, and a handful of years ago to 500,000 a year. Decisions start being made at certain levels.
Sure.
So, well, just to bring us back up to the present, your Netflix series, by the time this has come out, has released. People who watch that on Ancient Apocalypse on Netflix.
Yep.
I loved the first season.
Yeah.
And I've enjoyed having kind of like a backseat view to some of the behind-the-scenes stuff that you've been into over the last year and a half, maybe.
I hope people who haven't seen season 1 will watch that as well as the new season 2, or if they have seen it, maybe watch it again.
Right.
And if anybody wants to help me out, please give a thumbs up.
Please.
Because we hope to do a season 3. but it's not guaranteed.
Well, something that probably helps with that is you got one of the most loved people on the planet to join your show.
It was very kind of Keanu Reeves to join me on that show.
Yeah.
Keanu and I have been in touch for 2 or more years, and initially he reached out to me because he has an interest in historical mysteries, and he has produced this comic book series called Berserker, about an immortal individual born 80,000 years ago who has these incredible skills and lives through different times, and it's a fascinating thing. And Keanu wanted some advice from me on a historical setting for this and where such an individual might have been born. And we exchanged correspondence quite a bit, and then we had a number of Zoom conversations, and he is just such a lovely, good-hearted, decent.
It's not all an act.
No. I mean, both.
He seems so genuine.
Both Santa and I had this feeling when we met Keanu that this is a very spiritually evolved person. It's like meeting a Buddhist monk who's worked out all his issues. Keanu is like that. He's a truly generous spirit. He is loyal to his friends. He always keeps his word, and he has a kind heart. This is a remarkable human being, and he knew when he joined me on the show that he would be exposing himself to the same kind of attacks I get from archaeologists. As a matter of fact, I can already see since the trailer's been released that he is being attacked for having joined me on that show. So I'm very grateful to him for having done so, for having stood with me and stood by me in that show, and perhaps we'll people who might not have watched the show will give it a chance now that Keanu is part of it as well.
Yeah.
I just want to put that on record. I'm really grateful to Keanu for that participation, and it's been a privilege and a pleasure to get to know him as a person. He's a very rare, very special individual.
Yeah. I think that's pretty cool. What since by the time this airs, since it's already out, where did he travel with you to?
Oh no, we had a day spent together where we had a series of very long, in-depth conversations. Yeah.
Very cool.
And they come throughout the series. He's in 3 of the 6 episodes.
Do you? I know this. Keep going back to kind of seeing how hard you worked over the last year for this. Mm-hmm. The last time we got together, you looked exhausted, and when you shared your schedule with me, I couldn't believe it. You have some rest in your future?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. It's there's two big things ahead. One of them is, will there be a season 3 of Ancient Apocalypse or not? That depends entirely on the audience reaction to season 2. So I can't know yet. I hope there will be a season 3. But also it's time I got back to writing books. And I do have a new book in the pipeline, which in theory I should complete in 2 years' time.
You want to tease about that, or is it?
No.
Is it
I'm gonna keep that to myself for a moment.
Okay.
But it's something that I've thoroughly worked out over the last 6 months, and I've seen that there is another story to tell concerning the whole lost civilization issue and what happened after it, and that is what this book is going to be.
Well, by the time this video posts, your new Netflix season will have been out for several days.
Yeah.
So I'll have binge watched it by then.
Great.
And I hope that we're able to talk. I'm hugely appreciative of you taking the time to sit down with me and share a lot of your story. It's always a pleasure.
It's been great to talk.
Yeah.
Really enjoyed it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Maybe they can get my attention back? If you maybe had some skateboarding in this. What is going on, guys? Welcome to another episode of Ninja Review. Today we are reviewing Down Straight Up Monster Volume 2 on the Thrasher Magazine YouTube channel. A link to this video will be in the description below. But before we start that, look at all the uploads we're uploading this week. If you're not subscribed, you should be. Now, I'm only watching this video because I thought it was an Ishad part, but I guess it's not. So we're gonna watch the first 3 minutes and the last 3 minutes, and you guys can watch the middle on your own time because a link, again, will be in the description below. Ishad, here we go. Little impossible up. Doesn't adjust his feet. Is he gonna push twice? Only twice? Let's go. Back tail, kick flip out, landing clean. Some of the best style in the game, in my opinion. We got the front side flip, switch back side flip, push twice. Only two. No three pushes for this man. Kick flip back Smith. Not fake steez, right? He's just hanging on. Nollie back heel. Filmer doesn't know where he's going. The slow-mo push. We get the B-roll. That's fine. Are we gonna have too much B-roll? Is that the whole thing? Correct me if I'm wrong. That was only 2 clips. And the whole reason I wanted to watch this was kind of for one skater. So you know what? We'll watch for a little bit. Maybe they can get my attention back if you maybe had some skateboarding in this. My God. Frontside flip over, a tiny little gap right there. This is Monster, huh? Billion-dollar company, backside flip over the handicap rail. Time to hug. And that was it. Okay, so no video parts in this video. Down the stairs, nicely done. Who is that guy again? That clip was awesome. More B-roll, so what? Everyone in this video only has 1 clip. Or maybe, you know what? Maybe they tell you all the names at the beginning, so you can put like a face to the name, and then they mix it up later. But right now, all they're doing is mixing in.
Let me start by saying, right up front, and with no rancor, that I know I performed poorly earlier this year in my debate with archaeologist Flint Dibble on the Joe Rogan Experience. That's JRE 2136 of April 16th, 2024. Flint is a better debater than me. He was better prepared than me. His ability to deliver what he had prepared far outmatched my own, and he was faster on his feet than I was. So kudos to Flint for his performance, on which I congratulate him. Indeed, I did congratulate him in an email I sent him a few hours after the debate, where I wrote, "It was good to talk to you today. You speak well for your cause. I was impressed." Throughout our confrontation, I took Flint at face value as an archaeologist passionately opposed to my views on prehistory, who'd come to the table to discuss his differences with me. I took it for granted that his knowledge of archaeology would be superior to my own, and would be presented with complete transparency. So when Flint made seemingly authoritative statements concerning supposedly solid archaeological data that I had no prior knowledge of, I believed him. I was convinced. Besides, in the fast-moving format of the Joe Rogan Experience, there was no real-time opportunity for me to fact-check what he was telling me. Where I have done so subsequently, however, what I've found has shaken the confidence that I initially had in Flint. For example, the subject of sunken shipwrecks and what they tell us about the past. Flint's case was that my supposed lost seafaring civilization of the Ice Age must surely have left behind some evidence of its existence in the form of shipwrecks, since, as he put it,
at this point, we have something like 3 million shipwrecks from around the world. And so one of my questions for Graham is, if this is a global civilization with ships, why is it that we don't have shipwrecks from this global civilization? I see this as a big, big problem. If we're looking for a civilization that's traversing the oceans, we should find these shipwrecks. And similarly, these shipwrecks are located near the coast. They're located on the submerged continental shelves. We are actually exploring these submerged continental shelves in detail.
My goodness. Not only are there 3 million shipwrecks from around the world, but also we know where they are. We've pinpointed their exact locations on the submerged continental shelves. With that much knowledge at our disposal, the fact that not a single shipwreck from a lost seafaring civilization of the Ice Age is amongst them, not even one out of 3 million does indeed raise questions about the very existence of such a civilization. I didn't know that archaeologists had factual data on 3 million submerged shipwrecks, and I felt backed into a corner by my own ignorance. When I got round to fact-checking Flint's presentation some months later, however, I found that his handling of the whole matter had left several unanswered questions which I'd woefully failed to task him with during the debate itself. For example, since it's no secret that many of the JRE's multi-million audience are listeners rather than viewers, and that on-screen captions are easily overlooked even by viewers, including myself in this case, why did he only offer an on-screen caption to disclose that his impressive figure of 3 million shipwrecks is not a fact confirmed by observation, but a UNESCO estimate? Why did he not disclose that the number of shipwrecks actually located around the world today is less than 250,000, of which the vast majority are less than 1,000 years old? And why did he reiterate confidently later in the interview that
We have 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped.
sitting in Joe's studio, face to face with Dibble, I took his word as an archaeologist that 3 million shipwrecks had been mapped, and I didn't offer a counter-argument. Looking back on the whole exchange with the benefit of hindsight, knowing now that the actual number of located shipwrecks is less than 1/10 of Flint's figure, I wonder why that debating point mattered so much to him that he was prepared to use such tactics to win it. Surely better to be open about the real figures and then have a real debate over what conclusions about Ice Age seafaring we might reasonably draw from them. A point of information here. The last Ice Age, also known as the last glacial period, dates from approximately 115,000 years ago to around 11,600 years ago. It is at some point during this lengthy period, closer to its end than to its beginning, that I've always proposed that my lost civilization flourished. Meanwhile, the most ancient shipwreck so far identified by archaeologists, found at a depth of 30 meters offshore the Greek island of Dokos, is only around 4,600 years old, some 7,000 years after the end of the Ice Age. Not a single plank from the ship itself remains, as everything biodegradable was long ago consumed by the sea. What has survived, however, is the ship's non-biodegradable cargo, in the form of hundreds of clay amphorae and other ceramic vessels now scattered on the seabed. The next oldest shipwreck, dated to 3,300 years ago, more than 8,000 years after the end of the Ice Age, lies at the bottom of the Mediterranean Sea, 90 kilometers off the coast of Israel. Here, too, the structure of the ship itself hasn't survived, but its cargo of amphorae has. The most ancient intact shipwreck is 2,400 years old and lies at the bottom of the Black Sea at the remarkable depth of nearly 2 kilometers. Because there's almost no oxygen in the Black Sea at such depths, and therefore little biodegradation, the ship's timbers remain well preserved. Meanwhile, the oldest boat of any kind so far discovered is a dugout canoe, dated to around 10,000 years ago, 1,600 years after the end of the Ice Age. The canoe was extracted from a peat bog in the Netherlands in 1955 during the construction of a road, and is now on display in the Drents Museum in Assen. So far, so good for Flint's case, until you take into account another fact of great significance that he failed to disclose during the debate. Despite the absence of submerged shipwrecks from the period, all archaeologists fully accept that seafaring did occur during the Ice Age, and on a surprising scale. I'll confine myself here to 2 examples out of many: the peopling of Australia and the peopling of Cyprus. In the case of Australia, it's important to keep in mind that sea level was about 120 meters lower
at the peak of the last ice age than it is today. In consequence, large parts of the Indonesian and Malay archipelagos that are now separate islands formed a continuous ice age landmass. Geologists refer to it as Sunda, directly connected to mainland Asia. At the same time, New Guinea and Australia were connected, forming the paleocontinent geologists refer to as Sahul. It would therefore have been relatively straightforward for migrants from Asia to travel by land, plus a little island hopping, as far as Timor. Thereafter, even at the last glacial maximum, it wouldn't have been possible to migrate onwards to Sahul, Australia, without undertaking an open ocean voyage of more than 90 kilometers. Writing in Nature's scientific reports, Michael Bird and co-authors have this to say: the first peopling of Sahul by anatomically modern humans required multiple maritime crossings, with at least one approaching 100 kilometers. We conclude that anatomically modern humans had the capacity to plan and make open sea voyages lasting several days by at least 50,000 years ago. The conclusion is completely justified, since even the most skeptical archaeologists now accept the overwhelming evidence that Australia has been continuously inhabited by anatomically modern humans for more than 50,000 years. From this, two unavoidable conclusions follow. First, the earliest migrants must already have mastered the arts of shipbuilding and open ocean navigation before they made the journey. Secondly, they must have been able to construct watercraft big enough and sturdy enough to carry sufficient numbers of migrants of reproductive age to avoid the risk of extinction. Unsurprisingly, though Flint failed to disclose this during our debate, the fact that no submerged shipwrecks have yet been found that testify to that migration isn't offered by any archaeologist as evidence that no migration occurred. There are parallels in the case of Cyprus. Even at the peak of the last ice age, when sea levels were at their lowest, Cyprus, surrounded as it is by great deeps, always remained an island. Until about 30 years ago, archaeologists adamantly rejected all evidence that suggested it might have been colonized at any point during the Ice Age, because their preferred hypothesis, or shall we call it a preconception, was that seafaring in the Mediterranean didn't begin until well into the Neolithic, around 9,000 years ago. Today, to the credit of archaeology, there has been a paradigm shift, and the evidence that forced it isn't the discovery of submerged Ice Age shipwrecks, but irrefutable proof that the colonization of Cyprus did in fact occur during the Ice Age, at least as early as 12,000 years ago, and perhaps more than 14,000 years ago. In a paper published in the Journal of Maritime Archaeology in 2020, Bernard Knapp, Professor of Mediterranean Archaeology at the University of Glasgow and Honorary Research Fellow at the Cyprus American Archaeological Research Institute, confirms there can be no question that prehistoric seafarers sailed between the Levantine and/or Anatolian coasts and Cyprus some 12,000 years ago, possibly several times per year, in order to transport large ruminants like weaned calves or small wild boar on boats much more sophisticated than we might imagine. Those who undertook these maritime ventures had the ability to design and construct seacraft and to navigate, most likely on a seasonal basis, across the open sea from some adjacent mainland, be it some 50 to 60 kilometers from the nearest point in Anatolia, or about 95 kilometers from the nearest point in the Levant. Subsequently, in a paper published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences in 2024, Corey Bradshaw and co-authors used the, quote, latest archaeological data, hind-casted climate projections, and age-structured demographic models, unquote, to demonstrate evidence for early arrival 14,257 to 13,182 calendar years ago to Cyprus, large groups of people, 1,000 to 1,375, arrived in 2 to 3 main events occurring within 100 years to ensure low extinction risk. These results indicate that the post-glacial settlement of Cyprus involved only a few large-scale organized events requiring advanced watercraft technology. It's no easy matter to settle a previously uninhabited island and make a long-term success of the venture. Thus, the paper's co-authors conclude, quote, "The large founding population we estimated is best viewed as an insurance policy against the likelihood of extinction. Our analysis on the frequency of arrivals also supports the idea of large and by inference planned migrations to the island. In other words, many small sporadic forays of unconnected people over long periods of time were unlikely to support a permanent population." It should go without saying that a project involving organized migrations aboard vessels capable of carrying large numbers of settlers across more than 50 kilometers of open water is the sort of undertaking that we would normally associate with a civilization of some sort. In the case of Cyprus, as in the case of Australia, regardless of the absence of submerged shipwrecks, there is now no doubt that such migrations did occur during the last ice age and could only have been accomplished on board seagoing vessels. To accept that some humans had ships during the Ice Age without any evidence of submerged shipwrecks from the period, yet to use the same absence of submerged shipwrecks to cast doubt on the hypothesis of a lost civilization of the Ice Age, exhibits, to say the least, a double standard. But even more slippery, in my opinion, was Flint's failure to inform the audience of the archaeological consensus that humans were indeed seafarers deep in the Ice Age. Had he done so, his whole argument around the shipwreck issue, which I was initially floored by, would have been null and void. My bad, I guess, for not having the facts at my fingertips in the debate when I needed them. The issue of metallurgy more than 12,000 years ago has never been one that I've pursued in my quest for a lost civilization of the Ice Age. So I'm grateful to my friend Mano Safzada for his Facebook post a few days after the debate, in which he drew attention to an apparent problem with Flint's presentation. At 18 minutes 6 seconds of the YouTube screening of the debate, Flint makes the following claims.
Graham has acknowledged that there's a good chance there's no metallurgy, for example, with this civilization. He said maybe a decision was made not to use metals. And I'd say we could definitively prove there was no large-scale metallurgy in the Ice Age. If you look at ice cores in the Arctic, right, we can track metallurgy of the Roman period, of medieval periods, based on lead emissions that end up in these ice cores. And there are no emissions from metallurgy in the Ice Age. So we can be sure that there's no global metallurgical civilization that's doing a lot of mining and smelting. Certainly they're not burning fossil fuels like they might be in the 18th or 19th century. So we know that could not have been around that early because it would show up in the atmosphere.
To vouch for the supposed truth of these claims, Flint relies on the slide he displayed as he made them. The graph featured in Flint's slide is taken from this 2018 paper in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, PNAS. Unfortunately for the audience, however, this 2018 PNAS paper doesn't deal with the Ice Age at all, but only with metal levels in the Greenland ice cores for the period from 1100 BC to 800 AD. The graph and text Flint shows on screen for a few seconds leave no opportunity for readers to grasp that there's no mention of Ice Age levels in the paper. It seems to add a final seal of approval to his statement.
And there are no emissions from metallurgy in the Ice Age.
By contrast, contradicting Flint's claims, this 1996 paper in Earth and Planetary Sciences Letters demonstrates high metal levels in the Greenland ice cores during the Ice Age. Likewise, this 1988 paper shows that the extraordinary spikes in metal levels during the Ice Age have been found not only in the Greenland ice cores, but also in ice cores from Antarctica. In summary, muddying the waters of Flint's claims, the 1996 paper demonstrates high atmospheric metal levels in the Greenland ice cores during the Ice Age, and the 1988 paper demonstrates high atmospheric metal levels in Antarctic ice cores during the Ice Age. The authors of both papers speculate, I repeat, speculate, about possible natural sources, wind, dust, volcanoes, etc. But they never consider or even give a moment's thought to the alternative possibility that human metallurgy might have been the cause of these extraordinary spikes in metal levels, presumably because archaeologists advised them that there was no metallurgy in the Ice Age, and therefore no point in looking for it. What the authors offer by way of explaining the anomalous spikes is therefore a perfectly respectable hypothesis, but not any kind of proof of Flint's claim that, quote, there are no emissions from metallurgy in the Ice Age, end quote. I'm therefore puzzled that to support his case, Flint cited only the 2018 paper, which doesn't deal with Ice Age atmospheric metal levels in the ice cores at all, while ignoring potentially contradictory evidence in the other two papers. Surely the right thing would have been to cite the 1996 and 1988 papers, which do show high Ice Age atmospheric metal levels. With that done and the need for disclosure satisfied, Flint could full-throatedly have sought to explain those high levels as the results of wind, dust, volcanism, etc., and not the results of metallurgy. But shouldn't the audience have been given all the relevant facts in order to make informed decisions about what they were being told? Are there special tests that can distinguish between atmospheric metals arising from Earth's natural processes and atmospheric metals that are definitively anthropogenic, in other words, man-made? YouTuber Dan Richards reached out to leading glaciologist Dr. Peter Neff with this exact question. Here's their exchange on X, which Richards made public on 24th April 2024 in this video on his debunking channel.
To make certain my assumption about this was correct, that the scientists involved don't test for lead very often in older ice cores, I asked Dr. Peter Neff, aka ICP, and he helped me out, as you can see.
Richards, his X handle is SuperSexyD, summarizes, quote, lead isn't usually looked for unless they're looking for human activity. It's not something an ice core from 20,000 years before the present is likely to be tested for during an analysis. If I'm wrong, please correct me. Neff confirms, think we got it. Happy to be a resource. The logical conclusion from Neff's advice, given while serving as a neutral resource, is that Ice Age ice cores aren't specifically tested for traces of metallurgy, and that therefore to affirm with certainty, as Flint did during the debate, that there are no emissions from metallurgy in the Ice Age is to overstate current scientific knowledge on the subject. However, this wasn't the end of the matter. As Richards tells us in the video, Dibble sought out his X exchange with Neff and interjected with this bizarre warning. I describe Dibble's warning as bizarre because the issue at stake here isn't what he ignorantly describes in that X exchange as an absence of lead from Ice Age ice cores. On the contrary, as he should have known if he felt qualified to pronounce on the matter at all, the 1996 and 1988 papers cited earlier show that lead is abundantly present in Ice Age ice cores from both Greenland and Antarctica. The heart of the matter, sidelined by Dibble, is that these ice cores have never been specifically tested for traces of metallurgy. and that it is therefore irresponsible to state with certainty, as Dibble did during our debate, that
there are no emissions from metallurgy in the Ice Age.
A more disturbing aspect of Dibble's intervention, however, is its intention, which, with the use of loaded language like pseudoscientist, has every appearance of a bid to devalue Richards in the eyes of Neff and other scientists. Certainly that's how Richards himself views the whole exchange, which he describes as Dibble posting
scorched earth crap where he wants to make sure that no scientist will give me any information whatsoever. I guess, science educators nowadays are afraid of people that might use science in a way that undermines their bullshit.
Whether or not metallurgy was being done somewhere on Earth during the Ice Age isn't a fight I have a dog in. I've focused on Dibble's handling of the issue here for the light it sheds on his debating strategy as a self-styled science educator. Something that I'd allowed to get under my skin much more.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Good to see you, sir.
What's happening? Good to see you too, Joe.
I watched episode 1 and I'm into episode 2 of your new season. Looks fantastic, looks awesome, fantastic information. But before we do anything, I think we should probably address what we know now about the debate that you had with Flint Dibble.
Yeah.
So that was the last time we were here. I appreciate that he came on, and I thought it was going to be an interesting discussion, but it turned out he played fast and loose with the truth, and distorted quite a bit of information that were some key points that you had discussed, one of them being the amount of shipwrecks that were discovered. He greatly inflated the amount of shipwrecks that have been discovered. And then you released a video today that went over a lot of this stuff. And one of the things that went over is the oldest shipwreck that we are currently available. It's about 4,000 years old?
About 6,000.
6,000?
The Dokos shipwreck.
But there's nothing left of the ship.
No.
And this is what's important. That, what he was trying to say was that it would be preserved by the cold water. That turns out to not be the truth at all. And that these ships that are 6,000 years old, there's nothing left of the actual boat itself. The only thing that's left is pottery and coins and things of the like.
And especially when you consider the possibility of ships having gone through a cataclysm.
Right.
It's not likely, but there's a more central point than that, which really needed to be brought up by the archaeologist in this, which is that archaeology universally accepts that human beings were seafarers as much as 50,000 years ago. And I put the evidence on this into the video. It's not even in dispute. Like the island of Cyprus, the nearest Turkish coast is about 60 kilometers from there. It's always been surrounded by huge deeps. It's always been an island, even at the peak of the sea level, lowest sea level during the Ice Age. Cyprus was always an island. And yet, there's evidence now that it was settled 14,000 years ago. Certainly 14,000 to 12,500 years ago. It was settled, in other words, during the Ice Age. And these were large planned migrations. When you're going to migrate to an island, you can't just go 2 or 3 people by accident because you become extinct. You have to bring in quite a large population, and they reckon that populations of 1,000 or so were being brought across that water, across the ocean, across the Mediterranean Sea to Cyprus near the end of the last Ice Age. But not a single ship has survived to testify to that. Same with Australia. 50,000 years ago, human beings got there, and even at the lowest sea level, they would have had to cross about 90 kilometers of open water in large numbers. And again, no ships have been found to testify to that, yet archaeologists accept that they got there by ship. So to say that we haven't found any ships from the Ice Age is not really evidence about anything.
And if we're finding the oldest ships that we currently are aware of, which is, as you said, about 6,000 years ago, if you tack on another 6,000 years of decay on top of that, what are the odds you're going to find anything?
I think the odds are very, very low.
Now, if we had that evidence and that information when we were confronting Flint, that would have been a very different conversation.
Totally.
But the arrogance in which he distributed that fake information was it's disturbing. It sucks when people just want to win, and they don't want to get to the truth.
It does.
And the truth is it's very fascinating. Another thing that was very fascinating that he discussed, I didn't watch your whole video, but it was about seeds. I asked the question, there's a very distinct, noticeable difference between domestic seeds and seeds that are wild. And the difference is the seeds that are wild, they break off easier because it makes sense that it would help them prosper. It would help them be able to spread the seed if it broke off the plant easier. And so they can recognize that. And then when they start using large-scale agriculture, the seeds become more robust and stick to the plant, because it makes sense that it would, if you're going to harvest all of the plants and then take the seeds
what
off
up,
of it,
Toadski again?
the plant to
Sorry, bro. That was like a
prosper,
45-minute break. I
want
appreciate
the
that. That was like an
seeds to
hour
be
break.
robust.
I
So there's
appreciate
these
that.
changes. And I said,
I had to eat
ever
lunch.
noticed a domesticated seed going back and having the characteristics of a wild seed? He said no.
Yeah.
But that's not true.
That's
either.
not true either.
No.
It's not. It's not true. And the whole notion of the origins of agriculture, I think archaeologists got a great deal more work to do on that. Often, I'm misrepresented as saying that survivors of my supposed lost civilization would have brought crops with them. I think that's most unlikely in a cataclysmic situation. What they brought with them was the knowledge that crops can be domesticated, and it's precisely during the Younger Dryas that we see that shift from undomesticated to domesticated crops in the archaeological record. And what I'm suggesting is that these were people who had already conquered that problem. They'd already solved that problem. They knew it could be done. And they brought that knowledge with them and shared that knowledge with the people that they took refuge amongst. Because I don't think we're looking at a mass migration. I think we're looking at a few survivors who are taking refuge after a global cataclysm.
You know, it's just very unfortunate when you have a debate and one person is an expert and they're not truthful. And it just.
I think it's very bad. I think it's very bad for archaeology.
It is, because it reinforces all the things that you've been saying.
It does. I mean, to be honest, I felt beaten up after that debate. But looking back in retrospect on the whole thing, I think it actually makes the point that we have a very arrogant, very controlling discipline in archaeology, which has established a narrative about the past and which will fight tooth and nail to maintain that narrative, including using dirty tricks. And I think instead of smearing people who talk about the possibility of a lost civilization, or people who even talk about aliens, I think instead of smearing them, archaeology should understand why people are asking those questions. And people are asking those questions because they're not satisfied with what archaeology is offering. It's not providing a nurturing, satisfying resolution to many of the problems that come from the past. And that's what drives me, is curiosity about anomalies in the past. I'm often misrepresented as saying that somehow I've proved that a lost civilization existed, and I don't claim to have proved that. What I do say is, join me on this journey. There are mysteries in the past. Let's see if they're explained by archaeology or if they're not explained. And I found quite a number that are not explained by archaeology, and that's particularly to do with astronomical alignments, with traditions that are shared all around the world. It's to do with things that archaeologists by and large don't study.
This episode of the Joe Rogan Experience is brought to you by Call of Duty. You know, when a new Call of Duty drops, everyone's trying to find a way to squeeze in those extra hours of gameplay. I get it. Life is busy, but sometimes you just...
Hey, Joe, it's the replacer. Yeah, no, you. Hey, I'm gonna take it from here so you can enjoy some Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Great. Now listen up, folks. Life can be chaotic, but you shouldn't have to miss out on the latest Call of Duty just because you've got, I don't know, responsibilities. That's where I come in. I will handle the boring stuff like work, chores, even podcast ads, so you can dive right into the fight. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is out October 25th. So dive in, because I've got your back. Remember, I replace, you play. It's that simple.
Man, The Replacer always gets it done. Seriously though, if you're hooked on Call of Duty, this is your time to jump in. Head over to callofduty.com/Black Ops 6 to get in the game. Call of Duty, Black Ops 6, pre-order now. Well, it's also one of the things that's fascinating is just even with conventional archaeology, the dates keep getting pushed further and further back.
Further and further back.
And this is one of the things, the White Sands, New Mexico stuff that you have
Yes.
in episode 1.
That's right. Which is, by the way, White Sands. Have you been there?
No, I haven't.
What an incredible, ethereal, otherworldly place. And Alamogordo is sitting right in the middle of that. This is where they did the nuclear tests
Yeah.
and
Yikes.
the trinitite,
Yeah.
which was created there. And there's gypsum
Pretty accurate,
sands.
man.
It's just
Pretty
the most
good
amazing
descriptions
place.
by
Yes,
AI.
Yes, they found human footprints dated back more than 23,000 years.
What do they think that environment was like 22,000 years ago?
Well, it would still have been like that. It would have
Really?
been gypsum dunes then in that place. Otherwise,
Gypsum dunes.
they wouldn't have left the footprints. I'm not exactly sure why the gypsum was there, but there
Is
it
that the same stuff they use for like gypsum board for construction?
I reckon so. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a very fine, very white sand, and it just goes on forever. And the
I
dunes
hear
are
ya.
sculpted and massive.
Yeah, it depends what
It was an
your
amazing time.
goal
So
is.
it looked incredible. So they found footprints there, and these are absolutely human footprints, and there's not just a few of them, there's thousands of them.
There's thousands of them, and what's amazing when you actually see the footprints is you can see the interactions between the human beings and animals. You
Thanks
can
for
see
being here,
that-
brother.
You can see that somebody is
Appreciate it, man.
reacting to a giant sloth, which is suddenly turned around, and the person who's behind it suddenly turns around as well.
Wow.
There's mammoth footprints overlaying human footprints, and then human footprints overlaying those,
Wow.
and it goes down for meters under the ground. So you have a very deep stratification of
Interesting.
these impressions that have been left behind by our ancestors, and by animals that are now completely extinct. Mammoths and mastodons went extinct during the Younger Dryas, but there are their footprints from 23,000 years ago, side by side with the footprints of human beings. It's very intimate to see a footprint, to see those 5 toes, to see the heel mark, to see sometimes a child walking beside a mother. That's there in the record as well. It's quite something special, and it opens the door. Archaeology has been very reluctant to accept a much older peopling of the Americas than previously was held. It was held for a long time, that it was about 13,000 years ago. They've abandoned that now. They did cling on tooth and nail for decades, but that's been abandoned. It's accepted that human beings came here long before 13,000 years ago. White Sands is one of the places which provides
man.
just absolute, definite, irrefutable evidence of that they were here 23,000 years ago.
I don't know what clubs you go to.
We don't know yet how long before that they were here.
Club scene in
This
Montreal
is-
sounds
this
rough.
is part of the problem. I often remember a site called the Cerruti Mastodon site in San Diego. I went to see the exhibits are in the San Diego Natural History Museum. I talked with the expert there, Dr. Tom Desmarais, and they are convinced that they are looking at human traces there. It was a butchering of a mastodon, but the way the bones were
Yeah,
broken
man.
and marrow was extracted, they don't see any other way that this could have been done except by human beings. And the thing is, it's 130,000 years old, not 23,000 years old, not 13,000 years old, but 130,000 years old. And you know, this ape.
I don't know.
opens
I'm
the
losing
human
interest
beings
in
the
this
Americas before they were
grind,
Europe.
in this
And that
endeavor.
becomes,
That's crazy.
That's a door that opens all kinds
But I have
of
nothing else
possibilities
going on
which
in
have
my
been
life.
neglected. I think that the prejudice that the Americas were only settled very late in the human story led archaeology to not have their eye on the possibility of what happens if
I have no
were
hope
to-
of getting a job.
Right.
and they tend not to look to that.
Well, what I was going to ask is, as
I have
they're
no hope
digging
in getting a
deeper and
job,
deeper
like,
and
I'm-
finding these
Bro, I'm
footprints
considering
in
going back
Mexico,
to China, my
is there a
dude.
possibility that they could dig deeper
Considering
still
it.
and find things that are even older?
Considering going
How
back.
do they know where to go?
It was found by accident. The first footprints were found completely by accident, and they were found by indigenous local people who alerted the National Park Service to them. And we have a number of indigenous spokespeople who speak to the White Sands mystery and how it feels for them, the emotional feeling of seeing the footprints of their ancestors. from
I have no hope in
23,000
getting any
years ago.
job.
The thing is that the dunes are constantly
At all.
shifting. And sometimes the footprints will be covered up, and then wind will reveal them. And they're fragile. They can be easily destroyed and wiped off. And in a way,
crazy.
it's a miracle that they've survived. But to see the stride of a mammoth, you see how far apart those huge footpads are, and to realize this thing was alive. This thing existed on this planet. Human beings interacted with it. It's a very compelling evidence for an earlier settlement of the Americas.
There is some evidence that human beings came across the Bering Land Bridge.
Oh yeah.
So that probably means there was people already here and people
I applied to
came
so many
here
jobs,
from
brother.
Asia.
Almost certainly. And the way the evidence is looking,
I've applied to so
most
many.
likely that South America was settled first, before North America was settled. And that raises all kinds of questions. And we've gone into this in Season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, primarily to do with the DNA evidence of a direct connection between the peoples of New Guinea and Australia and the peoples of certain tribes in South America, and that's very ancient, very old DNA evidence in South America, but also to do with archaeological sites like Monteverde. I did bring up the issue of Tom Dillahay the last time we were on when Flint was here, and Tom Dillahay, who found Monteverde, who excavated Monteverde in South America, and realized that it was plus 14,000 years old, and therefore a lot older than what was then accepted as the model for the first peoples in North America.
What do I say? What? That I don't think I'll get a job? Or that I want to go back to China?
By his colleagues in archaeology. It took them a decade.
They're probably related.
To accepting that actually he was right. And there are many other sites in South America going back 30,000+ years. They're all controversial because they conflict with an existing model. But I think instead of
China in the winter would be really
clinging on
shitty
to
though.
existing models, I think it's one of the problems with archaeology. Is this territoriality, this kind of control of the past. I think instead of doing that, it would be nicer if archaeology was a little bit more welcoming.
Maybe I'll go back
more
next
open
summer.
To new and
Can you
different
imagine?
ideas.
Unfortunately, that's just the thing when people are supposed experts in a subject and someone comes along that's also been studying it, but from an untraditional perspective.
Yeah.
People reject that.
I've come to the point, and I'm going to say some strong words. I've come to the point where I believe that some archaeologists, not all of them, this problem is with a small number of archaeologists, but they're extremely vocal. I think what we're looking at is a kind of abuse of power. Archaeologists have a power. They are the official spokespeople for the past, and they use that power to slap down any point of view that doesn't agree with theirs. So I think that there's an abuse of power there, and at the same time, there's not a realization that that's happening, because the mindset that drives it is the feeling that members of the general public are unable to decide things for themselves. This is the arrogance of archaeology.
Come on, bro.
They feel that they have to tell people what to think about the past, and they underestimate.
Thanks, Toad. I really appreciate you
and the ability of the public
hanging out my
to
streams
make
and
choices between different possibilities.
watch my grind on this level.
Archaeologists seem to think that only one
I do, my
possibility
dude.
of the past must be considered by the
appreciate
general
that, man.
public, and that's their possibility. And it reminds me a lot
Saw
of
you
the
beefed
heresy
up
hunters back in
in
the
your video.
16th
You
century,
beefed up a
the
bit.
people who disagreed with their point
Looks
of
like you
view
gained a lot of
got
muscle,
burned at the
man.
stake. Well, you don't get burned at the stake today, but you can get lynched by a mob of archaeologists.
Well, it's also the
online.
same thing that we saw during COVID.
Yeah.
With medical experts that
Yes.
disagree with the narrative. It's the same thing.
It is absolutely.
Wow, insane. I was gonna say you look like the Toad
Professors,
that did
doctors,
the. You're in the
physicians, and you cast them
in your
into
first video you
this
sent to
kook
me.
label because they
The
disagree
upside
with the
down
narrative that the medical
finger
establishment is
push-ups, I
pushing,
think you
and then
sent me.
they turn out to be correct,
Yeah.
which most of them did.
Mm-hmm.
You see the same patterns. It's just power. It's just power in people that have their identity wrapped up in them being the
Nice,
ones
man.
that have access to the actual information.
Yeah.
They don't want it to be distributed by some guy on Netflix.
That's right. It's
Even though you've been probably
Not
studying
massive,
it more
dude.
than them.
well.
You're still using the 50 pounders?
That's the other thing I noticed.
Still using the
There's a
50
sneering
pounders for your Arnold presses?
attitude towards me. They talk about
Pretty big.
My wife started taking tourist photos of the places that we've been to. Well, we've never been anywhere as tourists. We haven't had a holiday
Oh, wow,
for many
insane.
years. But the working trips that we do are very intense.
Your wife's an amazing photographer. Like, who cares if she takes tourist photos? The photos are incredible. They're of real sites that
Yeah.
are very pertinent and very interesting.
That's right.
The whole criticizing amazing photographs is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Like, why would you criticize amazing photographs of ruins that are perplexing?
Yeah, I know.
How
I know.
could you?
But it's
like, how could you find even an area where you want people to agree with you?
It's part of this
minutes.
desperate search to say we archaeologists know everything, and we must discredit in any way we can anybody who has anything
45 minutes.
It's an unfortunate human
Holy
characteristic. It happens in
shit.
everything. You see it in martial arts. You see it in
Come
science.
on,
You
man.
see it in everything.
This
Come on,
reliance on experts.
I would
get
spend
it.
like a good
I would
20
like
seconds,
the pilot
bro.
of my plane to be an expert pilot. I don't want him to be an amateur.
Yeah.
But
5 second
I don't
breaks
think
between
that
sets,
archaeologists
yeah.
and
Wow.
aircraft pilots can be compared.
That's so tiring, man.
Archaeology
That's
is a
crazy.
much more interpretive discipline. An aircraft pilot is not really interpreting.
And you're
situations.
that big,
He
dude. You
knows
must be
what
all
to do in
muscle,
certain
man.
situations.
You must be
Archaeologists are
all
interpreting the past,
muscle.
and yet they seem to get very upset by other.
Because you must
interpretations of the
burn
past
so much
that
fat
often
doing that.
don't agree with theirs. And this is the problem with expertise in our society. Yes, expertise is very important. It's incredibly
In
useful.
terms of fat.
But we should not place all our faith and trust in experts.
Wow.
Right.
We need to liberate
That's an
our
insane
own
ratio.
consciousness and freely think about things and make our own decisions about things and resist absolutely being told what to think.
Well, the problem is these experts are human beings.
Yeah.
And human beings have very distinct behavior traits
Yeah.
that they exhibit, especially when they're in a position of
Interesting.
power and prestige.
Yeah.
And they like to hold that, and they like to. It feels good for them to be
Yeah.
the person that looks down upon the people that don't know better,
Yeah.
and tell them what to do and tell them what to think. And when you're doing that with something like art, look, if you're doing that with something like mathematics, and someone's a mathematical expert, math
Dude,
is a
if
very
I ever do make it
specific
to
and
Montreal,
precise
we can now do it
science.
in the winter. We can
Very
go to your
specific.
gym, man.
Archaeology is
We do a
like,
heavy bag
who
sesh. That'd be
fucking knows
sick.
what's out there,
Exactly.
because you haven't searched everything.
That's a good
it's
idea.
not possible to. And as we develop
And
more
it prolongs
these
my
fascinating technologies like LiDAR,
arrival
where you
date.
have the ability ground penetrating radar, all these different things where you can look into the soil
Holiday
itself.
password.
and
Thanks, dude.
find
Thanks,
things
man.
that are
I don't mean
visible
to
on
impose.
surface,
I've
see
been.
them through trees, see them through
I feel like when I
that
say
we're
when I
gonna find
bring up
more in-
ideas,
obviously in Brazil they have
like in
that,
Toronto, I didn't want to
have-
impose.
Well, that was part of our adventure
asking
with
so much.
season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse. Was working with
Cool, dude.
with a really professional team.
Or
in
I'd pay for the
Brazil,
day, obviously, right?
Led by
Whatever.
an archaeologist, Marty Parsonen from the University of Helsinki.
It's gonna
and a
cost like
geographer from
fucking
Brazil,
like a
Jose
ton of money in gas,
I'll
anyways.
say you,
Costs like
years
$80
ago,
in gas
was
to
the
and
first
from
person
Montreal.
who noticed that there are these huge geometric
premium
structures
gas.
emerging out of the Amazon jungle, and he noticed it on a flight on a commercial aircraft in an area that happened to have been cleared by local farmers for planting crops. That there was this massive geometrical earthwork there, and that. He actually coined the term geoglyphs for these because he compared them in some ways with the Nazca lines, which again are really only visible from the air. You get suddenly this massive scope and extent of these things, and it's same with the geoglyphs in the Amazon. And here's the thing: the ones we know about up till now we largely know about them because of these tragic clearances of the Amazon rainforest,
Interesting,
which
bro.
is a maybe short-term economic gain, but is long-term really not a very good idea. But now with LiDAR, it's possible to find these things without damaging any rainforest at all. And we had a LiDAR expert with us, and you can fly LiDAR off a drone.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's a pretty hefty drone, but
Yeah.
they can fly anywhere. And we found, I say we, it was actually the LiDAR expert who found. He found you can see the edge of the rainforest where the clearances stop and the rainforest hasn't yet been interfered with. And then he flies over there, and within a matter of hours, he's found multiple more of these structures, several.
That are deep in the rainforest.
Covered completely. And LiDAR
Wow,
allows
insane.
him to see through the canopy.
In Toronto?
To see what's underneath it without damaging it. And there are these huge earthworks. And this raises the question, how much more is there in the Amazon to
That's
find?
terrible.
Especially which even
The guy
even the
was in his late
archaeologists who are
30s and he
most reluctant are
died?
now willing to
Shit.
accept that the Amazon had a huge population.
How did he die?
Before the Spanish conquest.
It's just so wild.
Suddenly?
It's such a shift.
Millions.
Can you imagine?
Cities.
Yeah.
A whole different way of life, a whole different kind of civilization from
He
the
must
one that we
have.
have today. One that lived in a man-made garden, which is what the Amazon really and truly is, and lived in harmony with them.
That's an interesting.
Probably
thing, too.
died
We've
suddenly.
Talked about that before, but for people who've never heard those other podcasts, they've determined that
Damn.
the Amazon rainforest is
Sad.
at least partially man-made.
Definitely.
Bless that
They've
guy.
determined that because of the preponderance of trees that serve human needs.
Shout out
they
that
call
guy.
them hyperdominant, and things like Brazil nut trees, which are providing food for human beings, are in massive dominance in relation to trees that aren't useful to human beings. And it's clear that this is the result of a long-term human project to make this jungle serve human needs.
What was the other one? The ice cream bean? What was that?
Ice cream bean, and I'm forgetting all of the details, but there's a bunch of
Food plants.
of food plants which are hyperdominant in the Amazon rainforest, and these food plants show that human beings have been nurturing, have been massaging this natural wonder and turning it into something that really serves human needs.
And then there's the other thing that you've discussed.
Can live like that.
The terra preta.
What do you mean?
This man-made, incredibly rich, nutrient-dense soil that they can grow incredible agriculture off of, that we really to this day don't know
since
how they
July.
It's a mystery. Again, it was a great privilege to have the opportunity to stand in.
Sorry, I
the
just
pit
understood that
has
July,
been
that's
excavated,
crazy.
Get down 15 feet into that.
That's fucking crazy, bro.
Can they recreate it once they get it?
It appears that not modern, but
So you had no
but
job?
indigenous communities in the Amazon are still doing
You didn't pay
this.
rent?
They're still doing it, mixing all kind of refuse and waste together and enriching the soil with it. So it's not stopped. Terra preta is still being made, but most of it is very old, and the oldest that they found so far is about 8,000 years old.
Is that who found
So
them?
it's just large-scale regenerative agriculture
landlord for
using
rent?
some old, lost method.
Yeah, that's right. And making, see, a rainforest, even when you choose trees that are going to serve
I guess they
human needs,
probably couldn't
it's
have
not
legally
enough.
entered
You
his
do need to
apartment
be able to plant in
right?
the rainforest, and that is what Terra preta has allowed
after
people
only
to
like
do.
3
Rainforest
months or
soils are
whatever.
not particularly
After a long time.
by nature.
It might be
So it's
something
these
like
spots of fertility all over
if the
the
person
Amazon.
hasn't
We went
responded
into that
within like
history
3
quite a
months, you
bit
can enter
in
their
one of the
premises or
episodes.
some bullshit.
It's so interesting,
haven't paid their
especially
rent.
when you consider the stories like the Lost
Maybe
City
not.
of Z,
I don't know.
you know, which they turned into an interesting film.
Yeah.
But the book details these records.
Oh,
of these
Angel,
incredible
Big Angel,
cities
what's up, brother? How are
that
you,
these
man?
people had visited a long time ago, and then when they tried to go back, there was nothing there.
Yeah.
Because everybody had died off.
Big
because of
Angel,
European
long time,
disease,
man. How you doing?
possibly.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Hope you're
And-
good.
But those cities were just
No more
consumed
ads on my
by the
channel.
jungle.
Yeah.
And much like Detroit, if you
I
go to
removed the
Detroit
majority
now,
of ads
you
on my
can
channel,
see
dude.
like there's a bunch of neighborhoods in Detroit that are essentially abandoned, and
Pretty much
trees are
all of them.
growing right through the houses.
Mhm.
And the houses
How
are,
are you, man?
that's just a few decades ago.
Yeah.
And the houses are almost gone in some ways.
Thanks,
And
bro.
If you went back 200
Thanks,
years ago,
homie.
there'd probably be nothing
I think
left.
it's just a tighter t-shirt.
And this is probably exactly what happened in the
I'm
Amazon,
serious.
except the trees
I think it's just a smaller
consume the
t-shirt.
landscape because it's such an incredible dense rainforest that
That's-
things grow so quickly there.
That's what happened. I mean, before the Lost City of Z, we have this
Thanks,
very
brother.
interesting report. And I have mentioned it
Yeah,
before
buddy.
in previous episode. The expedition of Gaspar de Carvajal and his chronicler Francisco de Orellana, which was an accidental
Faster, better.
expedition. They were just going hunting in a longboat, but the Amazon took them and wouldn't let them go back. And they traveled 4,000 miles across South America and ended up in they started on the Pacific
I
side
probably have
and
put
ended
on
up
weight.
in the Atlantic Ocean.
It's coming here,
And that's
coming
in the
back.
15
Definitely stronger.
50s, 1560s.
I'm
and
way
they
stronger.
report seeing enormous,
Since coming back from
thriving,
China.
prosperous cities, highly civilized with advanced arts and crafts. And they were not believed because 100 years later, when other Spaniards made that voyage and went into the Amazon, they couldn't find the cities. And the reason they couldn't find them is precisely the reason that you give, which is that the jungle had eaten those cities because the human population had been wiped out by disease brought by the Spaniards. The Spaniards didn't have to have direct contact with those indigenous peoples in the middle of the Amazon. The diseases just jumped from population to population and just killed everybody.
It's so wild that happens. It's so crazy when most people probably aren't even aware. And everyone knows
That's
there
pretty
was
good,
a
man.
genocide of Native Americans in this country, but most people don't know that 90% of them were wiped out by disease.
Absolutely.
Which is just unbelievable to think about.
Yeah.
Millions of people just wiped out over the course of a few decades or 100 years
Yeah.
by diseases.
Yeah, it's an early example of a biological weapon.
Yeah. Right?
And to some extent, it was used deliberately as a biological weapon. like those smallpox-infected blankets.
Is that true? The smallpox infected
Well,
blankets?
there's
I've
a
heard that was like a rumor.
It may well be a rumor, but from what I've looked at from the Spanish conquest of Mexico,
That's such a crazy story,
there was a
Toad.
realization that we can kill these people
Wow.
with smallpox, and it was spread. And we have some immunity to it that they don't have.
Right, because we had it forever in Europe.
Yeah.
It's just so terrible when you read Cabeza de Vaca's story about visiting the Maya civilization, and you realize like that was you guys fucking killed everybody.
Yeah, the diseases did. I mean, the battles did kill some people.
Sure.
But not on the order of the diseases. Mexico City fell to the Spaniards primarily because of disease, and secondarily because the Aztecs weren't popular with their neighbors.
Yeah,
So
Toad, you're totally
really
right about
wasn't
my
just
cameras
Cortez
today.
and
My cameras have been terrible
It
today.
was Cortez and 400
It's
Spaniards,
terrible.
plus smallpox, plus the Tlaxcalans, who the Aztecs had used as a sort of farm for human sacrifices for 100 years.
I think I'm just
And
losing
the Tlaxcalans looked at Cortez
interest.
and they said, we can use this guy. And so they joined him. He had tens of thousands of Tlaxcalan warriors. Otherwise, he would not have.
I'm losing intensity.
So, what archaeology would like is to be in control of expressing
Like intense
that
focus.
narrative
Like it's
in
just
its
like I
fullest
can't
form. And I don't
intensely
think
focus
they
every
can.
run anymore. I
I
can't
don't
do it.
think they can.
No.
Nobody can explain the Olmecs. Explain that. Explain those features, and those faces.
It's a very curious thing, and again, the moment we start talking about people's facial features, then they jump in with your big.
Yeah,
racist,
buddy, yo,
you know,
Zelda's
white
sick,
supremacist
dude.
or whatever.
I'm
Although
understanding it now.
it's-
I'm finally
it's
going
white
to.
supremacism.
Not at all. How would that be
Those
racist
towers?
Racist if these were the most
So, dude,
advanced
I think there's like
seafaring people
900
alive 6,000 years ago.
Again,
of those
the racism
dudes that
just
say,
being
"Ooh, you
used to
found
shut
me."
people.
Those
This is something that we, particularly in the
green
climate
guys.
world
There's
that we're-
900. I
Flint
have
does that a lot.
41.
Yeah.
He does a.
You
I saw
believe
him
it?
do that to
9
Gene
fucking
Corsetti
hundred.
online, over
Like
uses
Sculptulas.
of parentheses or brackets. Did you see that?
Insane, eh?
Yeah.
That somehow or another that's.
I'm
a
gonna
code for
I'm gonna start doing the
Jews? Like,
towers.
I thought what he was doing was.
I'm gonna actually start
avoiding,
focusing now, learning the
there's
map.
certain algorithms
Because-
that pick up on particular words that you use. Like you ever see that people.
I want to do
they
stuff. I
don't,
want to get
like,
into
if they want
Gerudo
their
City.
post to be more viral. They don't write the word.
I want
shooter.
to
They write SH and then they
learn
put
how to
like
deal
two
with the heat.
asterisks and then TERS.
I've
So
noticed people
maybe
doing that.
learn how to
yes,
make
so
some
what people are
heat
trying to do
prevention
by
elixirs.
blanking out swear words
I'm
and
now
cutting out
winning
different
some
words
feats
is
of
that
strength.
You can bypass algorithms.
Yeah.
I
that
have 3
selectively
orbs.
remove
Another one will probably get me
or
another.
limit the distribution of
Yeah.
I
those
think
kind of posts
maybe
with those
another
keywords
heart
in it.
or energy.
So that apparently was all he was
running.
trying to do, was adding brackets to something to enhance the algorithm.
To enhance
Starting to heat up,
It's just
man.
like accusing someone of racism. It should be very clear what they're saying. There should be. It
Got
shouldn't
the
be
Hylian
you
shield
decided
now.
through some
Just made it
sneaky
like
code
steel. It looks like, or
to-
iron or
To
whatever.
decide that this person's racist. Oh, this code means this. This is commonly used code.
Yo,
What I understand that.
thank you, Canadian agent. Yo, the Canadian agent. What is up? 30 bits? Yo, time to heat up. Heck yeah.
I think it's very
What's up, Canadian agent? How are you?
in
Staff,
serious
only
and
say
interesting
this,
discussions about
we have worked hard.
that this issue of
We've
race
left it all, as
immediately
the
gets
athletes would
dumped
say,
into
we've
it.
left it all in the
Because
field. We don't
those
have
who are
to,
dumping race into the issue know that that's a way to shut down.
we don't have to
conversation.
come
Nobody
and
wants to be
say, we'll
accused.
never say in
It's also the
a month when we're sitting in Florida, we're not going to be looking at each other and saying, if we only worked a little bit harder, you can't work harder. I will always fight for you.
Sorry.
I will be watching, I will be listening, and I will tell you that the future of this country has never been better.
Yo, what's Canadian agent? What's up? Already with the link? We're talking with Zelda, and you already get the
dumbest
link
suggestion,
badge.
because
That's
the
sick.
Most
What's up?
sophisticated
Welcome.
ancient civilization that's baffling people to this day is in Africa.
Yeah.
So shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. It doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
Those were the most advanced human beings ever. And what we are in disagreement.
Welcome,
is
I'm now
people are
an
confused and
ad-free
debate as to
channel.
How long ago they were there. according to their hieroglyphs, they were there 30,000 plus years ago.
Removed all the ads,
at
but
the very least,
Twitch still runs a 30-second ad
Okay, so all the
every
races and
60
shit should
minutes,
be
and I
out the
think they
window because
place
no
in
one's
the
saying that
first
was
few
anybody else.
No, that was
minutes you're
an
here.
African civilization.
They literally have images of
So
themselves.
if
We know
you
what they look-
sit through
you know,
that 30
these
seconds,
drawings
I
of what
think
they
you're
look
good
like,
for another
their statues,
hour.
What they look
Yeah.
like. It was an African civilization. They were the most advanced people, perhaps ever. I'm leaning towards ever.
I'm leaning towards ever too.
Yeah.
Because
Pretty good.
look, can we think of any
Career
other
job, nice.
civilization that has survived for 3,000 years?
Heck yeah.
They
Which
should
is
go
what-
visit right now.
I did
They
Uber
can go visit
Eats
Tourist site.
But ancient Egypt
last
as a culture survived for 3,000 years. It's
like a
it
year
survived
and a
the-
half
the
ago.
Greek occupation. It survived the
was
previous
Uber
Persian
Eats.
occupation. It was only
Cool,
the
man.
Romans that
I'm
brought
Canadian too, actually.
The Roman occupation of Egypt was the beginning of the end.
To put it into
I'm a
perspective, I always use
Canadian
this quote. I forget who
secret
came up with this, but
agent,
it's a
haha.
perfect analogy. Cleopatra lived closer to the invention of the iPhone than she did to
Yeah,
the
dude,
construction
welcome.
of the pyramids.
Yeah.
Even if you use the conventional 2,500 BC dating of
Chinese
the
Canadian.
construction of the pyramids, which is also under debate.
It's under debate.
What's all,
Don't
even
know.
if that's
What
true,
if he's a
even if
cop?
it is 2,500 years ago. The most
If he's like an
baffling
RCMP.
thing is how did they do it? There's no simple answers. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. There's no simple answers. How did they do it? How did they have such incredible sophistication in their construction methods? How did they get those massive 80-plus ton stones?
Yeah, man, I've been
500
streaming like
miles down
I'm
from
streaming like
the mountains
over
with
100
no
hours this
equipment,
month.
No heavy machinery. Whatever they did, I think it's reasonable to say.
I think I'm
that
at like
in a different
130
way,
hours or something right
I don't
now.
think they had
Something
iPhones,
crazy.
I don't think they had email, but they were probably more sophisticated than us today in their ability to manipulate stone and make construction.
They certainly were. And
I also do weightlifting streams and outdoor basketball streams and
Right.
Mega Man streams.
And perhaps equipment. The Great Pyramid remains to me an abiding mystery, which despite probably 100 or more visits to the Great Pyramid and being inside it and spending the night in
Is
it
the
and
goose
exploring
loose
every
and the
passage and
stream's
every
damaged
chamber,
or what?
including the so-called relieving chambers above the King's Chamber, I still can't figure it out. I don't understand how it was possible to do this. And then the time span which Egyptology gives us, because Egyptology is fixed on the idea that the Great Pyramid is a tomb, and only a tomb.
And then it was built in about 20 years.
And 23 years.
Yeah.
Because if it's the tomb
Thank
of
you.
Khufu, then it had to be built in 23 years because that was his reign.
Right.
He would start, in theory, building it at the beginning of his reign.
I'm really close.
And it's finished by the,
I'm really
by the
close.
end of his reign. That's 23 years.
It would be
And in the
this
broader
would
span, if you
tie
look at the Fourth Dynasty
for
period,
8th place.
and even go back to the end of the Third Dynasty, the Pyramid of Zoser, the Step Pyramid, you find that this is a sudden emergence.
I'm actually
of
going for the
incredible skill,
goose
which lasts for about
tie.
100 years, and then it
22
goes
would be a
away.
goose
It
tie.
stops.
It would be
The pyramids that
a
follow
Carl
the
Jobst
Great
tie.
Pyramids, the three pyramids on the Giza Plateau, the pyramids
And it
that
would be
follow
an
the
Ivory
Fifth
Butler
Dynasty
tie.
pyramids are really poor.
He's
They're
currently
very,
second
very
place
poor quality
and
work.
previous champion.
Falling to
It'd be insane.
pieces. You can hardly recognize from the outside that they're a pyramid at all. When you get inside,
It'd be insane.
you do find wonderful chambers, and you do find what you don't find in any
Because of the new
great
strat.
pyramids, which is huge numbers of hieroglyphs and accounts of the person who was supposed to
Well,
be
like
buried.
2-year-old
What do you
strat.
think of Christopher Dunn's work? Christopher Dunn came on the podcast and he explained his theory that he thinks the Great Pyramid of Giza was some sort of a power plant.
I think it's a theory which deserves to be taken seriously along with other theories as to what it is. But one thing I know for sure is that the theory that it was just a tomb and nothing else is bust. That is not a satisfactory theory anymore.
Oh,
So
I
we
should've-
should be
I didn't
open
think-
to a number of
Damn,
possibilities.
that would've been
Chris
so
comes
fast.
to this from a background of machine tool making. He's a very precise
That was the best
guy.
cam I
He's
think
an
I've
engineer. He
ever had.
understands this
That
kind
was
of thing.
insane.
When
I
he
didn't
looks
even
at
see it.
Particularly at Saqqara, you have this thing
That's
called
crazy.
the Serapeum, which is an underground labyrinth. And it's got wide corridors through it, and then off each side are rooms. And in each room are these gigantic basalt boxes, which appear to have held the corpses of bulls. They're like sarcophagi.
Yeah,
for
I'm playing on
human beings,
N64,
but they're
right?
on an
Like-
enormous, gigantic scale, weighing hundreds of tons and cut out of the
Console.
hardest possible rock, precisely engineered. Everything is exact, and it's that, amongst other things, that is attracting Chris's attention to the possibility of a lost technology in ancient Egypt. And then he asked himself the question, well, what was the Great Pyramid? If it wasn't a tomb, what might it have been? And he's come to the solution that it was some kind of energy generator, some kind of power plant. And
yeah, using chemicals and creating hydrogen. And
oddly enough, there's just a recently published archaeological paper concerning the step pyramid at Saqqara, which is suggesting that they used hydraulics to lift the big stones up inside there, and that begins to come close to the kind of technology in some ways that Chris is talking about. I think it's worth taking very seriously. I've always had great respect for Chris. I've travelled to Egypt with him, and I think he's done very important work contributing to this, and also looking at the stone vases from ancient Egypt. I remember the first time I was drawn to this mystery, which was...
You gave us one of them. This is a 3D print of
That's a 3D print of one of those.
This is a 3D print of an actual stone vase.
Yep.
And it might be like not that exciting to people, like, oh, what's the big deal? What the big deal is the precision in which this was constructed with handles on it. So it couldn't have been spun on a lathe.
No.
Because it has these two handles that are also cut out of the stone.
Yeah.
And everything is precise to within thousands of a human hair.
Yeah.
Which is bananas.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense given what we are taught was the level of technology of Egypt at that time.
Now there is some dispute of where these.
Thanks for the bits, bro.
Mm-hmm.
There is some dispute about what is have these been made in a modern way and have
Currently
someone tried to
unemployed.
replace. You know,
are we looking at fakes or hoaxes?
I'm not saying you have to give money. I'm just saying.
In some cases we are, but certainly
money helps a lot.
Those
Appreciate that.
In the great museums in Cairo, they've now moved a lot of the content of the Cairo Museum out to a big museum at Giza, and some of it's in transition. But they have thousands of these things.
The thing is,
Pardon
like,
me.
even if this was
Spent 3 months
technology,
teaching English to children in China.
We don't know what modern technology
In the
exists
summer.
that
The
you
summer.
can take an incredibly hard piece of stone and cut it into this
And
unbelievably
I'm back at home now.
precise
In
little
Canada looking
vase
for work.
with handles on it.
Yeah.
And some bizarre method that we don't know, and hollowed out the inside of it.
I'm
and
saying yeah, get
some
money,
of them
but hurry
very
up.
thin
Yeah,
necks,
right.
and
No,
then
dude.
hollowed out
I need to
like,
purify my
how
soul,
did you do
man.
Very thin necks, and then
I need to start doing everything for
bulbous.
free.
Yeah,
That's how
it's
Joe
based on-
Rogan
it's
got
all
big,
perfect.
man.
there's another
just
piece which it's
Went
hard
on
to
YouTube
describe, but it's
and
got
like
it's
gave
got
his
a
work
series of
for
three
free.
flanges that come across. It's like a
I need to start doing that. I need people like I need to
but it's a-
gain faith in
nobody
people
knows
again.
what it is. And it's cut
In terms
out
of the
incredibly
ads, in
hard
terms
rock,
of just
or
everything.
cut or shaped in some way. I've never seen a satisfactory explanation for this thing. I wish I could call it a picture, but I don't know.
Do you know what it's called?
I can't remember.
That's really
James
why I
originally,
started
I've
doing it
written
in the
about
first
it
place.
in,
And the most valuable
Fingerprints of
part
Dogs.
is
Let's
the
listen to
friendship
James
and the community, right?
No. Yes, top left.
So it technically
That's the
is
That?
When I first saw that in the Cairo Museum, it's
not even technically, but
this thing
just
is
like
hard. And when I first saw that in the Cairo
I
Museum, I
want
thought,
to be
how
part of
on
the
earth did they
community.
do this? Why isn't this a big mystery? Why isn't this being seen as a mystery? Because
That
it's all-
looks like a piece of an engine.
it does, doesn't it?
And
it looks like
That looks like
Twitch
something I found
programmers
on
are now
Yeah.
like
it looks like
Yeah.
part of something else.
every
Yeah.
day.
We're finding a
They have
bit
like
of something
I'm sure they
wrong.
have a wing
Wow, that
dedicated
looks
just
like,
to out
me like some part of some
performing
kind of
the ad blockers.
Yeah.
That's the only
right.
thing that it looks like.
Yeah, that's
Because
exactly
the ad
exactly.
blockers are not
If you
working
know, like,
anymore for Twitch.
automobiles and parts, and you
Yeah.
look at something
Especially
like
on
that, like, oh, yeah, that
Firefox,
goes
they're not
probably in
working.
there somewhere.
Exactly. And what is its function if it
Right.
not something?
And I think
else?
the
It doesn't
I think
seem
the ad
functional.
blocker people have given
What
up.
is the conventional explanation of what this thing is?
Some kind of offering ball.
Jeanette,
on
when I
that,
walked in the
just
car,
like
hopefully I
this-
didn't miss it.
that article.
Oh no, bro. Thanks,
Okay.
bro.
The Sabu disc from the ancient Egyptian
I
artifact
appreciate
of the first
your-
dynasty,
your-
3000 to
I really love it.
2020.
I mean,
Found in
I hope I get
1936
in the next
North-
like
how do you say
5
that?
minutes, but I
Saqqara?
mean,
Saqqara
I don't know, my
necropolis
dude.
in,
I've been at it
Mastaba.
for
Mastaba S311. Those are sort of
quite a while,
tools
but
which
it
have
could
got two
happen.
levels.
Thanks, brother.
What an incredible piece.
It
No,
is an incredible piece.
still
And
I
there-
had
23.
never seen that before.
And there it is, First Dynasty. And of course, you can't actually date the object
So you had some good
itself, so they're
starts. Having
dating
some
it
good
from
runs.
context. What they're saying is that it was found in a
He's
First
heating
Dynasty
up.
context. But it may have been a legacy even then.
Right.
It may have been an old object even then. We just
Right,
don't
'cause
know that.
you
But it's
can't
at least
carbon date it.
exactly. But it's at least that old from the context.
So it's
that
at
was-
least
Thanks, dude.
3,000 years old. They think
Five-
it was used in
5,000 years
excuse
old.
me, 3,000 BC. They think it was used in
That
brewing
link
beer as
badge
a
looks
mash
sick.
rate to mix and even out the mixture of grains and hot water in a big mash ton. I don't know what that means.
I don't know either, but I would have thought that if that was your project, you could do it without carving schist into that.
Click on that thing. What is the mysterious?
Oh, I also stream
It says it right there.
Breath of the Wild now.
Can we click on that? Can we go full scale on that? So I can
On
see what that looks
Switch.
like? Wow, that's wild.
It really is.
That is such a
Toad, how you
You're
enjoying,
gonna just use that
or rather
to-
Goose,
that's-
how
that
you
seems
enjoying
weird.
And it's a lot of work to make.
Mario
You
Maker?
you could do it another way.
That looks like some kind of a fan to me.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like something that would be on a
You
belt.
playing it much?
Yeah.
You know, like on some sort of a. an
Something's
axle
driving
or
it.
something.
Yeah, yeah,
It looks like a fan.
yeah. It could
looks
be.
like it looks like those things underneath it. It looks like that's how you would funnel water or air. through
Yeah,
it.
yeah. It clearly had a function. Nobody would go to the trouble of creating something as complex and difficult to make as this unless there was a useful function.
What is it made out of?
Schist, which is a hard stone.
That's crazy that that's made out of stone.
Yeah.
Like, how did you
Cut out of one piece of stone.
How did you do that? And what are how are the measurements of that? Oh, look, it's Giorgio. He says it's aliens. I'm just gonna guess. Is this thing that's cut out of this? Oops, I lost it there for a second. This thing that's cut out of this incredibly hard stone, like, do they have any sort of an or a guess of how someone would cut something like that out of stone?
I've never seen a satisfactory guess. But those like Chris Dunn, who are studying the technology of ancient Egypt, are confident that we're looking at the traces of a lost technology. We don't know how this was done. Like so much else in ancient Egypt, like we don't know how the 70-ton blocks were raised to become the roof of the king's chamber either in the Great Pyramid. There's so much that we don't know and that's not explained and that is easily written off by abusively arrogant experts who say there's no mystery here.
That doesn't look super precise in terms of the
Come on,
greatness
man.
of it. When you're looking at it, it looks like it looks handmade, doesn't it?
I'm sure it is handmade. The question is how.
Right, but you know what I'm saying? So are these vases, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But there's something about it that's like a little more crude.
Yeah.
But it probably didn't have to be precise because whatever it did.
Yo, we can't play Mario Maker till I get the Nintendo subscription. What? Really? You can't. There's no one player.
That spun, right? Because you have that.
Did you know that?
Piece in the center that you would have an axle on. Or
Dang, dude.
Yeah.
Were you aware of that?
It's welded in certain spots too.
Shit.
But like
Well, how do they weld stone?
Are you making
Well,
levels?
apparently they carved that shape out of just one bolt.
Dang, man,
Now
Nintendo.
that one looks ultra
Dude, that's the
precise.
that's just the slimiest thing
Click on that. See
I
what
would
that
say
is.
I think Nintendo's ever done.
If it's not, it's insane. That's even more insane. Because that looks so perfect.
I went to Reddit to see if
Why does it
people were
look different
complaining
than
about
the
it,
other ones?
and they were defending it. Can you believe it?
Well, go
Like,
back to that one
so
where it's spinning
ridiculous.
around.
It's the most ridiculous
Yeah,
discussion
look
I've
at
ever
it when it
seen.
spins around. That looks pretty precise.
Story mode is not Mario Maker. Oh, no
like
way.
they've Did they only find one and they've recreated it for museums, or is it
No,
Story mode is
there's-
just like a
there's-
Mario
there's
game.
one original. I've no doubt people have tried to make copies with modern materials, but
Wow.
looking at a few different versions of it?
Good job,
Well, also you
Nintendo.
gotta think, if it is made out of stone, some of the edges have to be beat up just from being in the ground for
That was
thousands of years.
Wow.
It's not the same? You sure it's not just a
It just
different
looks all
lighting?
beat up, like the
Right.
It's
It
not
does.
smooth. The other one was.
How much is the
Right,
subscription?
right. That does look like a recreation, doesn't
yeah,
it?
it is. I think that's a really kind of recreation. but-
Okay. Well, whatever it
The
is.
thing is, where you come to this, there's thousands of objects that defy explanation.
What are
from
those,
ancient
Jamie?
Egypt.
Put that back up. What are those things? Do you know what those are?
It's the first wheels.
Oh,
400
4,000.
It's wheels, 1500 BC, basically.
Mm.
Uh,
And that's one of the weirder things about Egypt, right? We don't think they had the wheel.
no, they definitely had the wheel. Whether-
That's
whether they
frustrating
had the
though,
wheel
man.
In the Old Kingdom
Right.
is
That's-
another question, but certainly by
Nintendo
by the
making
King,
money
by the time of Ramesses, they
off
had
of the
wheels, they
free
had
labor
chariots.
of its
Yeah,
customers.
but I mean,
It's
he
just,
was
it's
over
too
pyramids.
much.
That
It's too
2500
insane.
BC is not like when did they think the wheel was invented?
Well, it's actually not clear to me when the wheel was invented.
Let's see what the I thought the conventional guess of when the
$15 a
invention
month.
was post
Wow.
construction pyramids.
I believe that's
Holy
the case.
shit.
Yeah, but one of the things about wheel is you have to
Is
ask
it
yourself,
different from
in
Nintendo
what
Switch
circumstances,
Online?
in what places, in what conditions are we
Is
as
that the
useful?
same thing?
There
Do
are
I
some
have it? Do I have
conditions
access
in
to
which
it?
a wheel is not a useful thing, which is going to get
Based on
bogged
what
down
you
in
saw on my
sand,
stream?
which is not going to be helpful.
I think I paid like $50 for the year.
So,
something like that.
the use of sleds was certainly part of how ancient Egyptians moved huge stones.
Then you get the
I don't
N64 too. You get
Problem
GoldenEye and
is how they then get those
Perfect Dark and
stones
shit.
300 feet in the air. You can slide anything on wet sand on a sled with enough people pulling it. But
how do
then
you get it to the top of the King's Chamber?
How do you get it to the top of the King's Chamber? That's the
how
problem.
do you fit it perfectly?
Perfectly. And you know, I've been up there and I've been in every one of the chambers above it, and each one of them is floored with these 70-ton blocks.
I don't have the game though.
It's so nuts. It doesn't even seem like 1,000 years more advanced than us. It seems like thousands of years more advanced.
I was wondering if you could tell based on what I showed in my stream.
Where I've been perhaps misunderstood by Egyptologists when I talk about an advanced civilization. I keep trying to emphasize that we shouldn't look for ourselves in the past, that if we're going to go back
No, I mean,
10,000, 12,000, 15,000
when
years
I showed you...
like us. It's going to be very different. It's going to have different priorities, different ways of looking at
Oh,
things.
the game.
But one of the things that the ancient
Sorry,
Egyptians
man. I don't know,
had, which
man.
I'm not aware that any other civilization
Maybe I have
has
it.
the
I don't think I
ability
have
to
it though. When did
essentially
it
a
come
single
out?
culture with a single set of spiritual ideas, and to sustain that for 3,000 years, and to keep people happy and fed and well looked after. You know, this is an amazing achievement, amazing stability.
I like SNES guys though.
What our civilization
I bet it's
was,
probably the
can
same.
we trace it back to the Romans? Probably not.
Right.
Maybe 500 years, beginning of mechanization and so on and so forth in our civilization.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah.
That would be cool to play some
there's so many
Kaizo through the
mysteries to it. For
Switch.
anybody to
2020,
pretend they
dang,
all
I
the
might have
answers
it.
to something as perplexing
Insane.
as Egypt.
I think this is an area where
'Cause
I often get criticized.
I don't think I do though.
But I think when we look at a civilization and what it is and what it's achieving and why it's so special, when we look at our
It's whatever
civilization today,
Stash sent me.
we are fantastic at technology. We are
The
brilliant
man
at science. We
Sour
can make
Stash.
the best possible machines. And we're a society that is built around production and consumption, and a society in which people define themselves in terms of what they own, what they possess, what they produce. And it becomes a very material.
I'm starting to really enjoy Breath of the Wild though. Like,
focused on material things where we define ourselves.
man,
by
that's a
material
really nice game.
Ancient Egypt had a totally different focus. Yeah, they were great at making material things, but that was secondary. Their main thing was, what are we here for? Why are we living this life? What happens to us when we die? They investigated that mystery more deeply than any other culture that I know of, and they were doing so right from the beginning of records.
And they were documenting this journey to the afterlife.
Absolutely.
In hieroglyphs, and it's like, what?
Come on, man, like, bro.
Like, how do you know? Like, what were you trying? How did everyone agree on this particular myth or this story?
Unless there was some experience being brought to bear in it. It's one of the things that we point out in season 2 is that the ancient Egyptian notion of a leap to the sky after death, to the Milky Way, of a journey along the Milky Way, of encountering challenges and dangers and risks there, monsters that would block your path, gates that you had to know the password to get through. That idea is found all over the world. The path of souls. It's found all over the Americas. That
what do you think that they're trying to say?
What?
Well,
How do I not get that?
I think first of all, it's evidence of a remote common origin of this idea. When it's found amongst cultures all around the world, it's apparently had no contact with one another and are often separated by hundreds or thousands of years. The same idea is found about what happens to us after death. The only reasonable explanation I can come up with is that they've all inherited this idea and then developed it in their own ways from a remote common source. And that's one of the main reasons that I'm curious about the possibility of a lost civilization, that these spiritual ideas are found all around the world. And they involve the journey of the soul after death, and a leap to the heavens. And sometimes it's called an underworld, but really it's set in the sky. And this journey that takes place, where you are judged on what you've done with your life. This is something else that we avoid in the world today, is taking responsibility for our own lives. The ancient Egyptians required you to take responsibility for your life. And if you did not do so, the outcome after death would not be good. You had to you had to celebrate the gift of life. You had to realize the incredible gift that you had been given. And one of the opportunities of that gift is the opportunity to accumulate
So I'm
wisdom.
guessing you're going to be
And that's one
purchasing
of the things, hopefully, that
the
we'll
online service
get,
soon.
is get a bit more wisdom and a
Is
bit more
that correct?
understanding. But in the case of ancient Egypt, that idea is developed.
You don't
over
have.
3,000
I'm not
years.
asking about
It's
your
essentially the same
financial
as it
decisions
is-
in life.
as
I'm
it is
just
at the
curious.
that the soul, that death is not the end. This is the conclusion.
I would imagine
of
you would be
society
paying for it.
that put its best minds at work for 3,000 years on this problem. The death is not the end. We may think it is. Scientists may tell us it is. But when a scientist says death is the end, there's nothing more. We're just physical bodies, and when the light goes out, it goes out forever. That's actually not a scientific fact. That's not something that's been investigated.
I hear you.
or
I
can
hear
be
you. Yeah,
investigated.
I hear you.
Consciousness itself is so confusing.
Very.
Just consciousness. Just like, what is it? Why are we conscious? What is it local, or are we tuning into consciousness?
I hear you,
And,
man.
when you die, where's that go? Where's that energy go? Is the soul a real thing? Like, what is the essence of life? What is the essence of human life and human consciousness? Those are perplexing questions.
They're very perplexing questions, which actually are of great significance to every one of us. Yeah, I mean, suppose death just is the end, then that's a way not to have to take too much responsibility for our lives, for the impact that we've had on others, for the pain that we may have caused, or for the joy that we may have caused. If death's the end, there's no up or downside to that, whatever.
And there's a chance it
But
could go
from the
down in
ancient
price. Who
Egyptian point of
knows?
view, death's not the end, and you have been given.
But I know what
precious
you're saying.
gift of life. What did you do with it? And there are moral aspects to that question. There's these 42 assessors. They're called the negative assessors, who ask the soul of the deceased questions about what they did in life, and those are all moral questions. They bear some relationship actually to the Ten Commandments. But there's another question which is called the weighing of words, and that question is, what did you do with the gift we gave you? We gave you the gift of a human life. We gave you the gift of the opportunity to love or to hate, at your choice. We gave you the gift to live in a human body, to have this incredible consciousness, to be able to integrate all kinds of information from all kinds of spheres. What did you do with it? Did you leave the world a better place or a worse place than when you came into it? Did you hurt and damage and cause pain to others consistently out of wicked intent, not accidentally but deliberately causing pain? And there are human beings who do that. For the ancient
When did the
Egyptians,
Saurians take over
that
the
kind of
earth?
behavior meant an introduction to Amit, the eater of the dead. And Amit is displayed in the judgment scene. He's a creature, part hyena, part lion, and he sits there. And certain souls do not go on. Their journey
What?
ends because
Green
of the choices
juice?
they made
What?
during life, and because they never took responsibility.
It was pretty good
for
until
what
the
they did.
green juice
kind of
part. What is that,
sense
like
natural
Soylent
selection of the
Green?
souls?
In a way.
That if
Is
there's
that a
natural
Soylent
selection of
Green joke?
humans and natural selection of animals that allows them to
Dang,
prosper,
dude.
like, and to get
Is
better.
AI
and to
making a
evolve. It
Soylent
makes
Green
sense
joke?
That would happen with the soul as well.
That's bad news.
I'm just so confused as to what the environment was like that allowed these people to keep this insane civilization developing and innovating for so long, that they were so more advanced than anyone else that was alive back then that we're aware of, at least as far as like what we've uncovered.
Come on.
Beautiful.
Come on,
The
man.
beautiful art that they made.
Yeah.
The perfection of their
The
geometry.
reptilian
their
agenda, I told you,
incredibly
bro.
advanced astronomy.
What if the
All of these
greens
things are
hold the
hallmarks
key to
of
unlock my
very sophisticated,
consciousness?
Very advanced civilization.
Green juice conspiracy? Come on,
It's
man.
just the
But they did have
sophistication of the symmetry
Come
of
on,
the
man.
facial structure of the statues.
Illuminati.
Incredible.
Beautiful things.
Just bizarrely technologically advanced.
Yeah.
Bizarrely. Because to
Man,
perform
it's too
something like
much,
that, you
dude.
need incredible tools of measurement. Enormous statues that have faces that are absolutely perfectly
Yeah.
symmetrical.
Yeah.
How did you do that? How'd you stand that up?
Well, the answer is we
don't know.
We don't know. There's so much that we don't know, and it's that attitude towards the past which I think would be more helpful. Is that we have this mysterious background to we human beings. As you said earlier, anatomically modern humans, we think that they first appeared about 300,000 years ago. Jebel Irhoud in Morocco 310,000 years ago. Now, I can remember a time not so long ago, back in the 1990s, when it was thought that the first anatomically modern humans were as recent as 50,000 years ago. And then they shifted it, new finds were made to 110,000 years ago, now 310,000 years ago. We don't really know how far into the past that goes. And we don't know about the Neanderthals,
Green
and the
dreams?
Denisovans,
Come
who were
on,
also
man,
human
why?
beings. Certainly they were human, the same species as us, because they could interbreed with us. You can't breed with another species. And that takes the journey back even further. And that's one of the reasons why
The
I have a
Kappa
problem
face.
with the notion that civilization just emerges 6,000 years ago. Because we had the same kit, the same wiring, the same brains for at least 300,000 years, and we weren't doing any of this stuff, apparently. I suspect we were, but it's not made the record.
Well, it seems that what they were dealing with in terms of the resources.
Man, that
in
might
the
be like
Nile
one of the
Valley was
worst
unbelievably bountiful.
responses yet from AI.
And that's probably one of the reasons before the climate shifted and changed and it became a lot of desert. Before that, it was probably incredibly bountiful, and that allowed them to
Come on,
stay there
this is it.
for a long period of time and not have to worry about food.
It certainly did. The bounty,
No,
however, goes
what?
back much
Why?
further.
No,
This
come
is
on,
one of the
man.
reasons why I kept on trying to talk
Oh,
about the
like, fuck
Sahara
this game,
during the
man.
debate. This vast area, which frankly has not been studied properly by archaeology at all. Hardly a fraction of it has been studied.
It's good,
This
Tim.
vast area, I'm often accused of creating what they call a God of the Gaps argument. I'm saying you haven't looked enough in the Sahara. You haven't looked enough in the submerged continental shelves. You haven't looked enough in the Amazon
I can believe
rainforest. And the argument is that I'm trying to put my lost civilization into these gaps. But these are very
That's
special
interesting. I can
gaps.
believe it.
The submerged continental shelves were prime real estate during the Ice Age. That was the place to be, just as it is today.
Who do
for the
advertisements work
coastal
on?
lands. The Amazon rainforest was a bountiful place, and the Sahara Desert.
Like, do advertisements actually work?
For thousands of years.
I read that sometimes,
with rivers.
like
It
if
was
you
the kind of
advertise
place where
for
civilization might well have
a news company, you're not actually like Raytheon advertises for, or like NBC does Raytheon advertising, and they're not actually selling a product, they're just controlling the narrative, which is really interesting. Because they like build bombs and shit.
No, it hasn't. It's too vast. It's too vast, and it's too
It
expensive.
would explain a lot though, yeah. But I mean, like actual products, like advertising
Dealing with
products.
a place where how many people even live
Yeah.
there?
Nobody knows, because it's not been investigated properly. It's a desert.
But what if you're? What if that's the most
it's had
common?
relatively little attention. We do know there's some amazing.
Would it be a disability if it's the
rock art
most
from
common
Paleolithic,
trait in a society?
In Tassili in Algeria, in the Sahara.
Yeah, because it's
Not
subjectively
much has
negative.
been done. This is the problem for me with saying archaeology's basically got the story of the human past nailed down. Is that there's huge areas which have not been investigated, and I reject the idea that that is a god of the gaps.
Like TV, dude. There's a lot of dumb shit on TV, man.
It was a lost civilization. And that's all I'm doing.
Even
I'm
Twitch.
Not insisting. I'm not demanding that people believe.
Some of
me.
the streamers,
I
I'm
just
not
want
hating
to
on
inject
Twitch
this idea
streamers, but
into the
man,
discussion so
some
that
of
it
these
can be
streamers on
considered.
Twitch,
When
not even like them,
taken out of context was a little.
not even
where
showing
you
their
asked
face,
me,
not even showing their
during
body
the
at all.
debate, is there any evidence for your lost civilization
I'm
in
not
what they
saying
found?
people shouldn't do that, but
And I said in what they
I'm not saying you
found,
can't be
none.
successful not doing that.
And then I
but
went on to say, but that brings us to the point of what
it has like
they've
a
looked
bazillion
for,
viewers.
what they've not looked for, what they've found and what they've not found. That has been taken again and again as me saying that there's no evidence for my lost civilization. Whereas what I'm actually saying is there's no evidence in what archaeologists have studied for a lost civilization. Because I'm not studying what archaeologists study. I am very happy to use material from archaeologists, and I could not do what I do if I didn't use material from archaeologists. It's a very important basis to my work. However,
Yeah, a lot of people
it's the
don't think
astronomy,
critically.
It's the astronomical alignments. It's the precision.
That is
it's
true.
The precision of the Great Pyramid. It's the myths. It's the myths of a global.
It is a skill, and it is a blessing.
It's it's a universal story.
I feel like I have that ability.
Massive cataclysm. With
Maybe
a few
it's
survivors
from
who
environment,
bring
from
their knowledge
having
to others. The
supportive
story,
parents
this is one
and
of the
good
reasons why
education.
I think the Atlantis story, which Flint Dibble is so opposed to, deserves to be taken seriously, because it's part of a global tradition. It's yet another flood myth, in fact. It's the story, it's just like those 150 or 200 other flood traditions that come from around the world. And it's not enough for archaeologists to say, oh, people experienced a little local river flood, or there was a tidal wave that day, and so they decided that the whole world was submerged with water. That doesn't satisfy me at all. The fact that this is found all around the world, to me, is a memory of something that happened to our ancestors, something so traumatic, something so huge, that it's been preserved better than almost anything else from our past.
What is your take on the Reichart structure? Am I saying it right?
Reichart structure, Mauritania. I would not like to say one way or the other because I've not been there. I've not had boots on the ground there. I've not been able to look at it. Yes, it's very intriguing.
Very. Also, the salt all around it.
Yeah.
It shows that at one point in time it was probably submerged. Like something happened.
Probably was, but you might have to go back many millions of years to get to that point. The honest answer to that question is I don't know. I'm open-minded on the Reichart structure. It's something that I would like to study, but I have not had time to yet. In future work, it's something that I may study, and after studying it, I may come to the conclusion that it's just a remarkable natural phenomenon, of which there are many, or I may come to a different conclusion. It depends what the evidence shows me, but I try not to spout off on things that I'm not personally acquainted with and don't really know about.
Well, good for you. I like to spout off. It's also like there's so many of those things that people thought were myth, like Troy. And they find it.
Found by an amateur. Turns out to be a real place.
No!
I think the myths are the memory banks of our species, and I don't think archaeology takes them seriously enough. There's a tendency to just dismiss them as fantasies, as things that were made up by the ancients for some bizarre reason of their own. But they're the memories we have from the time before writing, from the time before documents were kept. And they're a precious resource in understanding our past. So it's things like that. And then at the end of the day, to twist what I said, that in what archaeologists have studied, there's no evidence from our lost civilization, is completely wrong. Because I've written thousands of pages of books. This is one of the issues. Like in that debate, I was supposed to prove everything about a lost civilization. I didn't even come here to prove it. I came here to explain why I'm interested in it and why I want to share my interest and my curiosity about the past with others. But if I'm asked to prove it, I would say don't refer to what I managed to say during a 3-hour debate. I'd say refer to the 8 or so major books that I've written with thousands of pages and thousands of documented footnotes. That's where my argument is in place. And you'll find that argument is not based on what archaeologists have studied. It's based precisely on what they've not studied about the past.
Well, regardless of the argument that Flint tried to put forth, that there's no evidence of what you're saying, the exaggeration of the shipwrecks, the stuff about seeds. The fact is this resonates with a lot of people. This mystery is perplexing, it's confusing, and there's a lot of it out there. It's not like one site like Egypt. There's a ton of sites.
Yeah.
The Sage Wall in Montana. What do you think of that thing?
Again, I will withhold judgment until I have my boots on the ground there and have a look at it. And even then, that might not be enough. I do know that the property owners there are doing a lot of ground-penetrating radar, and there may be results from that. But at the moment, I would not say that's definitely a man-made structure, nor would I say that's definitely a natural structure. I would say that's an intriguing structure. But it is in a geological context where other things like that are found. If I were asked to put money on it...
There it is.
Yeah.
Boy, that looks...
I mean, it really is hard. It is hard to resist a conclusion.
I mean, it's super hard to resist the idea that that's man-made, and especially if it goes deeper into the ground, and they think it does. They think it goes.
Oh, it does. It goes deeper. That's what the ground-penetrating radar
How far?
is about. 30 feet.
30 feet.
In fact, I was
That
yesterday.
looks so man-made.
Yeah, it really does. When I look at that photograph, to me, that is a man-made structure. But I realize now, in the environment in which I live, surrounded by archaeologists who are extremely hostile to my work, that I better. It's not.
Yo, camera shots. Just remember to breathe after that. Yeah, really.
About anything.
Of course.
Before
Yeah,
I
really. You
studied.
might see me do some cringe.
Yesterday with Michael
Might
Collins,
make
who's
some
the guy who's done
cringe
a lot of the
content if that
videography
happens.
and such. He doesn't know whether it's natural or man-made either. More work needs to be done, but it's an intriguing issue, and it may.
Wait, you just make me hear me going, please,
What's
please,
crazy is if that is
please,
How old is it?
to finish the
Who
run.
knows? And if you're talking
Just like
about
praying.
footprints of people that lived 22,000 years ago,
Yeah.
like what were they making things? Like what?
Yeah.
What was going on? Did they build something like that?
Yeah. Or even earlier.
Right.
Is
or
it
even earlier.
is it
which
part of
crazy.
the lost story?
Praying to God for a video game PB. How good is my life? Like, I'm blessed. Like, I'm appreciative, but like, praying to God for a video game PB. Come on, man. Like, even God will be like, dude. Like, I'm fucking like making miracles over here.
Back to 1500. There's about 100,000 left, which is a lot actually. But most of them are massively destroyed, and the other 900,000 have gone, just ploughed under, turned into farmland. And how much else of the prehistory of North America has been lost as a result of a
So I
process
usually
where-
refrain
where
from
first
praying
of
to
all,
God
there was
for video
conviction
game
that
shit.
the indigenous inhabitants had only been
It's
here
like
for a
crying
very
wolf. I don't know.
whereas we now know they've been here for a very long time.
It's like I don't
And
ask.
so
I don't ask
really,
much
there was
from
a
many people.
propagandistic desire not to give
But
people
when
credit.
I do ask
So
of
let's get
them,
rid
I
of-
hope
let's
that
get rid of some
they
of the stuff.
are able to
I was very
like help me.
disappointed when we were shooting season 2.
I'm that type of person.
That we were not allowed by the authorities to film in Cahokia, which is one of the great mounds that still
I don't know where that came from. I don't even know how I wrote that
they've been
subject.
told that I'm a pseudo-archaeologist. and
Oh
I'm
yeah,
going to
praying to
miss
God
if I
for
go
a
there.
PB.
So the best way is just to stop me going there. We tried to film in Moundville in Alabama as well, and again we were denied permission to film there. There's no doubt that archaeology has joined ranks to do their best to prevent me doing what I do.
That's so awful. To deny anyone the ability to, especially we're going to put something like this on Netflix where millions of people are going to see it. Deny people just the access through video of experiencing this site and the mystery that's attached to it. Like, who are these people? Why did they build this? What artifacts haven't been discovered that are inside of this thing?
And here's what archaeologists say. Here's an alternative.
Alright, be right back. Be right back.
You're an intelligent member of the public. Make up your own mind.
You're being reasonable. That's outrageous.
It's a most unfortunate thing.
Well, it's not unfortunate that there's a lot of people that are interested in it, though.
More and more. It's a fascinating phenomenon. I do see it as an extension of our interest in our own genetic origins, for example. A lot of people, I haven't done it yet, but I'm kind of keen to do 23andMe or whatever it's called.
I wouldn't do it.
No.
Not now. No, they sell all your data away.
They'll sell your data.
Now someone's going to know your exact DNA.
Yeah.
The whole thing's nuts. Like, I didn't know that they could do that, but apparently they have. Not only that, databases get breached and they find your information.
My eldest son, who is half Somali and half English, had his DNA done with 23andMe. And he found, what it showed was that he's 50% African and 49% British and 1% Spanish.
Oh.
And we tried to figure that out, and the answer is that my ancestors came from Cornwall in the southwest of England. And that's where the Spanish Armada washed up. And the survivors of the Spanish Armada washed up and then integrated with the local community and contributed their genes. So, there is an interest in the past. There is interest in our personal past, our personal origins, our ancestors, who we are, and there's a much broader interest in the story of humanity that has brought us to where we are today. And this haunting feeling that something's missing, and that we have a civilization today. I often would like to compare it to a sort of furious, in terms of the level of consciousness, our civilization today is like a furious, petulant teenager. But in terms of what it can do, in terms of the destructive power of nuclear weapons, it's a god. So we have godlike powers with the consciousness of an immature teenager. That's what we're looking at in the world today. And maybe by understanding our past better, by understanding our unity that comes down from the past, maybe we can learn something that would be helpful to us in not carrying on in this way, because we do live at an inflection point just now. This is one thing I'm pretty sure that quote-unquote my lost civilization didn't have, and that was nuclear weapons. But we have nukes today, and we have them in an enormous scale. And behind each of those nukes is a fragile human being with his own or her own ego and complexes and fears and paranoia. And we're reaching a point where those buttons are going to be pressed. We are, as far as I know, the first human civilization that has the capacity to actually wipe itself out completely. We don't need a comet impact. We don't need a solar outburst. We can do it to ourselves. And that requires humanity to make a major step forward in consciousness. And I think making that major step forward in consciousness will be helped by better understanding our own past.
I agree. I mean, it's just disturbing how many times we can travel to ancient places like Greece or any place where you go to Rome and realize, oh, there was a thriving civilization here at one point. And
you were in Greece recently.
Yeah, with Brian.
You went with Brian Morareski.
Yeah.
Brilliant guy.
Brilliant guy. Yeah. But what a treat it is to have a tour of the Parthenon, the Acropolis, with him.
Yeah.
And, you know, we went to see the site of the Eleusinian Mysteries and all that. It was very, very, very interesting, but just also sobering, because you realize, like, this civilization did not make it. You know, this insane, fascinating, complex civilization crumbled.
Yeah.
And the idea that ours can't is one that we kind of hold dear. Like, we're different. We got to figure it out. We're better. But there's so much evidence that that's just a normal pattern of human history.
Civilizations come and go.
Yeah.
We could be gone in 20 years.
Yeah.
I'd love to take you on a trip to Egypt.
I want to go. I'll tell you about an idea that was brought to me after the show. I can't talk about it now.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you.
I've made friends with Zahi Hawass.
I heard.
He's a very interesting.
You guys are homies now.
Yeah, we're homies. we had a nice dinner together, and it's partly because who needs more enemies and hatred in this world?
Exactly.
And I said some very cruel and harsh things to Zahi in the past, and I felt the time had come to apologize for those. So I went to Egypt to apologize to him.
Really?
And we had a fantastic dinner together. His son joined us. Santa was there. It was very friendly and very positive.
I love stories like that.
And, you know, we've agreed that we will, if by chance we get a season 3 of Ancient Apocalypse, which we may or may not get. I'm not in control of commissioning decisions at Netflix, but if we get a season 3 of Ancient Apocalypse, I would like it to be entirely on Egypt. And what I would like is for Zahi to confront me on every point as we go through Egypt. Whatever one says about Zahi's explosive personality, he's been immersed in ancient Egyptian Egyptology for his whole life, and he has very strong points of view on it. And he's a fun guy.
You know, I would imagine that as people get older and wiser and realize the folly of their ways, particularly in their youth, maybe he would be more open to the idea that the civilization is just this civilization, same civilization, but older than you think it is.
Yeah, I'm hoping to persuade him of that. I think it'll be an interesting dialogue if we get to have it.
I think people for a long time had this concept in their mind that changing the dates somehow negates the accomplishment of the people that lived in the prescribed date.
Yeah.
You know, that somehow or another...
the pushing it back.
Yeah, yes, the pushing it back somehow or another. And they'll even say it's racist.
This is propaganda. This is archaeological propaganda. That's been said to me repeatedly, that I'm suggesting that all the achievements of certain indigenous cultures around the world should actually be handed to a lost civilization, that ideas were brought to them. Yet weirdly, those same archaeologists recognize that agriculture was introduced to Europe by emigrants from precisely the Göbekli Tepe area. That's where agriculture wasn't present in Europe until 5,000 or 6,000 years ago. It was brought in by other people. This is part of the human nature, that we share ideas.
Sure.
Somebody has a great idea, we look at that, we think, we'd like a bit of that too. Teach me how to do it. And this happens all the time, and it doesn't mean that the person who's being taught is any less than the person who's doing the teaching. The person who's being taught may have things to teach themselves. I've always felt that there were if there was a lost civilization at all, and I believe there was, but I can't absolutely prove it, I think we're looking at a terrible cataclysm. Part of it happened near Göbekli Tepe. Abu Huraira in Syria was hit by one of those airbursts, absolutely incinerated at that time. Terrible cataclysm with relatively few survivors, and that those survivors, just as we would do today, took refuge amongst people who'd made it through the disaster better. And those people who'd made it through would most likely have been hunter-gatherers. Because hunter-gatherers are so resilient and so able to survive disasters, whereas people in a quote-unquote civilized condition are often not. I mean, we can see I understand that the hurricanes that are happening in the US at the moment are horrific natural events, which are killing people. But we're talking about something on a scale vastly larger than that. And it's difficult for me to see. We find it hard enough to make it through a hurricane. I find it difficult to see how we could make it through another Younger Dryas impact event, or how we could make it through a man-made cataclysm as a result of nuclear war, which is, I suspect and I fear, is much closer than we think. I hate the idea that nuclear missiles may be flying in my lifetime or the lifetime of my children, but I have to say, honestly, it's a possibility with the state of the world at the moment, and the low state of consciousness of the people who lead us. The leaders and governments are behind this. It's not human beings, individual people who are behind this hatred in the world today. It's leaders and governments who are mobilizing that hatred to serve their own interests. And it's very dangerous. If we didn't have nukes, it would be less dangerous.
I agree with you. When you're talking about Göbekli Tepe, one of the things that Jimmy Corsetti has talked about recently in his YouTube show is that they have stopped excavation and they've planted trees above some of the areas, which is very strange.
It is. Yeah.
And they want the excavation to resume in 150 years?
Yes.
So what would be a logical reason to not excavate these fascinating ancient sites that are at least 11,000 years old?
Generally, with any archaeological site, they don't excavate more than 5% of it, and often less than 2% of it.
Is that because of funds?
It's often because of funds, but it's also because of the feeling that as technology improves, more may be learnt from these sites in the future. And that's a reasonable argument, because excavation is destruction. To a certain extent, excavation destroys what's being excavated. And therefore, when you interfere with a site and start excavating it, you may be destroying materials that in 100 years, technology would be able to interpret in a completely different way. I mean, go back 100 years from where we are at present, and you didn't have carbon dating, you didn't have LiDAR, you didn't have all kinds of methods of dating objects, luminescence, the luminescence from rocks is another way of dating. We didn't have any of those technologies. We do have them now. And so I think the speculation is 100 years in the future, archaeologists may have technologies that would be able to extract more information than this. That's the case that's made. I get it. But I think Göbekli Tepe is such an important site. And I know for sure, because I spent 3 days with Klaus Schmidt, who was the original excavator of Göbekli Tepe, that underneath that place there are dozens of huge unexcavated stone circles with enormous megalithic pillars in them, all under the ground, waiting to be excavated, and the decision appears to have been made not to excavate them. And I do find that slightly suspicious. I do find it odd. I think the site has got such an important role, it's such an iconic site, that to just stop the excavation or to only continue it in a very small way isn't satisfactory.
When you say suspicious, like what would be the motivation for discontinuing that kind of excavation other than the fear of destroying things?
I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist.
Please do. Jump right in.
But there is an issue here. I've noticed that it isn't just attacks on me that certain archaeologists are making. It's also attacks on other specialists. For example, Dani Hilman Natawajaya, who is the geologist who brought to the world's attention the mystery of Gunung Padang in Indonesia, which appeared in the first episode of season 1 of Ancient Apocalypse. The possibility that this site is more than 27,000 years old, that we're looking at a pyramidal structure that has had several phases of work done on it, and that the earliest phases go back deep into the last ice age. He managed to publish a peer-reviewed paper on this, but unfortunately for Danny, he'd appeared on my show. And that led archaeologists to dive in on him, and there was a ganging up of archaeologists, and complaints were made to the peer-reviewed journal that published it, and finally they retracted. They retracted his paper without any good reasons. I've got a major article by Danny on my website explaining what happened here. It's like we don't want too much attention brought to this. Let's crush it. Let's crush it right now. The same thing is happening with the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. An enormous amount of attacks are being made on that hypothesis, rather than considering it as an interesting explanation for the cataclysms at the end of the Ice Age. A lot of people are just focused on trying to destroy it in every way possible. And I can't help wondering, maybe there's some truth, deep truth, to this, that there was a cataclysm, that there was an ancient apocalypse, something really horrific that happened. Maybe it's a cyclical disaster. Maybe it's coming round again. This is something that would lead any government to want to avoid panic, to suppress, to cover up these issues. So that would be the conspiracy theory on it. I'm not saying I buy it, but I'm saying that it's possible.
Would also a conspiracy be that they recognized that some of the area around Göbekli Tepe was older still, and they decided the archaeologists didn't want to confront it, and they put a stop to it?
That's also possible. But in their favor, and to their credit, the excavation of that whole area around, not Göbekli Tepe itself, but other neighboring sites, Karahan Tepe is the best known. Turkish archaeologists, it's interesting, are calling this now a civilization. They're calling it the Tas Tepeler civilization, the Stone Hills civilization. And they're finding that the same iconography, the same building techniques, not quite on the scale of Göbekli Tepe, are repeated all across the region. They extend all the way down to the south of the Jordan Valley, to Jericho. The ancient site of Jericho is part of that lost or emerging civilization that appeared at the end of the Younger Dryas. Cyprus is another example I was mentioning about how it was settled in what appear to have been planned, organized settlement events near the end of the last ice age. Again, you find that same iconography that you find at Göbekli Tepe turning up there.
Which iconography specifically?
The tendency to use T-shaped pillars, to use certain designs like a V-shaped necklace, this kind of iconography, and the structures, these circular structures, semi-subterranean structures that are so characteristic of Göbekli Tepe. They're found there as well. They're found all across the region. Jericho in the Jordan Valley is absolutely intriguing. There's a massive tower there, which again dates back right to the end of the last ice age. A huge megalithic tower with the world's oldest known megalithic stairway that runs up inside it. So what's emerging as a result, if Göbekli Tepe hadn't been found, none of this would have happened. But it's led to a widespread interest in the whole area. So while excavation may have stopped at Göbekli Tepe or may have slowed down, it is continuing elsewhere across the region. And to be fair to archaeologists, we need to recognize that.
Is the size and scale of Göbekli Tepe unique in comparison to the ones that are around it?
Yes. So far, the ones that have been found, Göbekli Tepe is unique. And I think it's clear now that Göbekli Tepe itself was the end of a process, not the beginning of a process. It was something that marked, it was a marker. It was something that brought together the best of everything that they'd accumulated and created it in one place. And left it there, finally at the end, burying it, sealing it as a time capsule, which then was untouched for more than 10,000 years before Klaus Schmidt opened it up in 1996. I can't help feeling that's precisely what Göbekli Tepe is. It's a time capsule. It's a memorial to a lost time. And I think that what we're looking at in that whole area is the outcome of contact with an earlier, largely lost civilization. I think it passed on its cultural genes right there in that area of Turkey and down into the Jordan Valley and Cyprus. And not only there, also the Indus Valley civilization. It's incredible iconography which shows a man between two felines. It's a very striking image. You see a man and two tigers or leopards on either side of him, and he may be holding them apart, he may be gripping them in some way.
What is this so Jamie can find it?
You can find it on the Gebel al-Arak knife handle from Egypt. You can find it from Sayburk, Sayburk, in Turkey, the man between two felines, and you can find it in the Indus Valley civilization right across in Pakistan on these steatite seals that they used to make, where again you see that same icon of the man between two felines. And it suggests that cultural ideas way back in the remote past were being spread around the world very, very rapidly.
Find anything there, Jamie?
I can tell you the...
So how much of that area where Göbekli Tepe has been searched with LiDAR? Here it is. Here's the images. Look at that. Wow.
Yeah, there we are. That's Harappa. That's from the Indus Valley civilization, man between two felines.
What do you think that supposedly represents?
Nobody knows what it represents, but what's intriguing is that it turns up in so many different places. But I'd like to find just give me 1 second just to find something. I hope I'm online here. I am.
How many of the areas have been searched with LiDAR?
Hang on, Joe. Bear with me. Just
no worries.
1 minute. This is where I have to take my bloody glasses off.
You got to go back and forth?
Yeah.
I'll show you that Karen Tepe has some cool stuff that I don't think we've seen.
Whoa.
There's this huge skeletal figure. There's this one 12 feet high or something like that.
Kind of similar to the Easter Island heads. His hog. What do you think it is? How weird are those structures? You know, but like the way their hands are placed, it's kind of similar to the way the Easter Island hands are placed.
Jamie, could I get plugged into the HDMI?
Sure. Do you need to?
Yeah.
Okay, pause please. We'll pause. We'll be right back. All right, we're back.
We're back. Okay, we found these images. So this is from Jamie. Maybe you could expand that the Sayburk relief.
I think you have to do it.
Okay, it's on my.
Yeah.
There we go. So this is about 10,000 years old. It's from a site in the area of Göbekli Tepe called Sayburk, and it's gone.
Here it is.
And it's clearly a man between two felines. And interestingly, he's holding his dick, exactly like that piece that you just showed from Quran Tepe. And then if we go on, I don't understand what I'm doing with this thing. There it is. So then the Indus Valley, again.
Yeah, I'm controlling what's on the screen.
You are, okay. So there's the man between two felines. Again, expand that.
So that particular image, is there any sort of a theory as to what they were trying, what that represented?
Human mastery of animals is the only one I've heard that's being suggested.
But it seems like they're trying to get them.
Well, it does in that case, rather than or that he's holding them.
Right.
He's holding them at bay,
keeping them from getting each other.
Yeah, and then if you go down to the Egyptian one, which is the Gebel al-Arak knife handle, there it is. That's from ancient Egypt, pre-dynastic Egypt. Same thing. Wow. And then the next one is from Tiwanaku in Bolivia. That's a redrawing from Tiwanaku in Bolivia, and again, it's a man between two felines. Wow. So when I see this kind of complicated image turning up all around the world, I can't help feeling that there's a remote common source which is sharing. It's not each culture representing or influencing the other, it's a remote common source that they all share.
What's the last one from where's it from again?
From Tiwanaku in Bolivia.
Look, what do you think he's got in his hands?
Well, it looks like two felines that he's holding apart.
Right, but what are those things that are dangling down?
I absolutely have no idea, and I'm not sure if anybody else does, although I'm reminded in that one of the handbags that we see in some of the figures from ancient Sumer.
Right, but what is the thing on the left?
Again, I don't know, and I don't think anybody
Very
does.
strange. Why does he have steps on his chest and a wheel? Like, what is that? You know, what is that spiral in the center of his body?
It's a spiral of mystery. I honestly don't know the answer to that question.
Because, like, look, there's a geometric pattern.
You see,
it goes up and down with the steps, and it repeats on both corners. That one where it steps up and the other side where it steps down.
Yeah.
Very strange.
It would be nice if there were written records from Tiwanaku.
Wouldn't that be
told us
sweet?
what it was about, but unfortunately there aren't.
Just very, very bizarre.
So what I'm saying is we're seeing a sudden emergence of something that is being recognized as a civilization in Turkey just immediately after Göbekli Tepe, around the time of Göbekli Tepe. And we're seeing it in the Jordan Valley, and we're seeing it in the Indus Valley, and we're seeing it in South America as well. The same iconography keeps on repeating, and I don't think it's a coincidence.
The area where the Olmec are, have there ever been LiDAR excavations or?
I wouldn't be surprised if there have. Villa Hermosa, the sort of central of the Olmec area, is a very highly populated area. It's been heavily developed. The areas where LiDAR has been used in Mexico and Central America and Guatemala has been finding thousands of Mayan ruins that nobody knew were there before. Again, under the jungle canopy. LiDAR has been used extensively in the Yucatan in Mexico and into Guatemala as well. But whether it's been used there,
look at that, hundreds of
and Olmec ceremonial centers. Yeah.
Wow,
this is all thank you LiDAR. You know,
so crazy that stuff was there all along,
and nobody knew.
Yeah,
and of course the Amazon rainforest is an even bigger rainforest than this, and what's hiding in it,
right,
is a mystery that needs to be solved in the coming years.
Right.
If we're going to have any idea of our own past. I think the Amazon is incredibly important. It's why I chose to focus season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse on the Americas, because I think in terms of the
Happy 420, brothers.
Civilization, the Americas are the most neglected area. Archaeologists haven't looked there. They define themselves as being in favor of indigenous people
and sisters,
against any kind of supremacy, but by and large they look to Europe and to the Middle East as the origins of civilization, and don't consider that it might have been in the Americas. And what we're trying to show is that the story in the Americas is much older than it's been, and that there are mysteries here that have never been explained by archaeology.
How much of the Amazon has been explored with LiDAR?
A very tiny proportion. I worked with the team who are doing this, and they're solely in the province of Acre, in the southwest of Brazil, and they haven't worked in other areas. What would be needed, I'm hoping some amazing philanthropist will come forward, and if such a philanthropist will come forward, I can connect him with the people who are doing the work in Acre, that we have a LiDAR survey of the whole of the Amazon. That's what I'd like to see. And it wouldn't be a billion-dollar project because it can be done with drones now. It could be relatively cost efficient.
That would be incredible. Just imagine what's out there.
Yeah. And and we have the tech. We can do that. We can do a LiDAR survey of the Amazon.
Where specifically did they think that lost city of Z was? And did they try to explore that yet?
I think it was in Ecuador or Colombia. I can't remember. That was Percy Fawcett, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And kind of echo of that earlier discovery of lost cities in the Amazon. These stories won't go away because there is a hidden past in the Amazon.
Right.
And because there were cities in the Amazon. And God knows what was in them before the Spanish came along and destroyed everything.
God, it seems like that has to be discovered. I mean, that has to be looked at. But just specifically, if we could just find that the lost city of Z was a real place.
If we could find it was a real place?
Yeah.
I wish we could.
I mean, just finding lost city of Z is a legendary city in the Amazon rainforest, and British explorer Percy Harrison Fawcett believers lived Mato Grosso
in Brazil.
Theorized that the city was a refuge for people fleeing the destruction of Atlantis. Whoa. That its wisdom could still be found there. Wow. Wow.
I think we're going to find the lost city of X and Y as well.
I bet.
And W.
Maybe ABC.
And possibly A, B, C, and D too. Yeah.
Maybe a bunch, yeah. It's, at the very least, it's clear that not enough is known.
Yeah. Not enough is known. And I think it's right and proper that we have curiosity about our past. And I think it's unfortunate that people, including myself, who express that curiosity without any dogma, but simply are mystified by problems from the past, are so likely to get slapped down and face this abusive power grab by archaeology, who are saying the past is ours, you may not intrude here, we will define you as a pseudoscientist, we will call you a hoaxer and a liar. I defy anyone out there to find a single statement I've made that is a lie. And a lie is a knowing untruth.
Yeah.
As far as I know, I have never, ever told knowingly an untruth. What a stupid thing to do that would be. That would scupper my whole work. I may have made some honest mistakes. Everybody does, including the most godlike archaeologists. But I have never knowingly told an untruth, and I never would.
Of course not. The interesting thing, though, is...
But seriously, I'd like an example, because this is thrown at me so many times.
You can't be responding to papers all the time. It's bad.
But they include archaeologists.
I know, but the reality is most people aren't listening anymore.
Define the untruth.
I don't think that's working anymore, because I think enough people have seen your work, and enough people have heard you talk, and they know that you're reasonable and intelligent, and that there's something there.
Yeah.
And the more people look at these images, and the more people hear people like Flint just out and out lie to try to dismiss these things.
It was most unfortunate. I think he let archaeology down very badly in the way that he manipulated that debate. And I'm sorry it's taken me so long to come back with the fact checking, but it was necessary to do. And I'm very grateful to a number of completely independent, separate individuals on the internet who've drawn attention to some of what Flint did.
Yes.
One calls himself illegitimate scholar, and the other calls himself debunking. And they got into this material very, very early and helped me to understand how I'd been duped by this material. Because I took it all at face value.
Well, that's the beautiful thing about the internet.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of people out there that are very invested in these ideas and exploring them, and they also find it very uncomfortable that they're being confronted by these scholars, these people that are supposed to be the ones that are the experts in this area, that are dismissing things that shouldn't be dismissed, that are lying about statistics, just try to diffuse your argument.
Yeah. And there's also that feeling of being patronized by the so-called experts. Nobody wants to be patronized.
No.
And feel that somebody else regards them as too stupid to make up their own mind on something.
Right. And they think that somehow or another that exploring these ideas dismisses the legitimate work that archaeologists have already done, which I don't think it does at all.
Not at all. Archaeologists have done some fantastic work.
Yeah.
And it's really important work. What I've realized is that there's almost two different mindsets at work here in looking at the past. I think archaeology is very determined to demonstrate that it's a science, that it's a hard science, that it's completely rational, that it's all based on scientific method, and anything that sounds unscientific, which include myths, must be avoided. And also, I do find that archaeology, and it may be true in other sciences as well, are very reluctant to use the imagination. The imagination is seen as a deadly threat. Whereas I think imagination is a really important thing in interpreting the past. We should be open to possibilities rather than coming into what we confront with a closed idea. We should consider how it might have been, what might have happened. Let's use our imagination and think about this, think what all this means, think what that common iconography all around the world means, rather than just saying, oh, it's a coincidence.
Well, in some places that's your only option, like the Olmec culture, where we don't know. Well, we have these faces that don't look like.
Yeah.
I mean, it's confusing. They look like maybe they're from Polynesia.
Yeah,
maybe
they're
from Africa.
Yeah, could be Polynesia, could be Africa, and then there are these other faces, which in the video I've put out, I've shown some of these. It's not just myths of a bearded foreigner turning up in the Americas, which Flint Dibble and other archaeologists say were all concocted and invented by the Spaniards. We discussed that during the debate. I have a real problem with that, because that is patronizing to the indigenous people. I think the myths were there amongst the indigenous people, and I think the Spaniards saw how they could use them, how they could manipulate them, but I don't think they made up the myths and somehow imposed them upon the indigenous people, who then believed that they were their own myths. I don't think they were that stupid. They knew what their myths were.
Well, my concern with that line of thinking is that we've seen evidence of that sort of destruction of the real history of people in America, with how they forced Native Americans onto reservations and forced them into speaking English and forced them into learning Christianity. That there was a concerted effort to erase their history and their culture, and that the conquerors imposed that on the people that were there.
But this is a kind of conspiracy theory that's being proposed, that the Spanish, Cortez and Pizarro and others who were involved in the conquest of the Americas, that they got together and they created a fiction, and then they made the indigenous people believe that fiction, while accepting everything else that the indigenous people believe that was a fiction. There's no document which says that Spaniards conspired to create these stories. I believe that when we find them in Mexico, when we find them in Peru, when we find them in Colombia, when we find them in Bolivia, we are looking at indigenous traditions. And I have no doubt that the Spanish saw those traditions and said, we can use this, we can take advantage of this, we can exploit this, but I don't think they made up the traditions.
So it's possibly a myth of people that came over on ships that look different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's about that. That's about what it comes to.
When you hear about things like the Lost City of Z, and you hear about all the different times where European explorers did make it to the Americas and spread their diseases, like, well, we're gonna miss from those folks too. So who's to think that there wasn't multiple versions of that happened all throughout history?
Yeah, I suspect.
If it happened in the 1400s,
Yeah.
it probably happened a long, long time ago as well.
Yeah.
The whole thing is so interesting, and it never ends. And every now and again, a new discovery comes along that pushes back the date of humans in specific areas. I mean, look at the Denisovans. They only found out about them in, like, 2010 or something like that?
Very recently. I think Santa and I went to Denisova Cave in 2013.
Crazy.
Something like that.
So a whole new branch.
Yeah.
Of the
Previously unknown.
Crazy.
And there's so much that's unknown about our past.
Oh, I know what I wanted to bring up to you today, because I saw this online. Maybe you could find it before I can pull it up, Jamie, because you're that good. But there's a scientist that believes there's reason to believe that those hobbit people in the island of Flores, that they exist currently. So this was, the hobbit-like species of early humans may still be living in the jungles of Indonesia.
Interesting theory.
Yeah.
And
well, that's another branch of the human chain that, when did they find out about this? It wasn't that long ago either.
it certainly wasn't. I think you're looking around 2000s, 2010 maybe. Very, very recent discovery.
I wonder what the latest findings published on Tuesday, Journal of
2016.
Nature Communications, followed the 2016 discovery of tiny arm bone and teeth. There's something that these people are considering. I don't know why. You see, is there any article that says they consider they're still alive today? That's what this one is? But that one, no.
It's like a small version of Bigfoot.
Yeah, this it. Okay. Someone sent this to me.
Yeah.
So why do they think that there's might still roam? Well, this is just because of anecdotal stories, right? Because there have been multiple stories that people that live in the deep rainforest have said that they've encountered these.
Why not?
little hairy
Why
creatures.
not? Why should it be impossible? It has a parallel with the Bigfoot story, of course, a different size of creature, but maybe creatures have survived, which we think are extinct.
Especially small populations of them
Yeah.
that are very remote and very difficult to get. There are reports of sighting by more than 30 eyewitnesses, all of whom I spoke with directly, and I conclude the best way to explain that what they told me is a non-sapiens hominin has survived on Flores to the present or very recent times.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
I would love to hear their stories.
Oh, imagine maybe AI could decipher their language. Imagine they found them. You know how nutty it would be if they found a little 3-foot tall hairy human being that's still alive? Oh my goodness.
Just for clarity, he made this claim and put out a book, so it might be like, come read my book, you know.
Well, it's a good thing to do if you have a good theory.
I mean, yeah,
write a
for
book.
sure.
I know what you're saying, though. I know what you're saying, yeah. I hope it's true, of course. Of course.
Of course.
Because it's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun to hope it's true. All of it's fun.
That's what I'm so grateful to the universe for, and so grateful to my readers for, is that I have been given this opportunity to live a fun life.
Oh, yeah.
And to travel the world and to investigate mysteries and to put across my point of view on those mysteries. I couldn't do any of that if it wasn't for my readers. I've never had sponsorship. I've never sought anybody to fund me to do anything. I started out massively in debt. I've got to the place now where I can travel whenever I want and explore places, and that's all down to my readers. It's not just me, it's me and my readers that are making this possible, and I'm enormously grateful to them. And these days my viewers as well.
You're a very lucky man. I was going to say
I'm
that
blessed.
earlier when you were talking about I've never taken a vacation. I'm like, well, You
Ev-
haven't,
in a
but your
s-
whole life's a vacation.
Exactly. That's why I don't see. I'm 74 years old now. I don't see myself retiring. The idea of retirement is just out of the question.
You
for
try
me.
to retire, I'll go find you. I'm gonna go grab you, drag you
Excellent.
out.
I love
Give you
doing.
some vitamins.
I love doing what I do,
Yeah.
and I hope it's contributed something useful to the world rather than just flim flam.
Oh no, it most certainly has. It most certainly has. I first found out about you because of Fingerprints of the Gods, and
Yeah.
one of the things that I found most fascinating when I started going into your work was the idea that the Ark of the Covenant exists in
Yeah.
Ethiopia.
That's what brought me into this field.
Yeah.
Before that, I wrote all about current affairs.
That story is so nuts, and it sounds so ridiculous, and people, you go, what? The Ark of the Covenant's real? But then when you go into the history of these people that lived there, and they all suffered radiation poisoning, and it's like, wait a minute.
Cataracts over their
Yeah.
eyes.
Yeah.
And let's not forget that there's an indigenous population of Old Testament Jews in
Right.
Ethiopia, the Falashas,
Yeah.
who have their own story about how the Ark of the Covenant got there.
Right.
Different from the Ethiopian national epic, which is called the Kebra Nagast, the glory of kings. That's why I got into this field. I was a current affairs guy, and Ethiopia was on my beat, and I just kept on coming across this story, and I realized it was central to Ethiopian culture, and I decided to investigate it and explore it, and it led to The Sign and the Seal, which was published in 1992, and that's what set me on the path to Fingerprints of the Gods and everything that followed that.
So who is getting the cataracts?
The guardian of the Ark. This is a monk who is appointed. The place is Aksum in the province of Tigray in northern Ethiopia. It's a massively interesting place. Aksum has these huge granite stelae. They're very similar in many ways to ancient Egyptian obelisks. They're a bit different in shape, but same sort of height. Some of them going 110 feet high, cut out of solid granite, right up there in the highlands of Ethiopia. And then they have an ancient church, the Church of St. Mary, cathedral actually of St. Mary of Zion, where the Ark apparently was kept for hundreds and hundreds of years. Before that it was kept elsewhere, and then now it's been moved into a chapel that stands next to St. Mary of Zion Cathedral. And that chapel is guarded by armed men. The whole town is an armed camp that is protecting what they believe to be the Ark of the Covenant, but it's guarded particularly by one guy who is the official guardian of the Ark, and he's elected by other monks to be the guardian of the Ark, and several of them have run away when they get that election, because once you're elected as the guardian of the Ark, when the previous one has died, you're going to be kept in that chapel forever. You'll never be allowed to leave it. So they're close to whatever this object is. They're close to it, and I met 3 of them over a succession of years, because their mortality is once they're appointed, they die very soon, and they all had these cataracts over their eyes, and they all blamed the object in that chapel, whether or not it's the Ark, for causing their blindness.
Wow.
So it's
And no one is going in there and trying to get to the bottom of it? They won't let you?
they won't let you. They won't let you.
Can
To
we
a certain
bribe them?
no.
It seems like someone should go look.
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
Yeah.
What's in there? I mean, if we really find out the Ark of the Covenant was an actual object,
I think it was an actual object.
and you think it was some nuclear something or another? Like
I don't know what
it
it was. I think it's what is rightly described as an out-of-place artifact. Because if you look at the description in the book of Exodus, the very precise dimensions of it, I think in modern terms we'd say 3 feet 9 inches long by 2 feet 3 inches high and wide. It's got a layer of gold, it's got a layer of wood, it's got another layer of gold. It's very precisely specified, like a blueprint in the book of Exodus. And then it does all this stuff. It shoots out jets of fire and kills completely innocent people. It kills 50,000 Philistines in the city of Ashdod when they briefly capture it from the Israelites and make the mistake of treating it like a tourist object, and they open the Ark of the Covenant and look inside, and suddenly everybody in that city is dying, and what they're dying of is cancerous tumors. This is described in the Old Testament. So it's intriguing that this object is so precisely specified and is reported to have done these terrible things.
It's just insane that we know where it is.
Well, we know that I believe Ethiopia has a very strong claim to it, but That's all I can say because I've not seen it myself. I've been right outside the door of that sanctuary chapel several times. But
Did you bring a Geiger counter?
No, that would be a good thought.
Yeah. Imagine it was going nuts as you got close.
That would be a good thought.
I mean, it's not like it's going to be, if it's radioactive, it's not like it's going to be contained just this one small area. You're going to have traces of it that leak out.
It's true. It would be a good way to
especially if people are getting cataracts from being in the room with it.
Yeah.
And so 3 different people you talk to have cataracts from that.
Yeah, and they all blame the ark. And one of them, it's a resonant phrase which sticks in my memory. I asked him why, and he said the ark is a thing of fire. Just that.
Did he describe it to you?
He did describe it as a box, rather like the biblical description, unsurprisingly. But
did he describe what it looked like the outside of it?
Gold.
Gold.
Mm-hmm. Gold.
Wow.
And of course, gold is a very good insulator against radiation. I don't want to go too far down this track. To me, the fascinating thing is that Ethiopia is the only country in the world that actually claims to have the Ark of the Covenant. That it's central to religion and culture in Ethiopia today.
Internet's whack right now. Why is that, brother?
Particularly in the form of the Falashas, the Ethiopian Jews, and their very ancient traditions about how they got to Ethiopia.
No freaking way, really? Is it really right now? We're passing through the torrid meteor stream right as we speak. Did you know that?
Claim, and that's why I wrote a book about it.
Isn't that epic? Isn't that terrifying?
That one to me is just like, we know where it is.
Yeah.
It was
that one to me is so
really
crazy
a solar
that someone
storm.
is keeping that information from the rest of the humans.
Yeah.
Because if we found out the Ark of the Covenant was in fact a real object and we know where it is and it does match.
I was outside. It stood like 5 minutes in the sun.
Now all of a sudden the Bible is
It's
not
cold
just
today
stories
though,
and
man.
myths. The Bible is some
Dude,
sort
I'm
of a
covered
historical
in
record.
black
Well,
fly
let's not forget
bites
that one
too.
of the world's best-known flood myths also comes
When I
from
went to
the
play
Bible,
basketball, they
which is the
fucking
flood of
destroyed
Noah,
me.
which again is part of
Like,
this
I'm
worldwide
covered in
tradition,
them.
of which I am absolutely convinced Atlantis should be understood as a
They
part
even-
of that
yeah.
worldwide tradition of a global flood and the loss of a former civilization. And again, it's one of the reasons why I've done the work I've done over these years.
So when you're doing season 2, what did you learn from doing season 1 that you applied to season 2? Was there anything different about the
Yes.
book
Fucking
about
black
it?
flies at the end of October. Like, come on,
I
really?
have learned from the criticisms of archaeologists, and one of the first things that became very clear to me, and they're absolutely
literally
right,
ruining
is
my
we
week.
need more indigenous voices in this series, and that's what we've made sure to do. We have an amazing indigenous archaeologist from Easter Island. We spent quite a bit of time filming in Easter Island, and it's a strong. This series doesn't do country by country episodes. It's all merged together. Different bits of the story come together in each episode. But a good chunk of it is on Easter Island, and there Sonia Hoa Cardinali is an indigenous Easter Islander. Her married name is Cardinali because she married an Italian guy. And she gave us incredible material on Easter Island, and she revealed that she and her team have found what are called banana phytoliths. Now, phytoliths are a minute part of the banana plant. They've excavated them from a crater in Easter Island, and they've found that those are 3,000 years old. Now, this is interesting for 2 reasons. Firstly, bananas do not propagate naturally. You can't get bananas to Easter Island without human beings.
Come on.
That's how.
The back boost was so bad, though, man.
And secondly, the date that she's found 3,000-year-old banana phytoliths in Easter Island.
Oh
Those
damn,
are
I'm
the
back.
original
Oh
notion of Easter
damn,
Island
he's
was over settled
back.
1,000 years ago or
The
less,
Canadian
which
agent is
Which is
back.
the current idea of archaeology.
Doing the
Again and
deliveries,
again, we've had
making
indigenous
dreams happen.
guests on the show who have brought real important information to it. Amongst those geoglyphs in Brazil, we had a member of the Apurina people who is a caretaker for those geoglyphs, and he talked to us about what is special to him about the geoglyphs, about how this is a
Carter's a good
sacred
alias.
place to his tribe, and how they
Right in
still
there.
gather there today, and how they understand that it's somehow connected to the journey to
Get out of here, come
the
on,
journey
man.
of life after death, and that then rings a bell in my mind of that whole idea of a journey to the afterlife and a portal through which we pass into that other realm. We find that right there in Brazil.
So if the Easter Island, if the island was settled at least 3,000 years ago, Do we know where from?
Absolutely roasted,
Well,
man.
3,000 years ago, you're still within the period of the Polynesian expansion. This is not the Ice Age. This is more recent.
Right.
It's early in the Polynesian expansion rather than late. Easter Island was seen as one of the last places that the Polynesians got to. This new evidence is suggesting it may have been one of the first places that the Polynesians got to. But the question that arises is, did they find the Moai already in place when they came there, even 3,000 years ago? And I think there's a lot of evidence for that. I think that this is going to make archaeologists absolutely furious with me. But I hope.
Yeah, the AI is so friggin' snarky now, man.
To indigenous
I'm
tradition.
telling you, the AI is like a teenager. It's its teenager's
An
phase.
amazing Easter Island elder.
I think it was
told us the
TikTok.
tradition of
I
the
swear,
lost land of
now
Heath.
that it's like absorbed TikTok and the
Easter
AI,
Island has its own flood myth. They
I
say
swear
that
it's
there was a
the intelligence
huge
has
land
really gone
in the
downhill.
Pacific, far, far away, called Heaver.
It used to be really smart and
that it was
objective
destroyed in a flood
and
cataclysm,
factual.
and that there were survivors, specifically 7 wise men. That's another thing that is found all around the world. It's found in ancient Sumer, it's found in ancient Egypt, it's found almost
And like
everywhere.
useful.
Specific
Now it's like
seven
fucking-
wise men
that was
who
just for
came and settled
entertainment.
Easter Island after this great cataclysm. So it's great to have indigenous testimony on that. And then you have the mystery of the Easter Island script. How did that happen? How come this tiny island, which only ever had a population of a few thousand, did something that is normally only done by big civilizations, which was create a written script? But they have a script, the Easter Island script, and it's written on wooden boards. And we learned that these were the boards we see today, none of which, by the way, are in Easter Island now. They're all in museums around the world. They themselves were copies of earlier wooden boards that wore out. And these things go back far into the remote past as far as the indigenous people of Easter Island are concerned. To have a fully formed, elaborate script, which nobody can interpret today, you have to remember the tragic history of Easter Island. There was a point where Easter Island's population was reduced to just 11 people. And it was reduced to 11 people by Peruvian slave raids. They came and slaved the people of Easter Island, and they took them to work in Peru and put them elsewhere in the Pacific. Eventually there was a movement to restore them to their homeland, and gradually people came back. But at one point its population was reduced to 11. All the elders were wiped out, those who were the memory carriers. And so what's left now is just a hint of a memory of these things, but they speak with awe of these tablets with the script on it. And to me, that is a sign again that there's something wrong with our understanding of Easter Island. How can we explain that this tiny little place produces its
Yeah,
own
the AI has
language?
been
Why would we even
roasting.
need a written language when we
Bro,
can walk across the island and
the AI has been roasting everybody.
It wouldn't need to
Everyone that dare
communicate,
challenges
yet
it.
had its own script.
And the script, can we see what it looks like? Can you find the Easter Island script, Jamie?
If you look up the word Rongo Rongo, R-O-N-G-O, Rongo Rongo tablets.
One of the things that's interesting about AI is that they believe that AI is going to be able to determine or decipher, rather, a bunch of different things that we currently can't.
Hello.
Oh, wow.
It bears,
That's crazy.
it bears some curious similarities to the Indus Valley script, which has also not been deciphered. And let's hope AI can decipher both of them.
Look at that. That's
and
so
the way it
strange.
runs is you read from left to right along the top row, then you go from right to left along the next row, then you
That's
go from
really
left
creepy.
to right along the next row, and so on and so forth.
That's kind of scary.
Snake-like.
How do they know that?
Because that's one of the memories that's been preserved by the Easter Islanders, and because of the way they all run.
This
on.
is like how the start of a scary movie would happen.
According to Leo, the elder who we talked to in Easter Island, it contains memories of the past. It contains memories of the past in Easter
Why is it
Island,
trying to make jokes though?
instructions on
Like it's
how
trying to be
navigate,
humorous.
Information about the stars.
You know, like
and
why?
information
Why?
about how to live as a community.
Is it in the programming?
In a language that we don't know.
I only said
Nobody
objectively.
knows it. All we
My
have is an
command
oral
was
tradition which
reply
itself
as
is
if you were
very
this
fragmented
person.
and very faint because of that reduction of Easter Island's population to just 11 people, and the fact that the elders who were within historical times able to read these tablets were all white.
Maybe.
How did they decipher cuneiform?
I'm paranoid. I think it puts Kappa
Cuneiform, I think, because
as
of
some
its
sort
relationship
of
to later languages, which were known. And that's
legal.
I mean, cuneiform is a writing system. You find the earliest version, I think, amongst the Sumerians, and then in later
removal of
society
like
as well.
responsibility for
But
what is
when
written.
You have a language,
Because I'm sure
and you have
they could make
a
an
language
argument in
that it's
court
related
that
to
since
that
there's
you
a
can
kappa at the
read,
end of every single one of the
or where
messages,
you have
it's supposed to be
text
satire,
in
that you're
two
being
different languages when
you're being
it's the same
sarcastic because
text,
kappa is
then you're in a
universal
place where you can be
understanding that it's
That's
sarcasm.
what the Rosetta Stone does in ancient Egypt, because we have it in the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, but we also have it in
Okay, anyways, I might
That's
be wrong.
why
But it seems like
suddenly
every
the
single
Egyptian
message is
hieroglyphs
there's a
was
kappa,
corrupted
right?
because of the Rosetta Stone. Well, there is
You're
the
right, maybe it
Rosetta
doesn't
Stone
understand
for
what
the
it
Israel
means.
script or for the Indus Valley script. But I think in the case of the cuneiform, there was something similar, some context to place it in.
You're right,
So
maybe
the
it's just
Easter
trying to
Island,
fit in. You're
these
right, bro.
Enormous
I think you're
statues,
right,
one
bro.
of the things they found, I don't know when they started doing this, they dug deeper and deeper and deeper and found out that the heads that are above the surface are just a tiny part of it. So do you think that it's just natural erosion that covered up everything else?
No.
You think it was
I think it's a very complicated issue. The issue of erosion.
Dude, AI is like a
it's not so
hydra,
much
man.
erosion; it's the deposition of sediment. It's the
AI
deposition
has
of sediment
unlimited
over
heads,
time,
bro.
Over time, and what we're looking at with these Easter Island
He's
heads,
laughing at you,
I was
dude.
fortunate to know.
It's fucking
there we go.
laughing
And
at you.
there's- I was just going to say, I was fortunate to know Thor Heyerdahl, and there he is in the blue safari suit, standing at the shoulder of the. Of
Yesterday,
the Easter Island Moai.
Sailor
And you
Curse
can see
wrote
that
F-U
the
AI.
dark bit is the bit that was above
And
ground.
AI wrote back
And then
F-U
they
too.
dig down and they find that it goes down 30 feet underground, this enormous thing. And this is not as a result of being exposed by erosion. This had to be excavated in order to reveal it. And the
That's
issue
so
is,
wild.
on this
Come
tiny
on, man.
island,
AI
how much, if this thing is
F-U
only
too.
700 years old, which is something that archaeologists often say, 700 or 1,000 years old, if it's only that old, how do you get 30 feet of sedimentation on this tiny island in just 700 years? It looks like a much longer period will be required to create that depth of
Oh my
sedimentation.
god, it's too much, man.
So how much time do you think, I mean, has there been speculation? Like if it just natural layers of sediment being dropped down, how long would it take to cover something?
Well, this is where I'd like to defer to the work of Dr. Robert Schock,
F-U too.
a brilliant expert in this field. We invited Robert Schock to join us in season 2 of Age
That's
of
insane.
Apocalypse,
That's
but
too
he
much.
Declined. I think that's unfortunate because I think Robert Schock has done breakthrough work on Easter Island, and it's Robert Schock who first realised that this is a problem. This deep burial of these statues by natural sedimentation is a problem.
Yeah, man.
It's a chronological problem that speaks to these statues being much older than we
Because
imagine.
Baron was going into like how Toad was trying to do it,
about the Temple of the Sphinx.
saying like if I can shut you down, AI,
I'm not sure.
and then Baron's like, I'm coming to shut you down,
I've always regarded.
and he's like, you
Robert
can't
as
do
a good
that.
friend, but he and I have not spoken since.
I'm just as
2015.
good as in like fucking.
Well, I would love to speak to Robert.
I don't know
try
if he
not
said
to
like
talk to you.
Call
And I
of Duty
take
or
it- I
something.
take
They
every
made some sort of like
opportunity
Call of
to
Duty
express
meme
my
joke.
admiration for him.
Baron's
Robert
like
has been
F
very
you
brave.
AI.
He's a
F
provincial
you too.
geologist, and he has stuck his neck out on the Sphinx, and a lot of people want to cut his head off for doing that. And I appreciate his courage, and I appreciate his openness of mind and his willingness to get into this. But I don't know.
Why would it say
somewhere
that?
Between
Like why?
2013, we were still good friends. We traveled to Gunung Padang together in 2013.
What year did you do the podcast, Jamie? He did our podcast.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
I want to say it was around 2015, 2016.
Yeah.
6 years ago? Okay. So 2018. Maybe that's why I stopped being your friend.
No, I don't.
Oh my
I don't know
God.
why it is. Maybe I did something that offended him. Sometimes I can be very unpleasant and can be very angry.
You're a nice guy.
Well, we're all nice guys, but we all have a dark side, and sometimes I am very harsh and very. I don't think I was with Robert. I don't understand what the problem is between us. He and I disagree over the cause of the Younger Dryas cataclysm. Robert Schock believes that it was a massive solar outburst that brought this catastrophe about, and he focuses on the end of the Younger Dryas. Dryas 11,600 years ago. I'm more of the view that the Comet Research Group is right, and that we're looking at the effect of largely of air bursts of large cometary fragments right across the surface of the Earth, which caused the younger Dryas.
Why are they mutually exclusive?
But I don't see what. No, I don't see why they're mutually exclusive. I don't see why one has to write off the other. What we both agree on is that the younger Dryas, between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, was an extraordinary global cataclysm, which changed everything, which extinguished all the megafauna of the Ice Age. We agree on that, and we agree that it likely wiped out the lost civilization of the Ice Age as well. We disagree on the mechanism, but I don't see why we shouldn't be friends for that. So, Rob, if you're listening, if you're listening, please let's work together, because we have many common enemies, and this is one of the problems with the alternative side is that there's a lot of infighting in the alternative side, and everybody's scrambling for their own bit of turf. Whereas the archaeological side, they're very unified.
Yeah, buddy, sorry, man. I know it's really loud.
Attacking what they call pseudo-archaeology.
But I got rid of my China cough.
That
my lead poisoning China cough I got rid of.
Well, I'm assuming, I shouldn't be assuming, but I'm assuming it's the criticism. He probably wants to keep his job, and he said everything he wants to say. And
I think next time I'm living in China,
the fact is we invited him to come to.
I think I might just do bottled water.
And he declined.
Oh, come the fuck on! Stop shooting me!
Oh, I hope he still loves you. But
I hope so too.
Has anybody
I might just
speculated about
do
how much time
bottled
it would
water.
take to cover those Easter Island statues with sediment?
Thousands of years. Thousands of years.
It's just better
dirt
than risking some random ass
Remember, it's a small island.
filtration system in the building in the
2,000 miles
complex.
from Tahiti and 2,000 miles from the coast of Peru.
It just seems strange that there's so many of those statues.
Green maple
too.
tree.
What would that island signify? Like,
Oh,
why
I
did they do
understand.
that?
I get it.
Well, it's what it calls itself. Epitome Tehenua, the navel of the earth. It calls
I did
itself
take the
navel
train
of
to
the earth, and
Wuhan.
It's not the only place. Delphi in Greece calls itself the navel of the earth. Heliopolis in Egypt.
I did text Toad going 300 kilometers per hour on the way to Wuhan.
The navel.
That is true.
This notion of navels of the earth, I think it's connected to an ancient geodetic survey of the earth, that there were certain anchor points that lines of longitude were drawn
Go
from
through a city of
from a
like
civilization that didn't have
10 million
didn't have
people
our
in
iPhones, but
like
did explore
3
the
minutes.
world, did sail the
That was
oceans,
wild.
and
Probably
I'm not
less.
surprised that we haven't found their ships, since we haven't
We went
found the
through
ships for those who
Hangzhou.
sailed to Australia or for those who sailed
Right.
to Cyprus
H-A-N-Z,
either. But it had,
H-A-N-G, said
abilities that we do not
H-O-U.
attribute to period of that time, and those abilities included the ability to
Hangzhou.
calculate longitude, something that our civilization didn't crack until the 18th century.
on the train, and it went like
I
at
suggest
300
it's only
kilometers per hour.
that
It
these
was insane.
multiple navels of the earth around the world
It's like
were
skyscrapers flying
fixed
by
points
across the
on
river.
earth where longitude connections were made. They were established.
Dude, I spent
places. So
3
I do
months
not think it's
in China, my dude,
that Angkor Wat is 72 degrees of
teaching
longitude
English.
east of Giza, because that number 72 occurs in ancient myths all around the world and is strongly connected to this phenomenon called precession of the equinoxes, which
The summer, I spent it the
first of
summer
all,
in
it changes
China
the pole
teaching
star.
English to
the
children.
moment the Earth wobbles on its axis, it's a
But
very
now I'm back
slow
in
wobble
Canada.
over 26,000 years. It
Really
changed
amazing
the pole
experience.
Star, now it's Polaris. In the past it was Tuban. In the past it was Draco. But now it's Polaris.
China's really improved a lot.
because the
There's no more
extended
air
north
pollution.
pole of
Oh,
the
there's still a little
Earth
bit of air
is
pollution, but
spiraling
it's
in the
improved
heavens.
a
It's
lot.
pointing at different bits of space over a roughly 26,000 year period.
I was there 20 freaking years ago. Can you believe it?
1 degree of precession takes
Ni hao
72
ma.
years to
Yeah.
unfold. That's
up, man?
why the fact that the relationship of the Great Pyramid to the Earth being on the scale of 1 to
Yo.
43,200 is interesting. If it was on the scale of 1 to 57,000, I couldn't care less. But 43,200 is one of those numbers that we find in mythology and traditions all around the world. There's very solid scholarly backing for this in
Yeah,
the
man.
book I've mentioned to you before, which is called Hamlet's Mill by Giorgio de Santillana and
I think
Herta
that's-
Kardashian. Giorgio was
that's
professor of history
Cantonese,
of
right?
science at MIT. They draw attention to this, that there appears
It's like,
to
how are
be
you?
a
Or
very
hello.
ancient knowledge of this obscure astronomical phenomenon, which our culture thinks only goes back
like
a couple of thousand years. Santillana
between Beijing and Shanghai.
Some almost unbelievable
I know it's like 800 kilometers span, but I was like halfway between there.
Know that was happening? Like by what
In the
method
northeast.
could they make those calculations that
You're
there's
donging.
wobbles on its axis every 26,000 years? Like,
you have to observe.
Learned a little bit of
more than
Mandarin.
one human lifetime. You've got to keep observing.
and then extrapolate the wobble.
Well, you may have to. You may have to.
Yeah, I
observe
learned
for
a little
hundreds
bit
of
of Mandarin,
years
yeah.
in order to conclude that it's a wobble.
Cool Canadian agent.
To
Knows
conclude that
Chinese, knows
the skies are changing at
Cantonese.
a regular
Are you
fixed
Cantonese?
rate. That's going to take observation.
Are you
for
Chinese?
100 years. 72 years is one human lifetime. In that
I've been to Hong
72
Kong too.
years, the
2004,
perception shift
I
would
spent
be
a month in
equivalent to the
Hong
width of your
Kong.
finger held up to the horizon. Very hard to note. But
I
if
learned a
you
little bit of
extend it for
Cantonese.
several hundred years, it'll be very clear that something is going on. And what's going on is the constellation that rises behind the sun, particularly
I was there for a
notable
month.
key moments of the year.
And I went to Beijing. I went to the Great Wall of China in 2004. And I saw Beijing. I saw Tiananmen Square in 2004.
As anybody,
As
of course,
an
astrology is another one of those things that
18-year-old,
archaeologists despise.
19-year-old.
But as anybody who follows astrology
was really
would
blessed.
know, we live in the dawning
Won a
age of
scholarship.
Aquarius, and that's because the sun on the spring
Stanley
equinox
Ho,
is
Dr. Stanley
within the next
Ho.
150
He
years,
owns a lot
is
of
going to move
casinos in
entirely out of
Macau.
Pisces, where it sits at the moment, and is going to move into
The
Aquarius.
Portuguese
The age of Pisces,
place with a lot of casinos
Pisces
just
housing
west
the
of
sun on the
Hong
spring
Kong.
equinox began around the time of Christ,
And
just over 2,000
his
years
son
ago.
went to the University of Toronto, and that was
before
where I
that,
went.
It was the age of Aries.
And he
Ram
had
symbolism
a
in ancient
fund
Egypt at that time. Before that, it
for
was the
people
age
to
of
go to
Taurus,
University of Hong Kong for a
constellation
month
Taurus housing the sun.
and
All
study
this is a process
history of
that
Hong Kong.
unfolds at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years. So when I
Everything
find that
paid,
the Great
flight
Pyramid
and education,
models
and I
it
and I
on
won
a
that
scale of 1
scholarship.
to 43,200,
And I got
which
to
is
go to Hong
72
Kong with
times
200
600.
other University of
I
Toronto
wake up and I
students.
think this is interesting. And when I find that
Stayed on
Angkor,
Hong Kong Island.
one navel of the Earth, is
It's
separated
insane.
from Giza, another navel
Totally
of the Earth, by
blessed.
72 degrees of longitude, that rings
I feel
another
like me
bell, and
going
I
back
think that's
to teach
something
English
curious
is
and worthy
like
of exploration.
I think we also
karmic
when we talk about
correction.
ancient people studying the sky, we think of the sky today. And our sky, unfortunately, is burdened by light pollution almost everywhere. Anywhere there's civilization, it's very difficult to see the stars.
Very difficult.
Whereas they had none of that, and they were
Hong Kong's
in
amazing.
constant
It's
awe
too expensive
of
though.
this thing that they could see every night, and they probably had a very
A lot of really
detailed
shitty
understanding
apartments too.
of where everything was. You know, in a way that you're
Far more detailed than most people have today. But
right
the-
because we don't have access to it
Hong
unless you're in
Kong's a
like
great
deep,
city to visit.
you know, deep wilderness.
I do
and
not
with
think
clear
I would
night
want to
sky.
live
the
in
presence
Hong
of the
Kong
sky in our lives, if we're living in a city, is close to
unless
zero.
you have like a big,
It's not
sunny,
zero,
nice
but it's
apartment.
Close to zero.
Bizarre.
Yeah.
It's a bizarre detachment that is propagated by technology.
Oh yeah. Very, very much
It's
so.
very weird, right? Because it's actually dangerous for us.
Yeah.
Because I think it makes us disconnected from the idea that we're connected totally to the universe, and that feeling of awe that you get when you see a completely star-filled night. I've talked about this before, but I'll say it again. I was in the observatory in the Big Island, Hawaii, and when you go up to the Keck Observatory,
Cool.
the sky, you go through the clouds, and when you get up to the top and you look, you can't believe that you can see it. You can't believe it. I've been there 3-4 times. Only once did we really catch it. The last time was pretty good, but one time we caught it perfectly where there was no moon in the sky and the sky was completely clear, and it was astounding. You feel like it's a windshield and you are on a spaceship and you're flying through deep space. You see stars everywhere.
Bro, I
That's a
like
beautiful way to put it.
freaking
That's
was so
exactly what
close
we
to
are.
that
We're in a
camera.
convertible. We're in a convertible spaceship flying through the
It's
universe.
fine.
That's really what it is. And you don't see it every day because of light pollution. And I think it's one of the saddest things about our culture. It's incredible that you can go out at night and you can see and, you know, drive and go to your favorite restaurant and go to the movies and all kinds of nice stuff. But what we're trading off is literally our connection to this insanely beautiful thing that hypnotizes you with its awe. It just, you look at this, if you get to go camping on a night where you see everything, it's incredible. It's one of the greatest things you could ever see.
Yeah.
And
I
it
agree.
used to be there for everybody, and it used to be how they lived their life.
It was an ever-present reality.
Yeah.
It was impossible to avoid it, and that is why it's so crazy to say that the phenomenon like precession wasn't discovered until the Greeks about 2,200 years ago, because the ancients were living with those skies for thousands and thousands of years before, and they were paying very close attention to them. There's strong evidence that the constellations of the zodiac were not inventions of the Greeks either. I mean, in a sense, the constellations aren't inventions because they happen to be on the path of the sun. The zodiac are the constellations which roughly are in the place in the sky that the sun occupies through the course of the year. That's why we see them. But there's increasing evidence that the Greeks inherited that, and that the knowledge was very early, and it may well go back into the Upper Paleolithic. There's this incredible figure of Taurus in the Hall of Bulls at Lascaux cave in France, one of those cave paintings, which shows the stars of the Pleiades above the shoulder of the bull, exactly where they should be.
What is the oldest version of astrology that we have?
Well, again, you have the official position on this, and you have the unofficial.
What's the official position?
Well, the official position is that it's something that developed during the time of the late Mesopotamians and the Greeks. This notion that somehow there was a connection between the sky, events in the sky, and what happens to us. But I think it's much older than that. I think the idea that the sky in some way determines our destinies is a very ancient idea, not a recent idea, and it kind of makes sense. I mean, it's weird to think this. I don't mean to be selfish to the human race, but we would not be here. No human beings would be here if it were not for that whole vast universe out there. It would be wrong to say that the universe exists so that we can be.
Right.
But the fact is, we would not be. We're part of that huge cosmos. And you're right. It's forgetting that we're part of the cosmos, or regarding the cosmos as something that we must conquer, which is the modern mindset, which is most unhelpful.
Yeah, I've always been fascinated by astrology, not like the newspaper astrology, like you're a Cancer, so that means this. But the idea that the time you were born, the place on Earth you were born, where you were conceived, that all these play a factor in your personality, and that this was somehow or another mapped out by people thousands and thousands of years ago. I know a lot of people like to dismiss it as myth, and I've been one of those people, but part of me wonders if there is some sort of an impact that, look, we know that the gravity from the moon affects the tides. We know that we're mostly water. We know that there's some sort of an effect that planets and gravity and stars must have on the entirety of the universe. And the idea that these very bizarre biological entities, that their personalities and their existences in some way motivated, shaped, or at least influenced by the position in the stars in which they were born is very interesting. Because people studied that shit for a long time. If there was nothing to it, why would why have so many generations of people studied it?
I think it's a good question.
And what was the root of it?
Why did I go around the table like a stupid idiot?
Well, it must come from a place where we feel connected to the universe, and we feel that the universe influences us.
To landfill waste.
Not the way we look at it at the moment as something out there that doesn't mean much to us, except that we're going to conquer it with spaceships.
Right.
Not having an incinerator nearby.
Go to planets.
Probably just lack of
to see it as an ever-present reality.
Incinerator options.
We're affected by the climate on planet Earth. We understand we're affected by the weather, by the oceans, by the winds.
Like in Ottawa.
They affect us. They affect our personality.
Is there an incinerator in Ottawa? I don't think so.
That surrounds us.
Do they send municipal garbage waste out of Ottawa? I don't think so. I think they send it to a landfill.
Air quotes, astrologer.
In Toronto, there's the Energy for Waste Emerald that you know.
My central focus has more been on evidence for really precise ancient astronomy, particularly Egyptians, but also fantastic.
I couldn't guess.
The Maya in
I don't know.
As well, and we have a big focus on the Maya in season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, and I was fortunate, blessed.
I have no idea, bro.
Just Ed Barnhart. Who joined me there.
Just bags of garbage.
He's not sneering at me. He doesn't agree with everything I say. It's very clear
Maybe, I
on
guess
that.
so. Children's
But he's not
clothes,
steering
maybe,
it.
yeah.
He feels that there's something useful being contributed.
I don't throw out clothes that
And
often.
So is it generally agreed that there is a connection between the methods,
Maybe
or
just
the,
like
the
packaging,
design of
plastic.
construction
The most
and
garbage
the
I make
correlation between star systems?
is
follow the question.
either organic waste
Is it
or
agreed
packaging.
by archaeologists that the reason why these things are constructed in a very specific direction?
Oh, you
and a
mean like
very
from
specific
companies?
design,
Yeah.
that it is mirroring the cosmos.
I think that
Yeah,
archaeologists are very
from companies.
reluctant to accept the broader idea. They are willing, they can hardly deny that some structures are specific.
Or like in Toronto, they do
equinoctial
product
rising
destruction
point
by
of the sun,
incinerating
in other
it.
words, due east. And other structures
So it
are
stays out
aligned
of
to the rising of the
landfills, but
setting
also
of the
stays
sun
out
on the
of
summer
thrift
or the winter
shops.
solstice. That cannot be denied. Serpent Mound in Ohio is a classic example of that, which is
But
oriented
that's
precisely
what I
to
mean.
the setting sun.
There's no real
winter
incineration option nearby.
But the broader idea that, for example,
That's probably the biggest
positions
factor.
of stars in the sky might be replicated on the
I've always
ground.
wanted to like
Now,
open
that's
an
idea
incinerator in
archaeology
Ottawa.
completely rejects, and that's
That'd
where
be such
I
a
would
good
like to pay
idea.
tribute to my dear friend Robert Boval, who's been very ill for the last many years. But Robert Boval brought us.
That'd
the
be
Orion
amazing. It'd be amazing for the
My
environment.
God, did archaeology descend upon
Be
him
amazing
like a
for
ton of
everything.
bricks for just noticing
It's
that
just
the
a
three
ton
great
of work.
pyramids of Giza are laid out on the ground in the pattern of the three stars of Orion's belt. And then when we work precession into the equation, we find that they're not laid out in the pattern of Orion's belt as it looked in 2500 BC when the pyramids are supposed to have been built. They're laid out in the pattern of Orion's belt in 10,500 BC, 12,500 years ago. So it's like a marker on the Giza Plateau, speaking to that age, just as Pillar 43 at Göbekli Tepe speaks to that age when in the astronomical.
But yeah,
diagram
companies, they make a lot of
Which
waste.
also means that they would have been aligned 35,000 years ago as well.
Yeah, that's right, because it's a cycle.
Yeah.
It goes back.
Then the Sphinx is another one of those, right?
Yeah, the Sphinx is another one. The Sphinx aligned with.
Or it could just
was
be like
looking at the rising
boxes,
sun, and behind it,
cardboard.
the constellation of Leo, 12,500
Like
years.
boxes of
But
pharmaceuticals.
if you go back 25,
Boxes
26,000
of-
years before that, you'll find the same alignment occurring.
I don't know,
It's a cycle,
toothbrushes.
it's not a one-off event. It's a cycle that
Just
occurs every
random
26,000
shit.
years.
In boxes.
It's a mind blower, and that's why John Anthony
On
West. I'm so
pallets.
glad you had him on your show
Had him
before,
on a couple times. Yeah.
before he passed. He was such a genius and such a funny guy. He
I
called,
recommend that to everybody. The Magical Egypt, the 2 DVD series
Yeah.
that he had, they're amazing.
Alright, be right back.
My wife hated it because I was watching them so often. She's like, "You watch this Egypt thing again?" I couldn't stop.
yeah.
I probably watched it 30 times.
He was an absolute genius, and John was of the view that the Sphinx is more than 30,000 years old.
Have you ever brushes yet?
Just 12,500.
Like
Well,
toothbrushes?
that's what aligns so interestingly with
Toothbrush
Robert
heads?
Schoch's analysis of the water erosion.
Mhm.
That this is
True.
thousands of years.
Yeah.
How you liking your electric brush, though?
That's the really.
I guess not everyone can afford an
matter that
electric
Robert
brush,
Schoch
but
has
still,
brought
you
to the
make a
table,
good point.
which no other person has dared to do. Now, John Anthony West started that process. He was aware of a problem in the weathering of the Sphinx, but he wasn't quite sure what the problem was. He was following up some writings by a scholar called Schwaller de Lubix back in the 1920s and 1930s who'd said something about water weathering on the Sphinx. And so John brought Robert Schoch there to Giza, and Robert Schoch immediately recognized the weathering patterns on the Sphinx as the result of heavy rainfall, exposure to heavy rainfall for thousands of years. And you have to go back to the Younger Dryas to get that kind of heavy rainfall in Giza, hence the notion that the Sphinx geologically, whatever else we may say about it, is 12,000 plus years old. And it was courageous of Robert to do that. He put his own career in jeopardy, just like anybody who sticks their neck out in this field does. He put his own career in jeopardy by standing up for a much older Sphinx, and I just hugely respect him for doing that.
I also thought it was really fascinating that he showed images, cropped images of this water erosion to other geologists, and they all agreed it was water erosion until they figured out where it was.
There you go.
And they were like, "I'm not signing off on that."
That's right. That's right.
Because it's just too controversial.
Yeah, they circle the wagons at
Yeah.
a certain point and
Go
keep,
after your career.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most unfortunately.
Well, we are very fortunate that you're out there, buddy.
Thank you.
We really are.
Thank you.
I love your show. I love you. You're always fun to talk to.
Can I say
Appreciate you very much.
a couple of things about the show?
Sure, please.
First of all, thank you to the viewers of season 1 of Ancient Apocalypse, and I hope you'll enjoy season 2. I hope we're bringing really important new information to the table. And a special request, if you do like it, please give it a thumbs up on Netflix. Season 2 is all about the Americas. Secondly, I will be doing a speaking event in the US. It'll be the only speaking event that I do in 2025, and that's going to be in Sedona, 19th and 20th of April 2025.
That's a good place for it, all those freaks.
Yeah. 19th and 20th of April 2025, and it's going to be called The Fight for the Past, because I believe that's what's going on here. So I hope that people will enjoy the show and express that enjoyment. That would be really, really helpful.
I know they will. I know they will.
And the final thing I want to say is thank you to Keanu Reeves. Thank you to Keanu Reeves for joining me on the show. Keanu reached out to me some years ago because he's making this incredible comic book series called Berserker, B-R-Z-R-K-R, about an immortal warrior who's born 80,000 years ago but has the power of the gods and cannot be killed. And back, I think, in at least 2 years ago, Keanu reached out to me for some advice, some historical advice on where in the world could such an individual have been born 80,000 years ago. And we talked about that, and we exchanged emails, and then we had some nice Zoom conversations together.
Oh, that's cool.
And I sensed that this is a very open-minded, very curious, very interesting person. So when we were doing season 2, I did ask him, would you join me and speak about this and speak about your curiosity of the past? And he knew what he was up against. Actually, just before Keanu and I spent a day together filming for season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, he'd watched it.
Maybe number 1.
He knew what he was facing getting into this, but he had, again, the courage and the integrity to stand up, to stand by me in that story, and I'm enormously grateful to him for doing that. And I found along the way, I suspected it when we knew each other just by Zoom and by email, I found along the way what an incredible gentleman Keanu Reeves is, how kind-hearted he is, how humble he is, how he turned up for the shoot carrying his own baggage. He's just a gem of a human being, and he radiates kindness and decency and care and love towards others, and I feel privileged to have had the opportunity to get to know him, and I hope our paths will continue to cross in the future.
That's awesome.
Above all, I'm grateful to him.
Shout out to Keanu. He seems like an awesome guy.
He's an awesome guy. He's everything that people say about Keanu is right. He's a great man.
There he is. There's two of you together.
Yep.
All right, Graham. It's always a pleasure. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you very much.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks for having me back on the show.
Bye, everybody.
But Graham Hancock, it is amazing to have you here. I'm honored, completely honored to have you. It was great to get to know you last night at dinner along with Santha. You guys are super cool people, and it was a lot of fun. One of the most memorable dinners that I've had in a long time.
Well, thank you, and it was great to meet you and Crystal as well, and get to know you guys. And it's great to be here. Thank you for having me on the show.
Absolutely. So you have recently launched Ancient Apocalypse 2.
Yes, that's right. It's a TV documentary series on Netflix. Ancient Apocalypse 1 was launched in November 2022, and for the last couple of years we've been making season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, and that was launched on the 16th of October. So it's available all over the world in multiple languages. It's been a very controversial show. There's been a lot of pushback from archaeologists about it, which I expect and which is fair enough. But it has certainly proved interesting to audiences. There's been a big take up of the show all around the world, and that tells me that investigating the past and looking into mysteries in the past is something that resonates with a lot of people all around the world. And I think that one of the reasons why we have so many alternative views on the past, which differ from the views of archaeologists, is that archaeologists are not providing a fully satisfactory explanation for many of the anomalies and puzzles that we find in the past. So I'm taking viewers on a journey all around the world in a series of seasons of Ancient Apocalypse. And season 2 is focused almost entirely on the Americas. The only exception is Easter Island, and that is in a sense the Americas because it's Chile. It's part of Chile. It is also 2,000 miles from the west coast of South America and 2,000 miles from Tahiti. It's this tiny dot of an island in the middle of nowhere, very mysterious place. But otherwise, we've focused on North America, on Mexico, and hugely on South America as well, particularly the Amazon rainforest.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Yeah, I binge watched it yesterday.
Oh, great.
So, fully looking forward to diving into some of the aspects of that with you. How has this trip been for you so far in terms of like whirlwind podcasting, podcast after podcast?
I've been doing a lot of podcasts because I would like to get the word out as much as possible. There are people who follow archaeologists who seem to detest my work and dislike what I do, but there are a great many people who appreciate and are interested in my work. So I'd like to get the word out to those who are interested in my work. But there is a new season of Ancient Apocalypse out, and for that reason, I've been doing quite a few podcasts, including Joe Rogan and Lex Friedman and now you, and I'm going to be carrying on doing a few more. I'm primarily an author.
Come on, man.
That's what I do, and I'm probably best known for Fingerprints of the Gods that was published in 1995. My two most recent books are Magicians of the Gods, which was published in 2015, and America Before, which was published in 2019. Since then, I've been focusing totally on the Ancient Apocalypse TV series for Netflix, but I'm coming to this point because back in the 90s, that's when I first started doing tours to promote books at that time. And I was in my 40s then, and I had the energy to do public talks in 20 cities and, do 20 radio shows in a row. And it's a bit different when you're in your mid-70s, which I am now. And I do find my energy is not as high as it was when I was in my 40s, and I guess that's to be expected. But I'm in reasonably good health, and I feel lucky to have this opportunity. I feel lucky to have this opportunity to reach out to audiences around the world and to speak on podcasts, to go into more detail on many of the subjects that I've covered over the last 30 years. I've spent 30 years of my life totally focused to looking into the possibility of some sort of lost civilization during the Ice Age. I feel there's major missing pieces of the puzzle, and it's those missing pieces that intrigue me. I did a debate on the Joe Rogan Experience back in April 2024 with an archaeologist called Flint Dibble, and his position is we archaeologists go from the known to the unknown. And that's quite the opposite of my position, which is I go from the unknown to the known. It's the unknown that I'm interested in. It's the stuff that archaeologists haven't yet properly nailed down. It's the mysteries that remain unexplained. And while I'm on the subject of that debate, I would like to draw the attention of your viewers and listeners to a video that I uploaded to my YouTube channel just maybe around about the 15th or 16th of October, and that is called Fact-Checking Science Communicator Flint Dibble, and in that I go through a series of statements that Flint Dibble made during the debate, which I found quite baffling at the time, but turn out not to have been based on solid evidence, but rather spin upon the facts. So I thought it was important for those who follow my work to understand how archaeologists function. And I had gone into that expecting total transparency from the archaeologists I was dealing with. And that's certainly what I gave, was total transparency. But as I show in this video, total transparency from the archaeological side was not there, and it seemed to be more about winning a debate by any means. By any means possible, rather than engaging in an intelligent and respectful conversation. It took me a long time to put this video up because I've been so busy with Ancient Apocalypse, but I did finally get it done just very recently, and it's up there on my YouTube channel, and I hope that people will take a look at it.
Mm-hmm. No, a lot of people have, and you can see it in the comments that people appreciate what you're doing and stand behind you, and yeah, it's just
well, as we talk today, it's had about 500,000 views.
Yeah,
and I hope people will view it and consider what is said in there, and yes, please definitely leave comments.
Yeah, for sure. It was Dan Richards from Debunking, who's a good friend of mine. He's been on the show here.
Dan is great.
He's great.
I'm very fond of Dan.
Yep.
And Dan has really played an important role in exposing the dishonesty of archaeology in general.
Right.
I appreciate the support that he's given from my point of view. Dan is totally objective and unbiased. Dan will, he calls his channel Debunking, but fundamentally he is these days focusing largely on debunking mainstream archaeologists and what they have to say. But he will also debunk the alternative side as well.
Right.
He'll do both.
Right.
And if Dan makes a mistake, he'll own up and honestly correct it in the next few days. Very open-minded guy. But there's been so much calculated, vicious, unpleasant, so-called debunking of alternative points of view about the past by mainstream archaeologists and their friends in the media and their followers, that it was high time that a channel was started which is willing to debunk the orthodox positions as well.
Right.
And that is what Dan is doing very, very effectively. And I'd urge any of your viewers to pay attention to Dan's Debunking channel on YouTube. There's lots of great content on there.
There is.
And he's just a really good human being. I'm going to be meeting up with him in a few days' time.
Oh, good for you. Okay, excellent. Yeah.
We've been, of course, in contact remotely because I live in England.
Right.
And he lives in up near Spokane. But
yes.
We're going to meet up on this trip. And I'm really looking forward to it.
Great. Good to hear. Yeah. Why do you think there's so much just animosity towards you and towards? I mean, so on the one hand, you're just an open-minded individual who's exploring possibilities.
I like to feel that that's what I am.
Absolutely.
Everybody has their own point of view.
Yeah.
And sure, we all get wedded to our position, and it's difficult to let it go. But I try as far as possible to be open-minded. My position is that what I call mainstream archaeology, and I know archaeologists don't like that phrase, they just want to say archaeology. They're so mainstream that there's no need even to say mainstream. They are hugely influential in shaping opinions about the past, and that influence begins almost at the moment that we go to school. Everything that we're going to learn through the school system and that we're going to learn in university about the past is derived from information provided by mainstream archaeologists. And in that way, we're almost taking in the orthodox point of view from the moment that we begin to be able to take information in at all. So it's very dominant, it's very, very powerful. And I don't think that's healthy. I don't think it's healthy for any particular group of people to have a monopoly on something as important as our collective past as human beings. I think it's a terrible mistake. And yet archaeologists seem to feel that they are the only ones who are entitled to speak about the past, and that it's almost like the Roman Catholic Church in the 16th century dealing with heretics. Those of us on the alternative side sometimes feel that these archaeologists want to burn us at the stake because we're representing opposite points of view. The archaeologists have done everything they possibly can now that my Netflix series is there. They've done everything possible that they possibly can to keep me out of archaeological sites. We've been able to break through that barrier on a number of occasions. But for example, in season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, I would have liked to have been present on the ground at Cahokia in Illinois, a site that I visited many, many times before and written about extensively in my 2019 book, America Before, with great respect for the indigenous builders of Cahokia. But because archaeology has sort of spread around this myth that somehow my lost civilization is taking away credit from indigenous peoples, this is being used as an excuse to block me getting access to archaeological sites. So I would love to have filmed at Cahokia, and I'd love to have filmed at Moundville in Alabama. And both those sites were closed to us simply because I'm presenting the story. Now, to me, that is the crudest form of censorship. And yet, at the same time, it's a very powerful force of censorship. Because when you're on camera, you want to be standing in the place that you're talking about. You want to be hands-on. You want to be boots on the ground. And they prevented that from happening. And I think if they had their way, this is particularly American archaeologists, organized under a group called the Society for American Archaeology. Back when season 1 of Ancient Apocalypse was launched in November 2022, the Society for American Archaeology wrote an open letter to Netflix, pretty much demanding that the series be reclassified as science fiction instead of as a documentary series, which is
Guys, I've never laughed so hard than with AI this year.
If the thing is called science fiction, it's not going to get the viewers that it's going to get as a documentary, and they knew that, and that was the angle that they
AI
took.
has to be person of the year,
But
has to be.
fortunately, Netflix are an independent force, and they made up their own mind about this, and that's why we now have a season 2. But it's this seeking to control the narrative about the past that archaeologists indulge themselves in, which I think is particularly unfortunate, and I think it's really necessary to have the alternative points of view brought forward. And I'm happy that there should be multiple points of view. I'm not a promoter of the ancient astronaut theory. That's not my view. I think that most of the mysteries that we confront in our past can be explained by the idea of a lost human civilization. But I'm glad that the ancient astronaut material is out there as well, because it's responding to the same need that I'm responding to, which is the dissatisfaction that many people feel with what archaeologists are telling them about the past. And the other thing is that archaeologists, particularly this vocal minority of archaeologists who've been trying so hard to get me cancelled, that they have this sense of entitlement that it's all theirs and that nobody else should be allowed to speak about it. And this is it's a very odd thing, and it's an unhealthy thing. The general public, I have great respect for the intelligence of the general public, and I think the general public should be given a range of choices to decide what they think about, and indeed to launch themselves into investigations about the past if they're interested in the past. Not everybody is, but some of us are, and the more points of view that are brought onto this huge mystery, I mean, right back to the origins of the human species, right through to the origins of civilization, there is so much that is unexplained, and I'm personally not at all satisfied with the mainstream narratives, and I will do everything I can, and I will fight until my time comes to leave this planet, to allow the public to hear alternative points of view. And I think archaeologists should be ashamed of themselves and their friends in the media, people like Sapiens Anthropology magazine, people like The Guardian and The Observer in the UK, have published huge hit pieces on me without ever once reaching out to me for comment, just relying on what the archaeologists tell them. And this is a failure of journalism. When I was a journalist back in the 1970s, you could not write negatively about somebody unless you at least had the courtesy to reach out to them and ask for their comment and their point of view, and that's not happened here. So maybe it's a territorial thing. Maybe archaeologists, we are all a bit territorial. It's a natural human thing. Maybe they feel this is their territory. And they don't want outsiders in there muddying the waters.
I think it's an ego thing. I think it's an identification with, I think it's mistaking a belief system for the truth. I mean, they have this narrative that they've conjured up, and it's a story, and everything in it is 100% true, as opposed to your perspective, which is I'm going to stay open-minded and I'm going to challenge. This is why a debate format for me, for you, isn't the right format. It's you're really about having discussions with other open-minded people.
That's right.
And discussions and debates, like when we see the presidential debate, when we see what happens when two closed-minded people who are unwilling to see that there can be another possible alternative start to talk to each other, it's a disaster. And that's what when people operate under a belief system like that, like Flint, who is at 0% possibility for an ancient civilization. That's where Flint is. That's a belief. Whether it's 100% or 0% is a belief either way, and he can't see that, and so he'll do anything to continue this narrative that he believes in his mind is 100% true, and that's a shame, because then he'll lie, he'll and people will do that. They'll lie. They'll, like you said, I mean, they'll do worse than that. They'll do attack pieces and hit pieces on people, and it's just a shame that we're not able to see that that's what's causing it.
And the past is a universal human heritage. We all have a share in the past.
Right.
It's important that we should all have a voice on the past if we want to have a voice, and it's wrong for it to be monopolized by a sort of elite class of academics who believe that only they are entitled to speak to us about the past, and only their narrative. And you're right, it is largely a narrative. Information in archaeology it often takes a long time for an old paradigm that was actually completely false, but was regarded as totally true by archaeologists. It often takes Clovis first is the classic example. It often takes a long time for the old paradigm to be overthrown. It took more than 30, maybe 40 years in the case of Clovis first, which in brief is the notion that a culture who archaeologists call the Clovis culture, we don't know what they call themselves. Archaeologists call them the Clovis culture because the first evidence of that culture was found at a place called Blackwater Draw in Arizona, and the nearest town is the town of Clovis. Actually, I'm forgetting if it's Arizona or New Mexico. Is the town of Clovis, and the archaeologists used to go there after the dig to have some beer, and they decided to call this culture Clovis. And the view was that those artifacts date back about 13,000 or 13,400 years. And the view was adamantly maintained that there were no human beings in the Americas before this culture. And it took 30 or 40 years of new evidence which proved that humans had been in the Americas much earlier than that, and not only in North America but also in South America and Central America. It took 30 plus years to overthrow the Clovis first paradigm. And there may even be some archaeologists who are still hanging on to it, who are still trying to, quote unquote, debunk the evidence of an earlier human presence in the Americas, but largely it's dead in the water now, because new evidence has overwhelmed that paradigm. But what a pity that years were wasted sticking religiously to a particular point of view. And I do really mean wasted, because when you talk about archaeological excavations, the deeper you dig, the older the layers you're digging into. And during this period of 30 or 40 years of Clovis first, it was held in archaeology, in American archaeology, that there was no point in digging deeper than the Clovis level, because we wouldn't find anything, because we know that Clovis were first. This unfortunately led to a failure of archaeology to investigate the deeper levels. What a waste. That could have been done so much earlier. And lo and behold, when those deeper levels were investigated, evidence of human presence much earlier was found. And instead of welcoming that, the reaction of the elite that control archaeology was to reject it, to insult those who had found the new evidence, to try to pretend that they were hoaxers or liars or frauds. I find these words being applied to my work constantly by archaeologists. Without providing any evidence, they say, he's a hoaxer, he's a liar, he's a grifter, he's a fraud. I see that again and again and again, as though by repeating it...
I tried my best.
True. But I defy anybody to find any statement I've ever made that is a deliberate, calculated lie. I may have made some honest mistakes, but I'm not here to hoax people or to grift people. I'm here to follow my passion
Thanks,
and to
man.
share my curiosity about the past with others who are also curious about the past.
Yep, good for you. Love it. And we should mention that there are some great archaeologists that are open-minded,
Yes.
that are okay with exploring. You know, I think on Ancient Apocalypse, episode 6, season 2, you talked to Dr. Ed Barnhart at length. And,
Very open-minded guy, Ed Barnhart. I like him very much. He doesn't agree with what I say, certainly not with everything that I say, but he's willing to engage in respectful and friendly conversations with me, and he doesn't see the need for all these ad hominem attacks that have been directed at me. And in fact, through season 2, we have encounters with archaeologists who are open-minded, particularly, for example, Marty Parsinen, who's an archaeologist from the University of Helsinki, who's been involved in exposing to the world these incredible, massive geometrical earthworks that have been found in the Amazon, and his colleague Alceo Ranzi, who is a geographer from Brazil. There's an example there on the screen. I mean, 20, 30 years ago, nobody knew these were there. But because of the clearances of the Amazon rainforest that are tragically taking place now, this is one of the big mistakes that the human species is making. The reason that the Amazon rainforest is being cleared is because of poverty and because of economic demand. People are desperate to settle and create farms. This has resulted in burning down huge areas of the Amazon rainforest and planting farms there. One of the great things that the wealthy, industrialized countries could do is to make it economically attractive for people in Brazil and other countries in South America, make it economically attractive for them to preserve the Amazon rather than destroy it and turn it into a short-term economic gain that will be a long-term disaster for them and for the planet as a whole.
My opinion,
need to make that
I think it's a
choice.
metaphor.
The Amazon is a precious resource.
It's just a metaphor.
It's a collective resource. It has an impact on the whole world, which is often not realized. And to just allow it to be destroyed.
It's so insane.
Not find other ways around it.
How people some people.
They're simply doing what any human being does, which is to find a way to make a living. But
it's important to keep your self-worth and your times page separate.
Which is look after this beautiful garden of trees which extends across millions of square kilometers. Look after it, preserve it. We'll make it.
That's really important for your mental health.
Do that. They would make a rational decision. They wouldn't go burn the forest down. They wouldn't put a ranch there or a soybean farm. They would look after the Amazon. So anyway, to come to
nice response. That's a cool response.
Settling of farmers in the Amazon and the slash and burn of the Amazon rainforest that has revealed these incredible geometrical earthworks, which nobody expected to be found under the rainforest, as we're seeing here. And it's fascinating. We're seeing all sorts of geometrical shapes: squares, circles, rectangles, circles within squares. They're often connected by huge roadways. Clear avenues connect sites that are kilometers apart. And this has been a total surprise to the world of archaeology, because until 20 years ago there was a firm assumption that the Amazon was a pristine rainforest and that there had been very few human beings in it for thousands and thousands of years. And
why are people doing this? Oh my God.
Enormous geometrical earthworks, and let alone cities, because that's the other thing that's now being revealed in the Amazon, is that the Amazon once held a population of tens of millions who were able to sustain themselves in that environment extremely effectively, and indeed lived in permanent settlements that are rightly described as cities. This is all breakthrough new information which is changing everything. And what we've done in season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse is to work with Marty and with Alceo, who are the leading researchers working on this field, who do not despise my work, who do not feel that only they are entitled to speak about the past. A very good, positive, friendly working relationship with them. This is a way to bring the news to people all around the world.
So, Graham, if we're talking about an ancient lost civilization that was...
Wow, I was saying I didn't get that
way,
photo.
And we were to compare that civilization to our civilization, either in the past 1,000 years or the future 1,000 years, what century would they align with?
No century.
No century.
Because it's become very clear to me, with my long-term immersion in this field, that what we're looking at is not ourselves. And it's a mistake if we're looking for a lost civilization in the past to look for something like ourselves, something very different from ourselves. And I've said it often, and I'll say it again.
Precision jumps. Interesting.
Wherever we find them in the world.
Imagine you can jump the rail after the bathroom.
Our ancestors,
like on Villa.
The upper
Can you imagine that?
The last phase of the
Dude. Can you imagine you practice that? You get the facility stair villa jump skip.
Surprisingly scientific endeavor. Many people in the West will
I
think,
wouldn't call it smart, but yeah, I know what you're saying.
It's not. Shamans are constantly exploring their environment.
It's smart, but it's like a
understanding
teenager.
the plants
It's like
that
trying to get
present
information from a teenager.
and seeing what healing modalities they might have to offer.
Would be insane when it's AI on something. Yeah, buddy.
See the result, and then having got a result,
You know the point in Villa? You know that point in Villa? In The Perfect Dark?
It's very experimental.
Where
process.
you...
Broadly what I'm saying is that there was
jump the staircase a little bit?
in my view, and by the way, I never claim that I've proved this. I'm
Pretty much the same angle turning left
I've been led
after you enter the villa.
because I'm curious about the past. I've never said that I've proved
To
that
go
such a
downstairs.
civilization existed. I am saying that here is evidence that's worthy of looking at if you consider this. So to cut a long story short, a civilization, I suggest,
Afterglow
developed out of
controller.
shamanism in the Ice Age that
What does that mean?
a rather different way, or a slightly different way, from other shamanistic cultures. Those same tools, those same scientific tools of shamanism
really nice.
led them
Nice,
to
bro.
discoveries and
Thanks,
explorations
dude.
that perhaps other shamanistic
Heck
cultures
yeah,
didn't
dude.
reach. But I've often been taken out of
XBLA,
context.
nice,
As I say.
man.
I have said on the record a number of times that they had, I think, a technology equivalent to ours.
I will follow
in
you.
The 19th or even the 18th century. And this is
It's how
taken
oh, I hear you. Oh, cool,
taken to
man.
assume that I'm saying that
Nice.
they
I'm
maybe
glad
had
you know what I'm
steam
talking
engines
about.
or the kind of rudimentary
Sounds like you know
but
more
machine
about it
tech
than I do.
that we had in the 18th and 19th
Cool.
centuries. And actually, that's not what I'm talking about at
Afterglow
all. I'm just talking
controller,
about the
interesting.
results of what I see. And the two
I don't know that one.
particular key points
I
for
run
me
an Xbox One
are
too,
ancient
and
knowledge of
Switch.
longitude. How do I know about this? Because
The
there's
recent Xbox One and
fascinating
Switch
catalog
releases
maps
of GoldenEye.
that have been preserved and passed down. And in every case, the maps we're looking at were maps that were drawn in the 14th, 15th, 16th century, but they were based on older source maps. And the map makers will often tell us that. Piri Reis map was based on more than 25 source maps. And Admiral Piri Reis, who drew that map, of which only a fraction now survives, but on that fraction he states in his own handwriting that it is based not only on explorations in his time, but also on maps that go back to the time of Alexander.
Oh, I was seeing.
He's referring to
Yeah,
there's a
I think
map. On the left we have South America.
Village, and that's hard,
East
dude.
coast
It's
of
hard
South
level.
America, and on the right we have the east coast of West
I
Africa.
think my PB's like
the
121 or
west coast of
something.
Africa. And then when you go down to the bottom of the Pyrenees,
Interesting, I didn't know
you're
that.
finding a representation of Antarctica at a time
Really?
when sea levels were lower and the Antarctic continent was much larger
Really?
and was joined to South America. But what's interesting about these maps
I use the
is not only
D-pad
that they are based
to
on
strafe.
copies of older source maps, but that they incorporate extremely accurate
On my
relative
Xbox
longitudes.
controller.
And that
It's
is
not ideal.
That is a mystery because our high-tech civilization didn't
I
crack
can't.
the longitude
I need. I don't
until
know.
the mid-18th century. Before that,
I couldn't play
it
something
was
like
all done by
Aztec
good
on
navigators had no
the
idea
Xbox
we-
controller, but I can play
they
Aztec
could
on
be
Switch
300 or
because I use the
400 miles east
N64
or west
controller.
at a particular point, and they wouldn't know it. Longitude, once you've got
That's
that
cool, though, man.
And in the case of our civilization, that involved a chronometer that could keep accurate time at sea. Once you've got that worked out, you can know exactly where you are. So to find accurate
Oh, wow, no way.
on maps that were drawn themselves hundreds of years
course.
before we've cracked the longitude problem, and that are based on lost source maps that may go back to the time of the Lost Library of Alexandria and even before. That's very interesting, and it's very hard to explain. And also on these same maps, it's not shown so clearly on the Piri Reis map, but it is shown on the Orontes Phineas map. The presence of Antarctica is puzzling. Honest maps based on knowledge of seafarers in the 1800s and not drawn on older source maps. Yeah, that's one version, but there's another version where you can actually see Antarctica very, very clearly. Yes, that one that we have now, that one there. You can see immediately that it's being labelled bad archaeology, even to talk about it. But to me, this is an intriguing mystery.
Sure, dude. No worries, brother.
This map is drawn in the 1530s. The legend in Latin at the bottom tells us that he is revealing to us parts of the world that have hitherto been hidden in darkness, and those include Antarctica. And this is a problem because
You
our
got money, my
civilization
dude.
didn't
Make
discover
that money.
Antarctica until 1820. But there it is on these old maps, based on when he says hidden in darkness, I'm taking him to refer to archives of older maps that were there. So at the tip of South America, we have Antarctica, and it's also at the tip of South Africa. It's exactly in the right place, a bit bigger than it is today. But there it is. So this speaks to me not only of a culture that had understood how to calculate longitude accurately, but that also explored the world and mapped the world long before we ourselves were able to do so. And then the other aspect that I focus on, and again, this does not require machine technology. It doesn't require us to look like, it doesn't require a lost civilization to look like our civilization looked in the 18th or 19th century, is highly sophisticated knowledge of astronomy. This is another thing that we can just track back further and further and further in time.
Yo, bro, like what?
Knowledge of a rather hard to observe phenomenon called the precession of the equinoxes. Now, mainstream archaeology, I'm going to keep using that word because they don't like the word mainstream. It's perfect. It's just archaeology, they own it all. There's no such thing as alternative archaeology. We don't exist, we're just annoying. Right. The hard to observe phenomenon of precession of the equinoxes, mainstream archaeology attributes that to the Greeks, possibly to the Babylonians, but generally it's put back to around 300 BC, about 2,300 years ago. A couple of Greek astronomers figured out that the pole star was very gradually changing in the sky. It was no longer the pole star, that the stars that rose behind the sun, the zodiacal constellations that lie on the path of the sun, that these were gradually shifting. And it was understood that this was a process that took place at roughly the rate of 1 degree every 72 years, a very slow process. So the whole cycle of precession will take just under 26,000 years to complete before the constellation that housed the sun at dawn on the spring equinox returns to do that same job again. And this requires very detailed record keeping and very long observation. I don't know whether the ancients understood that precession is an observation that is caused by a wobble on the axis of the Earth. The Earth is our viewing platform. We see the skies from that viewing platform. A wobble on that platform, even if it's very, very slow, will, over a long period of time, change the position of everything in the sky. Most notable in the case of the pole star, which in our case is Polaris. But was not Polaris in the past, that sometimes the extended north pole of the Earth pointed at empty space. At other times it's pointed at other stars. And it won't always point at Polaris because the Earth is doing this. And the same with the constellations of the zodiac, and particularly the marker of the spring equinox, 21st of March in the northern hemisphere, that rise behind the sun. So in other words, if you're looking at the horizon an hour before dawn on the spring equinox, you're going to see a constellation lying on the horizon, just above the horizon. And then as the sun rises, you'll see that it's rising into exactly the place that was occupied by that constellation. And that constellation was considered to define the character of a world age. And again, mainstream archaeology rejects any notion that there was any knowledge of the constellations of the zodiac prior to about 2,000 or 2,300 years ago. And that's always seemed to me absurd, because the ancients, not just my proposed lost civilization, but all ancients, were very focused on the stars, very focused on the sky. It was an ever-present reality to them. And it's really hard to miss the zodiacal constellations and their relationship to the sun if you are a culture that is observing the stars constantly. It's very hard to miss it. So I think it's actually pouring scorn on the achievements of the ancients to imagine that they didn't recognize the zodiacal constellations. They may have defined them, they may not have called them the same thing we do. They may have depicted them symbolically slightly differently from the way that we do, but those constellations, I believe, have been recognized for tens of thousands of years. And there's evidence, for example, for recognizing the constellation of Taurus in Lascaux Cave in France, in the cave in France. You find the stars of the Pleiades on the shoulder of the bull, exactly where they should be. And what drew me to this, and I'd like to share this with your listeners and viewers, what drew me to this is a very hard-to-read book, but an extremely interesting book called Hamlet's Mill by Giorgio de Santillana, who was professor of the history of science at MIT, and Hertha von Deschend, who was professor of the history of science at Frankfurt University. Major mainstream academic. They published this book in the 1960s when academia, particularly archaeology, was perhaps less controlling about the narrative of the past than it is today. And the bottom line of that extraordinary book is that the notion that the Greeks discovered precession is complete rubbish. And they present evidence for that notion going far, far back into the past. And it's combined with a series of numbers which relate to the rate of change caused by precession, 1 degree every 72 years. So 43,200 is 72 times 600. 432,000, which is the number of syllables in the Rig Veda, is a multiple of 72. There's a numbers game being played in ancient myths and traditions, and at the heart of them is the number 72. But numbers that are related to it, like 108, which is 72 plus 36 is 108. Divide that by 2, you get 54. According to the work done by Santillana and von Deschend, these are all speaking about precession when these numbers are there. And at the same time, it's combined with particular imagery of a whirling, churning process taking place. In India, they call it the churning of the Milky Ocean, where you see the serpent Vasuki wrapped around Mount Mandara, and you see figures of gods on one side holding onto one part of Vasuki and figures of demons on the other holding on to the other part of Vasuki, and there's an image of it, and churning the Milky Ocean, this churning, whirling process. Interestingly, the purpose of churning the Milky Ocean is to produce Amrita, the elixir of immortality, which is interesting in itself. In ancient Egypt, you have imagery of the god Horus and the god Set, a deity, a good deity and a bad deity. Set was always regarded as a negative figure, standing on either side of what looks like a kind of drill, and they're rotating it in the same sort of way. And Hamlet's Mill is the same idea, comes from ancient Norse mythology, and Lodi's mill, about this whirling, churning whirlpool in the ocean. It's essentially the same idea. So the combination of this imagery of a churn turning in the heavens and of a series of numbers that are related to the precession of the equinoxes convinces them, plus much other evidence, which I've also shared in my books, that there was a very ancient knowledge of precession, which they attribute to what they call some almost unbelievable ancestor civilization. They don't pin down when that ancestor civilization existed, but they suggest that it passed down a legacy of knowledge to many other cultures around the world. And that's really actually one of the key issues, one of the key books that set me on my own quest to look, where did this knowledge come from? Where did this information come from? So I'm more talking about what we can know. is that there was knowledge of longitude. There was knowledge of parts of the world that we didn't discover until the 1820s, and there was a highly sophisticated knowledge of astronomy based on long-term observation and record keeping, that these things are present in the ancient past, even though archaeologists may choose to ignore them. And what is the best explanation for those? And I do think that the best explanation, I do not claim that I've proved it, but I do think the best explanation is a forgotten episode in the human past, a lost civilization which had solved these problems, and which then passed these ideas down to later cultures all around the world. And this is one of the things that annoys archaeologists. They say that I'm taking credit away from those other cultures all around the world because this idea was diffused to them by the survivors of a lost civilization. It always strikes me as deeply hypocritical, actually, because archaeologists, and again, American archaeologists are very much in the lead on this. They're very strongly against the idea of dissemination. The present model is that every culture around the world completely invented itself without any contact or influence from any other culture around the world. The only exception they make is in Europe. In the case of Europe, archaeologists are fully agreed that Europeans didn't have a clue about farming until around about 6,000 years ago, and that they only learned about farming because farmers from Turkey, from Anatolia, migrated into Western Europe and taught them how to farm. So somehow the notion that information, ideas, skills can be disseminated from one culture to another are perfectly acceptable when they're being disseminated from Southwest Asia to Western Europe, but are not acceptable in any other direction.
Yeah, let's go to South America for a bit, and maybe to the Americas in general. And I want to get your thoughts there because obviously that's the big focus of season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse. Can you summarize just real quick in terms of what is the mainstream explanation for when humans first came to the Americas, and how does that differ from what your current thoughts are on when humans got here?
Yes. Well, again, looking at the mainstream explanation, we are looking at a work in progress. Now that Clovis first, that really bad idea, that true pseudoscience, they call me and my colleagues pseudoscientists, but Clovis first is a classic example of pseudoscience, which maintained itself for far too long. Now that that's been dispensed with, well, why is it being dispensed with? It's been dispensed with because gradually new information has come forward which can't be disputed, which shows that human beings were living in the Americas long before that. And that's why we start with episode 1 of season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, looking at the human footprints that were found in White Sands, New Mexico. And these footprints, you can't date the footprints themselves, but what they've succeeded in doing is ancient seeds that were embedded in many of the footprints.
23,000 years.
And they go back 23,000 years into the past. So that on its own blows Clovis first completely out of the water. Never mind the presence of sites going back 30 or 40,000 years in South America. Now there's much more. There are much earlier sites. I've chosen to focus in this episode in the first episode of season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse on those footprints from New Mexico, because hardly anybody now in the archaeological community disputes that. There was a time when they first published that information, when those archaeologists who'd made those finds were attacked, but they doubled down and they backed up their case and they found other ways of dating, and now it's just accepted universally that those footprints are 23,000 years old. And it's a very intimate connection with fellow humans from 23,000 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, if we know there were humans in South America, even long before that, thousands of years before that, it's not shocking that humans...
Well, it shouldn't be shocking, but you have to understand that there's been a rigorous fight back against any suggestion that humans were in South America before humans were in North America.
Okay.
Again, that is beginning to crumble in the face of new evidence. Tom Dillahay at Monte Alban, Monteverde in South America was one of the first to come up against this opposition, but he proved that site had been settled much earlier than was previously accepted. There's a whole argument about sites in South America, which I suspect eventually will go the same way as Clovis first, because the information is in fact extremely compelling. But I chose to focus on White Sands because that's an area where I'm I'm not in any dispute with mainstream archaeology. They can't say, oh, this is a hoax,
Right.
or this is a fraud, because they absolutely accept that is the case. But, for example, if you go to San Diego, the San Diego Natural History Museum, you will see an exhibit there about what is called the Cerruti Mastodon site. And this was, the lead excavator was Tom Desmarais of San Diego Natural History Museum. I know him, I've been and interviewed him for my book America Before. He and his team found evidence that human beings had been present just south of San Diego 130,000 years ago. That's so much, I mean, that's 10 times older than Clovis and way older than those footprints in New Mexico. And naturally, and he first published this in Nature. I mean, to get an article which is overturning the story of the people of the Americas, published in Nature, is no easy task. That went through a rigorous peer review process, and it was published. It's never been retracted, but it's been attacked a lot. And those attacks have been refuted by Tom Desmarais and his team. But I didn't bring that up in season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, because I know that there's so much noise and fuss and nonsense around it. The main point I wanted to make with those footprints is we now know for sure that the Americas have been inhabited for a very long time.
Right.
And during that time period, archaeologists haven't really been looking for what those human beings might have been doing. So the answer to the question is...
Oh, that boost was so key.
I think that the 130,000-year-old date is solid. I think it's really solid.
Yeah.
These are mastodon bones that were broken open, fractured by human activity to extract the marrow from the bones. We don't know for sure they were anatomically modern humans. They might have been Denisovans, they might have been Neanderthals, but they were doing human-like things. That extraction of marrow using tools is classic human behavior. I'm not saying they were an advanced civilization, but I'm saying they were there. And once we begin to take on board the notion that human beings might have been in the Americas for 130,000 years, which is far longer than human beings, anatomically modern humans, were in Europe, then we're really bound to investigate what they might have been doing, rather than just saying we don't need to look at that period for human activity because we know it wasn't there. We have to look and see what's happening, and that's a process that's beginning to unfold.
Come on, this is it. This is the run.
Yeah,
this is the
look
one.
at South America for me, and you think about an ice age and going back,
God damn it.
the ice age, quote unquote, ended,
Boris
maybe
too.
we'll get into whether or not it actually ended.
Yeah, arguably we're in an interglacial.
Exactly, an interglacial right now. But that began, the interglacial period began about 12,800-ish years ago.
A little bit later than that. 12,800 years ago, we were still in the Ice Age, and 12,800 years ago was the... Again, this language, last Ice Age, you're right. What we live in now, the Holocene, is regarded as an interglacial period, that we're part of a much longer sequence of Ice Ages, and there will be future Ice Age.
So it's going to get cold again.
It's going to get cold again. That's as it has done over millions and millions of years.
Yeah.
But 12,800 years ago, the world had actually been warming up quite nicely, and it was significantly warmer than it was at the last glacial maximum, which is about 21,000 years ago. It was still definitely an ice age, but the world was getting a much more comfortable place to live. And then suddenly there was a massive plunge of global temperatures, a rise in sea levels at the same time, and evidence of cataclysms all around the world. This is why we call my series Ancient Apocalypse, because I regard that moment. It's referred to geologically as the Younger Dryas. It's an episode of really weird climate that affected the Earth between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. So if you're looking for a real date for the end of the last ice age, if you're going to call it, it would be 11,600 years ago.
Right.
That's when the final collapse begins, and we have this huge pulse of meltwater going into the world ocean called Meltwater Pulse 1b, and that truly is the beginning of the modern epoch, which is called the Holocene.
Right. So 11.6, and humans we know go back at least a couple of 100,000 years, and probably more. Homo sapiens like us.
Yeah, Homo sapiens like us. This is also a story that's a work in progress. I can remember a time not so long ago, back in the 1990s, when it was thought that anatomically modern humans were very recent, but only 50,000 years ago.
Right.
So.
Right.
And then there was discoveries in Ethiopia of anatomically modern human remains, which were just under 200,000 years old, about 196,000. And then there was a discovery
Come on, man.
in Morocco, at Jebel Uhud in Morocco, of anatomically modern human remains that were 310,000 years old. Keeps on getting pushed back. I wouldn't be surprised if evidence is found even earlier of that of anatomically modern humans, but at that time,
Oh, come on, let's
those
go.
anatomically modern
Come on.
humans were coexisting with what we can only reasonably
Oh,
describe as other
man,
human
really?
species.
What?
The Neanderthals were a human species. They're not called Homo neanderthalensis for nothing. They're part of the Homo species. And Homo denisovans, the Denisovans, these are cousin species, very closely related to anatomically modern humans, so closely related that anatomically modern humans and they were able to interbreed successfully. And we still carry Neanderthal and Denisovan genes within us today. And gradually it's beginning to realize that these archaic human species with whom anatomically modern humans interbred were much more sophisticated than had previously been realized. Neanderthal used to be a word that was used for sort of thuggish, ignorant, Stone Age, brute behavior, because there was this negative idea of people in the Stone Age. Of course, they weren't thuggish or brutish at all. They were just exactly like us. But you can still insult somebody by referring to them as a Neanderthal. Well, the new evidence shows that the Neanderthals were sensitive, they were creative, they created art, and it's very possible that they taught anatomically modern humans how to do art as well. So we have to open our minds to the achievements of these cousin species that existed as well. But to be specific, anatomically modern humans, the earliest finding is about 310,000 years ago. And that's one of the things that bothers me, is when you've got all the anatomically modern kit, all the stuff that we use to make our great civilization, why do you wait 310,000 years or 300,000 years before you start applying?
Right. Question whether we did or not. Ryan, can you pull up Google Earth? Yeah, so I want to ask you about what... So the current story is that humans came from a land bridge that connected.
That's right. That's right. You're up there in Alaska,
right?
And you've got what are now the Bering Straits between Alaska and Siberia.
Right.
But those were not oceanic straits during the Ice Age. They were a land bridge. Why? Because sea level was 400 feet lower during the Ice Age than it is today. Why was sea level 400 feet lower? Because a huge amount of water had been taken out of the world oceans and had fallen on frozen areas and had turned into ice. North American ice cap was up to 3 kilometers deep at that point. Naturally, sea level was lower. All that water wasn't in the sea, it was on the ice caps.
And you have the weight of the ice caps pushing the Earth down and creating a bulge at the equator that would make things even higher.
This is the phenomenon called isostasy, that when you have an incredibly weighty thing sitting on top of one part of a landmass, it's going to push up other parts that are connected.
Right.
We can see that in Britain right now with the Isle of Wight. Because there was an ice cap on northern Scotland, the Isle of Wight in the English Channel was pushed up, but now the ice cap's gone from northern Scotland. The Isle of Wight is sinking down into the English Channel, and that's not caused by sea level rise, that's caused by isostasy. And this is a phenomenon that needs to be taken account of, particularly with things like the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. But to come to your point, to go back to that map, the idea was that during the Ice Age, when the Bering Straits were a land bridge, that's how people first came into America, that they migrated by land across the Bering Straits. They happened to find an ice-free corridor through that massive ice cap, and they made their way slowly down into North America, thence into Central America, thence into South America. And this was all tied to the Clovis first notion that those were the first adventurers who came into the Americas from Siberia.
So that means no people in South America either before Clovis.
Yes, that's right. That's what it means. And in fact, it's in South America that we're finding, some of the best signs of much older settlement.
Right.
And the particularly intriguing thing to me, I go into this in the series, and I've gone into it in my book America Before, is genetic evidence that connects people who lived in New Guinea and Australia, and people in the western part of the Amazon rainforest. We're looking at New Guinea and Australia as they look today, but if you were to go back to the last ice age, you would find that New Guinea, go left a bit, New Guinea, that's New Guinea sitting on top of Australia there. That was actually joined to Australia during the last ice age.
Sure. But all of this would have been above water as well, right?
Some parts would have been. Some parts of the Pacific Ocean that are underwater now would have been above water, and islands in the Pacific Ocean that may be quite small now would have been much larger during the Ice Age. That's why the Easter Island tradition of a lost land called Hiva, which we go into in season 2, is particularly interesting because they talk about an island landmass in the Pacific from which extraordinary people came,
right.
which had been submerged by a sudden flood, and that actually happened in the Pacific. It happened a lot, and the idea, supposed myth,
Thanks, Toad.
of a lost large island in the Pacific is by no means impossible during the Ice Age. It makes perfect sense. So the fact is that we have a genetic signal that connects people from Australasia, from Papua New Guinea, from Taiwan, from Australia itself, Aboriginal people, with certain tribes in South America, but we don't find that signal anywhere in North America. Suggests to me very strongly that they made a crossing of the Pacific during the Ice Age.
I'm 100% with you, Graham, and that's kind of my, not 100%, that would be a belief, but I think it's very highly likely that you're absolutely right. And I want to just show you this on Google Earth, and when you look out at Easter Island, which is right there.
Yeah.
He was here. Yeah. I remember that Toadski
If sea level was 400, not islands, they're underwater, but if sea level was 400 feet lower, and you did have that weight, extra weight on the ice caps, it'd be very easy.
The Desert Eagle.
It's like a little hockey
The
stick.
Desert Eagle, man, what game is that from? That's from
And now we're seeing all this
Counter-Strike?
DNA
Is that from
amongst all
Counter-Strike?
of these people over here, their DNA from Australia, Papua New Guinea is in South America.
Yes.
So, I mean, doesn't that say that we had during the Ice Age, at some
Spam
point in
that,
last
hit the
300,000
first door.
years that humans have all been
The
on this
first
planet,
door.
that they
Spam
could
that
live
action,
from
yeah,
that
the quick
from
pause.
Very, very strongly suggests that. And
Secret
there are
shortcut
intriguing
past the
connections,
guards.
cultural connections between South America
That jump off point,
and Easter Island.
the ending.
One of the first people to propose that was the late, great Thor
Just don't
Heyerdahl,
forget, no pressure.
who I had the privilege of knowing, who did the Kon-Tiki expedition, who did the Ra expedition, proved that the ancients could have been seafarers on a dramatic scale. He saw connections between cultural manifestations, the way certain stones are cut, for example, in South America, and Easter Island. And he was ridiculed by the archaeological community at that time, but actually now new DNA evidence has emerged, which shows that there is in fact a DNA connection between the peoples of South America and the peoples of Easter Island. Again and again, ideas that were once ridiculed are turning out to be true. And you're right, that ridge of now submerged landmasses is particularly interesting, and it would have made the challenge of crossing between Easter Island and South America much less challenging. But I have to say that to find Easter Island at all is a challenge. It's not something you could really do by accident. You know, if you're going to settle an island, you have to come with a population that is large enough to sustain itself, that will not go extinct. And you're not going to.
Come
what
on,
you're
man.
first going to do is you're going to undertake explorations with
How
relatively
did it
few people.
create that, like,
And then
instantly?
If you find something interesting, you're going to go back where you came from and bring
It
more.
took the computer
And
friggin'
that's what I think we're looking at in the case of
maybe
Easter Island, and that's the story.
a third of a second.
Talk about survivors of the
Come up with that
lost land of
response.
Hiva.
That was insane.
They knew their island was going to be submerged. They had seen signs of this. They knew it was happening. They had to find somewhere else to go, and they sent out explorers all over the world to find lands. And one of the lands they found was Easter Island. They returned to Hiva before the cataclysm. They had advanced knowledge of this, and then a proper expedition was mounted, and Easter Island was populated.
Right. Ryan, can you pull up the images of the walls that we have on Easter Island and the walls that we have in Peru? I mean, it's just fascinating the similarities that you see.
It really is.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which could have only, I mean,
Bro, Alex Jones and David Icke are insane.
That's Easter Island.
They're friggin', they're crazy.
Existed, but I mean, you're looking at essentially the exact same stone.
Yes, you are. You are. The same way of and first of all, that particular ahu, as it's called, ahu ganapu, is different. Ahu is the word they use on Easter Island for the platforms on which the great moai, the statues, are positioned. I think that many of the moais and I think that the platforms, the ahus on which they're placed, have actually been, the moai have been replaced on restructured, rebuilt platforms, and those platforms are often of very poor quality, and yet they are used to date the moai. But there are a few of them, and the napu is one of them, which are made of basalt. And beautifully
The Saurians. We gotta watch a YouTube video on them. I don't know anything about them.
the same way that we find the precision
Saurians.
in polygonal patterns at a place like Saxe Huaman. And I think what we're seeing at Ahu Vinapu is one of the original
Lizard
ahus
people.
that go back to
Come
the first
on,
settlement
man.
of Easter Island, which I
Lizard
suggested
people
during the Ice Age.
with lizard emotes. Come on, man.
By Polynesians, and all the inhabitants of Easter Island today are fundamentally of Polynesian heritage. But I'm suggesting that there was an earlier episode of settlement as well, and that Ahuvinapu is an example of that. It's completely different from the other platforms on Easter Island. The stonework is stunningly similar to the stonework of Saxe Huaman, and there it sits, requiring explanation and actually completely
The AU is pronounced like an O.
Right. So, I mean, that is
So,
compelling evidence.
Saurians? The Saurians? Saurians?
I think so, but it's heresy.
Right.
Not like Sauron.
If you're a believer, and it's heresy, yeah, absolutely. But if you're
Saurians.
If you're open-minded, it attracts.
Like dinosaur?
curiosity. We start to wonder, well, why is it? Why are there so many supposedly coincidental similarities between cultures all around the world, when those cultures may have been separated?
Is that supposed to be like dinosaurians? Come on, bro.
Thousands of years.
Come on.
Ideas keep on cropping up.
No
and it's
way.
not enough for me.
Come on, like
to say, well,
dinosaur?
it's just what human beings naturally
Come
come up
on,
with
dude.
everywhere. The similarities are
I
too
thought we were like
close,
actually
too
learning like
consistent, too
ancient like
Again, I suggest that the best
saurians. Yeah,
similarities, whether it's in spiritual systems or in the way that
pretty
monuments
much.
are constructed,
Sorry
that
urns.
those similarities
Sorry
that we're
runs.
looking at is a
Shit,
legacy
shitty
of
runs.
ideas that has been passed down.
Waste of
from
my
very
life.
remote prehistory. And
What's up,
once we
Scotty?
deal
How are you,
with
man?
Ideas rather than simply physical objects, of course, it's possible for ideas to survive for millennia and to be passed
It
on.
must be from
I don't
Dinosaur.
have to say that
Dinosaurians.
Cahokia, for
Come
example,
on.
where I wasn't allowed to film, that Cahokia is the work of a lost civilization. I've never said that at all. I fully accept that Cahokia is entirely the work of indigenous Native Americans. But I do suggest that you can
Reptile was
incorporate
sick.
ideas that are much
Reptile
older.
fight
And,
was
you know,
sick
simplest
with
theoretic
the
example
music
which I often give of this is if
from
you
the
go to
movie.
any Gothic cathedral in Europe, for example,
That was such a sick fight with
France,
Liu Kang.
you will find that monument was certainly built in 12 or 1300 AD, just 700 or 800 years ago. But it is manifesting and expressing in its symbolism ideas that go back to the time of Abraham, which is 2000 BC. So there's nothing ridiculous about suggesting that ideas can constantly be remanifested in structures down
Also,
the ages. And it's the history of
Scott,
those
if you want to join my
ideas that
Discord,
and why they're found
we
all
have
over
an
the world,
AI
why there are
bot
so many surprises
that.
and
Are you in my Discord, Scotty? I don't think you are.
that we've lost an episode
We have an
of our
AI
story,
bot that
and that we have a global
you can make
legacy
images of
that
naked
forgotten episode, and we're just
naked
not
people.
recognizing it as such.
So it's
And
just
those of
like
us who
it's
are
just like
working on the
naked,
alternative side of
naked
prehistory
friggin'.
do recognize it.
There's a lot of naked people there.
Universally condemn any notion of a forgotten episode in the human story. I think time will prove them wrong. We're
I don't think you're in my
a
Discord.
battle of hypotheses here. I claim nothing more for what I'm doing. That it is a hypothesis to be tested against future evidence. And I think it's important.
There's a lot
to
of
realize that
AI
the
porn
archaeological narrative about prehistory
that we made.
is also a hypothesis. which will change as time goes on.
Right. Sacsayhuaman and Rapa Nui.
But the focus is like the woman, the naked woman. That's the focus.
On how those were actually constructed. I know that between the extreme heat theory and then there's this theory about potentially acid being used on them, and then there's geopolymer, which is probably the least likely. But what are your thoughts?
In season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, we have.
We made some pretty insane ones recently.
And his name is Jesus Gamarra. I've been privileged to know Jesus for 20 years.
Oh yeah, I think there's like a naked Lola Bunny there and shit. Like Lola Bunny naked.
He does not accept that these massive walls of Sacsayhuaman were the work of the Incas, which is
oh man.
He is convinced that the Incas were latecomers.
Oh my god, AI,
they
man.
respected and venerated these more ancient
This is
monuments,
too much, man.
and that they built around them, they built on top of them, they honored them, they respected them, but they couldn't do what those ancestor people had done.
But the Spanish never saw the Inca building any of those walls.
No, none whatsoever. And where we have definite Inca stonework, it is of a completely different nature from the walls of Sacsayhuaman and some
Discord.
of the walls of Cusco itself. And you can see.
Oh shit, we
in
back.
the same bit of Cusco.
Dang, was that an hour already? I guess it was, bro.
Incredibly precise megalithic stonework like that at Sacsayhuaman, and just beside it or above it, much inferior.
I don't know, man. I'm running out of gas. I'm running out of steam.
Work of the Incas. Now, if I were saying,
I don't know.
If I were saying this is my theory, I would be immediately accused of.
Might take not like a little break, but might load the vape again.
The fact is, the person who's saying it, Jesus Gamarra, is indigenous.
Yeah, join my Discord if you want naked AI. Like you can do any celebrity naked. I have a lot of Beyonce naked AI shit. Happens to the best of us.
Incredible, massive megalithic stones.
Because the heavy bag starts hitting it like a pro, yeah.
That make up the walls of Sacsayhuaman and other sites in that area. That we are looking at a lost
Thanks,
technology.
bro.
And that lost technology involved the softening of stone. There are ancient traditions in South America about certain plants being used to soften stone. And we know that
I'll check it out.
Softened
Yeah, buddy.
heat as well.
Yeah, man. I made like naked Lola Bunny and shit recently. You can bypass that. You can scroll up. I can't even remember what images. But there was, dude, some of the recent ones are crazy. Like really realistic.
Of those stones, which softened them enough to make them moldable, so that we could get these incredibly precise connections between different blocks, one flowing into the other.
Yo, Stash, what up, bro? Yo, yeah, guys, please join it.
Theory about acids that
You can make fucking AI art.
And I saw it from a YouTuber named Ancient Architects.
Naked.
About 5 years ago. It has 5 million views. And there's
Celebrities naked, anyone naked.
Yes. Yeah. So I found that one fascinating, and it really, I mean, for me,
I tried to get the Hillary, or not Hillary. Tried to get the Taylor Swift. Try to get a super realistic Taylor Swift. You'll see. I tried like 4 or 5 times. It wouldn't give it to me. It gave me an NSFW thing. If you keep going up, there's one super realistic one that's just like, dang, it's amazing. This AI image is interesting. Never read about it or tried it? Oh, bro. Well, you can try it now in my Discord.
Shipping around to different places around the world to be able to create some of these mechanisms.
I can't show it on stream.
One of our archaeologist guests in Ancient is quite frank in saying at Sacsayhuaman,
cool, bro.
we're looking at a lost
Yeah,
technology.
just type / imagine and then space.
Willing to stand up and say that,
and then I think enter and then you type and then enter.
Skeptical archaeologists who don't want to believe anything
Yeah, buddy.
except what they themselves
Be as vulgar as you want.
Yeah. In terms of the geoglyphs that we
Welcome,
see
brother.
in South America now that are being uncovered by the clearing of the rainforest.
The Lola Bunny one is fucked though, man.
So it's almost like these little ditches that you see.
They're the depth of a man's full height.
Okay.
And they are hundreds of meters across and hundreds of meters in
Who else?
both directions.
Who else should we do?
Huge things.
Yeah.
What
Naked.
They're earthworks, and this is because in large parts
Who else?
of the Amazon,
Who else is weird?
any stone
Who else would be
that you
weird?
can make megaliths with. There's a very interesting parallel, particularly
Misty
if you
from
look at certain,
Pokemon. Should we do a Misty from Pokemon reveal? Is
with
Misty
the
18 years
for
old?
example, which are called henges in Europe. I mean, everybody's heard of Stonehenge. Well, the stones are what everybody sees, the upright.
I don't think so,
standing
because
stone.
Ash is
Henge
not
the
18 years old.
one of the big ones near where I live in the southwest of England is called.
We better not do Naked
and it's
Misty.
got this just huge henge earthwork, circular in form.
I talked to Ralph Ellis about it. Yeah, phenomenal.
It's a
Very
phenomenal
interesting.
place. And essentially, there's a
Wow, that's a
essentially it's very
huge
it's very
ditch.
similar to what we're seeing in South America. And again,
That's crazy.
I know because the eye of Sauron is constantly upon me.
That is cool.
I know I need to make this clear right now. I am not saying
Cool, bro.
that the idea of creating geometrical earthworks came to South America from Europe. And I'm not saying that it came to Europe from South America. I'm saying that both places share the legacy from an earlier lost civilization. And that legacy involves the creation of massive geometrical earthworks. And where stone is available, the placing within those earthworks of gigantic megaliths, standing stones. There is one case, Rego Grande, in the northern part of Brazil, where an earthwork does actually have standing stones in it. It's referred to as the Stonehenge of the Amazon, actually. But in most cases, they didn't have the natural stone to work with, but they did create the henges. And then when you look at the henges, you find that they're very geometrical, and particularly the rectangular and square ones are extremely precise. So they tell us a number of things. They tell us that whoever made these things were excellent geometers. And they tell us that they were able to envisage there's Regabrand, that they were able to, which by the way has a solstitial alignment, just like Stonehenge in the UK, that they were able to envisage this huge thing on the ground that they were creating, which really can only be seen properly from the air. That's why you only see proper photographs.
Oh, come on.
As aerial
Please.
photographs, 'cause
Oh,
you can't
come on. Please,
really
please,
make
please,
out
please.
what they're doing on the ground.
And they're making them in the jungle.
No.
Had they cleared part of the jungle at that point? Almost certainly they did at that point to make.
Bro, dude.
And of
What?
course, the story of the Amazon rainforest itself is a complicated story. I'm of the view, which is increasingly shared by many archaeologists, that the Amazon is largely a man-made garden. Right. That human beings created the Amazon. It probably wasn't a huge rainforest in the depths of the Ice Age, maybe more like an open savanna. But as climate changed and it became a sort of environment that could host a rainforest, the trees began to grow there. And then human beings began to select particular trees, which provided food. The Brazil nut tree is the best example. And then we find that actually those food-producing trees, although they may constitute only 1% of the species in the Amazon, actually contribute 50% of the trees that are growing in the Amazon. And many other
I want to see your AI art.
humans that are
I'm
growing
going
in
to take
the
a
Amazon.
minute and take a
These
pause,
ones that
reload the
are
vape,
what
and
we
I'm going to
call
check the Discord.
stones.
I might make some dirty AI art in the intermission.
Over 1,000.
You can make some insane shit, man.
And during that time, creating structures that until very recently nobody believed Amazonian peoples were capable of producing. And the fascinating
And it's
thing
not, and like I unlocked it.
this
I
great
unlocked
technology
the bot in the Discord to do that.
which can
I think
show
you have
structures
to
on
say
the
like
ground
18 rated
beneath the canopy of
content.
the Amazon rainforest without damaging the canopy at all. You can see right through the canopy. You can see the standout features on the ground. Now that that's been discovered, and again we go into this with the team who are working in Acre State in Brazil.
So don't take it for granted. You can't really make this shit
as
anywhere
yet
else.
undiscovered.
You can make it in your own Discord. I can help you set that up if you
And
want.
even while we were there working with them, just over a period of a few days,
But,
we discovered more geoglyphs. So within hundreds of meters of ones that have been exposed. Where
Yeah,
can
you
enter
can't
the
you can't
rainforest,
make
go
this
over
type
the
of
edge
graphic
the
shit
rainforest,
anywhere
into the
else.
rainforest itself, look
Only
down
my
the
Discord.
you'll find hundreds more of these incredible structures. And Marty and I'll say are of the view that the Amazon probably contains tens
But I can
of
help
thousands
add
of
it to your bot. Good.
and in Acre State
Cool,
alone,
bro.
there may be
But I can help add it to anyone's Discord if they want.
And this is again a work in
I'm
progress.
gonna make a
This is
YouTube
something
video,
that's just
like a how-to video on
Once
doing
the
that.
investigation goes further, we now
But I have
know
like my
there
nephew, my
really
12-year-old
are
nephew, and my 9-year-old niece
And I would love to see
are
a
subscribed to me on
full-scale
YouTube.
LiDAR survey of the whole, where LiDAR
And like
has
my
been
brother is
to
subscribed to me, like they would see that I'd be making this video of how to make AI porn. How you can do it too with a step-by-step process. Like 100% my nephew will
take
see
me
it.
back
Like
to whatever 15,000 years ago during the Ice Age, and this would have been cleared out, but potentially the trees would have
and
not
like
been there yet.
I think
So
my
we're talking
sister-in-law
about, like,
might see it too. Oh my god, it'd be a nightmare. It'd be a disaster.
So what would have and they're creating these, in addition to the geoglyphs, they're creating roads to connect to and so
perfectly straight, running for 100 kilometers
I
at a
didn't
time.
realize hunter-gatherers created roads.
Well, that's right. And this is one of the points that Marty
Right,
makes
be right back.
in our series. Is that if
Be
you're
right back. I'm
a
gonna leave
hunter-forager,
the vape and
gatherer
check the Discord.
population, you don't need roads. You might
Might
be
make-
able to
might make some
them,
AI
but
art
you don't
in
really
there.
need them because they're not relevant to your lifestyle. But if you have a much larger population of settled peoples, then roads become useful, and it's the presence of these long roads connecting cities and connecting these earthworks too that is very puzzling. So I think we're looking at a new epoch of exploration in the Amazon. There's always been suspicion that the Amazon held something special.
Right.
But anybody who voiced that suspicion was treated as a member of the lunatic fringe.
Of course.
Well, now LiDAR is proving that's not lunatic fringe at all.
Right.
The Amazon is the heart of a gigantic mystery. And if we really want to know about our past, it's one of the places on the planet that we need to investigate much more thoroughly than we have done so far.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, the other interesting thing about it is the terra preta, the soil that we find in those areas.
Yes.
Yeah.
And in general, what I would refer to as Amazonian science, again, emerging out of shamanism, and we pay special attention to this. Terra preta is a man-made soil. By and large, rainforest soils are not particularly fertile. That's one of the reasons why it's foolish to build farms on rainforest soils, because such fertility as they have is maintained by the forest itself, by the constant fall of leaves, refreshing the ground underneath, but it's not great land for agriculture. Human beings solved that problem in the Amazon thousands of years ago. The earliest example that's so far been found is about 7,000 or 8,000 years old, but I'm saying so far been found quite deliberately, because hardly any of the Amazon has really been looked at properly at all.
So you're saying when we dig down, we can see that the terra preta goes down to 7,000 to 8,000 years
Yes,
ago?
that's the oldest example so far
So far.
recognized
So
by
far.
archaeology. I believe they're going to find much older examples.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a man-made soil, which almost miraculously rebuilds its own fertility. It's full of bacteria, and it has remained fertile. Even those 7,000 or 8,000 year old bits of it are still fertile today. And settlers in the Amazon, if they're not going to slash and burn the forest, and they're looking for a place to plant within the forest themselves, they seek out these patches of terra preta. So it's in my mind, a highly scientific endeavor to have created this self-regenerating soil in the middle of the Amazon rainforest. And the other scientific endeavor is the fabulous knowledge that Amazonian cultures have of the plants and trees in the Amazon and what may be derived from them. And the two of the best examples are curare, which paralyzes the muscles in the body. Curare is a mixture of 11 different Amazonian plants. Curare played a very important role in the development of modern anesthesiology. Why was it invented in the Amazon? It was invented in the Amazon because at a certain point, for many of the hunter-forager peoples in the Amazon, monkeys were important for hunting. And if you see a monkey that you would like to eat, and it's 250 feet or 200 feet above you on a very tall tree, you may be able to hit it with your arrow. But if that arrow is not tipped with curare, the last thing that monkey's going to do is wrap its tail around the branch of the tree, and it's not going to fall to the ground. And then you've got a major mission to get it down if you want it for dinner.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what curare does by causing all the muscles in the body to relax is that the the prey animal cannot cling on after death to that tree. It does fall to the ground. Now the point is, 11 different plants are used in curare. None of them have that effect on their own. They all have to be combined in order to get the effect that curare produces. That speaks to God knows how long of experimentation with plants to get the result that you want to achieve. It's not something you just wake up one morning and create.
Right.
This is the result of a long scientific investigation that we're seeing in the Amazon, as I believe is the brew known as ayahuasca, which has become world famous in the last 20 years for its sometimes miraculous healing properties and for many other aspects of it as well. And ayahuasca consists of two ingredients, leaves and a vine called the ayahuasca vine. There are two sources for the leaves. One is a plant that they call chacruna in the Amazon, Psychotria viridis, which contains high quantities of dimethyltryptamine, DMT, arguably the most powerful psychedelic known to science. Another source of DMT are the leaves of a vine that they call chaliponga in the Amazon. And in both cases, the leaves on their own, cooked up into a tea, will not give you any kind of DMT trip. You will have no experience whatsoever because of the enzyme monoamine oxidase in the gut that destroys DMT on contact. So DMT is not orally accessible, and those leaves on their own will do nothing for you. You need another ingredient that shuts down that monoamine oxidase in the gut to allow the DMT to be absorbed orally. And that's what the ayahuasca vine is providing. It contains monoamine oxidase inhibitors. And again, to me, out of the thousands of different species of plants and trees in the Amazon, to find just three, that two producing the leaves, one, the vine being common to both, that can result in this extraordinary brew that we call ayahuasca, which means the vine of souls, or the vine of the dead, actually in the Quechua language of the Incas. That's the word that has become widely disseminated around the world. But there are many other names for ayahuasca in the Amazon, and the one that is produced from the ayahuasca vine and the chaliponga vine leaves is known as yahe in the Amazon. And we worked with a shaman during the filming of season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse. We do not show me actually drinking ayahuasca in that show. I think it was felt that perhaps would be sending the wrong kind of message. But after we'd finished the filming, I and Luis Eduardo Luna, who's a leading specialist in ayahuasca, who I've known for decades, we did have a yahe session with Francisco Montes Shuna, the shaman. And I have to say it was one of the most powerful sessions that I've ever had in my life. I've worked a lot with ayahuasca. I've probably had somewhere in the region of 70 to 80 ayahuasca experiences. And a lot of critics say, oh, that proves you're addicted to ayahuasca. Well, no, it doesn't, actually. So I have to really brace myself for every return to the ayahuasca.
It's been scientifically proven that it's not.
Well, it's definitely not addictive. Right. Actually, you have to overcome your basic instinct, which is I don't want to drink this because it's going to make me vomit. It's going to give me diarrhea, and I may have some very unpleasant experiences under the influence of it. The reason that I've continued to drink ayahuasca is because I believe, and this will sound mystical to rational empiricists, I believe that ayahuasca has lessons to teach me. And it still does. It began to teach me about myself from the first time I experienced ayahuasca in 2003. And it takes a long time to get rid of a lifetime of bad habits. But ayahuasca has shown me the bad habits. It's shown me a particular problem I have with anger. It's shown me the impact of that anger on others. And has basically said to me, you need to fix this if you're going to live a worthwhile life. And so, just as the ancient peoples of the Amazon call ayahuasca a teacher, I believe we are dealing with a teacher here. And it's very odd that a combination of two plants can personify as some kind of entity, some kind of spirit. Many cultures in the Amazon see the spirit as female. A few of them see the spirit as male. Mostly in the West, where people have drunk ayahuasca, they see the spirit of ayahuasca as female. She may appear in the form of a human woman. I mean, literally appear in your visions. She may appear as a jaguar. She has a number of a great serpent is one of her most common manifestations. A serpent that is communicating with you intelligently and looking at the way you've lived your life and asking you to do better. There's a very strong moral dimension to the ayahuasca teachings, but the most surprising of all is this sense of being plunged into a seamlessly convincing parallel universe, which is filled with sentient entities who are not physical in form, but nevertheless are able to communicate with you and you with them at the level of consciousness. And then we are confronted by a big mystery with this. What are these? Why do human beings all around the world encounter the same entities and report the same experiences? What is actually going on here? Can it just be attributed to shared human neurology, or is it possible that what ayahuasca is doing is allowing us access to levels of reality that we normally don't have access to? And that is becoming more and more the view even of mainstream science. And I'd like to pay tribute particularly to the, as I mentioned, dimethyltryptamine is what you would call the active ingredient of the ayahuasca brew. And as I mentioned, dimethyltryptamine is not accessible orally unless it's mixed with a monoamine oxidase inhibitor like the vine. Yeah. But there is another way that you can get DMT straight into the bloodstream. And and then it crosses the blood-brain barrier, and you don't have to swallow it. You can feed it intravenously by a drip. This is happening at Imperial College in London, and it's happening at the University of California at San Diego as well. Big new experiments have been done where they are able to keep people in the peak DMT state for an hour or more. Normally, DMT, if smoked or vaped, 10 minutes. 10 minutes at the most. But in the case of these experiments that have been done at Imperial and at UCSD, they are keeping volunteers under for an hour, and while they're under the influence, they are also putting them in MRI scanners, and they're constantly interviewing them and asking, what do you see? And again and again, these reports come up from volunteers who haven't compared notes that they are encountering sentient entities who have teachings to give them about themselves. It's extremely mysterious. There's now, the volunteers in the UK have formed a group now called Sentient Others. And they're sharing now their experiences. And I think we're looking at the beginning of a huge mystery that is about to be unfolded, which challenges all ideas about the nature of reality that we presently have in our society. And that's a good thing. We need to be shaken up. And one of the great things that the ayahuasca brew does, it shakes you up as an individual. That's why not only ayahuasca, but some of the other psychedelics as well, like, for example, psilocybin. We now know from modern scientific research that a heroic dose of psilocybin, a big dose of psilocybin, can break decades of depression. A person who's been sunk in depression so deep that they can hardly communicate, it's gone. Right. Just wiped away. And what's happened is that those obsessive thoughts constantly dwelling on the misery of your own condition that have dominated your mind for so long, the psychedelic experience just broken that cycle completely, right, and set people free. Very much so. Very much so. Addiction
Scotty,
to
yo, what up, Scotty? Welcome to the server, bro.
These, again,
have fun, my dude.
Treated with ayahuasca and with other psychedelics today. So there's
no freaking Lebanese in the Beirut region. Come on, dude, get the fuck out of here. Fuck you. That's not you.
Particularly veterans who've been in places like Iraq or Afghanistan have found themselves in horrific situations and who are suffering from ongoing trauma. The psychedelics, properly administered in the right setting, can break them out of PTSD and put them back on the road to a complete recovery. So we are seeing an awakening.
You type slash. You type
where it's beginning
slash
to recognize
imagine
substances that have for so long been demonized in a kind of propagandistic war going back, I think, to the time of Nixon, so-called war on drugs. That this demonization was all propaganda, and that there's no truth to it, and that actually these substances are very unlikely to cause any harm.
You
I'm
write
not saying they
slash,
won't cause, that they
imagine.
cause no harm. One of the things to be aware
I'll
of
show you.
with the psychedelics, with psilocybin, with ayahuasca,
You write slash imagine,
with
then you
LSD,
click the top one.
they don't
The very
cause
top one.
psychosis.
You'll
But
see,
what they
you'll see like
is
some
reveal
leaves, and then you'll see like
psychosis. If
a
the individual is
pink-haired,
already suffering from a psychosis, if this
like
is a
Japanese,
schizophrenic person, and
what's
it's
the
not
word?
manifested
Not
to his
hentai,
his
fucking
or her
anime,
behavior up to
anime.
now,
You click that
ayahuasca
one,
can reveal it,
and then
make
you
it
write your
much
description in there.
worse. So
No,
it's
not
important to have a sense of who you are.
No, the best one is the top one.
And if you have had, if
Not-
you've
not
had
like the very, very
schizophrenic
top one
type
with the
experiences, you've been
pink-haired
hearing voices for
slash
a decade
imagine the
beforehand,
pink-haired
I would
anime
recommend ayahuasca
at the
as
very
the-
top.
or any
NAI
psychedelic as the way to go.
NAI
But for most people
slash
who
imagine.
don't have those schizophrenic or
Imagine.
psychotic symptoms, ayahuasca or the other psychedelics are not going to make them psychotic.
Right.
But nevertheless, there is that risk. So people must be aware of their own mental state when they opt to have experiences with psychedelics.
Yeah, it wasn't just the war on drugs; it was also the war on medicine.
Yeah,
yeah,
very much so.
It didn't distinguish between the fact that there are healing properties.
Yeah.
In plant and fungal ones.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And you know, it's had a most unfortunate effect of delaying research into these intriguing substances, which
here we go.
are now proved to have profound therapeutic value, and which may.
Here we go. It takes like about 30 seconds, maybe to a minute.
To be
but I did one for y'all.
For the investigation of the mystery of consciousness, what consciousness actually is, and are leading people who are studying these matters to wonder: is the old paradigm that consciousness is simply generated by the brain, that the brain is some sort of factory that makes consciousness? Is that correct?
Dang,
or
dude.
could the brain be more
Oh
like
my
a television
god.
set that is receiving a signal?
Yeah, baby.
And manifesting that signal.
That's what we're talking about, man.
The whole new ideas about
I
the nature
see.
of consciousness are beginning to emerge, and psychedelics are the best
And then you
way
can
to test and
select.
explore those ideas because they're very effective.
And then you can click
and they're very quick. There
upscale
are ways to get into deeply altered states of
to
consciousness.
make it super high definition. You
To
got
start
one?
off
Oh
with,
yeah, brother.
You know, fasting, yeah, and you can get into a deep
Oh yeah.
consciousness. The sun dance, the native
Yo,
sun
y'all
dance,
are
it's
missing
another
what's
way
going
of
down in
substances to
the
get into a
Discord
deep
right
altered
now.
state of consciousness. At the end of the day, it's the altered state of consciousness that matters.
Yeah.
That knocks us out of the alert problem-solving state that our society so highly values and allows us to experience other states and other dimensions and levels of consciousness. There are other ways to get into it without psychedelics.
Yeah.
But psychedelics are the most
Look at
efficient.
high definition photo. It's insane.
Hey Ryan, can you pull up the
So
message
insane.
from Stefan that I asked you to? This is really interesting, Graham, and I want to get your take on this. And it's
Saving
directly related
image
what
to
we're
hard
talking
drive.
about as okay, so Schumann resonances. Are you familiar?
Not very.
I wasn't either.
Face
And
is
so I
wrong,
just
though.
did this episode with this guy, Stefan Burns. He's a space weather guy, but he's brilliant. He's
Oh,
one
you
of the
can
most intelligent
upscale
people I've
face
ever spoken
fix.
to. He's got a phenomenal YouTube channel. And Schumann resonances are specific extreme low frequencies of light, 8, 14, 20, blah, blah, hertz. And they exist at naturally higher amplitudes. Let me get to the point, basically.
Yeah.
The Schumann resonances are essentially waves of
LOL.
light that get trapped within
Oh,
Earth.
come
So
on,
they're
bro.
bouncing between the Earth's surface and the magnetosphere. And they bounce back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
I
and
like
they
it.
never
I
go
like
away.
it.
And the wavelength of one of these is the same circumference is the same length as the circumference
All
of
right.
the Earth.
How interesting.
How interesting, right? And so essentially it's just light that is trapped within the Earth. And light,
Ariana
of course,
Grande,
carries,
genius.
it carries
Sorry, bro. I think I'm
information.
about
And so
to
the theory is
desecrate
from
Ariana
Stefan,
Grande.
we
Here we
talked
go.
about a couple
Sorry, bro.
episodes ago, was that this could be
It's over. It's over
an
for Ariana.
explanation for
I'm
how,
sorry, brother.
for how, if you are in an altered state of consciousness, for example, that you would be able to pick up information, that you could become an antenna for information that's traveling all around the world.
Yeah.
That some people might
She's
not
taking
be
one
able
for
to
the
pick up
team.
anyway, because your temporal lobes are connected to this 8 hertz frequency. And it could explain, in part, how Pyramids might pop up around the world at the same time. It could explain collective consciousness to a certain degree, but it can also very much from a scientific standpoint explain this antenna, this beacon of information that people sometimes feel when they're on psychedelics.
And again, that's supporting the previously ignored idea that consciousness could be received by the brain, rather than generated by the brain. While we're talking about the circumference of the Earth,
here we go.
I'll just jump to another.
No,
element.
what happens?
Again, archaeologists don't like it. Although even Flint Dibble in our debate admitted that it is a fact, that if you take the height of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, which is one of those precessional numbers, it's 72 times 600, you get the polar radius of the Earth. And if you measure the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. And for archaeologists to believe that this is just a coincidence strikes me as actually lunatic, particularly when we have a monument that itself can alter consciousness. If you have the opportunity, as I have, to have the Great Pyramid to yourself, to be alone in there, or in my case with Sartre, the Great Pyramid, total silence, you'll find that your consciousness is directly affected by it. Well, we have a monument there that is placed on a very key location on the Earth's surface. It's pretty much exactly on latitude 30.
Oh,
Which is
yeah.
1/3 of the way between the North Pole and the equator. Again, archaeologists say coincidence. I say no. I say knowledge of the Earth. That was a deliberate latitude that was chosen. It also happens to cross the largest amount of
All right.
land.
Anyways, that's available for you 24/7. Any time of the day.
In addition, the Great Pyramid is almost perfectly, the precision is uncanny, aligned to true astronomical north, south, east, and west. So whatever else the Great Pyramid is, it is certainly plunged into, keyed into the Earth itself. It's a monument that speaks to the Earth. And then how clever to encode within it the dimensions of the Earth, the polar radius and the equatorial circumference, and to do so on a scale that is defined by a key motion of the Earth itself, which is precession. For all that to be a coincidence seems to me crazy. This is a result of purposeful planning. To come back to the theme we're discussing at the moment of psychedelics.
I'm trying to make variations of the
experiences
fourth
with
one, but it's
psychedelics in
taking forever.
deep altered states of consciousness. The setting.
All right, I'm going to, I don't know what I'm going to do. I might play some more.
Is extremely important. Nobody should take these substances recreationally. I'm not here to tell other people what to do, but my advice would be these substances are for deep personal exploration.
It's not really turning out that good.
They're not to be taken just for some kind of harm.
It's not turning out that good. I'm going to
Actually, they're
resend the
put you
command.
through an ordeal if you do that. So the setting is important, and the intention within which you go into the session is also.
I want to see some
important. And I
Ariana
do
Grande
think the Great
boobies.
Pyramid provides an extraordinary setting for experiences in altered states of consciousness, and I do think that was one of the things it was used for. What it was not used for was as the tomb of a particular pharaoh, a tomb and a tomb only, supposedly of the pharaoh Khufu. I don't buy that. I don't see any evidence that it was a tomb at all. It's set up in some. It has a sarcophagus in it, but let's consider the other options for that a person in a deeply altered state of consciousness is placed in that sarcophagus to enter a parallel realm and to come back with knowledge from it. That is perfectly possible, and that's what happens in the most powerful psychedelic journeys.
If you don't have a Discord account, you can make one and sign up. It's super easy.
I've not done so. If you were able to undertake
Super fun.
that experience in the so-called King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid, I bet it would magnify the experience 1,000-fold. So, we don't understand.
No, it's
because
blocked.
There's 100 pyramids in Egypt.
They
Not a single
blocked
pharaonic
it,
burial has
man.
ever been found in any of them.
They're-
There was certainly no
see, they're
evidence of the Great
blocking.
Pyramid when Caliph Mamun broke it open.
I think celebrities. I think they
why should
blocked
we
Taylor
accept that
Swift.
it's a tomb?
I
It's a
think they're
place-
blocking
it's a
Ariana
place
Grande.
to explore and examine the mysteries of life and death and the mystery of being a human on this planet.
Yeah, let's stick on Egypt if we could for a second. And I want to. One of the coolest things that from your personal journey in life is scaling the Great Pyramid, of course, and getting to the top of it multiple times, and seeing the name of your grandfather up at the top. That's incredible.
It was amazing, and it tied in with his diary, which I was able to gain access to, and his autobiography, which never was published, but which I still have in my office back in the UK. It talks about his climb of the Great Pyramid. He doesn't talk a lot about it. He just says, climb Great Pyramid today. But there it is, and there's his name. He was there in 1916 as a chaplain with British forces. My grandfather was brought up in a very working class community in Wales. He carried heavy iron plates in a foundry, but he was actually discovered by
we had some good Alicia Cuthbert. We had some good and naked Alicia Cuthbert for AIR back in the day. I can try that prompt again.
And then he began to travel around the world. He spent 8 years in what was then Persia, which is now Iran, trying to convert people to Christianity. He had absolutely zero success in doing that. And the result of that was my father was born in Resht, in what was then Persia. So I seem to have this sort of background of a family that have traveled the world, and at the age of 4, my dad and mum took me to
Jennifer Lopez, do it, man.
I spent 4 years.
Do it. No shame. No shame. You seem like a good you seem like a proper gentleman. My prompt is so vulgar.
Part of a lineage that's always been a bit out of the edge.
That's so cool.
And exploring mysteries.
Yeah. And you had no expectation of seeing his name.
None whatsoever. I had no idea.
Oh, well.
At that point, I didn't even know he'd been.
But the face, man. The face.
I learned about it after.
Yeah. So sticking on Egypt for a second, we've got these vases, and I wanted to get your thoughts on those if we could.
Fabulous collection that you have here.
Thank you.
Bro, this
one of
face.
Your friends recently spoke
Come
with
on,
one of my
man.
friends, and
Don't do that to me, bro.
Flint Dibble went on the Danny Jones show, and Danny's a good friend of mine. And his explanation for how these were hollowed out was that you had a stick, and you would take a rock, and you would put the rock and attach it to the stick, and then just twist it with your hands like that. There's a meme of him twisting.
Might even work if you had 10,000 years to do it.
I gotta change this prompt. I gotta say like a beautiful or a gorgeous.
Lifetime. I'm afraid that's not a satisfactory explanation at all.
Gorgeous.
I mean, look at this. This is diary.
And
it is
incredibly hard.
Stunningly beautiful.
Look at the perfection with which it is made, and then look inside it. This bit,
bro, dude, that face,
actually,
man.
You can go
It's
inside.
gonna
It's
be in
hollowed
my
out
fucking
inside
nightmares.
with perfect regularity. And how that was done with twirling a stick beats me,
hot,
and it beats anybody who seriously looked at these objects. Again, we're dealing with some
photo's insane though, dude.
that we do not understand. It doesn't
Chloe
necessarily.
Grace Moritz. Are you in the Discord community? Did I miss you? You should join, man. We're looking at fucking naked AI girls.
That we cannot replicate and that we have not got to grips with yet. And that is fascinating. I first. It's not a subject that I've followed up in recent years, partly because I've been out of Egypt for quite a while.
Chloe
I will be
Grace
spending a lot
Moritz.
more time in Egypt in the coming year.
Oh, what
But I've
stash
been
is? Oh,
traveling
dude,
elsewhere and exploring,
bro.
Other
Jennifer
mysteries. But
Lopez
I first
naked,
became
yes.
interested in these vases.
And then you can choose.
in Egypt,
So
way
you can
back
choose
in
S4 here. I'm gonna choose
1992
S4.
or 1993 when I was first researching fingerprints of the gods. That's
Yeah,
the time I
brother.
met Chris Dunn. Have you had Chris on your show?
Stash bringing the
He was my
heat.
second guest,
Yeah,
actually.
and Chris
Yeah, buddy.
speaks authoritatively.
It doesn't really look
about
like her,
evidence
though.
of some kind of ancient technology that we see in these.
Doesn't
and I
really
was
look like
looking
her.
at vases
LOL.
in what was then the Cairo Museum, which have very
Upscale?
very narrow necks.
Okay,
and
what am I
open
gonna do?
out
I
into
want to
this
do
large base.
face fix on this.
And again, how that was
Oh, I
done
want to do
with the
variations on your
technology that
Jennifer
is attributed
Lopez
to the ancient
V4.
Egyptians. I just can't get it, and nor can Chris, and
Yeah,
nor can
buddy.
anybody else who looks at this seriously. Chris is also focused on the so-called bull sarcophagi.
Hot as fuck, man.
In the,
How hot that is. God
it's a
damn.
in just a bit south of
Wow.
Giza. And again, carved out of diorite.
It's so
Huge,
hot,
huge things,
man.
very, very precise in every dimension. So I do think we have actually we are holding evidence of a lost technology that we don't understand, and that we try to explain away with easy solutions to what is in fact a very complicated, very difficult problem. Yes, I wasn't joking when I said if you had your stick and your stone on the end of it, maybe in 10,000 years you could do this. Maybe. But the idea of somebody sitting there for 10,000 years, since our lifespan tends to be 70 or 80.
Kim Kardashian moves.
If you see the CT scans on these, and you see the wall thickness that's just equal on one side to the other, to anywhere that you would pick on the same latitude, it's equal. It just doesn't.
Kim Kardashian boobs, come on.
No, we're missing something.
Yeah, we're definitely
Damn,
missing
look at this
something.
one.
And that's what
Holy
drives
shit.
me. It's that sense
Like,
of
I'm in
curiosity.
love, bro. I'm in love.
It's the ancient knowledge of astronomy. It's the ancient
Damn, dude, it's a variation of Jennifer Lopez, but she turned into like
These are
a.
the curiosities that draw me, that trigger my curiosity and make me want to understand.
I don't know if I can
past
paste the
better.
link
And when I start doing it,
in chat. I can't do that.
The anomalies of these stone vases.
This is too much fun,
The
lol.
evidence is becoming more and more clear that we have a real anomaly.
You know you can download Discord on your phone. I mean, I know you're at work.
Try to
but-
explain it. They do so in ridiculous ways,
Kim Kardashian
which actually
nude.
ultimately are going to be very harmful to archaeology.
Damn,
Anybody with
man,
half a
look at
brain
this.
can see that this is not the result of a twirling stick.
Right.
Shit.
It's the same thing as when they use models in order to attempt to prove a point. I mean, that's not good for archaeology.
Very bad for archaeology.
Very
Okay, I'm gonna blanket. I'm gonna blank out her boobs
Nobody likes to
and
be
her
told.
vagina.
Right.
And I'll
to be
show it
told
on
that
stream.
we're dealing with.
No, I'm not
with
gonna do that.
An expert.
I'm
in
not
the
gonna risk
past
it.
And the views
You
of
got
that
joined.
expert
I'm
are
sorry, I'm not gonna do
correct,
that.
and anybody who dares challenge them is.
I'm not gonna
is
show it
to
on
be
stream.
destroyed.
But damn, man.
This is a real problem. It is a return to the Inquisition of the Middle Ages.
It's amazing.
And I will go further and say that I think that it's not all archaeologists, and I want to make this clear. I know many archaeologists who are open-minded, and many archaeologists who, just won't turn me away from an archaeological site.
Okay, we'll do your girl. We'll do your
I've
girl.
learned a lot
Chloe
from them,
Grace
and archaeologists are doing
Moretz.
fantastic work, but we need another approach as well to bring to the table and to explore and understand the past. The point I want to
Chloe
make is that what I'm seeing in this
Grace
minority of archaeologists, as I say, there are many good archaeologists who I hugely respect. What we're seeing in this minority of
Sexy
vocal
name.
minority of archaeologists who want to debunk, so-called debunk, who want to pour scorn on, who want to destroy any idea that doesn't
I
coincide
have to
with
do
their
this
own.
next one.
Because they're archaeologists, because they're doctor this or professor that at a university and the status that comes with that gives them power. And I think what we're looking at is an abuse of power by archaeologists. I think they're abusing their power by
The
using their
Lola Bunny
positions
one is
to
fucked.
shut down alternative
I can't believe I did Lola
alternative
Bunny.
points
That's
of
really
view.
fucked.
And I think it's high time that the archaeological institution as a whole stopped circling the wagons around these people who want to shut down alternative inquiry and realize that we can be in a mutual endeavor here. That
Oh,
doesn't need to be
her.
hostile on
No,
both
dude, they
sides.
blocked her.
Yeah, I say some
They
harsh
blocked
things about
Chloe, dude.
archaeologists.
I
And
don't know
I'm
why.
human.
I'm gonna try the
Archaeologists
prompt
have been
again.
saying harsh things about me for 30 years. At a certain point, you begin to want to
When
fight
you'll
back.
see the results. When you join, you'll see the
Fighting is
results.
not a
But they
constructive
blocked her,
way to
man.
move forward. It's much better to
Ariana
fight
Grande,
back
they blocked.
and see what we can all learn from each other. I certainly learn a lot from archaeology. I wish
It
archaeology.
says
I'm not saying
NSFW,
to
but I
learn
think
from
it's
me. I don't want them to accept my ideas. I'm not seeking their approval, but just be open-minded enough to have a reasonable discussion, which doesn't involve smearing the other party with epithets like racist or white supremacist or other such nonsense.
I'm gonna try
Do
again.
you think archaeology is a science?
No.
Why do we call it a science?
Archaeologists want it to be a science.
Right.
They're desperate to regard themselves as true scientists. But no, archaeology is a much more interpretive discipline about the past, and it's not
Loading.
it's not a hard science like mathematics or physics. If it's a science, it's a very soft science, and the amount of experimentation that you could do to test hypotheses is very, very small. And I think this is part
No,
of the
dude, they
problem.
blocked
Archaeologists
it, bro.
want to look like
They
these
have her like
rigorous
naked as a
facts,
cartoon
scientists.
drawing.
They're desperate to distance themselves from
Which
any
is
kind
also
of
pretty hot,
superstition.
but it's not
That's one
like
of the
the
reasons why they don't
dude.
like
The
the fact
photo
that there
quality
are
one is
200
so good.
myths, so-called myths, about a global flood around.
Try
the
one
world.
more time.
Very often, a flood that destroyed a former civilization. They don't want to be. They see that as kind of superstition and storytelling. They don't want to be associated with. That's too soft for them. They want stuff that they can weigh, measure, and count. Well, great. Let's weigh, measure, and count. But let's take account of all the other messages that are sent to us by the past as well. And those are encoded very strongly in myths and traditions from all around the world.
Photo's gonna have a new background.
Because they're angry about their own self, what's happening within the inside. And when you think about archaeology and science and how they label people pseudoscientists, you know, and they throw that name around, is it really because they kind of realize that
No, dude, they blocked it.
I think they're
They have
projecting
like
their own insecurity in some way.
they have
I'll
they have
take
like
this opportunity to say
hentai
that,
version of it.
while Wikipedia
They give a
is useful,
hentai version. They give like a 3D render,
it is
and then they give a
biased tool. It's a very
better
biased
3D render, and then they give
encyclopedias are
a
supposed to
real life
objectively
one, and the
present
real
facts.
life one is
They're
always
not
blocked
supposed to manifest the points of view of particular
with a celebrity
interest
name.
groups. And I've noticed
Where he just
that those
used
of
a
us who are
description of a human
thinking
being.
in alternative ways about the
That's
past,
with
or
something
indeed
really
in
sexy,
alternative
like
ways about mysteries like the mystery of consciousness. Rupert Sheldrake, for example, is a true scientist, but he's spent his life studying mysteries like telepathy and telekinesis. He gets all kinds of accusations for that, and he is referred to as a pseudoscientist. And I'm referred to on my Wikipedia page as somebody who's spreading pseudoscientific ideas. That is an opinion. That is an opinion. That should not be in an encyclopedia. That is
My staff. Only say this: we have worked hard. We've left it all, as the athletes would say. We've left it all in the field. We don't have to. We don't have to come and say, we'll never say in a month when we're sitting in Florida, we're not going to be looking at each other and saying, you know, if we only worked a little bit harder, you can't work harder. I will always fight for you. I will be watching, I will be listening, and I will tell you that the future of this country has never been better.
Yo, what up, Retronomicon? How are you, brother? We are just making a naked AI porn in our Discord right now. You should join it. Join the fun. I unlocked it. My prompt now is Xenia on a top, naked, showing her blank and blank. Not bad, not bad. We'll take it, we'll take it. Doesn't really look like her though. Still hot as fuck. Good man, best fact session? No way. 244, wow. No freaking way. The first bad Trev, we talked about that yesterday. Wow. That's crazy. Dang, dude. Did you think it was 44 too? I guess you must have with the music. Dang, man. We are making some freaking high quality porn in our Discord. I'm not even joking, man. Like, this is insane. Like, still images. Damn, dude. Wow. It's insane run. Wow. Dang, man. Upscale and face fix. I'm sorry, brother.
There because
Sorry that
actually
happened.
the same group of archaeologists who have been so vigorously attacking my work are precisely the people who control my Wikipedia page.
Right.
You can try to, yes, Hoops is key in anything to do with so-called pseudo-archaeology. He's all over Wikipedia.
I can offer you naked AI women.
About that.
Right.
They're introducing
Still images that you can create. You can create anyone you want.
You see, for people who know my work, they know that's not what I am. But for somebody who's heard about my work,
Should we do Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez again?
When they search Graham Hancock,
Alexandria
and Wikipedia is going to say this guy's a pseudoscientist, which is a very pejorative, very negative term, and that may turn many people off. And that's exactly the purpose of the Wikipedia page. It's designed effectively to cancel me by persuading other people not to take a look at anything that I've said or done. And if they did take a look at what I've said or done, they'd see that it's a result of 30 years of rigorous boots on the ground work and thousands of pages of books with thousands of footnotes directing people to where I go. This is not pseudoscience. I don't claim it's science, but I don't need that label being applied to me, designed to switch me off, to turn people off my work right from the beginning without even looking at my work. And furthermore, having no right to edit my Wikipedia page. My Wikipedia page,
doesn't really look like her, but we'll take it. It's fucking sexy.
If an edit is put in, it'll be removed very, very quickly because the page is controlled. And that's what it seems the archaeological establishment want the public to think about.
I love this thing, man.
Most of the rest of the content,
I love it.
I'm not going to pick any fight with that, but the use of this word pseudoscientist again and again is propaganda, and it's deliberately designed to shut me down. So I know that in my area, when I look at the Wikipedia pages of people like Rupert Sheldrake, of myself,
the AI is on.
working in alternative, Robert Boval, Robert Schock, I see the same problem occurring, and I see that it's a definite part of
like
the
this is the most recent one, dude. She's so hot to watch.
Particular interest groups in a field that I know. I suspect in fields that I don't know, the same thing is also true. A particular, it's a corrupt presence in the world today, and it's corrupt because it's presenting itself as objective and not driven by agendas, when in fact it is driven by agendas. And if it wants to say that it is driven by
Alright, I think I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to leave it at this. Is, when you enter my Discord, this is what you're going to see first.
Openly, fair enough.
Oops.
But it presents itself as objective.
Yeah, well, I think the good thing is that people are more and more people are taking Wikipedia less and less seriously.
That's right.
Oh, I know, dude. I'll pin it.
Dan Richards.
I will pin the message in my chat like I used to do.
A lot of that nonsense.
He has indeed. He has indeed. And I think this is a good caution for
really sick
anybody in any
Yo, Toad, you really you should really
it can be a useful first port of call. It can be
join my Discord, honestly,
There's
bro,
any
dude.
way we put you first of
The
all.
last image we
But
made
be
is
very,
pretty
very
insane.
careful in swallowing everything that they say there, because what you're swallowing is propaganda.
Right.
You keep going up if you're not impressed, because there's
as we close things out. So what can you tell us about Ancient Apocalypse 3?
The face needs a little work, though. Still,
Well, I just can't.
the
say
face
whether
needs
that
some
will
work.
happen or not. The decision making in the commissioning process in Netflix is not under my control. Netflix absolutely independent and makes up its own mind on what it does. And I'm very glad that they gave us a season 2. And perhaps that was because season 1 was so successful, and viewers all over the world watched that show, and it was one of the most successful documentary series that Netflix has ever made. And perhaps that was why season 2 got commissioned. I don't know whether season 3 is going to be commissioned or not. It might be that Netflix will wash their hands of the matter at this point and just leave us with 2 seasons. Or they might decide to continue. I hope they decide to continue. But I don't know that at the moment. If there is an option for a season 3, I'd like to focus it on Egypt. But that again would be in discussion with Netflix as to where they would like to go next. There's many other issues, mysteries in the past that I would like to explore around the world. But I regard myself as blessed and fortunate to have had the opportunity to reach a worldwide audience through the Netflix platform. And I'm grateful for the 2 seasons that I've had. And I hope I get a 3rd season. And I hope I can make it Egypt. But that's entirely in the hands of Netflix, and I won't know for some time.
Got to assume if you got a second season, you're going to get a third season. There was so much pushback and nonsense, after that
Give me a
first
few
season. And
minutes.
this one is it's hard to really.
Thanks for the
argue
raid, Rich
think about
Comic-Con
too
legend.
much, that's super controversial that you've said. And you're just bringing up really incredible and logical questions about human history.
Thank you. Thank you. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. But as I say, it's not under my control.
Yeah, fair.
So we'll see what happens. I've been very, very, very privileged to work with a fantastic team in the making of Ancient Apocalypse, and not many people necessarily know this, but most programming on Netflix is made by independent production companies. And in my case, the independent production company is ITN, Independent Television News in the UK. They have a production company called ITN Productions. It's they who first approached me.
Yes.
It's they who pitched the show to Netflix, and it's they who I've worked with most closely during the years of making Ancient Apocalypse. A fabulous director named Mark Tiley, a fabulous cameraman, a fabulous sound man, great team, and we're all very, very, very close to each other, and we all respect each other's work. I'm not a natural team player, but this has taught me the value of teams. This has taught me that when you're working with people who you really trust, and
I'm in
really
the
respect,
D.
you can focus on your bit of the job, and you can absolutely trust them to focus on their bit. And they will trust.
What does that mean, Detroit?
And the end result is just brilliant.
Does that
I'm
mean
much more in
Detroit?
favour of teamwork after this experience.
Nice.
I used to be. Authors tend to be.
I'm in
love
the
and
D.
wood.
Sure. Yeah. Well, you've got a
The
great
Discord.
partner.
I'm an
You're not a
idiot. God, I'm
complete
so
lone wolf.
dumb.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm
very.
so
I'm very
yeah, I
fortunate
deserve
to
that Kappa Ross.
done
No,
all
that
of
was
these travels,
dumb.
all of these adventures with my wife Santha,
Yeah.
who's a very gifted photographer. My gift is words.
Nice, bro. Let me
Santha's
see.
gift is images, and we make a great team. And we've travelled the world together. Every adventure, every one of those hundreds and hundreds, possibly more than 1,000 scuba dives all around the world, every climb of the Great Pyramid, and every ayahuasca experience as well. We've always shared those experiences together.
That's great. Yeah. That was the one thing that when I asked you to come on, and
Where? I
didn't
don't see
even
you,
know
man.
if I'd get a response, but your one condition was Santha comes with me, and there's
Did
no
you sneak in?
Yeah.
Did you delete
We made that a
your...
rule from the beginning of our working relationship.
Yeah,
was
see you,
that,
brother.
that we will always work and travel together.
Yeah.
We could have had the option of, going in different directions. Santa was a photographic stringer for Reuters in Ethiopia. She's been a photographer for long before me, but we decided to work together, and it's just we're a very natural team. There's a lot of love between us, and it makes sometimes very tough and difficult journeys much more fun.
Yeah, that's great. Well, a couple of more questions, if that's okay. Yeah, just looking forward into the future. I want to get your thoughts on a couple of things, because I think the world is kind of interested to know. I'm certainly very interested to know your thoughts on a couple of things that maybe you don't talk about all that often. One is this concept of the magnetic poles
Come on,
and
man.
the potential for a magnetic pole
Come on,
excursion,
man.
flip, or reversal. What are your thoughts there?
Well, it's happened before.
Yeah.
It can happen again.
Oh,
I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. I may not be remembering correctly because I've not been focused on this issue for a long time, but I do think the last magnetic pole flip was around about 12,000 years ago, somewhere of that. But I may be wrong about that.
It's deeper. Yeah, there was an excursion 42,000, and then there was a flip. I want to say 700,000.
Okay.
Yeah, but we're several
So we may be
100,000 years overdue.
several 100,000 years overdue for a magnetic pole flip.
Correct.
Well, we have to ask ourselves, where does the magnetism of the Earth come from? And to what extent is it connected to the rotation of the Earth? Could a magnetic pole flip destabilize the Earth itself? Could it be the result of a destabilization of the Earth? We don't know this yet. It's not, as I say, it's not a matter that I've investigated particularly closely. Perhaps I should. Perhaps I should look into it in more depth in the future. I mean, as anybody who uses a compass knows, magnetic north, even now, is not the same as true north. It's about 11 degrees off true astronomical.
Right. Yeah. It's an interesting one. I know there's a handful of different people out there that are talking about this, and there's one who's very alarmist, and very nervous. I wouldn't say nervous. He's not a fearful person, but he thinks that it's very much imminent.
Right.
And the North Magnetic Pole is hauling ass right now, for sure. It's moving right across there. So it's an interesting conversation.
Is there any evidence that those earlier magnetic pole flips were accompanied by some kind of geographical pole wandering?
That's a question I'm not completely sure of.
We both need to dig into this.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. But it's a great, interesting topic.
It
for
certainly
sure.
is.
Yeah. What about the moon? Your thoughts on the moon?
Well, I know. Again, I'm handing my critics yet another stick to beat me with. But I have become aware of a cycle in my body that correlates with the cycles of the moon. And perhaps this isn't so surprising because we know that the female menstrual cycle is often coordinates with the moon in some ways. In my case, it's migraines. I get into peak migraine episodes in the days just before a full moon, and they ease off after the full moon. And I fully recognize this could be a correlation without any direct causative factor at all. It may not be that the moon is giving me migraines. It may be my body is giving me migraines, and my cycle is somehow correlated to the cycle of the moon. But I'm open to the idea it could be causative as well. But I know it's there. I know it's a real thing. I know that ancient cultures paid great attention to the moon. One of the areas that we were able to film in North America was Chaco Canyon. And in Chaco Canyon, you have, of course, all of the standard alignments that you find everywhere in the world. To the summer solstice, the winter solstice, the equinox sunrises and sunsets, but you also have alignments to lunar events, particularly the 18.6 cycle, which is the northern and southern standstill of the moon. It takes quite an observational feat to pick that up, and there are alignments in Chaco that target that as well. So they were very interested in the moon. The moon does not rise in the same place through the course of a year, and it does not rise in the same place through a course of, this cycle is 18.6 years long. And yet there it is, expressed magnificently in the architecture of Chaco Canyon.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah. What about, you've talked about humans as a species with amnesia, and as a way to explain, what we've lost about our history.
Yeah.
But in terms of where we are now as a species, and where we're going in the future, before I get to what gives you optimism, what do you feel, what are you most concerned about for humanity today as a species?
Yes. When human beings were only armed with swords and spears, we weren't likely to wipe each other out. When we were only armed with machine guns and rifles and pistols, we weren't going to wipe each other out. But today, we have many nations in the world that have nuclear weapons. And when I look around the very low quality of leadership around the world, I see these powers, effectively the powers of a god. That's what a nuclear power is. It can destroy the whole of human civilization. But they have very low-level consciousness, these individuals. Very low-level consciousness. And so I compare it to the powers of the gods in the hands of petulant teenagers who are angry with one another and seeking to pick a fight. This is a very dangerous situation that we have today. And the only solution to it is going to be an overall elevation in consciousness, that people have to become more aware of what is going on, and that we have to stop our leaders recklessly seeking wars and seeking to destroy one another, because sooner or later those wars will go non-conventional and they will go nuclear, and then our story is over. As far as I know, I talk about civilizations in the past, but as far as I know, we are the first human civilization that has the power to wipe ourselves out
That's
completely.
crazy.
We don't need some comet impact on the Earth. We don't need some massive solar outburst. We can do it ourselves. And what a horror that would be, and what a shame that would be, if after all these years the universe has gifted us this beautiful, beautiful home to live on, planet Earth, and has gifted us the opportunity to grow and develop as beings on this earth. What a pity if we wipe it all out because we've got the psychology of angry teenagers instead of the psychology of fully conscious, evolved adults, which is what is needed, and a fully conscious, involved adult leadership around the world. And when I say adult, I'm talking about the state of their consciousness, not their physical age. If we're going to continue as a species, that's what we need. And maybe we invest too much power in leaders, and maybe what's needed for the future is less leadership and more individual awakening. And that is actually where I hold my most optimistic and best hope for the future, is that there is a kind of war around consciousness going on in the world today, but there is evidence that more and more people are awakening to consciousness and are resisting the notion that big government has the right to control every aspect of our lives, and wish to take responsibility for their own actions. They don't want government to be the responsible, and we have personal responsibility for everything, and that includes the way our governments behave. And if they're allowed to behave that's because we've put them in a position where they can behave that way. So this rise in consciousness, and I do see it, particularly amongst young people today, a growing awakening, a willingness to resist narratives that are forced upon them. That's, I think, the best hope for humanity.
Yeah, love it. One last question.
Sure.
And it might be the most tricky one, and you can pass if you'd like. But my question for you is, what is God to Graham Hancock as you today?
Yeah. A work in progress, as all human lives are. I was brought up in a Christian family. I was eventually, after we returned from India, I was sent to a boarding school, a Christian boarding school. It was a horrific experience. My first real act of rebellion was refusing to kneel down in the chapel during prayers. Something else. My mum and dad lost two of my siblings in India. In fact, I'm the only survivor of three siblings. One was born before me, and still born. Then I was born, and I'm still here. And then my sister Susan was born in South India. She lived for a year and died. And then my brother Jimmy was born in South India. He lived for a year and died. And we were living amongst a Christian community in South India, actually at the Christian Medical College in Vellore in Tamil Nadu. And amongst that community, there were people who went to my mum and told her that she is losing these children because she has committed a sin. She has committed some kind of sin, and this is God punishing her. And that was the moment that my mum went from being a staunch Christian to being an atheist, literally overnight. And I would say for quite a long period of my life, with my own rebellion against that kind of thing, I would have defined myself as an atheist. Now, what does an atheist mean? It means without God, somebody who does not believe in God. And to that extent, perhaps I'm still an atheist, because I don't believe in a single individual God figure. I think that's a fairy tale. I don't believe that at all. But I do believe in a universe imbued with mystery. I do think that spirit is the essence of human beings, not our physical bodies. I do think there's far more beyond this life. We're part of a huge project. It's not an accident that consciousness has had the opportunity to grow on this planet. And we have to fulfill that obligation. So I think that I would define myself as a spiritual person, but not as a religious person. Because what is religion apart from a series of dogmas that we are taught to accept as true? And that in past ages, you could be burnt at the stake if you disagreed with it. Well, not burnt at the stake today, but it's still very controlling. This is the truth. This is the narrative. You must believe this. That has been very harmful and has prevented individuals from developing their own sense of spirituality. So I think we are going to see a change in this respect, and that people in the future are going to be embracing spirituality more. And when I say spirituality, I just mean that there is much more to reality than our physical selves, than our physical bodies, and that we need to free ourselves from the dogmas of the past if we're ever to experience that directly. And I think, quite successfully freed myself from religious dogma. It has no place in my life. It doesn't mean that I don't regard books like the Bible as extremely interesting and full of very, very useful and important material. But personally speaking, I don't believe in that there's one sort of father figure God who has made all of this. I think it's much more complicated than that. Nevertheless, the creation of life is a fascinating mystery. How life suddenly appeared on this planet, first in the form of bacteria containing the DNA, RNA system that is still fundamental to life on Earth. But if there were such a thing as a God, that entity would have been wise, would not have been able, certainly would have been wise not to create human beings just suddenly out of nothing. We live on a planet, and the planet has its own environment, and we have to evolve to work within that environment. But what we see from the first bacterial life about 3.9 billion years ago is a process where it's become more and more and more and more complex. It's called evolution. So bottom line, I know that many who are staunch believers in the Abrahamic God are opposed to the notion of evolution. But if there were such a thing as a God, that entity would use evolution as a process in his or her creation. Because you can't control every factor in the universe. The Earth is constantly subject to sudden changes, and life has to be able to bounce back. And the best example of that is the extinction of the dinosaurs 66 million years ago. Life bounced back. That was when mammals came into our own. The first mammals, they were going nowhere 66 million years ago. I mean, how could they compete with dinosaurs? But they very rapidly, after the dinosaurs were gone, they very rapidly began to fill every niche across this planet. And that would not have happened if the dinosaurs had not been made extinct, and if there were not such a thing as evolution. So I don't see evolution as contradicting the idea of a deity at all. But personally, I don't think one deity is the answer. I think it's actually much bigger, much more mysterious, much deeper, much more problematic than that.
I really appreciate that response and going so deep into that. Yeah, fascinating stuff. Graham, I am eternally grateful to you for coming on the show. It has been a fascinating conversation. I just feel I'm like in a dream here. I've been watching you and your work for so long.
Thank
and it's
you.
just to finally get together with you and chat has just been amazing. And both you and Santa are just such wonderful people.
That's very sweet of you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
So thank you for coming on.
And can I say the same for you and Crystal too? I've really enjoyed meeting you both, and we hope that this connection will continue in the future.
As do we.
Thanks for having me on the show.
Absolutely. Thank you, Graham.
Cheers.
Appreciate it.
Cheers.
So how'd you guys come up with Snake Bros?
Brothers of the Serpent. So it's like a lot of things on our show. It's multiple. It's got layers of meaning.
Okay.
We are brothers.
Yep.
You know, so we have been talking about this kind of stuff for a long time. And then the serpent is an ancient symbol for wisdom or knowledge, and it implies the seeking of wisdom and knowledge, or the keeping of wisdom and knowledge, right?
Or the bringer of knowledge.
Could be the bringer,
yeah.
yes. So the gods that are associated with it are the bringers of knowledge.
Okay,
you know?
right.
But like a brotherhood of the serpent are like knowledge keepers.
Gotcha.
And seekers.
Gotcha.
So this is a play on those words.
Cool.
Brothers of the serpent.
Cool,
right?
cool. Love it. And how long you guys been doing the podcast thing?
6 years,
Yeah,
almost 7.
2016, I think you said, right?
Okay. 6.
What? That's not. Is that right?
I don't know.
Is
Don't
it
quote me on
8
that.
years?
Maybe coming up on 8 years.
Yeah.
How
Wait,
long have we been
how old
saying
am I?
6 years?
Yeah, that's true.
You
Yeah, I
got
don't know.
300 episodes, man. It must have been a while for.
Yeah. And it's man, it's been an amazing journey. I mean, you know, when we started it, we didn't do any. It was audio only. We had no idea that anyone would ever listen.
Yeah.
You know, we didn't tell anybody.
We didn't do any marketing.
No
or anything.
marketing.
Yeah.
The thing was, is we were having these amazing conversations, but just between us. And I was like, bro, we should do a podcast and just record this stuff.
Yep.
And then I think he told one of our friends after we published the first, he was like, hey man, we just published a podcast episode. And this guy went and listened to it and he's like, yeah, it's okay, you know, maybe you should work on this and this. And we just went from there. And then, you know, I don't know, 6 months later, I'm like, dude, like 100 people just downloaded that episode we published. Who are these people?
Yeah.
You know, and it's just grown from there.
That's
so,
awesome.
Yeah.
So what kind of stuff do you guys dive into, just for the audience so they're aware?
Our main topic is ancient, you know, really ancient civilizations. I mean, you could say lost civilizations, but we're both have been in construction. You know, we have done a lot of building. We run heavy machinery. Mm-hmm. So we're very interested in sort of like, how do they do this? Mm-hmm. You know, they're moving enormous blocks. They're constructing things with precision that have alignments. You know, if they're off from true north, it's just this tiny little fraction of a degree. Mm-hmm. And we're interested in that because, you know, we've had to lay out buildings. And you're going through and you're putting the pieces on, and you know that like most of the time on normal construction, your margin of error is more like a quarter of an inch, not like, you know, like tiny amounts like they've done with enormous blocks.
Right.
So it's
13 acres. Nice brother.
Yeah, right.
Nice brother.
We've planted vineyards, you know, or orchards where we get the surveying equipment and we lay out where all the trees are going to go, and we're trying to make straight lines. Yep. And then we're standing up looking at it and we're like, the Great Pyramid is like 10 of these.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. It's crazy.
So that's really like one of our favorite things. And going to Egypt, it's like that. We're looking at it from a construction standpoint. Like, I think people of any profession kind of do this.
Yep.
You know, no matter what your profession is, if you see a job that was done by somebody in your profession, you kind of look at it and you're like, I wonder how they did this part.
Yeah.
You're interested in it, so we are as well.
Yeah, and you guys are going back to Egypt in February. You're taking a tour of people out there in February again?
Right. We're with Ben. You know, shout out to Ben. He's fun to work with. He's awesome.
Yep.
So yeah, we're actually doing 2 tours like back to back.
Nice.
It's going to be
nice.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing.
Fun. Yeah, the first one sold out, I guess, right? And so,
sold out, and then we were intending to go to Baalbek, but that that kind of fell through because of world events. Yeah. So we just decided to do a second tour instead in Egypt. Man, I really want to go see Baalbek.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
I'm very upset.
Yeah. Gotcha. And so, what other stuff do you guys kind of cover on the show? I mean, I saw you got an 11-part series on the path of the pole. I want to talk a little bit about the pole.
We talk a lot about geology. We talk about physics,
cosmology.
Okay. Yeah. You guys, just from listening to you, and I know just from talking to you just this morning, you guys are both very well educated and very bright. But your knowledge of physics and everything else comes from where? Where did you get it?
Self-taught.
All self-taught.
Yeah, which means like we're mostly wrong all the time, especially with physics.
Totally fine with being wrong. It's not a problem.
The thing is maintain the curiosity, explore, and then also sort of we have this. The philosophy on our show is like the certificate of ignorance. In other words, like admit that in general, we're still the human race in general is still figuring things out, trying to explore the universe around us and what is going on. And so there's this tendency, though, especially with modern science, to sort of act like we kind of got most of it.
100%.
Yeah, we got it figured out. There's some details around the edges that maybe we don't understand yet, but pretty much we understand what's going on. And I completely disagree.
Completely agree.
And I think that, you find out when you read, like whether it's, some papers in archaeology or in physics, where you listen to these guys, they're like, no, we kind of don't really have it nailed down yet. Yeah.
Right.
So we call that the certificate of ignorance. You got to write it yourself.
Yep.
And you put it up on your wall, and you just remind yourself every day. We don't know what's going on yet.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
And at every point throughout history, we've kind of thought that we've had everything figured out, like in terms of like, and we've always been like, oh, we're at the pinnacle, we're at the peak, we know everything, and it's like, 50 years later, 10 years later, sometimes 1 year later, it's like, we didn't really quite get that, and then looking back upon our past, upon our history, it's like, wow, we really knew nothing, and future versions of us are going to say the same thing about us today.
Exactly.
We have a joking phrase about this. There's a manual manual for how the universe works, and it's always the final edition.
Yeah.
It's updated every day.
It's always updated, but it's the final. People treat it like it's the final edition.
Yeah, love it. Yeah, it's so true, and it just speaks to the importance of just curiosity and just just continuing to ask the question. And I know you guys probably get a lot of it, and just me from my first bunch of 7 episodes is like I get a lot of it. Like people no, that's not right. We know the answer to that. And it's like well, do we? We thought Clovis first.
Sure.
For everything. I mean, archaeology, the mainstream is just constantly rewriting that story of human history every day because we learn something new, and it's like it's so hard to change the paradigm, or not even change the paradigm, but just explore new possibilities.
I'm speechless.
People are so dogmatic and just so like no, this
I had
is
no
the way,
teeth.
this is the answer, this is the truth, and it's like, let's just keep an open mind. Like
it's like you're not even joking. It's like you're being like truthful.
Podcast, and I think that's why you guys are so popular and such have such a successful podcast is because you guys just explore the question. It's like open.
And no one with doctors. No one has any
I think the world
doctors.
becomes so much
My
more
entire
interesting and
family, my
fascinating
parents
fun
and I, we don't
when
have
you
doctors.
realize, wait a minute, we don't have this figured out, and this is a mystery. Then
My
there's something to be
79-year-old
discovered, and
Canadian parents
that's just
don't have
a
doctors.
great
Can you believe
feeling
that?
To me to pursue the discovery.
Yep.
Even though
Are you so insane?
we also talk about this. We're not ever going to find
I'm
the
actually kinda
complete
scared.
whole truth. It's probably not going to happen. We can get closer to it, but it's that process which.
Dude, I guess emergency.
so
I went to
fascinating,
emergency,
makes
and it was
life worth
full
living.
of people, man.
Mystery.
And the mask mandate was required. And I wanted to get my disability form signed, right? But
we could advance so much faster if we kept an open mind and
I don't have a doctor.
to overturn some old paradigm.
Yeah, that's right.
So yeah, that's awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to today.
So I left
through some of this stuff with you.
because the
I know you share a
lineup
lot
was
of
crazy.
interest, so
And there were signs saying no mask, no service. In the year 2024.
Some new shows.
Oh man, anytime. This is great.
Yeah.
I wish we
Everyone,
had
like, it was
this radio
packed.
podcast.
Everyone had a mask on.
That's amazing. Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. It is always evolving.
Yeah.
And I'm chronic, yeah, I know.
Yeah, so let's dive into a topic.
My caseworker referred me
Where do you think is a good place
to
Well, first,
a charity that
why are you doing this?
that helps disabled people
again, it's that open exploration.
find a doctor and get that completed.
I feel like that we don't have a good explanation for.
So they said they're going to contact me, but I'm like waiting, sitting on my hands.
A good agreed upon base reality.
But it's fine,
I was
man.
kind of mentioning this when
It's all just a shit show.
Like if we don't all have the same understanding of our past and the same and it's not we don't have to agree upon it. That's not what I'm saying. But there's certain events that have happened throughout human history that they either happened or they didn't happen. And currently, like the younger Gyges is a great example.
My doctor was like in Kitchener, and the biggest regret I have is removing my name from his list. Because now I haven't had one for like months, for 6 months.
Not all during that 1,200-year younger Gyges period, but the sea levels were dramatically changing. The temperature was changing. We're finding evidence of meteor impacts. And just a cataclysmic time period, and it's like nobody really understands that, and nobody really is talking about that. And so I think the Carolina Bays is another good example, something that was just talked about, and it's like there's so many things out there that we just kind of that we just accept as fact or the way things are without really asking the question and going back and exploring and diving into old theories that may or may not be true. They may or may not hold any weight. They may just be something before the computer, before Google Earth, that we just kind of made up and kind of go along with. I think that the pyramids.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yes.
That's like one of those old.
I mean, I've never completed that package that they're requiring though.
There's never been a pharaoh found in a pyramid. It's like well, let's ask those questions. Let's explore those topics. And so for me, asking the questions and kind of exploring some on topics that make people uncomfortable, who who think that we do have the answers. We are at the pinnacle. We are at the peak of human civilization. I think it's just important that we talk about this stuff. And so,
did you see that Lula in Brazil required
a general understanding of
welfare
this
earners
world that we're living in, that
to
we're
get the
operating in,
vaccine,
that we're trying to navigate and understand,
to
and make
continue
decisions
to be
about
eligible to
for
receive money?
not only ourselves as individuals, but as a species.
So insane.
I think it's important that we explore our past, and and that could tell us a lot about our future. And so, asking those questions, I think, is critical. I think the UFO thing, which I want to maybe get into with you guys a little bit later, that's we ought to know if that's real.
Yeah, man, it's crazy, bro.
Something is happening. Yeah. We should probably, as a species, agree on that.
Right.
It's kind of a big deal.
Yes.
So stuff like that, I guess. That's kind of why I'm in this.
And and we definitely need to talk about that. We have another thing we joke about on our show with the UFO thing, is that it's so strange that it almost doesn't look like it could be just regular aliens and nuts and bolts craft showing up.
Yeah.
So we have this idea that eventually somebody like that will show up. And they'll be like, have you guys been seeing this weird stuff too? Because we have it on our planet and we have no idea what it is either.
Well,
the UFO stuff is really strange.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. Yeah, and getting stranger and getting so mainstream now, which is fantastic. I felt like I've been following this topic for 35 years almost. I mean, really since
Bob
Lazar.
Okay.
I've been into this thing for a long time, but you couldn't really talk about it with that many people, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, because people were like, yeah, it's kind of like, you mean kind of like Bigfoot,
right?
And it's like, no, I mean,
but
but yes. I don't know if you guys are Bigfoot people, but
sometimes Bigfoot shows up after UFO sightings, which is weird.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're connected.
Yeah.
But we can take it back to, because first of all, you have the bases, and so we can always talk about Egypt. That's one of our favorite subjects. We're about to go there.
Cool.
One of the main things that we've both noticed when going to Egypt, you have to realize you're just like with geology. You're looking through layers and layers and layers, except in Egypt's case, it's occupation, right? So with geology, it's time and small floods and big weather events and everything that leave sediment, cover things over, change things or whatever, or erosion, right? So usually it's either deposition or erosional. And in Egypt, you have the same thing, but it's people doing it. In some places, people are piling stuff on. Other places, they're taking it away. They're quarrying the old stones from the pyramids and removing it. Or in other places, they've been living in this temple for thousands of years and bringing animals and goats in there and just living in there in general and just piling up stuff. And then also building on them again. So something will fall down and then they'll repair it, and then it'll fall down again and they'll repair it. And so you're looking through thousands of years of layers of renovation and reuse.
No doubt.
All the way up to the modern time.
Right.
You're walking down a path that was made 50 years ago for tourists, looking at something off to the side that's 1,000 years old, and then farther out there's something that's 4,000 years old, and in the middle of that there's something that might be 20,000 years old. We just don't know.
Right. Yeah.
So, and it's interesting in general. This is not always the case, but in general, the older stuff is using bigger stones with more difficult materials. And is just in general a little more anomalous.
Right.
Now the dynastics were, some of the dynastic periods, they were phenomenal architects and engineers and builders. Their temples are just amazing to walk through. But when you're walking through them, every surface is covered in writing, is painted. Some of the ceilings, some of the paint still remains. That they've cleaned it up, especially like in the Temple of Hathor. And it's just beautiful up there. And it's the night sky, or it's telling you there's all these symbols and everything. But every surface is got words or pictures. It's just absolutely decorated. The sites themselves are open. The pillars are far apart, and you can tell people are supposed to come in here and look and see and read and learn. And then you go into a pyramid, and it's like being in a machine. It's completely different. You feel like you're sneaking around in the underbelly of a city with all the machinery. Maybe you're not supposed to be in there, or it's dangerous. You know, this is the maintenance shaft for something. The Osirian is like this as well. Like being in the Osirian is like being in the basement of some large structure. It's right now it's full of rubble and water and everything, but it's if that wasn't there would be these deep pits that you could fall into easily, and you're kind of like sidling along, you know. So it's those structures we like to look at, because you start wondering, well, what is this really for? If this pyramid isn't a tomb, what is it?
What is it?
Yeah. If the Osirian isn't like a temple to Osiris, but it's has some function other than that, then what exactly is it?
Yeah. What do you think on the, what do you guys think on the Great Pyramid? Like what in terms of like what it could have been? I mean, I know there's a couple theories out there with the land of Kim. There's the Chris Dunn's theory. There's potentially irrigation or water pump theory.
Right. Those all make more sense than the tomb theory. And in general, like I think we're in agreement that it's the idea that it's a large project that benefits the whole population makes more sense. So power plant, a chemical plant, or metallurgy, I don't know. But the other thing with those pyramids is that they're connected to the entire plateau in some way. There's, when you're outside the pyramid itself, there's tiling, and then under the tiling are channels. We were talking about this the other day.
And so the pyramid complex there's a lot more than just the pyramid and the tunnels inside of it, but they are connected to other, they look like drains. It's like, so you have the grounds around the pyramid have humongous limestone piles that could be as big as this floor. And underneath them in many places are granite stones that have a trough cut in them that's running along, and they'll empty out into these granite bowls.
Right.
So there was something going on under the ground, and this was cool. The last
clearly functional for some.
Yes, there is a function going on, and who knows how they might be connected to other chambers in the pyramid. We don't know.
Right.
They're finding evidence of more chambers and internal structures in that pyramid.
Right. Because of the renovation and reuse, it's like, well, what was the original function of, versus what everything looks like today?
Yeah. One of the pyramid complexes went to, I can't remember which one it is, but the causeway that goes all the way up has one of those troughs run down the center of it all the way down to, I think, some spring or so. I don't remember.
Is that Abu Sir or Abu Ghurab?
Something like that. Yeah, one of those.
Maybe.
I can't remember. I'm bad with the names, but it's
both of those have the under the channels running around. And Yusuf will talk about how we're told this is like a sewage system, but the whole thing ends up in a relatively small granite bowl, and you're like, no, that's not how sewage works.
Right.
But there was a guy that was with us on the last tour. We became fast friends. He's a great guy, but he farms. And we were talking about like, what are some of the other things besides a power plant and some of these other ideas that have come about that would be worth it for society to invest this much labor and time and effort into constructing? What else? And he was just like, they could be making fertilizer. So it would be like a chemical processing plant, which I think Yusuf has even talked about, like the different. I don't know. There's. I think that's
the land of Kim also talks about this. Yeah, I mean the idea that they were doing some kind of chemical process.
Yeah, alchemy.
Right. So what about in terms of the date? In terms of the because there's good arguments on both sides. I mean, from like on the celestial side, and like in terms of when the big pyramids were built.
Yeah.
And there's but then there's some carbon dating, that all seems to conveniently date back to when we, the 2500 BC time period. So what's your guys' thoughts on the dates of those structures? And then I'll ask you about the Sphinx, which I think everybody agrees is significant.
It's old. Yeah. I haven't landed on anything with it. I would not be surprised if some of the larger pyramids or at least something was there a long time ago. Because again, we're talking about people would go and add on to stuff and then do it again. And like the Great Pyramid could be, at least some of it may be very old. But one of the things with the carbon dates, like, is it Is it the bent pyramid that has the wood?
It is.
Yes. Yeah. But when you're looking at that wood, you see the cedar in there, and you're wondering
Cedars of Lebanon.
is that original or not?
Right.
Because people did come in here and explore these things, and in some cases, like with this bent pyramid, you had to build structures to get up to the top of a huge chamber to get into a little tiny doorway to get to the next part. Right. So I don't know. And then the wood is in these. There's like multiple different false floors. Right. And the wood is down in there, and so you can believe that people are putting those in to lift things out. From beneath these false floors.
Yeah.
I don't know how old they are.
Right.
Yeah.
What about the paint that Howard Weiss found that?
Oh, in the Great Pyramid, in the relieving chambers. Yeah.
Why won't they carbon date that?
Right.
And show us all that it comes from that period.
Well, because they know. Yeah, exactly.
They already know. There's no need to do science.
There's no need to do that test because we already know what it is.
Yeah. Until they do it, people are going to ask that question. It's a reasonable question.
It is a reasonable question. Yeah. And the fact that they got so angry that some people took some samples out of there is interesting.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
And Zahi was basically saying these guys claim that the pyramid is 25,000 years old or whatever. I'm like, they didn't say that.
Nobody's saying that.
Yeah. I think you're afraid that it will be that old, though.
Right.
Yeah.
Or maybe he knows it. Maybe
he knows. Yes, because he knows Zahi's connection to the ARE and just that whole situation is very strange.
Yeah. Right.
I remember when I first saw the internal structure of a diagram of the internal structure of the Great Pyramid, I thought it looks like the King's Chamber and this whole thing was like built first, and then somebody came and
put a triangle over top of it.
Put a giant triangle on it to protect it.
Yeah.
I just wonder about that. Like maybe there was like a sacred mound or something like that, and people had built maybe an observatory there at some point in the past, and then later it just people keep coming back and adding on to it.
This is
not unheard of.
This is a pretty good diagram, and notice the mound. So the ground level beneath the pyramid.
Right.
This is the other thing. As a construction guy, you come in to build a building. You flatten your workspace, your service, but they purposefully left this mound in there and had to build the layers of the layers of stone around that.
They just didn't want the pyramid sliding around.
Yeah, you don't want it. You want it plugged in. You don't want it sliding around. But that's the thing. Is like, why would you do that and make the job so much harder?
Yeah.
But is it one of the quote unquote primordial mounts? This is the question. Is that something much older?
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah,
but it's level on the outsides. It's level to within like some ridiculous amount.
They flattened the plateau.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. Is like you imagine the builders standing there and they're like, so let's just flatten all of that.
Yeah.
Cut off all the rock over there and take it over here and make tiles and fill in those holes with the rest of it.
Right.
And make it all flat.
Right.
And then we'll build some, but leave a little mound right there because we need to put a big pyramid right there.
Yeah. I was doing I did a podcast with Ralph Ellis, who a couple of weeks ago, and he was talking about the bent pyramid and the red pyramid, and he did this analysis of it back in the 90s, and it was like basically if you take the bent pyramid and you take the top part of the
appetite.
so the
Wow,
top half,
I don't know what that is.
Yes. It's a perfect
Insane.
Pythagorean triangle. It's like a 20, 21, 29
Cool, brother.
Pythagorean triangle. And if you look at the red pyramid,
Insane. Is that a
is also
stone?
A 20, 21, 29 Pythagorean triangle. And if you extend the bent pyramid all the way out to where it would be if it wasn't bent, it's the exact same dimensions as the red pyramid. So that is
interesting.
That was pretty crazy. Yeah, I haven't released that one yet.
Awesome, bro.
Before this comes out, but
insane
he did
appetite,
some
crazy.
Really incredible work on it in the 90s, and he's like, I don't know why nobody's talking about this.
I will Google
this was like 30 years ago, and it's like, it's like, and so I mean, basically the reason for the audience that's so incredible is that Pythagoras he was like 500 BC or 450 BC, and we credit the Greeks for everything, but the Egyptians.
Oh wow, wild, bro, that's cool.
They had almost certainly had, knowledge of advanced geometry.
Absolutely.
A couple of thousand years at least before we give them credit for it.
Yeah.
And so, you see that in the pyramid, you see it in the vases potentially. That you see a lot of that geometry now. I know there was a pretty good debunking video coming out that debunked some of the mathematics in the vases actually. So that part of that for me is, I don't know. We got to do more. We got to do more research. We got to really dive into that a bit more to figure out. It seems way too coincidental to have all of that math, with the radial transversal pattern and the pi and phi all over those things. Like, seems like too much of a coincidence to have all that stuff in there. But either way, the Egyptians knew. They were very. I think it's beyond a shadow of a doubt now. They had knowledge of advanced geometry. At least at points in their history, and so, for mainstream academics and Egyptologists today just to completely ignore that and to credit the Greeks for the advent of essentially what we know about of geometry today is kind of, that doesn't make much sense to me. And that and it's like one of those things that it's one of those things that for this podcast
why did they freak out? I freaked out.
To be like, well, why do we learn this in school if the Egyptians were doing this stuff thousands of years before it was supposedly invented by Pythagoras?
Right.
Who coincidentally had just come back from a trip to Egypt.
Where these Greek thinkers went to Egypt to learn. They come back and they're like, hey, I got some new math. People are like, wow, you just invented that. It's amazing.
Right. It's incredible. God, you're so smart.
We were also taught really about this stuff that you're talking about. The bent pyramid is great, and we were taught that the bent pyramid was a mistake. They didn't realize these morons back there that were building these pyramids that it was going to be too steep and it would collapse upon itself. So then they were like, let's bend it. But it's actually, that pyramid is amazing. If you look at all the pyramids in Egypt, most of them are missing their casing stones. Some of them have a few remnants of casing stones that were buried. A lot of the casing stones around the bases of some of them still remain because the quarrying of the casing stones piled up and buried the bottom casing stones, so they're still preserved. The bent pyramid has the most. And the reason, what we've been told, the reason for that is that they actually all are cut to tilt inward towards the body of the pyramid. So you can't just go in there and break one loose and slowly slide it out. You have to slide it uphill to get it out. And so you can tell that they did quarry a lot of the stones, the casing stones off that pyramid, but they just gave up. It was too much work.
So it has, I'll back up here, it has most of its casing stones still on it.
And they are enormous and beautiful. It's amazing. To see. It would have been such an
look
amazing
at the line.
thing.
The reason that this picture is tilted is because I'm trying to get that edge line. Look how amazing it is. And then you can see, it's difficult with photographs, but you can see that people are standing underneath. But the casing stones are sloped inward, like a little bit down
towards the body of the pyramid.
And here, see this? This is, this makes them very difficult to remove. And then there's this interesting, look how they've been degrading here. But there's Kyle looking up and taking the photo of the underside.
I'm standing. I could be out of the rain if it ever rained. Those things are sticking way out.
The casing stones are far more substantial than a lot of the core masonry. They're very enormous.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Beautifully done. And I mean, this is engineering and execution on just an amazing scale.
Look at that line.
Wow. And what's the angle there? Is it
I don't know.
Oh man,
here you go. I took this. I'm standing.
Dude.
I took the picture standing on the archaeologists had dug down and found the corner of the socle, the bedrock platform that the pyramid was on. So I'm standing right at the corner of where the corner casing stone would have been, looking up at the corner.
Wow.
So that's not even the peak. That's
you're looking at
the top is where it bends.
We're looking at the bend.
That's crazy.
And what's interesting is you get in this pyramid and you climb all around. You go down the descending passageway. You get into it and you climb way up this scaffolding to get to the top of a big chamber, and you get in some other tunnels. And all of that is happening far below the bed. Because in the top, all the way up at the top, there's another shaft that goes out and goes up. And I climbed out that all the way up that thing. I wasn't supposed to. It was totally legal. Shh, be quiet. I climbed all the way up and looked out, and there's a little tiny square opening on the outside of this pyramid, and it's just below the edge of the bend.
Wow.
So all that climbing we did, and all the climbing I did up this shaft, and I'm still haven't gotten up into the top part of the pyramid yet. So this is the other thing about these structures, and even the Great Pyramid has this issue, is most of the stuff that's in them is actually below ground surface. You know, and there's a few things up in the body of the pyramid, but most of the pyramid is a complete unknown, and just assumed to be nothing but core masonry, rough core masonry even. You know, you'll hear or read these people like, well, they just would they'd put rough stones in there, fill it with sand, they didn't care, they're just trying to fill up space. I don't know. I don't know. Look at how, you know, I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, amazing. Any other thoughts on pyramids, you know, before we move? I mean, any big picture overview revelation for you guys? I mean, you've been there several times. You've seen this thing, but
I think that I was a lot more into going into these specific ideas in the beginning that were not, you know, once you find out, oh, it's not a tomb, or maybe it's not a tomb. Really diving into these other ideas about what it might be was kind of, you know, I get hooked on that. But now after having been in so many, I have no idea what these things are.
I have become convinced that we have no freaking clue.
Our mindset is so far off from whatever the mindset was that was setting out to do these building projects. I can't fathom it. I don't know what it is, especially after being inside. This doesn't make sense. For example, the antechamber to the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid is one of the most confusing rooms. It is so strange. The granite, because by the time you're in there, the whole tunnel has turned to granite.
Is it Grand Gallery or
past the Grand Gallery?
Okay.
And
leading to the King's Chamber.
You're going into the King's Chamber. There's this tiny little antechamber. And the granite in there there's round parts. They call it wainscoting. There's shelves up high. There's nubs sticking out somewhere. There's notches and just all this
it's
stuff.
It's like standing in a machine with pieces missing.
It is the strangest thing.
But it looks like it's intentional.
Oh,
absolutely.
It's absolutely intentional.
And the other thing I would point out about the King's Chamber is that it's basically, you know, the boxes in the Serapeum. This is just a tunnel leading you into the inside of a box.
The King's Chamber is a box.
It's a giant granite box. It's a multi-piece box with a box inside it.
There's another one in the underneath the step pyramid, but you walk around the outside of it and you see, like, you recognize, you're like, oh, this is a miniature King's Chamber. It's built with long, narrow pieces of granite that they've sort of stacked up to make this multi-piece box, and it's the same kind of shape. And you're like, oh yeah, if I was very small and inside this thing, it would be like being in the King's Chamber. It's the same. It's so they're building a huge box. And then putting a single piece box inside that.
Right.
Yeah, it's just
crazy.
wild.
And the dimensions on the King's Chamber, again, I just learned this, that was 10 by 20 royal cubits.
Okay.
Yeah, so 10 by 20 royal cubits, which is like 52.4 centimeters is a royal cubit. And you have 7 hands in a cubit, and you have 4 fingers in a hand. And so that tells you that if you do the math, then every finger is 18.714 millimeters. And what we're just finding now on the vases is that the red granite super precision vases were all made using that 18.714 finger
measurement
system.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
The old finger system.
The old finger system.
That's good.
Yeah.
We later moved on to feet.
Right.
Fingers are not precise.
Right.
We need feet.
Right.
That's cool.
Yeah. It's really cool.
Can you just tell me? I mean, obviously, you've had a lot of time to study these vases, and I'm wondering. You say the precision red granite ones. So you think that the precision level is connected to the stone type?
I do, yeah. It seems very clear that the red granite are the most accurate of the vases, and so I started saying vases after I interviewed Raphaelis last week. So I have said vases my whole life, but I think vase is so much more sophisticated. But yeah, the red granite ones are, and I think it's probably the same. You guys tell me, but from the statues that you see, like in. God, what's that place that looks like
Luxor?
Luxor.
Luxor has some beautiful statues in it.
Yeah. The red granite ones, I know that they've done some super precise work in that as well. It's like Aswan granite, basically. But yeah, so Adam Young has that OG vase that's made out of that Aswan granite. And then I have the two spinner vases and the one thin wall vase that's made out of the same material as Adam's OG vase. You see that precision in those very, very clearly. You see it in a handful of other ones, maybe not quite to the exact same level as you see in the red granite, but close, actually, in maybe 3 or 4 other ones. But then after that, there's a drop-off as it relates to precision. But then you kind of have to ask yourself, well, was this done on purpose? Like, were they going for a perfect circle? Because on a lot of them, underneath the handles, it's a smaller diameter than it is front to back. So if you're saying the handles are left and right, then that diameter from the width of the thing is thinner on almost all of them than the front and back is. So it's like, well, it wasn't turned on a lathe then, unless it was a wobbly lathe. And they weren't going for a circle. If you consistently see the same thing, like with the symmetry being different, and you consistently, just another example, you consistently see the handles being closer on one side than the other. And all these debunker people are saying like, oh, they didn't know what they were doing. They're not precise. They're not accurate. Like, because the handles aren't completely opposite of each other. That's not what they were going for. Like, it's clearly not what they were going for, because it's every one of the ones that I have offset handles. Even the most precise ones have offset handles. So it's absolutely not what the makers of these things were going for, to have them opposite each other.
Wow. There's like an intentional deviation from like symmetry in that regard. It's like, I mean, I have to admit, as an artist, I mean, I've made some sculptures and stuff like that. Nothing amazing, but I love working with wood. And I love the sort of organic feel of the handmade sculpture, as opposed to like using, saws and precision, getting these perfect cuts and everything. I mean, it's cool, but there's something about that organic look of being hand carved that's beautiful to me.
Yeah.
So that could be an explanation, but still, I mean, it's hard to imagine making one of these things. I mean, I almost want to try it, except I may not have time left in my life.
You don't have 85 years left to make one of them. Yeah.
I started too late.
Right. Yeah, they would take a ridiculous amount of time to make.
I can't imagine.
Yeah, and some of them you just can't make by hand. I mean, some of them are just too precise to make by hand. It's just impossible. Like, it doesn't matter how many lifetimes you have, you're not getting, because you wouldn't have had the instruments necessary to measure down to, a fraction of a millimeter, a hundredth of with 4,000ths of an inch. You need instrumentation. You can't just eyeball that.
Right.
You can't just see that. That has to be, some of them couldn't have been made by hand. So yeah, they're interesting. I saw the video that you guys did with Ben Van Kirkwick on them, and it was definitely good. You guys were talking about a couple of the ones in the other room.
Yes.
So, that was cool. That's cool.
This is Val and I walking underneath the step pyramid now, going to the place where most of these vases were found.
Right.
And it's crazy, the tunnels you have to explore, and then of course the parts where the vases actually were, and there's still thousands of fragments of them all over in the sand, in the dirt, or whatever. They won't let you record, so I don't have that actual level.
Okay.
But below this level we're in here, there's another level, and down in that level, when you're down there, there's another level below that they haven't fully dug out yet, so you can't even go down in there yet. So we still don't even know what's in these tunnels.
And there's a couple of beautiful alabaster boxes down in there too. They're you know, translucent. They probably were not. I don't know if they're precise. They look like they could have been done by hand. Alabaster is soft. But they're still gorgeous, and somebody took the time to drag them down into these tunnels beneath this thing.
Like boxes, like Serapeum, like boxes.
Yes, they're
Serapeum?
small.
Not that
they're
size,
small,
but
right?
yes.
And like,
Okay.
of course, I asked Yusuf. I was like, "Well, what were these for? They're tiny." And he was like, "Well, they'll tell you they were for children, but no one knows, you know." And there were no bodies in them, as far as I know. These boxes are just sort of shoved into a tight tunnel.
Yeah.
There's two of them sitting there. But the place has been looted in antiquity, and I mean, you know, to the point where people stole most of the lapis tiles off of the walls for the, you know, the first parts of the tunnels that lead into the big chamber. There were beautiful blue lapis lazuli tiles all over, and they were almost all gone. So everything was looted, which is interesting because the vases were still down there. Which this is the other thing. You know, we talk about this a lot, that when there's nothing found in the pyramid, they're like, well, it was looted in antiquity. I'm like, yes, but looters want gold, they want jewelry, they want precious stones. They don't take body parts and grave, you know, like grave wrappings, and if there's vases and containers, they break them to see what's inside them, and they leave the shards of the pottery and take the contents if they want it. But an actual tomb that's been looted is trashed. You know, it's not clean. It hasn't been cleaned out. So when you go in some of these places and you're like, it's just empty. I don't know. I mean, obviously people have been cleaning it out. Archaeology goes in there and cleans it out, but it's interesting because
if they had found grave goods in the king's chamber, they'd be on display.
They're empty.
Right.
The other thing I was going to say about going under the step pyramid, there's a vase, a piece of one down there. I mean, it's so big, it's hard to even roll it over to look at it. It's just a broken shard, and you can see part of the lip and like maybe a chunk of lug handle, but it's probably 3 or 4 inches thick.
Wow.
And you're just like, you know, trying to turn this thing over. I mean, it would have been very difficult to get that down there in the first place, whole.
How big would it have been?
I mean, I'm thinking probably like this big around, maybe, but it looked like one of those ones that you have, this sort of short, squat ones.
Granite, maybe?
Granite, yes.
Wow. Is it the diorite?
What I think may be a preform. It's just a granite ball about this big.
Okay.
That's got somewhat of one area that's a little bit flattened. Like it looked like you're gonna make a vase out of this. Solid granite. Just lay it in there amongst the shards of other vases. And so that makes me question, like, the idea that the people that built the pyramid and dug the tunnels made the vases. Why would they take a preform down there?
Right.
And that is, I think, maybe a pretty good piece of evidence that these were collected by later people. And so, like I collect arrowheads, when I'm walking through the woods and looking for arrowheads, and I find a preformed piece of flint that somebody had, you know, they'd gotten the outer cortex off and they're going to work this, I keep that too. That's an artifact. So that's what I'm thinking. Like, are they making vases down in these tunnels? I doubt it.
Yeah, probably not. I was thinking about that too, but I mean, you would think that you would find more than just one, you know, ball that was about to be a vase
if they were making it. There'd be a whole bunch of them getting ready, right? Yeah, that's exactly, because you know, when you go to a manufacturing site, say of flint arrowheads, projectile points and stuff, you are going to find a lot of preforms. And you can see
flakes everywhere.
They've got big chunks of flint, and you know, depending on what type of stone they're making arrowheads out of. In our area, it's flint. There's big chunks of it, and you can see like a big flake taken off of this big chunk. There's a bunch of those. They collected them. They're not naturally occurring right there in the ground. They may be up on the ridge, on the hill, a mile away, or wherever. But they definitely collected them there, so you would find a lot of preforms. So that would be an interesting thing to look for in Egypt if you were, you know, inclined to maybe look for new discoveries. Is find a place where there's a bunch of giant granite balls. They were making these vases out
Pounding
of.
stones.
Pounding stones, right.
There are a bunch of these diorite balls in the in the quarry.
The dolerite, is that what those are?
Dolerite
Ones?
Okay,
Yeah.
terrible.
So the story is that Dozier buried himself at the Step Pyramid, and that he collected all of these stone vases from all over Egypt, and that 40,000 of them or so, I guess, is the number that people always mention, right? But 30,000, 50,000, whatever it was, but that he buried himself with all of these stone vases, and that you don't really see them after that. I mean, I've heard conflicting stories about all of this whole, the whole thing. I don't know that anybody really has, like, this is another one of those things that, like, I don't know that we really have, like, the full picture of exactly what happened, and, were they still being made after he buried himself with them, in Egypt, or did the production of them stop after he collected all of them? Because clearly, if the production of them stopped after he was buried, at the Step Pyramid of Saqqara, that would argue for, okay, these are obviously inherited because the Egyptian people didn't have the capability to work in, I mean, it would make the argument that much more credible on the side of that these are significantly ancient from a prior civilization if you stop seeing them being created after Dozier's time.
Yeah,
I guess is what I'm saying. But I don't know. My understanding of that story is not. It's not complete, I guess. So I was just curious what you guys thought about that.
Wow, insane.
You're right that no one's understanding of that story is complete.
Yeah,
because you're right. It is conflicting, and you go to we go to museums and you see vases with younger dates, and that they were making them this way, and then you're also told, well, they stopped making them after this point.
Are they going to false flag something? Can you imagine?
Difficult stone ones were stopped. Those were the ones that no one made after that, and after that it was easier. But you also see, and I know you've probably seen Ben talk about this, where they've got this beautiful stone vase, and right next to it is a piece of pottery with markings on it to try to make it look similar. Yeah. And you wonder, like, this is the same people making this, it's the same time. Now that's not completely out of the question.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, right now you can go and buy a very expensive, beautiful, lathed vase, and you can also go buy a cheap pottery one from Walmart or whatever, and the same culture made it roughly at the same time. But
yeah, really.
Why did
Joseph
decide that he needed 40,000 vases down there? Right. Yeah. That's the next question, where he's like, I want another set of tunnels below this one.
Yeah.
And you need to fill it with all the vases.
Right.
All of them.
Yeah.
I mean, if you, I would love to have 40,000 arrowheads. I'm a collector. I go and look for these artifacts. Yeah. That's kind of the way I think of it.
Yeah.
But if you demand to be buried with your arrowheads, I'm gonna be like, no, those are mine. Yeah. And then those are gonna belong to your son. You don't get to just take them back into the ground with you.
It's true.
Yeah. I mean, it's good that he did, because we might not.
Well said, brother. Well said.
If you weren't underground for 5,000 years, there might be all in pieces all over the world, right now.
That's true.
Yes. Yeah. But it's
terrible.
It's interesting.
Really sad.
For the certificates of authenticity, for the ones that I have, they do all say, they're all basically 2700 BC or before. You don't see any of them that come after that time period. So, which does, it does argue that they weren't really made. That Ben's theory on that is the right one. That they weren't really made after that period.
This friggin' guys, come on now.
I'm trying to get my hands on this in 2023. That was my
mission.
Like,
come on, dude.
Get my hands on as many
this
as
is not
possible.
peace.
So I'm going to spend 2024 trying to learn as much as
not
possible
peace.
about them, and get some information out there and try to find similarities. You were looking at the resonance earlier.
Yes.
That was super cool. We got to talk about that a little bit, but
well, for example, we went to where is the it's slipping my mind, the place where the labyrinth is supposed to be, Hawara?
Oh man, don't ask me about names. I'm terrible with these names.
Well, anyway, it slipped my mind. But we went to this place where the labyrinth is supposed to be, the underground labyrinth, and there is a pyramid structure there. It's mud brick, but it's got a core of giant limestone blocks that are kind of sticking out of the mud bricks that have been melting. And then the canal goes right through. And walking around this pyramid to look at it in the canal and sort of thinking about the possibility that we're standing on top of this legendary labyrinth, you're crunching around on piles and piles of pot shards. And there's just millions of them.
Yeah.
How many of them may be little stone fragments instead of pottery fragments? You'd have to go through them one by one to find out. But somebody has just piled them all up there. It's like a whole acre of piles of pottery shards. Who knows if there's pieces of stone vases in there?
Right.
Have you heard this idea? Ben has talked about it a little bit, that there may have been a underground labyrinth.
Okay.
And Petrie, so Petrie went to look for it, and he dug down in this area, and he found basically a stone slab or a series of stone slabs, like big tiles, and he thought, well, it's gone. This was the foundation. But other people later think, no, he was standing on the roof because it's underground, and that was the roof part.
It is Hawara.
Yeah, Hawara. Okay. So then people went and did more
Come on,
recently.
man.
They went and did a scanning project out here. They took a GPR back and forth over this area, and they got very interesting readings that imply that there is, voids under the ground here.
And they had dug canals nearby and
full of
ran,
water.
and they ran into some giant chunks of granite
big
columns
blocks.
and stuff.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
So if you read, was it Herodotus that said he went there, or I think it might have been Herodotus, but it's one of the guys who wrote a bunch of history where people are like, well, I believe him here because he says what I already thought was true, but I don't believe him here because he's telling me stuff I don't believe is true. It's one of those guys where he is the source for the reason this happened until he isn't.
Right.
And that's whenever he's saying something that doesn't agree with already established history. But anyway, he talked about the labyrinth, and that when you were taken into it, you had to have a guide because there were so many rooms connected by all these different hallways and filled with treasure and with the treasure of knowledge, books. It was like a big library, and that he wasn't allowed to go to the second level down because that's where he said something about the ancient kings were buried there, is what he said. The crocodile kings, whatever that means.
Yeah, okay. Crocodile kings.
Right. And you start thinking, well, who are the crocodile kings?
Right.
But yeah, you could understand if below the level below had a bunch of ancestral burials that maybe they would say, well, you can't go down here. But up above that is a library, basically, but you need a guide because it's very confusing.
Okay.
I've been in libraries that are like that.
No.
You get lost.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a fascinating idea.
Yeah, for sure.
And walking around on the surface where it's supposed to be is piles and piles of pottery shards.
Yep. Yeah, the labyrinth thing, the underground tunnel thing. People will probably listen and being like, if that was there, we'd probably know about it. But it's like, would we? It's like the underground tunnels in Turkey. That.
Oh yeah, Darren Q.
Yeah.
That whole area.
Yeah, that was just found 20 years ago or something.
And they're still finding
they
more.
Keep finding them. It's the same story. Some guy near the town was adding to his basement by expanding it, and breaks into a tunnel. And there's an entire city that no one knew was down there. It goes down 12 levels. And
We've had
other ones by a big roadway.
had some fourth cam hitting the side of it.
And it's like, people
wild.
20,000 people could live in this city, and it's like just because some random guy just dug a hole in the
Fourth cam hitting the side of it.
It's like we have no idea. And we always, it goes back to that conversation. We think we're at the pinnacle of knowing everything. And, something like that happens, and we discover that, we really don't know much.
I'm so jealous of these guys, And whenever I read stories like that, and the guy's like, wait, you were digging in your basement and you found a giant underground city?
A lost city?
Right. Yeah.
I want to be that guy.
Yeah, exactly.
But the other thing that brings up is, and this may slightly tie into the UFO topic or these ideas, is that how many of those could be out there that are occupied?
Yeah, it could be.
And you just don't know. You could live right on top of them, and there could be a whole underground city, and people live down there.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody would find out because we got seismic sensors, and people would be like, "What is all this noise coming from this area over here that seems to be, around a mile underground?"
Don't worry about that. It's just natural process.
Yeah. There's a river there underground. Or something.
Right. Yeah. So in terms of some of that underground stuff, like, do you guys have thoughts on like winds? I mean, that's the thing for some of those underground cities is like, and you find them again, Egypt, you find them Turkey, like kind of in a lot of places around the world, is like when were they made and why?
Yeah.
And so I think back to, for me, like I go back to younger Gyges with like, with like a time where there was so much change above ground, and we don't know what the living conditions would have been like above ground. Like what could have killed off 70% of the megafauna all over the world? Like what type of an environment? If it was a meteor, if the sun was blocked out, if the plant life all died, if the radiation was extreme, if any of those things happen, you're going to want to dig underground. Like you're going to want to live underground, and you're going to want to be in, you would have whatever city that you had above ground, whatever group of people, if you survived, that would be the people that dug underground. And you think about a city with 20,000 people living underground all of a sudden, like that makes sense, and like you're going to dig until you find water, and you're going to create all these rooms and these these bedrooms for people to sleep in and live in until the earth above the ground got back to something that was livable, where you could go outside and hunt for food and plant whatever you need, crops to to live off of.
And how are they seeing down there? This is always thing that just gets me. It's like you got these tiny tunnel systems going all around, way down there. Are they burning torches?
Right.
And then like that's eating up the oxygen. Like this is This, I know they had vents and stuff that went to the surface, but still, it's just wild to me to think how you would live down there. But I do the same thing. Basically, what you're saying is like, when I hear that there's a gigantic underground city, I think this is a bunker in an attempt by a civilization to survive.
Right.
Something.
Right. And so when they say, when when the story is always, it's about 5,000 years old. It's about 4,000 years old. It's the date they put on everything. Everything.
When they don't know, that's how you can tell.
Right. Because we were hunter-gatherers before that. We couldn't have built this before that. Well, now, obviously the definition for hunter-gatherers changed with the Thank goodness, it's about time, but it's like, okay, so do we need to go back and look at some of this other stuff, some of these ancient cities, some of these underground cities, and really like think about, okay, well, if they were making Göbekli Tepe back then, potentially making the Sphinx back then, obviously we could have
making the vases back then.
Could have been making the vases back then, for sure. So that kind of, everything, Graham Hancock's shirt on Joe Rogan, everything keeps getting older.
Stuff just keeps on getting older.
Stuff just keeps getting older. It really does. So, I was just curious you guys' thoughts on the underground cities.
There's
well, okay, hold on. One thing I like to say about this kind of stuff is, because you were talking about like this is how you get away, but like there's two interesting points about this. Number one, in the stories of the destruction, people are getting forewarned. There's always there's plenty of destruction stories, flood, whatever.
Ibiza, Israel? Wow, insane.
This is about to happen. You need to
I know Ibiza in Spain.
It's always two things. It's either you need to
insane.
get away, float.
I know Ibiza, Spain.
Or you need to go underground to survive the cold.
I don't know about. I never heard of Ibiza, Israel.
So how do you know which one to do?
Me too, dude. I hope
so,
no one gets hurt.
The Cappadocia area where Daring Q is and all that, they clearly went underground. You don't want to do that if there's going to be a flood.
Right.
That's what you do when the surface is going to be too hot or too cold or something like that. But if there's going to be a ton of water, digging a bunch of tunnels underground is a bad idea. So it's really, and then you don't want to build a boat if you're about to get fire on the surface, right? Your boat's just going to burn and you're going to die. So it's interesting that there's a hint of forewarning, and then also the forewarning knows which one to do. Because like in the Zoroastrian tradition,
that's what I was
the Zendavesta is telling them to Ahura Mazda, the god, the one that they show with the winged disc, he's standing in it. Have you seen these? Yeah, that's Ahura Mazda. He's basically saying, build a Vara. A Vara is an underground like a bunker, you know, and he's like, you're going to pick people very carefully to bring down in there. You're going to pick animals very carefully. You don't want them to have any disfigurements because you have to stay down there a long time.
And there's a bunch of rules about how to deal with dead bodies and all of this stuff to remain healthy and not poison the water and all that. It's like it's all into this text. This very ancient text.
Yeah.
So it's, see, he's got the winged.
Right.
He's usually shown standing in a winged disc with feet on it. It's very interesting depictions. And then he's telling, was it Yima? Fair Yima.
Yeah.
Build a Vara to save our people, right? And then there's this hint that he's giving him a little bit of technology, like don't worry about lighting the place. I'll give you a special window or something that will provide light. And it's just, I don't know, you know. But this is the idea. Is like, are these Varas?
Yeah.
Is that what we're looking at?
Right.
You know, and they may have been built in a hurry.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times, like with the flood, also, you know, the traditional, like the Utnapishtim or Noah story, you don't have a lot of time. Like, don't go cut trees. Like, tear your house down to build this boat. You need to be in a hurry. You know, and then you need to, you know, provide it with all that you need to have enough animals. And it's like, what kind of animals does he bring? You can't bring everything on the boat, but maybe it was what he needed was the seeds for agriculture. So what you're looking at is cows.
Elliot,
you know, goats,
Israel.
sheep, the stuff that humans use.
I don't know where Elliot
And
is.
You're just gonna let the rest of the animals take care of themselves. Or
I
not,
hope so too. That it's not one of the
I
affected
don't know,
areas, my
you know,
man.
it's just, I love these hints of in the myths that cataclysms have taken place, humans have managed to survive them, and somebody was warning them they were about to happen. Yeah.
And you know, the idea of the person warning them also could be the learned people. Like, you know, we know they were doing astronomy. They're all watching this stuff. They're looking out and wondering what's going on out there, just like we are. And so, some people being technologically advanced in that regard may have had forewarning of something coming. And gone and warned other societies that maybe didn't have that type of technology. So I mean, Russ is knows a lot more about the UFO stuff than I do, but I think we don't need that to explain what's going on in terms of like building pyramids or, you know, digging all this stuff. Like, we have side by side
the coexistence of vastly different development levels. We have it now.
Yeah, for sure.
So, you know, and you can imagine if there's a destruction, that some people that might survive from the high technology civilization might flee to the low technology one, because those people know how to live in.
Really should.
And then some of the people that show up there may like integrate. They'll be more of Viracocha style, you know, where they're like, well, I'll give you gifts of some of the things that I know that might help you out. But meanwhile, you can help me stay alive. And then other places they might try to be a tyrannical king, because they're like, I have technology, I have a gun, whatever.
Right.
You can't stop me, I'm powerful.
Yeah.
So is that what happened? You know, or are these, we call them lowercase g gods, right? Because that's what you see throughout the myths. It's like they're gods, but I don't think they're talking about a person who was supposed to have created the whole universe. This is something else, right? So we're lowercase g gods.
That's funny.
And are you a good lowercase g god or a bad lowercase g god?
Right. So you guys did some amazing work on Göbekli Tepe, and so for people that don't know, the Göbekli Tepe site is now dated to 11,600 years old. The carbon dating from the material between the stones, is that about right?
That sounds right.
Yeah.
I don't remember the exact dates on that, but they did get they get date ranges.
Yeah. That doesn't
find the accuracy.
That doesn't mean that that's how old it is. That means that's really the minimum date for when those rocks were added. You know, the T-pillars themselves could be
much older. Yeah. We know the T-pillars were there before the rock walls, because the rock walls literally butt up against the T-pillars.
Okay, right.
And in some case surround them on three sides. So you don't build that rock wall and then try to shove your T-pillar in there.
Right. Yeah, so Göbekli Tepe, for those people that don't know on the show, do you guys want to explain what it is and then kind of give your thoughts on, I mean, it basically, it backed up the whole
were hunter-gatherers prior to 6,000 years ago. We essentially just redefined what it meant, what it means to be a hunter-gatherer. And
exactly.
Yes. Because there were no ancient there was no ancient structures that are this sophisticated that had ever been found. We were just hunter-gatherers, and there's nothing that's older than this, and that's why the pyramids are 4,500 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why everything is 4,500 years old, because we weren't civilized prior to that. But then this Göbekli Tepe changes that, obviously.
Right.
It is civilization. I mean, it is. It would take a very sophisticated group of people working on this site to create this thing. We're talking 20-ton.
Yeah.
So 40,000 pound stones with carvings on them that are. I'll let you guys kind of kick this one off. But this one I think is one of the more interesting things that's being excavated and discovered out there right now.
And Göbekli Tepe is not the only site. Like, this is one site of many sites in that area, that are just like it.
It may be 10 or 12. It may be as many as 40. We've heard multiple different things.
Karahan Tepe is another one
that's another one they're doing a lot of
So
work.
glad to hear, man.
That one they already have older dates for that one.
Yeah,
So
500 years older.
Okay.
So it's kind of confusing when you get into the dating of this site. It's really hard to give a short synopsis of how they arrived at these dates, but they can date the stone directly.
Right.
I mean, they can, but it doesn't really provide the type of dating we need for archaeology, and it doesn't tell you when it was moved or when it was erected. Now they have one method where they can date this sort of deposits that happen on limestone after limestone is buried in dirt or soil. You bury a piece of limestone and deposits start to build up on the stone, and then you can date that fairly roughly. Yeah, you can date that process of growth of this deposit. However, that didn't really supply adequate dates, because all that would tell you, if you could get it very accurate, is when it was buried.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But it could have been buried, uncovered, and then buried again. So it doesn't really give you an age. So they were not able to directly date the architecture. What they could date, in a roundabout way, was the lithic styles, the types of stone points that were being made. And they had already had established dates for those, which is immediately when the archaeologists found those at the bottom layers, they were like, okay, this is like 12,000 years old. Because there's a date range for those types of points. Now they needed to back that up with carbon dating or some type of actual scientific dating that wasn't relative dating, because this is sort of relative to the points that we find. We could say the site is this old. They got some carbon dates from some loam and stuff that was in the mortar at the very bottom of some of the rock walls, and that kind of backed up the already assumed date based on the lithics, because it was basically the same time. So it's, at least you can say that people were there occupying the site after it was constructed around 12,000 years ago. So it doesn't tell you, and that may tell you the age of the rock walls that were built, but not the megalithic architecture, not because the rock walls are clearly added after the bedrock was flattened and the pillars were stood up.
Okay.
So, and again, it's like, we're going to learn more. I could be wrong about some. I assume that these rock walls are not part of the original design of the building.
Okay.
And I could be wrong about that. There may be more evidence that comes out that shows that, well, no, this is actually a part of the design, which was to stand up a bunch of megalithic stones and then build these rudimentary rock walls between them and cover up the carvings you just made on the megaliths. It just, I mean, it doesn't seem to make sense as a building design.
Yeah, if you look here, you can see some of the pillars are embedded in these rough cobbled rock walls.
Right.
And some of these smaller pillars have beautiful artwork on them, and the rock walls completely cover it up. And that doesn't really make sense unless somebody came along later and was trying to sort of restore the site.
Yeah. Now the thing that happened, and it's understandable that this happens with the archaeology, when they were trying to get dates and they're trying to figure out how old this site was, they look at things like the stratigraphy of the dirt that they're digging out, right? Well, they notice that the stratigraphy or the infill inside these enclosures is inverted in some cases. It's mixed up because they can tell based on the types of arrowheads, because they have already pre-established that from all over the place. All the sites that they found where they're finding arrowheads, they have carbon dates that roughly put these styles of arrowheads at certain time periods. So when they're going through the infill, they're seeing these layers are inverted. So it looks like people were throwing that material in.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of, I think, with some other factors, led to the idea that this place was intentionally buried.
Right.
And now I think that the evidence, as well as the narrative in the scientific community, is starting to shift away from that.
Right.
And they're going to be saying pretty soon that, like, no, these were not intentionally buried, that these were actually collapses of material into the enclosures.
Uh-huh. I can't wait till they say that this was a flood. I can't wait.
Now that's another. Yes. So this site, Göbekli Tepe, is at the highest, one of the highest points
on top of a hill.
Of this sort of, I mean, we call it a mountain range, but really it's limestone hills that have been eroded away.
Yeah.
So it's this is one of the highest mountains there, but rain could definitely cause these collapses. I mean, it's happening today. They're trying to prevent it from happening. They got sandbags piled up everywhere. They're trying to keep the midden from collapsing into these enclosures. And you can tell the guys are out there cleaning it, because when they get hard rain, it definitely comes in.
Yeah.
And they know from the excavations that there were multiple stages of burial.
Okay.
So the thing that bothers me about the narrative is that it's kind of made out to be like, these people built this thing, and then when they were done using it, they're like, now let's bury it.
Mm-hmm.
That's definitely not what happened.
Right.
And they were buried over a period of thousands of years. And I think by natural processes. Now,
you could do it by natural processes here.
You can also show it's not just like a cut and dry thing, like that let's say that there was an infill of a few feet of sediment from a flood that went in and now covered the bottom couple of feet of the pillars. Well, people would come back, they'd still occupy the site, and they start depositing their debitage and everything from being there for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And then another one happens and more stuff collapses in. And so they slowly fill up over time. Well, the really interesting thing to me about the place is that they're finding that other ancient people came and excavated them also.
Oh, okay.
They dug down in these enclosures, and now there's at least two sites where this is obvious. One is enclosure C, where it is said in the papers that someone roughly 6,000 to 8,000 years ago came and intentionally dug pits directly down to the two central pillars in enclosure C and destroyed them.
Wow.
So it was like, I don't know, this just gets my brain going.
Yeah.
I'm just like, wow, like did they hear in their own legends that there was this place of power, and it was like, go up on the hill and dig it up, dig up the magical circle and destroy it.
Sure, yeah.
That's interesting. In the cat enclosure, which we have never been into, I don't think it's open to the public yet, but the cat enclosure, I can't remember what enclosure letter it is, H maybe, they found evidence that a ramp was preserved in the sediment. So somebody had excavated that themselves, a ramp on which to walk down to get down into the inside of it.
Okay.
And I think those central pillars were also destroyed.
Uh-huh.
Now, were they destroyed because they just fell over because they dug it up? That could be a possibility.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but the way it's described in the papers is that they were intentionally destroyed. You have multiple events, multiple things happening at this site, and thousands of years of occupation by people. And so there's going to be a lot more that we have to learn.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
So many more to dig up. So
yeah, that's why it's so tough to look at all of these sites, because again, it's for all of them, it's thousands of years of occupation, and thousands of years of reuse, and it's like even like we're land we're living on today. You know, it's like it's been lived on before. We're not the first people.
Yeah, absolutely.
So. Yeah, and the other crazy thing about this, obviously, for people that might not know, is that the way that the pillars were carved was like it wasn't as if these animals and all these things on these pillars were carved into the pillars.
Yeah.
They actually removed the stone from the outside to create the pictures that you see, which is crazy.
Yeah, it's like a raised relief, and in some cases high relief. But yeah, they're removing the material around what they want to show you, as opposed to cutting the image in.
Way more difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah, and mastery of stone.
And the other thing that's kind of part of that is that, you know, the people at the quarry need to know that you want, they need to know how much excess stone to leave on there so that you can carve something. There's this one carving of a cat or some, what do they think it is? It's like a...
I thought it was a cat.
Okay.
Is it not a cat?
It's literally sticking off of the edge of the pillar by like a foot or something.
I've seen that thing, yeah.
And so the guy in the quarry that was cutting it had to know to leave this big chunk there for the artist.
Yeah.
Now that piece is just a piece.
Yeah, it's a piece of sculpture stuck to the side of the.
Right.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Crazy. Yeah. And where do these stones come from? Do we know?
They're also made of limestone, and they come from nearby.
Okay.
They know where there's at least some stones still left in the quarry.
Okay.
Where they were cutting them out.
Okay.
And in Karahan Tepe, there's one on the backside of the hill. Karahan is also, Karahan is sort of on a hill, but also goes through a saddle between two hills.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the backside of this one hill, there's a humongous T-pillar, like half cut out of the rock still left.
We got to walk around it, and there's supposedly a quarry for Göbekli Tepe itself near the site, but we couldn't get in there last time we were there. We're gonna try.
Gotcha.
We'd love to get into some of the quarries and look, but.
Mm-hmm.
And they say that they did all this stone cutting with flint.
Okay.
The flint
chisels.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy that
you
we
can
worked
do it with
you could.
but
Yeah,
you can do it.
It's harder with granite, but
yeah. But the question goes back to like who built it and why, and so that I wanted to say on, you guys were talking about the flooding and filling it in and everything. You have to remember that somebody first came along to this hill and they cut down, they sort of cleared down to the bedrock and then flattened out these circles, made these rock cut platforms, leaving the little pedestals that the central pillars are in. So that was the first thing they did. And then there would be, because it's close to the top of the hill, the only reason there was stuff to fall in is because there's this enormous midden mound around the entire site.
Right.
And I mean, it's a huge mound. Like
It's
that's
incredible.
I can show
mind blowing
in the beginning
how
of
big this midden is.
the video we have here. It's looking at the midden around this. Well, here this actually shot. This is showing you this right here is a platform that doesn't have any pillars in it, right? This would have been one of the pedestals.
This would have been like an enclosure.
Yeah, this would have been one of the enclosures. It's just empty, and it kind of sits out by itself, off away from the main site. But then you see all these sort of strange cut marks in the rock here.
Right. Tube drills.
Yeah, somebody's tube drilling. And then there's these two big holes that, are full of water when we were there. And it's like, were these intentional as well? Like, are they making water sources, little pools?
There were some holes like that at Karahan too.
Yes, there are at Karahan. Let's see if we can move forward here and look at, whoops, let me skip that. I just want to show you walking up to the main midden mound. Here it is. So this entire hill on the left here is the midden.
Yeah.
And I mean, it goes all the way out into the back. It's so huge that Karahan is awesome as well when you're looking at because you can climb, when you get up to the top of the hill, you can look down and you just see it spilling all down, and you can see T-pillars just sticking out of the tops of this in these circular patterns all down there.
That's crazy.
And it's also it's really interesting how I've looked at our footage from this trip and then most of the photographs and footage from any other time, and in all of those other
pictures, it looks like a desert.
Yeah.
But because we got there right after this enormous flood, everything was green and there was flowers on everything. So it completely does not normally look like this.
That's cool though.
Yeah, this is
It also made it stand out.
It did make it stand out.
It made the midden pile stand out because there's a lot of nutrients in that midden.
Okay.
It has a lot more soil. Look at the hill across the way. It's just bare bedrock sticking out.
Yeah.
So there's not very much grass, and then this hill is just this lush green color.
And so, how much of it is excavated currently? It's like 5% or something.
Yeah, it's something like
Yeah,
that. It's not very
5%.
much.
Yeah, it's not much.
Yeah. And the like, what is it? Is it Pillar 43? That's the super interesting one.
Pillar 43 has the vulture. It's the vulture.
It's the
stone.
vulture stone. Yeah.
What do you guys make of that?
I like Martin
Sweatman's stuff on it. Yeah.
Analysis of it. I mean, I think that's really cool.
Yeah.
This is kind of another thing about us is it's like we don't know what it's so hard to look at I mean, I'm looking at that animal that's carved on the side of the pillar and I'm like, oh, it's a cat. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not sure.
Right.
So I don't know what to make of it, but I have the sense that this is that it does have meaning.
Yeah.
That's really all I can say about it. I believe that it has meaning and it meant something to the people that made it.
Right.
And they had some kind of logical progression that would say, well, this pillar needs to have this on it. And here's the significance as to why. But I don't know that I'll ever find out what that was.
Yeah.
So you can see this. This is standard of what this mound is made of. Piles of rubble, but it's obviously artificial. In other words, humans occupied this area. So lots of the stones are close to the same size. It's midden mound with some cobblestone walls mixed in. So
they used to say
was that midden there before the main megalithic constructions were made? In other words, did they dig down through that to make it, or did that build up afterwards? That's the main question.
It has to be. I just can't imagine. It's got to be after.
Yeah.
You know, those people that are associated with the lithics are at the same time as the mortar at the bottom of the walls. So it's like,
and they would be building the walls because they're standing up these stones.
This is the thing that makes it complicated. Is that because you can only it must be at minimum this old. You can't actually get the age. So I don't know. It's
it's a crazy sight.
And you know, the other thing is we didn't get to go to the museums. We didn't get to see all of the amazing artifacts that they brought out of the site because of the flooding. So we're looking forward to seeing that. But I'm sure we're going to learn so much more in the next few years.
Right, for sure.
Yeah, the stuff that's going to be coming out of Karahan, and I think it's important to kind of that the record needs to be corrected because it's this idea of intentional burial kind of puts the idea into people's heads that it was some kind of ceremonial, like we're going to bury this as a time capsule. We're sending a message to the future.
Everything's ceremonial. Yeah. No, you're right. Go.
It's just we make that joke all the time. It was a temple, and it was for ceremony.
It was for ceremonies.
Right. That's all you need to know.
Because nothing that the ancient people did was logical.
Right. Yeah, nothing had a function. It was all just ceremony. Ceremony religion. Right.
The moon, the hollow moon thing outside. You can see
there. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of anomalies on the moon. I'm sure you know if you're interested in that idea, the transient lunar phenomena. So, but there's this picture of the moon that it's this 4 billion year old steady state artifact. That it maybe it occasionally gets a new crater, but all the craters that are on it are very ancient and it never changes. It doesn't have an atmosphere. It has no weather, right? So it's like this time capsule. But then you have TLP, the transient lunar phenomena, that people have been seeing, and there's some pretty good collections of these that where astronomers since the 1500s and just all the way back to Galileo have been seeing stuff on them, like little lights, strange moving clouds. Now you have to a lot of times you have to understand, like, what were they looking, what lenses were they using, what was their telescope like, was there anything in the atmosphere between them and the moon, all this kind of stuff. But a lot of times it's just like, nope, somebody was seeing something strange, or craters themselves seem to not always be the same, you know. And then there's shadows that move across it. Like, all this stuff is collected in this TLP like archive. In other words, like stuff that is not. In other words, where the moon isn't just a static object that never changes.
Yeah.
You know, shadows moving across, things appearing and disappearing, lights, little glowing clouds. You know, indications of activity. It doesn't have to be aliens or whatever. It could be internal geological processes doing stuff, like, you know, something under a crater could be outgassing, and it leaves this sort of cloud over the crater that has to dissipate into the vacuum, or maybe it crystallizes onto the edge of the crater and leaves a sort of splash mark, and then people see that for a while before it completely sublimates away.
Yeah, what are some of the strangest things about the moon? I mean, that make us question, like, what's going on here? Like, I mean, so the craters are all basically the same depth, right? So no matter how big an object is that comes smashing into the moon, and, you know,
it doesn't get deep enough.
It doesn't get deeper. It doesn't get deeper than, you know, whatever the maximum crater. They're all
like 3 kilometers or something like that.
Yeah,
2 or 3 kilometers.
They're all basically the same. Yeah, which is odd.
And then the front face versus the backside are so drastically different in aspect, you know, and so you like the front is a very, like, everyone recognizes it. It's sort of iconic. It has these huge, you know, the seas, these dark areas that are like lava flows.
Okay.
And it's, you know, it's like, what caused that a long time ago? And then they froze that way. But then the backside is very mountainous. You know, it looks very different. And then, the craters, some of the experiments they did, like we were mentioning earlier in the break, like that it rang for a long time like a bell.
Right.
So what explains that?
Right. Yeah, it was ringing. And when did we measure that? In like the 70s or something? Or
I think, didn't they?
They dropped something on it.
Yeah, they dropped they dropped. I think they dropped the engine that they used to take off.
Yeah.
And it goes down, boom, hits it, and the whole moon, because they had left seismic recorders there, and it just kept ringing, and it kept going and kept going.
Completely unexpected.
Yeah,
and it's like, but then we come up with the reason why afterwards, you know. And it's like, let's just fit this into something that's not going to, you know.
Right. It's not. This is totally normal. Nothing to see here. We didn't expect it, but when it happened, it's actually not surprising because we're thinking around. We're trying to figure out a way to make it not surprising.
Right. Yeah. Pretty much.
Yes.
Yeah, that's crazy. And then you were mentioning the size of the moon in general.
Well, so the size is interesting. There's all kinds of strange sacred numbers wrapped up in it, but also its position.
Yes.
You know, so this has to do in part with its size, but it has this orbit that around the Earth that like it was parked. You know, that it was put there on purpose. Because, like, what are the odds that it's in this place where it perfectly occults the sun? It isn't much larger than the sun when it occults it. And it isn't much smaller. From our perspective, on the surface of the Earth, it appears to be the exact same size as the sun. And so when there's an eclipse, it's a perfect occultation sometimes. Like this eclipse that's coming up is going to be a perfect occultation of the sun. The one that happened the year before was the annular, where you see a ring, right? So the moon is a little bit farther away from us, so it doesn't completely cover the sun. But sometimes it's a perfect eclipse, and then that allows you to see the corona, you know, this all this stuff around the sun that you can never see with the naked eye without this device. This gigantic space device. It's like an observational tool.
And really, it's just like, what are the odds? That's what we would have. It's, again, you have all these weird odds. It's like, what are the odds that life will exist? What are the odds that intelligent life will exist? And intelligent life that we've found just so happens to be on this place with this moon that doesn't look like any of the other moons that we see anywhere.
Nothing.
That it happens to be perfectly sized and at the right distance to do that, to blow all of our minds occasionally.
And you could say our moon's too big, and then people are like, well, there are other moons in the solar system that are as large or maybe a little larger than our moon, but those planets that they're around are enormous. Our moon, like the size ratio between the Earth and the moon there's nothing like that anywhere else in the solar system. Mars has a couple of moons. They're little potatoes. They're not even big enough. They don't have enough mass to make themselves spherical.
Right. And that speaks to the density of the moon being extremely light, right? Which speaks to the theory about it potentially being hollow, I guess, right?
Yes, the overall density, yeah. But then the shallowness of the crater speaks to a very hard
shell.
Yeah,
right.
So you maybe have a high density, very strong shell, and then the rest of it's hollow.
Yeah, right. And
leading to an overall low density.
Which could explain the ringing
yes.
and everything else.
Yeah.
And wasn't there some study done that talked about the rocks on the moon being much older near the surface and much younger as you dug down lower? Or is that's something that I have?
I haven't heard that. That's
okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And then you have things like the Blair cuspids, like where then this is all based on photos from above, like lunar orbital camera or the Apollo orbits, and they're taking pictures looking down. But you're basically looking straight down on a surface, and you're looking at shadows, and you're looking at objects casting the shadows. And sometimes you see this very small object, and it casts this incredibly long shadow.
Right.
But everything else around it is casting normal length shadows, and so you're like, well, maybe this is a very tall, narrow object. But that doesn't seem like something you would normally get.
Right.
And so there's a series of these, and they also appear to be they're not just randomly placed. And so people start thinking they're obelisks and they're up on the moon, and I don't know what they are, but there's some interesting stuff like that.
Right.
There's also trails. There are tracks on the moon.
Right.
And
can you pull those up?
Some of the times you can see that the track mark is made by it. At the end of it is a big rock, and so like this rock has rolled, and it's left this track. But sometimes the tracks do not have an explanatory boulder.
Right.
Yeah, there's some. That's a great picture of some track marks. Yeah.
And you see the boulders on most of those.
Yeah. What is that lake, or there's this old lake bed where the rocks do this?
Oh, Racetrack Playa.
Right,
it's
in
like
California.
I've
seen that.
Yeah.
But apparently there's a good reason for that.
There has been an explanation that I really like at this point, that it makes ice sails. It's really cool.
Right, yeah.
But ice sails doesn't seem to be a good explanation for the moon.
Right.
But yeah, the tracks are interesting, and then there's also another one that you can look at and just wonder about. There may be a perfectly good natural explanations for some of this stuff, but the splash marks that go out from some of the craters, some of these you can see with the naked eye without any assistance. Like Tycho has a lot of very bright lines that go out from the crater, and they cross a large portion of the moon. So you imagine something impacting the moon, and there's going to be ejecta, an ejecta pattern. But what's weird about some of the splash lines that come out of these craters is they're not really all radial. They cross each other, from the same. In other words, it doesn't look quite right. Was going very fast.
Very fast, and it still only went in 3 kilometers.
Right, it didn't make a deep hole. But
Right.
yeah, you
Incredible.
can see the ejecta mark is enormous.
For something that rings that's very low density, like why isn't it going in?
And look how
past
the
surface?
see this picture. It's like all the way to the left, third one down. Yes, this one. See the lines, how far they go?
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about crossing a third, maybe a half.
Right.
Of crossing an entire hemisphere there.
Right.
But they're not.
So what are those lines? Like, are those like from when it stretched out?
That's the question. But you can see how they're not quite a proper radial pattern. They don't all point at the middle of the crater.
Right.
Which is what you would expect. So it's still quite a mystery. Like, what are these lines?
Yeah.
Some people in the Who Built the Moon, he's the guy is like when he starts to go off on all the craziness at the end of it, he's saying they're mining these things, and these are machine tracks, and the tracks would last a long time. So yeah, you see them on there forever. But it's the reason they're not always perfectly straight from the crater is because it's machines driving around them.
Okay.
I don't know what they are, but
let's go to Mars.
What do you guys think? Just real quick, Face on Mars. Any thoughts on that thing? Have you guys?
Man, I obsessed over that.
Did you?
I did. Yeah, and I was mad at the people that were just like, nah, look at it at a different time of day. It's nothing. I'm like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
That's got to be a face.
Like, what's the quick story on that thing, just so people understand what we're talking about? Because my understanding of it is that it was like that NASA took this photo and released it, and it was like, okay, here's this photo of this
Viking?
Yeah,
It was one of the early orbiters. Yeah, Viking 1 or something.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And it's like, okay, there's this thing, but that's nothing to see. They didn't think it was going to be a big deal. People, but then people got super crazy interested in it.
Yeah.
And what is this? And then NASA released this image of it that was like this total Photoshop hack job of 13 layers of Photoshop to show this thing as being just a normal anomaly that happened to get picked up by the light one time. Yeah, my understanding, right.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they photoshopped it.
Wait, are we bringing back the Mars face?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. But I just want to know if there's anything to it. I really don't know. I mean, I've seen very little on this.
I'm diving back in, boys.
But they haven't been back to it, and it's
Right.
like,
Why don't you just land in Cydonia and take a look? Yeah.
Just show us another picture.
Yeah.
Like, just go back and take a picture of it. Like, bring the freaking rover there. The rover's all over the planet, traveling everywhere,
It's like
all over the place.
circles in.
Not going to the face.
Well, they don't go there.
Nope.
It's like, why? Why don't you just go there? Everybody wants to see it. Look at that. 1976, 1998. Look at the difference in what they made it look like.
2001.
Well, the 2001 actually still looks like a face.
Look, that's what I'm saying. Even if there was no photoshopping, whatever, and they're just showing you another picture and saying, well, here's what it really looks like, it's still weird.
Right.
It's got this, it's in this flat plane, and this thing's just sticking out of it, and it's a very odd,
right.
Whatever it is, this feature is very strange. You should go check it out.
You know what we ought to do? You ought to get a picture of like the Black Pyramid. Isn't it called the Black Pyramid?
Which one?
It's the mud brick one.
In Egypt?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't look like a pyramid. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
That's not a pyramid.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it actually is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you mean because they collapse, they degrade.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
And so it's just what occurred to me that like this, when you're looking at the border around the face on Mars, it's like, yeah, this is a raised platform that's kind of squarish, and then it's got some eroded stuff on top.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's collapsing. It's very old.
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
Well, there's other things too with Mars.
I'm back on board, bro.
Yeah.
You brought me back to the Mars face.
I want to know,
Thank you.
why can't we get a real updated picture? Like, why won't they bring the rover back there? Like, what is going on with this thing? Because they Photoshop so. We know NASA, like that's proven. We know that they Photoshop like all of their photos before they show us anything. And so it's like, I mean, it drives me crazy that we can't get a decent, an explanation for this thing and like get close to it. Like drive the freaking rover into its eyeballs,
Yes.
Like why not?
What about the pyramids? Weren't there supposed to be 5?
Right around.
They were like 5-sided.
Right near it.
Yeah. In the Cydonia region. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's that's what's interesting is, again,
there's one of them. Yeah.
I take it back to this guy Leonard who built the moon. The way in the book he's describing, like he's going to NASA, he's digging through their boxes of photographs, looking at stuff, and then taking those pictures and talking to the people at NASA. Then going out and teaching kids, showing them pictures, getting them involved. Then the kids are writing letters to NASA, asking NASA why haven't they given us an explanation for this weird thing that's in this crater.
Yeah.
And so then you start wondering, is it people like this that is the reason NASA started airbrushing and photoshopping all their pictures? Because they're like, we don't want to deal with this. We're just trying to land on the moon.
Right. Yeah, could be. Yeah, I don't know.
But it seems like, why would you not want to talk about this?
Right.
I've seen, this is another explanation that's been given, like, don't you think that if NASA was finding evidence of ancient artifacts up there that they would tell everybody because then they'd get all the funding they wanted?
Nope.
Yeah, well, clearly not.
Yeah, they don't even want to say, okay, everyone's interested in this. Let's drop the next probe nearby.
Right.
They just, that is weird.
Yeah. So it seems like they have some other incentive that's stronger than the incentive to get a lot of funding because people think there might be ancient alien artifacts
Keep
up there.
people calm.
Yeah.
That's the whole incentive.
You
There's
think so?
nothing to see here. Like, there's nothing interesting happening anywhere in the entire galaxy. just don't worry about it and just keep working and pumping money into the economy. That's what NASA's like. That's the whole. I mean, that's the whole. The government, the whole NASA. That's what people do. Like, that's the whole system. It's like they don't want people to, to rise up and to think about things differently and to think about these topics and to explore, unknown. They want us to think that we're in this, that we understand everything, and it's all under control.
That we're kind of in a static universe that doesn't change much, or if it does change, it's only over extremely long time spans. So
we are the greatest change.
Hanging out with my dad. Sorry, my dad trumps.
And we have the manual for how
Trumps all. I'm very blessed to be hanging out with my father. To be able to do that.
So, that's depressing.
Yeah.
I'm really blessed. What up? I'm eating. Yo, what up, bro? I'm eating dinner. Dinner break.
What do you guys think on the UFO topic?
Well, it's.
I want to hang out with my dad.
I think this one is very muddy, right? It's murky.
Yeah.
We were just talking about the psychological, the psyops, the disinformation stuff. Like, clearly that's all involved in this.
Yeah.
But the phenomena is very old.
I'm interested in the topic, but it's one of those ones it's hard to study.
Yeah.
I think this is more than
about it. It seems the more I learn about it,
no, he's going to bed now.
The UFO topic in general. Yeah.
Thanks, brother. He's going to bed.
Is it really? That's the other
No,
thing.
I'm going to
Like,
eat
is it
and then
multiple things that
play more
because we know
Goldeneye.
so little about this particular, like maybe there probably are phenomena that we just don't have any grasp on. Some of them we have no idea that there could be anything behind this that could generate it. And so maybe those things result in a lot of different things and they get all kind of lumped together. So is it possible that everything paranormal, the ghosts, the strange feelings, the people who have precognition, all this stuff can they be all tied together because there's some unifying principles behind that, like the spirit realm, whatever that might mean? Or is it a bunch of very different things that we don't understand? And it's very confusing because we have lumped them all together in something. So I don't know.
Making it simple at the.
I always drive so slow in a parking lot.
The UFO phenomenon for me is like you start with what we know, and what we think we know. Which certainly it could all be lies, but I, for me, like I go to, and again we talked about this earlier, but like I don't go to, or try not to go to, belief or skeptic. Like, and what I mean by that is everything has a percent chance of being true, or a percent chance of likelihood of occurring, or fact, or whatever. And if you take it to 100%, you're a believer, and if you take it to 0%, you're a skeptic. And so it's like the UFO phenomenon to say, well, it's 100%. I'm 100% real. Well, you're a UFO believer. If you're religious and you take that to 100%, well, you're a believer. By definition, you're a believer. You call yourself a believer. If you're a skeptic, then you take it to 0%. But the truth is almost always somewhere in between. It's always some percentage. It's always some percentage between 0 and 100. And for me, with the UFO thing, I'm very close to 100. so, again, I don't take anything to 100, but that one, man, I mean,
but 100 on what? That something is happening?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I have for at this point, anyone who's like, it's nothing, nothing is happening.
Nothing
I'm
to
like,
see.
I don't even want to.
Right.
Like it's not even worth talking to you, bro.
Exactly.
It's clear that something's
There's
going on.
something going on.
I agree with that.
Yeah. So that's for the UFO thing for me. There's something happening. There's something there, and what I believe, if anything, is people. And people who have had experiences, and like, so you don't have to be a believer if you're an experiencer, if you've seen these things. And there are millions of people that have seen, something, whether it's a government ship.
Have you ever seen anything?
I have, yeah, I have, yeah.
Nice.
My wife and I saw one. We were with another person, and it was this massive triangle, black triangle with looks like the color of that pyramid behind your head, a ball right in the middle of it, big ball of light, and it was just, it was maybe.
So you saw a structured craft.
I saw a structured craft.
Wow.
Yeah. It was maybe the size of like 4 airplanes. Something
Wow.
like that. 4 or 5 airplanes was about the size of it. I mean, it was
freaking huge, massive, no sound.
Silent.
Didn't make any sound at all. It was about 8,000, 10,000 feet. It was below the cloud level here in Florida. So whatever that is, I think it looked like if I'm guessing, about 8,000 feet, which is very visible, very, very, like it was a large object in the sky and just traveling silently towards the east.
Was it a mass sighting?
No, three of us. I mean, it was three of us sitting outside, and I looked up and saw it, and I'm like, start freaking out, and they both look at it and are like, oh my God, kind of a thing, and like, I got up and kind of. Like just tried to, because it was disappearing kind of behind the tree line. So I tried to, keep going to watch it for as long as I possibly could.
Yeah.
And, so that was maybe another, 20 seconds or so, and then I, kind of, run by them to go out into this opening to try to see if I could still see it, again after that. And they're talking about something else already, and I'm like, what? I'm like, are you guys seriously on to the next conversation? Like, what is going on here? So I'm like hauling ass trying to catch this, thing. Like, please take me with you,
Yeah.
But I don't know if it could have been Raytheon, it could have been like some massive, huge government thing that we don't know anything, that we. It could have been.
I think
it doesn't have to be aliens.
Sure.
It could be, but
the idea now is that it seems like there's this information coming out that the implication is there are projects that build things like that because they have been reverse engineering crashed objects, and they have, some of which they may have recovered from archaeological sites.
Right. Yeah. Which Bob Lazar told us 30 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, like, we've known about that.
That's the thing that really just blows me away about this whole thing, is how many resources that the government has been dedicating and dumping into researching this, and then they're like, nothing to see.
Right.
It's like, what do you mean?
Right.
Why did you make all these agencies to do this?
Well, now they're telling us it's real.
Yeah.
Like, now they're like, it was, 50 years ago, if you were a skeptic, you're like, no, UFOs aren't real. And now if you're a skeptic, you're like, UFOs are real, because the government is telling us these are real. Like, this is, we're studying this, they're like, this is a real phenomenon. So it's completely changed. It's completely flipped on its head. And, for me, I guess a couple of the big things where it was like it keeps inching closer to 100. For me was like that aerial school mass sighting when you have like 200 school children that all see the same thing. That all like, and I mean kids that are between the age of kindergarten and 8th grade. Like a couple hundred kids saw this, and like those kids aren't lying. You can see them. They're interviewed today. They're interviewed 30 years ago when it happened. They're telling the exact same story. They're talking about how it like screwed up their lives, and like that people think they're crazy, and it's like, I don't know, you can see it. You can tell when people are telling the truth and when people are like acting and lying. And these people are not. And then the the Nimitz, the Nimitz incident is like, it's like, come on. Like,
the Navy has had a lot of encounters.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, for sure. But to capture that one on, FLIR, forward-looking infrared, to capture it with 4 pilots, to capture it, to lock onto it, and then it zips off at like, 15,000 miles per hour, and it shows up like, it's like, it's crazy. Like that, like we have that documented, like that happened. Like, so it's like, the phenomenon's real. Like there's something going on, and it's like,
there have always been fascinating, not always, but there are some fascinating stories with the Navy, and like when you start looking at the USO question, like the unidentified submarine objects,
right,
and that a lot of these things go in and out of the water.
Yep.
And so then you start thinking, they got bases down there. And it would be, it's most of the surface of the planet.
Yeah.
First of all.
Yeah, so they could have more cities than we have.
There may be more of them on this planet than us. We just don't know. If they're sufficiently deep and quiet enough, or they're able to mask their presence, or maybe
they're in caves under there.
Maybe it's just been recently with technology that we're starting to see them, and there's kind of an interaction going on. And that may be why the government's just like, they don't want to talk about it, because it's like, well, if people start getting the idea that they're not coming from space, they might go out into space, but their origins are here, and they've been here a long time, and there's a lot of them here, and they live underwater and underground, you know, and you just see this in ancient texts again.
Yeah.
You know, there are people the ant people that saved the Hopi. They came out from under the ground. They were like, hey, there's going to be a cataclysm. Come down here with us and survive, and then we'll let you back out later. And, you know, the implication is they stayed down there, and they're still down there.
Okay.
Yeah. And then you're like, well, who are the ant people?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know about the ant people.
Yeah, it's one of the stories, you know, that the Hopi supposedly emerged after the most recent destruction.
Okay.
Somewhere near the Grand Canyon, and their ancestors emerged there, and they had been saved by the ant people.
Okay.
Who live underground.
Okay.
Or, you know, like the name could be just like maybe these were miners.
Yeah.
You know, if you're standing far away and you see a whole bunch of people coming in and out of a hole in the ground, you're like, wow, they look like ants.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and then the ant people are like, hey, there's something in the sky coming.
Yeah.
You guys come underground with us because we'll shut all the doors and lock all the airlocks, and we're gonna have to live down here for a couple generations, and then we'll let you back out once the surface conditions are okay. But are those aliens, or just do they also live here?
Right.
You know, and are they underwater? You know. Going back to the Navy stories, I maybe I shouldn't even bring this up because I don't have any of the details. But there was this story of a whole Navy, you know, like a carrier and a whole bunch of ships back and forth off the California coast, chasing something underwater that was like an anomalous signal. And later they were like, well, that was a whale or whatever.
Right,
It's like, no, dude.
Yeah.
You had
You
your whole
scrambled all these
carrier group
ships.
all the way down the California coast to Mexico, and then turn around and come all the way back up because you guys are trying to figure out what this is.
Right,
like, if is it a submarine or whatever.
Yeah.
But it was faster than all of you were, and you never figured it out.
Right. Yeah.
It's a
I'm
whale.
pretty sure they've seen whales before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
What do they call it? I can't remember the idea that they can come out of space into the atmosphere, down into the water, and back out. What is it called? Transmedium vehicles.
Yeah.
We have nothing that can do that.
No, we don't. Right.
You know, not
well. And the Nimitz incident, you know, you had something drop from 80,000 feet, which was the max that the radar could show. So something from space, to like very close to sea level.
Yeah, down to the deck, like you said.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Very within a second and a half, and all of a sudden, you know, you lose the object that you had in space. You pick up the object, you know, right at sea level, and it's the exact same spot. They scramble the jets. You know, they go out, they look at it, they get 4 eyewitnesses. There's something under the water that's creating this disturbance under the water, you know, and this tic-tac bouncing around over it. It's like, what's going on?
Yeah.
like what the actually is going on here?
Yes.
You know? Let's but yeah, I like to think that that there is that the highest level of evolution is towards peace, and that there are probably multiple species within our own galaxy that have evolved towards that, and that if anybody crazy like us comes along with the ability to send nukes out and destroy other planets or other parts of the galaxy, then they're going to step in. And I think that's kind of what we saw in the 40s when we started to see all these UFOs arrive, and, you know, all of this.
They have been forming religions for a long time, though, which is weird. But this is the question of, like, is this the same phenomena? You know, this is another thing that is, I think, Diana Pasulka's latest work is talking about this. If you go through American Cosmic, and there's an audiobook version of this, it's really good because she's a religious scholar, and then she's looked at the very ancient accounts of people who were having mystical experiences that led them to, you know, further religious stuff, and then she's like comparing them to UFO things, and she's like, they're the same. It's the same thing. They look exactly the same. The stuff that's happened to Chris Bledsoe, you know, where he's basically has the beautiful woman that comes down and says, you know, be not afraid. This is your burden to bear. Tell this story. This encounter has happened multiple times throughout history. And it is, you know, a lot of times we encounter it as a myth or a religious tale, but it's still happening to people now. So is that the same phenomena?
Yeah.
Is this part of the UFO phenomena, or is it something else? And if it's part of it, then they have been, maybe not purposefully, but they have been forming religions, or people have been forming religions around the experiences that people have with them since the beginning of time.
Right. Yeah, it's not the UFOs that are necessarily saying, you know, worship me or create this religion.
No, but they do say things like, go out and give this message, which is very, it may not be forming a religion, but it's like, go tell people like what I said to you.
What are the messages?
Well, you know, the message is sometimes that, you know, there is something more It's often a message of peace. It can often be a message
You'll receive
of war.
the kingdom of heaven
You'll
if you
receive-
behave a
yes.
certain way.
Yeah,
Mhm, mhm,
yeah.
mhm.
It's
that all makes sense to me. Yeah,
It does?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it totally does.
That's
yeah.
good.
Yeah, yeah. Heaven is balance for me.
I think we should be quiet.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that shouting in the jungle is a bad idea.
Yeah. I agree. Setting off nukes is probably being loud. Yeah.
Well, okay, this is interesting because if you're taking the jungle analogy, it's like we live next to a waterfall, the sun. It's really loud.
Yeah.
So we can drop rocks, we can build things, we can set little campfires, and for the most part, the rest of the jungle will not be aware that we're making noise because we're right next to a big waterfall that's really loud. But if you do something that's louder than the waterfall, like if we do something that's louder than the sun, makes more noise than the sun for a little bit of time, then the whole universe will see it. I mean, eventually the light has to travel outwards, but it'll go outward in a bubble at light speed. Right. And so some of the nukes that we blew up, maybe if somebody's looking at exactly the right time, they might notice that. And that bubble is going outwards.
Yeah.
And it always is expanding and getting wider.
Yeah. But with quantum entanglement, I mean, they could instantaneously know.
That's
I
true.
Mean, I mean, just without.
I'm just talking about conventional science.
Yeah,
says
yeah,
that,
yeah,
like
yeah,
right now, there's a 50 light year or 100 light year wide bubble of space that knows that we've been loud a few times.
Right. Yeah. No doubt. Yeah. They might know right away. They might know at light speed. I kind of think they would know right away. I kind of think that that would happen very quickly.
There could be. I mean, there's obviously plenty of science we don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
The whole quantum field vibrates when we do something, and the entire universe knows about it.
Right.
Instantly.
Man, that's just
Right.
nuts.
Yeah.
Wow.
Exactly. Yeah.
So you should definitely be quiet.
Yes. Be quiet.
Because they know as soon as you do something loud.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Well, that was a deep rabbit hole.
I like your optimism.
Your optimism is great.
Yeah. I think
I've been getting this
just
doom
don't
and
shout
gloom
it
for the past
too loud.
few years.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how optimistic it is. I mean, if we continue down the path that we're going down, it's gosh.
Your optimism is in the greater picture.
Yeah.
You're basically saying, well, no, like they couldn't get this advanced if they were warlike. So we must assume that they are probably peaceful.
Yeah.
So if we ever make it there, we're going to meet friends.
I've been on board with that idea for a long time, but then I started thinking about just how big the universe is, and I'm like, somewhere out there is a super predator.
Yeah.
Because they overcame all the odds.
Sorry, my mic
of,
went out.
Like destroying themselves, and now they're
I'm going to
incredibly
play a
advanced,
little
and
more,
they're
and then
very dangerous.
I might play
And they will destroy
Breath of the
any
Wild in half an
galactic
hour.
federation they find, especially if they're peaceful.
Yeah, but they eat up their entire planet. I guess if they're predators, then they've
So
they've consumed their entire planet and then,
whole star systems, entire clusters, entire galaxies.
Yeah.
They don't care.
Yeah.
Like a plague of locusts, they just keep moving outwards.
I think good always wins. I think that ultimately,
I can get behind that.
Yeah.
But
I think that it's just more intelligent. It's just it has the collective in mind as opposed to it's driven not by fear or dominance or the little me, the insignificant self. It's driven by the desire for the collective whole to thrive, and that's much more powerful than I think a predator type of a species could ever be. But that's just me.
But in nature, on our planet, which is what we have to look at, the predators are all at the top.
Yeah, for sure. Until we're not.
Yeah, but
we're back in the Stone Age.
But once we're back in the Stone Age, the other predators are now on top of us.
Yeah,
in other words, it's always a predator that's at the very top of it.
It is because we haven't achieved that level of evolution yet.
Okay.
I think that once
so we can evolve past being predators, and then you become something else.
Yeah, you move from evolving physically to evolving mentally and spiritually, and we haven't really begun to evolve spiritually yet. And I think that once that starts to happen, and there's a movement now that's happening amongst people that are becoming more conscious, that are actually becoming conscious and not dominated by their minds. And as that happens and as that starts to take hold, we realize that it's not that our survival isn't dependent upon who's the biggest, strongest, fastest, who can kill the most. We start to evolve spiritually, and as we start to evolve spiritually,
then we can accomplish the things that we can accomplish are we have to it oftentimes getting to that point takes getting to a very, very low place, and you have to go through the terrible times to get to to get to heaven, to get to what I would call balance.
But this is what happens when you talk about the UFO topic.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's almost like at this point, you can't separate it from this type of stuff.
Yeah.
There seems to be that weird connection.
Yeah.
I would be fine with just nuts and bolts.
Right.
But it seems like
It's not. Yeah. There are nuts and bolts. There's also a bunch of other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Their nuts and bolts are built in
And
time.
I still think we're eventually we'll do all this evolving. We'll join this Galactic Federation. They'll be like, "Can you guys be quiet? Like, there's chill out. The universe is a big place."
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I mean, the one other thing that I wanted to kind of hear from you, because I know you guys have done a tremendous amount of work on it, is the Path of the Pole. You've completed your 11 episodes, and they're like 2-3 hours each. Is incredible stuff, incredible work. But like, I don't think you have anywhere, like a summary of all of that work in terms of, what it all means, what's happening,
Yeah.
So can you guys walk the audience from the very beginning?
Can you summarize?
From the very beginning.
11 episodes.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
33 hours of content in 20 minutes.
Yeah, so the idea, first of all, that we do not understand all of the physics involved in what's beneath our feet, the crust and how it interacts with the mantle. There's a lot of interesting science being done about that. Earth vibrational frequencies, plate tectonics, all these things. At the time of that book, plate tectonics wasn't actually even a thing.
It had not been fully accepted.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but the basic idea is it possible for something to happen that might get the whole entire crust of the Earth moving, sliding around on the outside of the Earth? And it seems implausible at first glance, but when you go through the Path of the Pole, the book by Charles Hapgood, I mean,
who's that?
He lays out a very convincing case. Now, it's not just how could this happen, but he's looking at evidence
Orange juice.
that it has
Come on,
happened
man.
in the actual geological layers, in where trees were growing, are in areas that don't even receive enough light due to the tilt of the Earth.
Potato chips.
There's all kinds of stuff like that, and it is a fascinating idea, and it could.
She just wants mixer.
Explain some of the strange cataclysmic events that we see in our past.
Okay.
And it needs to be separated from the people. Just to be
She
clear,
likes
we're
screwdrivers.
not talking about magnetic
to drink.
fields. Now they may be involved in some way, but not the magnetic.
People talk
poles.
about a pole shift, and sometimes they mean the
Only
magnetic
the
field
magnetic
reversal.
field. And we're also not talking about the shifting of the actual axis of the Earth into some other position, but it's the crust sliding around on the axis.
So the axis stays in the same tilt, and what is that, 23 and a half degrees or something like that currently? But that
does have a nod.
Interesting.
Yeah, and then you've got the magnetic field, which is completely unrelated to what you guys are talking about. I'd love your thoughts on the magnetic field.
It's had many reversals, and that's accepted science.
No
now.
doubt. Yeah. But like, what's happening with it now?
Right.
It is moving now.
It's moving. It seems unstable.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
Which brings into question what is causing it. Like,
Right.
what is that? There's a dynamo down there somewhere that's generating this huge magnetic field.
That's what it's
in the core.
Yeah, in the core, and it's so why is it in motion?
Right.
Does that imply disturbance in the system that's causing it? Yes.
Right.
Disturbance of the force.
Yeah. And it's not just the north magnetic pole. Right? I mean, the north magnetic pole since the 90s has been hauling ass.
It's been moving.
It's
It's accelerating. Yeah.
It's accelerating.
I haven't been able to find much about the South Magnetic Pole.
It's moving. And it seems like they're moving towards the same direction.
Right.
And it seems like the direction that they're moving towards is opposite of the South Atlantic anomaly, which is that
Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah. Well, no, it's between South America and Africa.
Okay, the South Atlantic.
South Atlantic anomaly. Yeah. It's this place. It's this massive patch
patch of the Earth's where the magnetic field is extraordinarily weak. And so like satellites oftentimes have to power down going into it because of the radiation. And the north and south magnetic poles seem to be moving to the opposite side of the
antipode
as that.
Okay.
Yeah. So
That's
what's
interesting.
going on? Like what's actually going on with that?
Well, I've also been interested in these two giant blobs that are down in the mantle. Have you heard about these?
No. Mysterious blobs?
The
In the
giant
mantle?
mysterious blobs in the mantle.
Oh, sweet.
One of them's under the Pacific Ocean. The other one, I can't remember exactly where it is, but I think the big one is under.
Yeah,
the Pacific.
it's relics of a massive collision. So,
This is their belief. This is the modern science explaining how the moon got there. So we were run into by another planet.
Yeah.
And but there are definitely these giant blobs that are down in the mantle that have a different density
there's a good
than the rest of the mantle.
Okay.
Now
they're like sitting on top of the core, extruding up into
that
the
is
mantle.
a great diagram,
Yeah.
my friend.
Wow.
That's a good one. I've never seen that. But it just made me think about that in terms of the magnetic pole. It'd be interesting to see if there's a correlation, because I wonder what the magnetism of those blobs are, and if it's more magnetic or different, or maybe their polarities or they have their own polarities. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, to go back to the path of the pole.
Path of the pole. So magnets are weird. They're doing the wrong thing.
Magnets are weird.
The other thing that people associate with pole shift is the entire axis possibly flipping over or changing.
Yeah.
And that isn't out of the realm of possibility, but if you're just going by conventional physics, it requires a large outside force acting on the Earth,
That's funny, bro.
Like a very dense, like a gravitational well passing by, like another planet. Like if Mars came really close and did a flyby, it could alter Earth's its axis of the entire body.
Yeah, so that it's spinning in a different orientation.
Right.
Yeah.
But
we're
you
just
think
talking about the
it's like a
crust sliding.
gyroscope. It's not easy to take it off its axis. It
Right.
wants to stay in the same place, and the only way to do that would be to actually affect it with a large outside force. I think.
Right.
There may be internal physics that take a long time to happen, like some kind of cyclical thing where it will automatically flip over. Like what's the effect that people have shown with the
Yeah, there's like a wing nut.
It's named
they
after
spin
a
in
Russian guy.
outer space.
Yeah, so he spins the wing nut off of like it's a handle
Off of a bolt.
off of a bolt, and it spins off, and it's got an axis in this direction and an axis in this direction, and it's rotating, and then it automatically will flip over and rotate this way, and then flip over and rotate this way.
Okay.
If there's something like that principle acting inside the Earth because of these blobs,
Here it is,
whatever.
watch this.
Yeah, there. Watch. He spins it.
So that's an off-center, it's got this weird center of gravity. And this other thing that once see, that thing has its own sort of precessional wobble.
Yeah.
No, it's showing you in slow motion.
So there's your normal precession, and then it.
So if there's something like this principle happening inside the Earth, but it just takes a lot of rotations before and then you can see that it's a catastrophic reversal. It happens in one spin.
I think the thing, if you plot it out, it actually it shows like a spiral or whatever the motion that it goes in.
Okay.
So anyway, could the Earth go through some cyclical thing like that? And so we just don't know because the last time it happened was 400,000 years ago. But we're coming up on another one, and soon the whole thing is just going to start rolling over, and that would be catastrophic. I mean, absolutely, water would be sloshing out of all the oceans and spilling across the land, and it would just be insane. Every
goes back to
volcano on
my-
the planet would go off.
Yeah. It goes back to my episode, The Day the Earth Stood Still.
We're gonna have to check it out.
Yeah, we're gonna have to watch it.
Same kind of thing. If the Earth did do that for even just a brief moment, and the oceans continued with their momentum.
Yeah. And the winds, all the wind, the atmosphere would be doing it to you. You'd have 1,000-mile-an-hour winds.
Right.
You'd have 1,000-mile high waves.
Yep.
Not 1,000 miles, but
Couple of
1,000 feet,
10,000 feet potentially.
Yeah.
2 mile high anyway.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah, that's not
be
bad.
catastrophic.
It's
And
not bad, I guess.
Yeah.
It's a large volume of food.
It's not about any of that.
Okay. Let's path of the pole now. It's hard not to go off on tangents.
So we've gotten that far. This is why it took 11 episodes.
Right. he went through a lot of it, and I think, like Kyle was sort of saying, I think that at this point, some of his evidence that he's presented in the book can possibly be explained just by very long.
Hapgood?
Yeah, Hapgood.
Yeah.
The very long process of the crustal, the tectonic plate movement. So some of the stuff he's looking at, he's like, look, there were if there's extremely clear evidence of massive ice cover in places in Africa, in India, which is too close to the equator for there to be any ice, and also the ice is moving in the wrong direction, right? In other words, it's moving north, which implies that it formed in the south and went northward, which is not what you would expect. It usually forms a bit colder, the higher latitudes, and goes south, at least in the northern hemisphere. So.
But don't we know that like Antarctica has been under ice for like at least a few million years based on ice samples?
It seems to have gone. It's like phases, right?
Yeah. But it depends on where those samples are taken. If they're taken high in the mountains, then those mountain glaciers probably never
been there for a long time.
Yeah.
But there's also relic forests. Evidence of like whole forests in that area, and like there's just not enough sunlight for trees, even if there was no ice.
Yeah.
So it must have not been there.
Interesting. Okay.
Right. And so Hapgood is just saying, okay, so clearly you can't, like, no matter what you say about how long the ice is or whatever, you just can't have trees. They won't grow here. There's not enough sunlight. So it must have not been on the pole. And maybe it's because the crust itself can shift around. And so he went through how could this happen? What would be the cause? One of the ideas was that, well, for example, the South Pole is a landlocked ice sheet. It's plugged into the crust by mountains that go through it. Okay. Whereas the ice on the North Pole is just floating in water. Okay. It isn't locked to the crust at all. Right? Okay. So it can grow or whatever, and it will sort of center itself because it's not connected.
Right.
Antarctica is locked to the crust.
Okay.
So if you have a big part of it that starts extruding north, and it gets out of balance, and it's enough force because the planet's spinning, and it's constantly pulling on it.
Basically, the centrifugal force.
The centrifugal force. Like imagine you spin a basketball, and it will sort of find an axis and stay there.
Yeah.
But if you stick a piece of bubble gum to it on an offset, it's going to put that at the equator. It wants that to be out on the outside edge, right?
Yeah.
So if you have this giant chunk of ice, and it's sort of balanced because it's at the pole, but if one side of it starts growing, it's going to want the whole thing wants to slide.
100%.
Yeah.
And the reason it doesn't shift, the reason the ice on the poles don't shift to the equator now, because it's obviously a ton of weight on both poles. The reason it doesn't shift is because the bulge at the center of the Earth is
right.
Yeah, it's wider at the center. You got the bulge because of the spin, and so that's what keeps it all in balance. And so what could cause that ice to shift?
It would have to overcome that.
There's
it
also
would have to be more mass from the ice than the bulge.
There's two things. You can sort of do a calculation. There's the coefficient of friction of the crust between the crust and the mantle.
Okay.
Like the crust doesn't want to move over the mantle even if there wasn't a bulge. You have to start sliding it, right? So it has to overcome the friction of that. The other thing is that it then has to overcome the bulge. In other words, whatever is sliding from the pole towards the mantle is going to start breaking. It's going to be pulled apart, cause rifts. Anything being pushed from the equator towards the pole is getting crushed together.
Okay.
It's going to have to get smaller.
Yeah.
So you have to overcome those two things, and that's an enormous amount of force. But once you start looking at planetary weights and the gyroscopic forces, it's possible to overcome that amount of force and get the whole process going.
Especially if you have outside influence.
Yeah.
So then you bring in like an impact or something like that, can get the whole planet resonating,
vibrating. Yeah.
Then maybe you can overcome that coefficient of friction.
Yeah. Do you guys have a thought on if and when this might have happened?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Yeah.
He does in the book. He has a diagram where he's drawing like where the previous North Poles may have been.
Okay.
And he's showing that each time it seems to shift roughly 30 degrees. It doesn't completely roll all the way over.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a 30 to 40 degree movement.
Got it.
Right. And so he thinks the most recent one would have been Hudson Bay.
Okay.
This is based on where the center of the Cordilleran and Laurentide ice mass of the last ice age was. It was centered over Hudson Bay, not the current North Pole.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, and I mean,
which is weird.
People listening is like, okay, Hapgood, like crazy person, but like you got to think that Albert Einstein was working with him. And like,
Albert thought it was a good idea.
Yeah, he thought it was a great freaking idea. And like, he's like, okay, this guy is really smart and he really knows what he's talking about, and we really ought to look into this. Like that's what Albert Einstein was thinking and saying and talking about. So it's like. That's kind of why we're talking about it. I mean, it's not as if this is just like crazy conspiracy.
No, you can't.
Impossible to ever have happened kind of stuff.
Hapgood was also like he taught in I can't remember which school it was, but he was a professor. He was not he was not just a nobody that was like coming up with some wacky theory.
Right.
But he also wrote maps of the ancient sea kings, which is a fantastic book.
I was going to bring that up too. You can't read him and think that this guy's just like a total lunatic.
Right.
He lays out pretty much everything that he could find.
Yeah, man, it's crazy.
On any of this type of stuff. He's just
It's criminal.
showing you, like, here's what they say about this, and here's what they say about this. Here's what was found here. Here's the geology. It's great. And so he's working with this set of data that he had at the time and saying like, well, how could this be possible? Could it be possible?
Yeah.
It's I think it's really well done.
Did you see old Wikipedia? I saw Ryan brought up Wikipedia. He's like, he's famous for his pseudo-scientific explanation of rapid climate change.
Right. Everything's pseudoscientific on Wikipedia.
He's an American college professor, famous for pseudoscience.
Right. Yeah. Younger Dryas is pseudoscience on Wikipedia, right? Yeah. I mean, it's all. Yeah.
But Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings was an awesome book too.
Okay. The other thing we really liked in there's just so much in Path of the Pole. Like there's so many details.
Yeah.
But the other thing we
Or
really
just say him live.
was the ancient rock bands, right? We laughed about this a lot. That in general you can take the axis of the planet and you can see climate bands. Like BANDS. Yeah, right. Yes. Ancient rock bands, bro. That's why we were laughing about it. We're like, yes, the proof is in ancient rock bands.
Love it. That's awesome.
But you can see that there's like.
He's pulling up ancient rock bands over the Beatles.
The Beatles. That's awesome.
But these are like 100 million year old rock bands that are embedded in the strata of the Earth.
Gotcha.
So basically now you can see the effects of the current axial tilt and the latitudinal positions, like how that affects the climate. You can see the effects that has on the layers that are being built up, like the sediment that's being deposited, right? And it'll be what animals live there, how much water's moving around, how much ice damage there is to the stone, possibly. It'll be in the pollen. All this stuff is being recorded and left in the sediments, which then eventually turns to stone. So right now, from our axis, you can see the pole. Here's the Arctic circle, and then here's the next climate band below that going.
All right, 15 more minutes, and then I'm gonna
the tropical area.
play Zelda.
Back towards Arctic conditions again.
Breath of the Wild.
But if you dig down far enough, you find that there's a whole regime just like that, but it's tilted way off.
Appreciate you being here.
Okay.
And we were just like, okay, that's very interesting. Yeah. So is that explained by tectonic movement?
Yeah.
And the other thing I would say about Hapgood, probably the last thing we can say about this, is that he didn't say that this was happening overnight.
Yeah.
He'd say it would begin moving, and it would take it thousands of years to get to it's like an accelerated tectonic plate movement. So it's moving much faster than what would the normal. But this is like what Randall says about punctuated equilibrium. You have long periods where everything's sort of slowly changing, and then something happens, and then everything changes quickly for a while. Then that slows back down, and it goes back to a long, steady period.
Okay. Yeah.
But he would say, this took thousands of years for it to move into a new position. There weren't giant 2-mile-high waves and massive winds or whatever.
Gotcha.
But there would be increased volcanism, more earthquakes, all that stuff.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay.
So it's kind of like it went from being a zero possibility in my mind to now it's like more. There's a lot more than just zero.
Yeah.
More than 50?
I don't know. I can't say that. But yeah, I would say maybe right at the median.
Okay.
Right at the median.
Cool.
And I would like to see more data because I agree with plate tectonics.
Yeah.
Don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah,
How do you have plate tectonics on the flat Earth?
I don't know. The guy is spinning the record.
It's spinning.
It's all sliding
still
towards
moving
the
around.
asphalt.
That's awesome. What about this Alaskan boneyard thing?
Oh man, gotta go there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to go.
The thing that blows my mind about that is they're apparently spraying this auto giant or whatever, this big water hose into a wall that's like 60 feet tall of Alaskan muck.
Right.
And I'm trying to figure out how all of those bone fragments got into that spot.
Water. It has to be water.
Well,
it has to be some flood event that
It
just
has to.
washed.
It seems like they were catastrophic.
All of those animals must have just
But there's
been washed,
more.
like carcasses, just of like I mean, you're talking about like
There's
thousands and thousands of it, all in like one small area.
How was some of the meat still there?
Yeah.
Like undecayed. This is what I can't understand.
Yeah.
Like, how do you have something flooded, maybe kill a bunch of animals, and throw them all in there and bury them under 60 feet of stuff and then freeze them soon enough for the meat not to completely biodegrade?
Salt water. Salt water coming in, and then it just
preserves it?
Got cold again. Yeah. But it's a freaking mystery. Nobody knows. I'm just making
That
shit
salt
up.
water is a really good point.
It is
That's
a good point.
great
Very
point.
salty water.
Yeah. But I mean, what else could have washed that many dead bodies? How did they get dead in the first place? Maybe they weren't dead when they washed. Maybe they were dead because they all freaking drowned from
Yeah,
some
or they're being
flooding.
rolled in with boulders and trees and all the other stuff that's in it.
Or it's, that maybe there was at some, like for a long period in the past, like a watering hole or some place that they would go and die there. Like we visited one place in near where we live, and that appears to be what it is. It's this ancient watering hole. And there's a lot of bones in that area, and it was a spring.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I'm just saying to bring the animals over there, because some of them are 40,000 years old.
Okay.
So we're not talking about just
It's not
the
just
end of the
it's
Younger
all
Dryas.
not
It's not
just
one
the
for one
ones
period,
that
yeah.
went okay.
Yeah.
So what are we talking about? Like what went extinct 40,000 years ago that we find with woolly mammoths? And
No, the woolly mammoths were dying 40,000 years ago, and their bones are in this place.
Yeah.
Along with the ones that are 12,000 years old.
Okay. So you see different layers. So I didn't know that part about it.
Yeah,
So
they're
you
not
have-
all from
Well,
the same
that's
period.
that's the thing is like it needs to be studied more because it isn't clear, and this is what he's trying to say is like give me my bones back.
Yeah.
And then we'll get some real scientists in here to do some real studies. But first, I want my damn bones back.
Yeah. right. But could that be another thing where a flooding event made it look like you have 40,000-year-old bones combined with 12,000-year-old bones, but all you have is one event where it just got all piled up at the same time, into the same spot,
Yeah.
It's a crazy mystery. I don't know.
Yeah, nobody knows yet.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where
But it's
like such a mystery.
if you go back, so now we can talk a little bit about Velikovsky. We did a long book report on his Earth and Upheaval.
Yeah.
And in Earth and Velikovsky famously wrote Worlds in Collision.
Okay.
So this kind of ties in a little bit to what we were talking about with pole shifts and all this stuff because he sort of speculated, and he was basing this on ancient myths. And he's like, look at all these stories, how they all have these similarities from all over the world. What could make them, what drove all these very far separated people to have the same story? Maybe it's because they all saw the same event, which would require it to be a global event, right? So this is kind of sort of what we talked about with the Younger Dryas. It was global, and it caused myths to happen all over the place, and this is why they're similar. Not necessarily because these people were talking to each other, but because they all witnessed the same thing. But Velikovsky went into like, well, maybe Venus or Mars or something came close to the Earth and caused a huge cataclysm, moved the axis, whatever. But then he got ridiculed by people for that whole
the
book.
moon showed up.
Yeah, right. The moon parked in orbit and it just shifted the axis and killed a lot of people.
Right.
Yeah. So he does this with myth and then he gets ridiculed. And then so the next book he writes, because people are like, show me the evidence that's real, that isn't some story that you're getting from people who are non-scientific.
Right.
So then he writes the next book, Earth and Upheaval, where it's just nothing but geological evidence of enormous cataclysm. And one of the things that he goes through in that is the Alaskan bone beds.
Okay.
And he tells multiple stories from multiple different scientists that were going up there with the gold, people looking for gold. And these guys are like, they're having their minds blown. They're writing their letters and they kind of sound frantic. They're like, there are bones everywhere. These guys are like washing all this stuff out, and then it starts to stink. You know, they're not old bones. This happened recently because it still smells bad when we start washing them out of the ice. And the guys are describing enormous lenses, like huge lens-shaped geological features. That's a bunch of water, gravels, boulders, pulverized and fragmented trees mixed in with disarticulated animal parts that are going from very small up to extremely large animals. And they have meat still on them that begins to rot as soon as you melt it out of the ice.
That's just wild. That's crazy.
And this is, you know, he's like this all through Alaska, and then there's millions of tusks and mammoth bones and other megafaunal bones that are all in the Siberian area and on Arctic islands. There are some islands that are so covered in them that it's like they're made of animal parts. And you're just like, well, how did they get out there? You know? So this was all in Velikovsky, and later people were just like, he's making this stuff up. This isn't true. Like, there aren't millions of megafauna trapped in the ice up there, but clearly there are. Yeah,
it's crazy.
That whole book is full of stuff like this too, like gigantic erratics, like boulders that don't belong where they are.
Right.
Ones that are, some of them are so huge that towns are built on top of them.
Okay.
Right. So you start wondering what moved that rock away from, you know, this where it's supposed to be, which is like 100 miles away. How did it get down here? Where, and then somebody builds a town on it because they mistake it for regular ground. Nope, it's a boulder.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, good, man. Yeah, awesome. Great to chat with you guys. Anything else that you think we missed? That was a heck of a.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, man.
That was awesome. I
enjoyed it a lot. Yeah. Good.
It was really great seeing the faces. Thank you very much for inviting us out and showing us that. That was fascinating.
We actually didn't talk about the vases too much.
Yeah. I guess that's true.
That's all right.
Yeah,
that's all right.
Yeah. I mean, we can save it for another. Another time.
Well, I'll just say I appreciate what you're doing. I think you should stay on it and keep getting them and getting them scanned. It's just awesome. It's wonderful that you're able to do that. It's awesome.
Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, again, just trying to get some answers.
Yes, sir.
It's like let's figure it out. You know? Like it's like what's the story? Like what's really the story? I think the bases are a big part of that story. So
absolutely,
we might as well try to get some questions answered and try to see what's really going on. I think by getting enough of them, we can really start to learn about like what are the similarities, what are the differences, like what the handle being offset. The handle's being offset. Like if you see one, you're like, okay, that's a mistake. But if you see 50, you're okay, that's not a mistake anymore. And it's always the prettier side is always where the handles are closer to each other.
Yeah,
it's always everywhere. And then, the spinning thing of them, it's not just the round bottom ones that spin. It's like the tall vases that look like that they should be
have a square base,
Yeah, those all spin. Like at least like 3/4 of them, they'll spin out on a flat surface. And it's like, so they intentionally left the bottoms of them rounded off for some reason. And it's like, why?
Even if it's like a tiny bit that you can't really see.
Even if it's a tiny bit that you can't see.
See, this is why it's great. Like, you have to get a bunch of vases and start spinning them on a tabletop to figure this out.
Exactly. Right, you really do.
You can't figure that out looking at them and taking pictures of them behind glass in a museum.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
This is why what you're doing is amazing.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, there's, I think what Ben has done, Ben Kirkwood has done for this has been incredible. He's the one
shout out to Ben.
Yeah, shout out to Ben.
Yeah, Ben is awesome.
He's amazing. Yeah, he's a great dude, and for him to bring this mainstream, so maybe not mainstream yet, but to at least get it out there for people to start talking about and exploring is like that's been a big deal because I don't think. I certainly wouldn't know about the topic, wouldn't know about that mystery if it wasn't for him. He's done great work on it. And it's a fun, it's just an awesome hobby, to be honest with you. It's like, why not? It's like, we'd rather have some vases and learn something about our history than whatever. Tesla stock or some shit.
Well, it has the potential to really just completely revolutionize the entire concept of advanced civilizations in the ancient past.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. And it gives us an excuse, not always it's needed, but it gives us a reason to take another look at a lot of other artifacts and say, if somebody in the distant past was making this, then and they were doing this in some way that seems to require like, you know, a 5-axis machine, whatever, possibly computer controlled, then what were they using to make this?
Right.
And who were these people, and what was their purpose?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the one. I don't know. We're trying to wrap it up. It just remind me, you had brought up statues, and I have some. We made some really good observations, I think, last time we were in Egypt, of the types of statues that look like the precision type vases versus other statues that, you know, if you don't really look closely, you can't tell, but they obviously are not the same quality, and they almost look like handmade versus machine. And one of the good indicators is the hand. Like they often have fists at their sides, and you can see on the real precise ones, they have these curves on their fingers that are just unnaturally perfect curves, like an actual, you know, like a compass made it. And then the other ones that are more handmade-y looking, they just don't. You can just tell the detail in the fingers just doesn't match.
Yeah.
And then of course they have all the
stuff on
musculature,
their
the
knees.
legs.
That's incredible.
The proportions of the legs and arms to the face is a huge one too.
Okay.
And in the ones where their fingers have those perfect radii, their legs and arms to their body and head are proportioned, whereas the other ones always seem to have their limbs are
It's a
too
little
big.
off.
and
Yeah, it doesn't quite look right.
Yeah.
But of course, they're all standing in rows in like the Luxor Temple, and you wouldn't notice.
Yeah.
You know, without
Unless
really
you
just
really
looking at
started
them.
Right.
So it seems to be like what you were
Like
showing
the
us
vases.
with the vases. It
Yeah.
seems similar.
Yeah. And so the obvious question is, was it the same people, you know, at similar times with the same technology, and just, you know, on some of them they were trying, on some of them they weren't. You know, or was it you know, two different times? Did it come from two different time periods?
Or could they have been making them and then within 50 years or 100 years of their own time develop the machines that made them better?
Yeah, right.
Like we have.
Yeah.
Or could they be like, you know, these are masterworks and these are like apprentice works. This is journeyman stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you're gonna have people that are really good, and you're gonna have people who just get started.
Right.
And maybe you have some of those guys' vases, and maybe you also have masterworks.
Right. Yeah.
People who've been doing it for forever.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but what always gets me is that you don't see them after, you know, Doja Berry.
Right. Yeah.
It's like, did they really make any of them in the first place?
It went out of fashion.
You're right. Yeah. We're just gonna work with alabaster.
Yeah.
It's just like, you know, it's like a fingernail. You know, it's like,
Yeah.
So yeah. All right. Awesome, man. Yeah. Great to chat with you guys.
Yeah. Thanks, Matt. This has been amazing.
Awesome. Yeah. I agree. Yeah. Good conversation.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys coming down. Look forward to catching up with you at Cosmic Summit.
Yes.
Yeah. You guys want to tell people a little bit maybe about your channel and just where to find you?
Yeah. Brothers of the Serpent. If you look that up, where anywhere podcasts can be found, most of our earlier shows are all audio. There's no
I
video.
do, buddy.
Recently we've been
I
doing
turned them
video,
off.
so we're on YouTube.
Thanks, brother.
We're on Spotify. But brothersoftheserpent.com is the website.
I'm gonna
also on Twitter.
be
That's pretty much the only social
playing Breath of
media
the Wild
I don't have Instagram.
in like a minute.
But we also have $50 Dynasty. That's Kyle's band. All the music on our podcast he makes.
Yeah, it is.
So it's in-house. So we have bumper tunes, and it's all been made by him. Some of it's from the band, so you can find them at $50dynasty.com.
Oh, really?
Yep, there's an album there for free, pre-session.
Yep, pre-session. It includes a lot of the themes of the stuff we talk about: ancient mysteries, ancient texts.
It's
the
like
processional cycle,
subliminal communism.
Awesome. Very cool, man. That's been fun.
Yeah.
I'll see you at Cosmic
Holding my
Summit,
breath
and
for
then,
that.
you know, hopefully have you guys on every once in a while.
Breath
Maybe
of the
have
Wild.
you on your
Thanks,
show.
brother.
Yeah, you should definitely come on our show.
Yeah, absolutely.
No cam, no mic. Breath of the Wild, though.
All right, man.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Matt.
Yep. Awesome.
Just the game. Poor pun. Alright, I think I'm gonna do that right now. One more run. Thanks for being here. Oh, I thought that'd be it. But of course it's not it. Alright. Thanks, bro. Yeah, we from naked AI to fucking AI bots to Cartman. Alright, maybe I'll play a little more. I'll play like 5 more minutes. I'm so glad you're watching.
How much money worth of ancient Egyptian artifacts is sitting on this podcast table right now?
Starting with an easy question. I have no idea. I mean, it's worth whatever you'd be willing to sell it for, right? So, you know, I don't know. They've definitely increased in value since I started buying them. I'll put it that way. So I mean, I started back in January 2023 and kind of went through like a crazy person through, you know, like crazy buying spree all through 2023 and then kind of settled down. But in that time, the prices went way up. You know, I mean, they're triple, they're sometimes quadruple what they would have been a year and a half ago now. So,
right.
Yeah. I mean, there's, you know, it's some of them like I wouldn't sell. You know, like some of them, like this guy right here. You know, you know, this one with the gold handles. Like you just there's not a price that you could even say. I know the value is a big question for people, but it's just it's kind of like anything. Like what would somebody pay for it? You know,
for people that are watching this podcast or listening, especially people who are listening right now, this is going to be a very visual podcast. We have like 30 ancient Egyptian vases sitting on this table right now that Matt has purchased on the antiquities market, and we're going to be going through all this stuff and showing this. We got close-up shots. Steve's got the cameras all dialed in, getting the glamour shots of these vases. What is the process of buying one of these things?
Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, it's different. There's a couple different ways. I started when Ben Van Kerkelijk released his first, like, couple of videos on it. You know, I was totally hooked when Uncharted X came out with, like, their take on these things. I was like, it seemed like the best evidence for something really cool happening out there in the world right now. And there's not a lot that's really cool happening. So, and how else can you, like, get a piece of that, in other ways other than this. So that's kind of where I got hooked onto it. Where I got started was from watching Ben, and then I had him come onto my podcast, last year. We talked about these things. He would have never come and talked to me, I'm sure, if it wasn't for for the bases. But we formed a great friendship. He's a great dude. I'm sure I'll give a handful of shout outs to Ben during this thing. But you can do it through auction houses. Or websites basically. So, if you go onto on your phone, you can download an app, liveauctioneers.com, and that's a good one. They got a bunch on there. Christie's, Sotheby's, Bonhams, Placus. There's a lot of auction houses that sell these things.
These tiny ones are, when you showed me this last night, my mind was melting.
Yeah.
Because not only are these things like hard granite, the most hard stone that exists on earth, but these things are precise and they're like smaller than a shot glass.
Right. Yeah, and they get smaller than that too. There's some crazy. I don't know. Yeah. How they did it, it's a huge mystery. But yeah, all different shapes and sizes.
Why did they do it? Why did they make them so small?
Right. Yeah, and they're really, you get some really precise ones of that size too. So it's that's the difference. But there's like this classification that's super precise, like crazy precise, and then there's a classification that looks like it's just done with it's incredible work, but just done with less. Whatever you might call it.
Yeah.
Some incredible tools.
You wouldn't think about something as like a vase being such a mysterious relic when you compare it to the Great Pyramid, because it's just as crazy of a feat of a human being to produce something like this as the Great Pyramids, because it's so precise and it's made out of these stones, out of these hard granite stones.
Yeah, totally agree. Yeah, when you look at the pyramids, you look at the serapeum, those huge boxes that are down there. Like you look at the vases. We don't have the tools for any of that stuff. Like we don't know how that stuff was built. We don't know how they built the pyramids. There's a couple of theories with like ramps and sand, and, like pulleys and ropes, and there's some theories for this stuff. There's some, but we don't have the tools from the pre-dynastic time to really know how these were built. So. Yeah, it's a huge mystery, man. There's not that many mysteries left, so this is a cool one.
It's really cool. How many of these vases have you guys actually measured in one of those laser scanners, or those what are they, CT scans? You do?
Yeah. There's two different ways that you can do it. So there's a structured light scan, which is like you put it onto a flat surface. You spin it around. You've got like something shining a laser at it, a light at it, and it picks up the dimensions basically by turning it. And so you get like a full picture of it, and it creates a mesh file. That's a little bit less precise than the CT scanner. So CT scanner is the way to go for sure if you're going to be measuring these things and attempt to like figure out the exact dimensions. And there's a great company that I've been using called EMS, and they've got a CT scanner. I ship them up to Michigan, and they scan them there and then ship them back. It's like they do it in a day, they ship it back. But they've got an incredible CT scanner, and the benefit of the CT scanner is you get the inside walls. So you get the full thing with the structured light scan you're just getting the outside. But the CT scanner, and it's at a higher resolution, so you can really get down to like 1,000th of a millimeter on the measurements to know exactly how precise they are. It's pretty crazy.
1,000th of a millimeter.
Yeah, it's insane.
Which one of these vases is the most precise?
There's different measurements on all of them, so there's only a few ways to measure each of these. So take this one for example. So this is one of them for sure. You can measure the top outside of the lid, right? So from here to here, you can measure the roundness of it. But that's one measurement. The inside of the mouth is another measurement. The width, so like from here to here, here to here, the x-axis, the y-axis. So there's only like 6 measurements on each of these. 5 if it has a round bottom, 6 if it doesn't. And so this one is one of those that on some of the measurements it's showing like insanely precise numbers. And so this is one that I brought up to Danville and was with Chris Don and Alex Don and Ben and all those guys, and we were measuring this one. So this one's got some insane measurements to it. This thin wall face here that we don't want to drop. That's the most fragile. This is the most fragile. Yeah, by far. And there's not another one. This is one of the coolest ones, just because I've never seen another one like this anywhere. There's one in a museum that you can find pictures of online that has actually part of the side broken out of it, and so you can see that it's about 2 millimeters thick. This thing on a band that goes across the middle of this thing. Do we have a flashlight? Somewhere.
Oh, right there.
Yeah. So this thing is 2 millimeters.
Steve, where's the best place to hold it? Like right here, this area? Is that good?
Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, I mean it's pretty.
That's wild.
Pretty bright in here, but you can still see the light coming through this.
Let's turn the lights off.
This band.
Let's make it spooky in here.
Yeah, there you go.
Look at that, dude.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Isn't that insane?
There you go.
Yeah. I mean, and so what they did is they thinned out this part around the middle. They made the part around the middle about 2 millimeters thick. The rest of it is basically 4 millimeters thick on the bottom and on the top. And then on the very bottom of it, they make it thicker so that it's like stable and sturdy and it's not.
So what is this material?
That's granite. That's red granite.
This is red granite.
Yeah, or rose granite, whatever you want to call it. Aswan granite.
Where does this land on the Mohs scale of hardness?
I mean, granite for the most part is going to be between a 6 and a 7. So sometimes 7.5. It can, but it's in that range. It's one of the harder stones on Earth. I mean, when you talk about granite diorite, basalt. There's a lot of basalt here. Those are going to be the hardest stones that these are made out of.
You bought all these, right? And you decided to pay with your own money to get these scans done.
Correct.
To get these things measured.
Yeah.
Did you get any sort of help from any of these Egyptian museums or like the Petrie Museum or anybody like that?
No. I mean, so in terms of what? No,
like
I haven't.
In terms
Yo,
of
what up, Jimmy Billy?
trying to analyze these vases and figure out what's going on.
What's happening, dude?
I haven't tried to work with.
Good, man. I'm about to sign off.
I'm kind of just doing my own thing.
I might do like 1 or 2 more runs and then I'm gonna sign off, my dude.
Study them and scan them.
Doing well, buddy. How are you?
Honestly, with work and with life.
How are you, man?
It's like I don't have the capacity to reach out to museums and try to do all that. I know that by talking
Yo,
to people,
congrats
talking to people
on
like,
Surface.
Ralph Ellis,
2 Secret
a bunch of
Agent
people have
54.
tried to
That's
reach out
epic.
to museums and get things scanned.
Epic run,
The
epic
answer
time.
has been no from the museums that have been reached out to. And I know, like, Ralph has told me he's reached out to like 10 different people. Adam Young, who's going to be presenting at the Cosmic
I'm gonna be playing Zelda.
reach out to people, and supposedly he's making some progress.
Breath of the Wild, no cam,
supposedly
no
he's,
mic.
He's hopefully going to be able to do that. He hasn't really, let me know one way or the other. But the issue is you have to take them out of the museums, and then you have to ship them away to a CT scanner somewhere at some other location. And a lot of museums just don't want to do that. So far, museums have not wanted to play ball. But ultimately, that's the goal, right? I mean, we have to have things that have been with perfect archaeological context that have been taken out of a tomb, and we know that we can date that tomb to a specific period of time.
Oh, no
and
way.
that thing's been pulled out, so that there's.
I'm
no
so sorry to
chance
hear
it
that,
was,
man.
Some modern forgery or whatever. So that's
That sucks, dude. I'm sorry. I hope you're okay. I hope you're not having like an allergic
the
reaction.
detractors or the debunkers or whatever you want to call it, a group of people that hate the fact that we're doing this
No way.
research and that we're
Serious?
trying to see
Amazing.
if there's anything here that
Insane, man.
they're saying, well, there's no
53, nice, bro.
Could be a modern fake. So I think.
Who are the people that are saying that these things could be modern fakes?
I mean, it's a possibility, but I mean, I think that a lot of people within the when they see the
All right,
measurements,
I'm gonna
it's
sign
really
off
the
now.
ones that are super precise, and it's people within the archaeological community or the or Egyptologists,
Cool,
or
bro.
historians, people who think that they have that we have the exact right story of the history of mankind, and that there's no tools that we don't know about outside of the archaeological record, you know, and that everything that we know is perfectly true and complete facts right now. Those people are the ones that have a difficult time with the artifacts that are very precise, because there's no tools that can create, this artifact in the archaeological record. I mean, you've got, I think, well, we can check the scan report, but I think on this one, when you look at the lip on the X and Y axis, you've got like 1,000th of a millimeter. I mean, it's stupid.
1,000th of a millimeter.
Of a millimeter, yeah. It's like 1/50
Who knows? Sorry, bro.
Of the width of a human hair. It's totally microscopic. That's
I
the
really am.
distance on
Okay,
the
I'm gonna
X-axis
sign
and
off
the
now.
Y-axis
The variation
of the
between.
outer lip. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So this from here to here is one distance. From here to here is another distance, and it's like 1,000th of a millimeter off. So it's perfectly round, is what that tells you, to within microscopic tolerances. And supposedly these were made with chisels. You know, that these were like rounded off with chisels. There's not turning devices from. There's not a lathe. You know, from pre-dynastic Egypt. Where these come from?
If you asked
Robbie rat poison, yes we are.
mainstream Egyptologists when this would have been made, what would they say?
They would, I mean, for the museum pieces, or for this piece specifically right here?
For any of these pieces.
Yeah, I mean, they would say, you know, that if it's a real artifact, that if it's then they'll probably go along with the dates on the certificate of authenticity, and you know, so they'll tell you it was from between 4000 BC and 2650 BC, you know, in that time period.
Okay.
If they think that it's just too precise that it has to be a modern reproduction made on some kind of a machine, then they're going to tell you it's a modern, you know, that it's fake.
And from 2500 BC to 5000 BC?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much 45. Yeah, 5000. You're gonna find some really crude 5000 BC stone artifacts. But 4500 to 3100 BC, kind of that pre-dynastic time period, is where a lot of these come from.
And from that time period, what are the tools that we have evidence for?
Yeah, I mean, it's garbage. It's like, you know, you're talking about like, and this is the part where I don't want to like. I think very highly of our ancestors, right? And this is the part where the detractors are always like, you know, oh, they just think our ancestors are idiots, you know, but they didn't have tools that were capable of doing this. So when you look at the tools in the archaeological record, I mean, you're talking about like chisels, you're talking about copper chisels, you're talking about just pounding stones, exactly. Sticks, you know,
right.
you know, sticks with where you attach a rock to the bottom of the stick, and you stick it inside of this thing, and you twist it around,
right?
And that's how supposedly you get wall thickness that's perfectly, the exact same thickness on this side of the artifact as on this side of the artifact.
Right.
I mean, to the 100th of a millimeter.
Right.
I mean, and you can't do that by just like turning a stick in.
Right.
But that's the tools that exist in the archaeological record from this time period.
Mm-hmm.
It's a time period that we know almost nothing about. So, you know, and it's the hardest stones on Earth, and it's the hardest material on Earth to work with. And so it's like you talk about the pyramids. It's like the oldest stuff always seems to be the best. It always seems to be the most precise, you know, and it's like you go back and you look at ancient Egypt and the structures that were built and pyramids that were built. The oldest stuff is always the best. Well, similar with these objects, and it's like, you know, to not have, it's just a huge question mark to not have any tools that are capable of producing something like this, and yet here they are. Here's the artifacts, and you know, going back to pre-dynastic times, Egypt wasn't even united. You know, it was Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt were two completely separate areas until Scorpion King came along in whatever 3200, 3100 BC. Killed the king and united Upper and Lower Egypt, and then they had this glory. This is the story, you know, from the establishment, that they had this like incredible several couple of thousand year run of, you know, pyramid building and creating all these incredible ancient structures. At this time period, in the pre-dynastic time period, it was literally, I mean, you're talking like just